Blackstone Audio presents Genghis by Conn Iggulden. Read by Stefan Rudnicki. To my brothers, John, David, and Hal. A multitude of rulers is not a good thing. Let there be one ruler, one king. Homer, the Iliad. Prologue. The snow was blinding as the Mongol archers encircled the Tartar raiding party. Each man guided his pony with his knees, standing on the stirrups to fire shaft after shaft with withering accuracy. They were grimly silent, the hoofs of their galloping ponies the only sound to challenge the cries of the wounded and the howling wind. The Tartars could not escape the whirring death that came out of the darkening wings of the battle. Their horses fell groaning to their knees, blood spattering bright from their nostrils. On an outcrop of yellow-gray rock, Yesugei watched the battle, hunched deep into his furs. The wind was a roaring devil on the plain, tearing at wherever his skin had lost its covering of mutton grease. He did not show the discomfort. He had borne it for so many years he could not have been sure he even felt it any more. It was just a fact of his life, like having warriors to ride at his word, or enemies to kill. The Tartars did not lack courage, for all he despised them. Yesugei saw them rally around a young warrior and heard his shouts carry over the wind. The Tartar wore a chain-mail vest that Yesugei envied, lusted after. With curt words of command, the man was preventing the raiders from scattering, and Yesugei saw the moment had come to ride. His Arban of 9 companions felt it, the best of his tribe, blood brothers and bondsmen. They had earned the precious armor they wore, boiled leather inscribed with the leaping figure of a young wolf. "Are you ready, my brothers?" he said, feeling them turn to him. One of the mares whinnied excitedly, and his first warrior, Eluk, chuckled. "We will kill them for you, little one," Eluk said, rubbing her ears. Yesugei kicked in his heels, and they broke effortlessly into a trot toward the screaming, roiling battlefield in the snow. From their height above the fighting they could all see the full stretch of the wind. Yesugei murmured in awe as he saw the arms of the Sky-Father reach around and around the frail warriors in great white scarves heavy with ice. They moved into a gallop, without the formation changing and without thought, as each man judged the distances around him as he had for decades. They thought only of how best to cut the enemy from their saddles and leave them cold on the plains. Yesugei's Arban crashed into the center of the fighting men, making for their leader, who had risen in the last few moments. If he was allowed to live, perhaps he would become a torch for all his tribe to follow. Yesugei smiled as his pony hammered into the first of the enemy. Not today. The impact broke the back of a Tartar warrior, even as he turned to meet the new threat. Yesugei held his mount's mane in one hand, using his sword in single strikes that left dead men falling like leaves. He refused 2 blows where the blade of his father might have been lost, instead using the pony to trample the men down and the hilt as a hammer for one unknown soldier. Then he was past and had reached the knotted core of the Tartar resistance. Yesugei's 9 followers were still with him, protecting their Han as they had been sworn to from birth. He knew they were there without looking, guarding his back. He saw their presence in the way the Tartar captain's eyes flickered to each side of him. He would be seeing his death in their flat, grinning faces. Perhaps he had also become aware of all the bodies around him, stiff with arrows. The raid had been crushed. Yesugei was pleased when the Tartar rose in his stirrups and pointed a long red blade at him. There was no fear in the eyes, only anger and disappointment that the day had come to nothing. The lesson would be wasted on the frozen dead, but Yesugei knew the Tartar tribes would not miss the significance. They would find the blackened bones when the spring came, and they would know not to raid his herds again. Yesugei chuckled, making the Tartar warrior frown as they stared at each other. No, they would not learn. Tartars could starve to death deciding on a mother's tit. They would be back, and he would ride out to them again, killing even more of their dishonest blood. The prospect pleased him. He saw that the Tartar who had challenged him was young. Yasuge thought of the son being born to him over the hills to the east, and wondered if he too would face a grizzled, older warrior across the length of a sword one day. "What is your name?" Yasuge said. The battle had finished around them, and already his Mongols walked among the corpses, taking anything of use. The wind still roared, but the question was heard, and Yasuge saw a frown pass across the face of his young enemy. "What is yours, yak penis?" Yasuge chuckled, but his exposed skin was beginning to ache, and he was tired. They had tracked the raiding party for almost 2 days across his land, going without sleep and surviving on nothing more than a handful of wet milk curd each day. His sword was ready to take another life, and he raised the blade. "It does not matter, boy. Come to me." The Tartar warrior must have seen something in his eyes that was more certain than an arrow. He nodded, resigned. "My name is Temujin Uga," he said. "My death will be avenged. I am the son of a great house." He dug in his heels, and his mount surged at Yasuge. The Han's sword whipped through the air in a single stroke of perfect economy. The body fell at his feet, and the pony bolted across the battleground. "You are carrion, boy," Yasuge said, "as are all men who steal from my herds." He looked around him at his gathered warriors. 47 had left their ger tents to answer his call. They had lost 4 of their brothers against the ferocity of the Tartar raid, but not one of 20 Tartars would return home. The price had been high, but the winter drove men to the edge in all things. "Strip the bodies quickly," Yasuge ordered. "It is too late to return to the tribe. We will camp in the shelter of the rocks." Valuable metal and bows were much prized for trade and to replace broken weapons. Except for the chainmail vest, the pickings were poor, confirming Yasuge's thought that this was simply a party of young warriors out to skirmish and prove themselves. They had not planned to fight to the death on earth as hard as stone. He draped the bloody metal garment over his saddle horn when it was thrown to him. It was of good quality and would stop a dagger's blow at least. He wondered who the young warrior had been to own such a valuable thing, turning his name over in his mind. He shrugged. It no longer mattered. He would trade his share of their ponies for strong drink and furs when the tribes met to trade. Despite the cold in his bones, it had been a good day. The storm had not eased by the following morning when Yasuge and his men returned to the camp. Only the outriders moved lightly as they rode, staying alert against sudden attack. The rest were so bundled in furs and weighed down with looted goods that they were shapeless and half-frozen, rimed in dirty ice and grease. The families had chosen their site well. Against the lee of a craggy hill of rock and wind-blasted lichen, the gers almost invisible in the snow. The only light was a dim brightening behind boiling clouds, yet the returning warriors were spotted by one of the sharp-eyed boys who watched for attack. It lifted Yasuge's heart to hear the piping voices warn of his approach. The women and children of the tribe could hardly be stirring yet, he thought. In such a cold they dragged themselves from sleep only to light the iron stoves. The time of true rising came an hour or 2 later, when the great tents of felt and wicker had lost the snap of ice in the air. As the ponies came closer, Yasuge heard a scream rise like the gray smoke coming from Herlin's ger, and felt his heart beat faster in anticipation. He had one baby son, but death was always close for the young. A Han needed as many heirs as his tents could hold. He whispered a prayer for another boy, a brother for the first. He heard his hawk echo the high note inside the ger as he vaulted from the saddle, his leather armor creaking at each step. He barely saw the servant who took the reins, standing impassively in his furs. Yasuge pushed open the wooden door and entered his home, the snow on his armor melting instantly and dripping in pools. "Ha! Get off," he said, laughing as his two hounds jumped up in a frenzy, licking and bounding madly around him. His hawk chirruped a welcome, though he thought it was more a desire to be off on the hunt. His first son, Bekter, crawled naked in a corner, playing with curds of cheese as hard as stones. All these things Yasuge registered without his eyes leaving the woman on the furs. Herlin was flushed with the stove's heat, but her eyes were bright in the gold lamplight. Her fine, strong face shone with sweat, and he saw a trace of blood on her forehead where she had wiped the back of her hand. The midwife was fussing with a bundle of cloth, and he knew from Herlin's smile that he had a second son. "Give him to me," Yasuge ordered, stepping forward. The midwife drew back with her wrinkled mouth puckering in irritation. "You will crush him with your big hands. Let him take his mother's milk. You can hold him later when he is strong." Yasuge could not resist craning for a sight of the little boy as the midwife laid him down, cleaning the small limbs with a rag. In his furs he loomed over them both, and the child seemed to see him, launching a ferocious bout of squalling. "He knows me," Yasuge said with pride. The midwife snorted. "He is too young," she muttered. Yasuge did not respond. He smiled down at the red-faced infant. Then, without warning, his manner changed, and his arm snapped out. He gripped the elderly midwife around the wrist. "What is that in his hand?" he asked, his voice hushed. The midwife had been about to wipe the fingers clean, but under Yasuge's fierce gaze she opened the infant's hand gently, revealing a clot of blood the size of an eye that trembled with the tiniest movement. It was black and shone like oil. Herlin had raised herself up to see what part of her newborn boy had caught Yasuge's attention. When she saw the dark lump, she moaned to herself. "He holds blood in his right hand," she whispered. "He will walk with death all his life." Yasuge drew in a sharp breath, wishing she had not spoken. It was reckless to invite an evil fate for the boy. He brooded in silence for a time, considering. The midwife continued nervously with her wrapping and cleaning, the clot quivering on the blankets. Yasuge reached for it and held it in his own hand, glistening. "He was born with death in his right hand, Herlin. That is fitting. He is a Han's son, and death is a companion for him. He will be a great warrior." He watched as the baby boy was handed over at last to his exhausted mother, suckling ferociously on a nipple as soon as it was presented to him. His mother winced, then bit her lip. Yasuge's expression was still troubled as he turned to the midwife. "Throw the bones, old mother. Let us see if this clot of blood means good or evil for the wolves." His eyes were bleak, and he did not need to say that the child's life depended on the outcome. He was the Han, and the tribe looked to him for strength. He wanted to believe the words he had used to avert the Sky Father's jealousy, but he feared that Herlin's prophecy had been the truth. The midwife bowed her head, understanding that something fearsome and strange had come into the birthing rituals. She reached into a bag of sheep ankle bones by the stove, dyed red and green by the children of the tribe. Depending on how they fell, they could be named horse, cow, sheep, or yak, and there were 1,000 games played with them. The elders knew they could reveal more when cast at the right time and place. The midwife drew back her arm to throw, but again Yasuge restrained her, his sudden clasp making her wince. "He is my blood, this little warrior. Let me," he said, taking 4 of the bones from her. She did not resist, chilled by his cold expression. Even the dogs and hawk had grown still. Yasuge threw the bones, and the old midwife gasped as they came to rest. "Aye, 4 horses is very lucky. He will be a great rider. He will conquer from a horse." Yasuge nodded fiercely. He wanted to hold up his son to the tribe, and would have if the storm had not raged around the Gare, searching for a way into the warmth. The cold was an enemy, yet it kept the tribes strong. The old did not suffer for long in such bitter winters. The weakling children perished quickly. His son would not be one of those. Yasuge watched the tiny scrap of a child pulling at his mother's soft breast. The boy had gold-colored eyes like his own, almost wolf-yellow in their likeness. Herlin looked up at the father and nodded, his pride easing her worry. She was certain the clot was a dark omen, but the bones had gone some way toward calming her. "Have you a name for him?" the midwife asked Herlin. Yasuge replied without a hesitation. "My son's name is Temujin," he said. "He will be iron." Outside, the storm roared on without a sign of ceasing. Chapter 1. On a spring day in his 12th year, Temujin raced his 4 brothers across the steppes in the shadow of the mountain known as Deli-un Boldah. The eldest, Bekter, rode a gray mare with skill and concentration, and Temujin matched his pace, waiting for a chance to go past. Behind them came Hassar, whooping wildly as he moved up on the 2 leaders. At 10, Hassar was a favorite in the tribe, as light-hearted as Bekter was sullen and dark. His red-mottled stallion snorted and whickered after Bekter's mare, making the little boy laugh. Kachiyun came next in the galloping line, an 8-year-old not given to the openness that made people love Hassar. Of all of them, Kachiyun seemed the most serious, even secretive. He spoke only rarely, and did not complain, no matter what Bekter did to him. Kachiyun had a knack with the ponies that few others could match, able to nurse a burst of speed when the rest were flagging. Temujin glanced over his shoulder to where Kachiyun had positioned himself, his balance perfect. He seemed to be idling along, but they had all been surprised before, and Temujin kept a close eye on him. Already some way behind his brothers, the smallest and youngest of them could be heard calling plaintively for them to wait. Temujin was a boy with too much love for sweet things and laziness, and it showed in his riding. Temujin grinned at the sight of the chubby boy flapping his arms for more speed. Their mother had warned against including the youngest in their wild tournaments. Temujin had barely grown out of the need to be tied to the saddle, but he wailed if they left him behind. Bekter had yet to find a kind word for Temujin. Their high voices carried far across the spring grass of the plain. They galloped flat out, with each boy perched like a bird on the ponies' backs. Yasuge had once called them his sparrows, and looked on with pride at their skill. Temujin had told Bekter that he was too fat to be a sparrow, and had been forced to spend the night hiding out from the older boy's bad temper. On such a day, though, the mood of the whole tribe was light. The spring rains had come, and the rivers ran full again, winding across plains where dry clay had been only days before. The mares had warm milk for drinking and making into cheese and cool yogurt. Already the first touches of green were showing through the bones of the hills, and with it came the promise of a summer and warm days. It was a gathering year, and before the next winter the tribes would come together in peace to compete and trade. Yasuge had decreed that this year the families of the wolves would make the trip of more than 1,000 miles to replenish their herds. The prospect of seeing the wrestlers and archers was enough to have the boys on their best behavior. The races, though, were what held them rapt and played across their imaginations as they rode. Except for Bekter, the boys had all seen their mother privately, asking Herlin to put in a word with Yasuge. Each of them wanted to race the long distance or the sprints, to make a name for themselves and be honored. It went unspoken that a boy who returned to his gares with a title such as Exalted Rider or Master of Horse might one day win their father's position when he retired to tend his herds. With the possible exception of fat Temujin, the others could not help but dream. It galled Temujin that Bekter assumed he would be the one, as if a year or two of age made a difference. Their relationship had become strained ever since Bekter had returned from his betrothal year away from the tribe. Though Temujin was still the tallest of the brothers, the older boy had grown in some indefinable way, and Temujin had found the new Bekter a humorless companion. It had seemed an act at first to Temujin, with Bekter only pretending at maturity. The brooding boy no longer spoke without thinking, and seemed to weigh every statement in his mind before he allowed it past his lips. Temujin had mocked his seriousness, but the months of winter had come and gone with no sign of an easing. There were moments when Temujin still found his brother's pompous moods amusing, but he could respect Bekter's temper, if not his right to inherit their father's tents and sword. Temujin watched Bekter as he rode, careful not to let a gap grow between them. It was too fine a day to worry about the distant future, and Temujin daydreamed about all four brothers, all five with Bekter even, sweeping the board of honors at the tribal gathering. Yesugei would swell with pride, and Iggulden would grip them one by one and call them her little warriors, her little horsemen. Even Temujin would be entered at 6 years of age, though the risks of a fall were huge. Temujin frowned to himself as Bekter glanced over his shoulder, checking his lead. Despite their subtle maneuvering, Yesugei had not yet given permission for any of them to take part as the spring came. Iggulden was pregnant again and close to the end of her time. The pregnancy had been hard on her, and quite different from the ones before. Each day began and ended with her retching over a bucket until her face was speckled with spots of blood under the skin. Her sons were on their best behavior while they waited for Yesugei to cease his worried pacing outside the gers. In the end, the Han had grown tired of their stares and careful silence, sending them off to run the winter out of the horses. Temujin had continued to chatter, and Yesugei had picked him up in one powerful hand and tossed him at a stallion with a white sock. Temujin had twisted in the air to land and launch into a gallop in one movement. Whitefoot was a baleful, snappy beast, but his father had known he was the boy's favorite. Yesugei had watched the others mount without a sign of his pride on his broad, dark face. Like his father before him, he was not a man to show emotion, especially not to sons he could make weak. It was part of a father's responsibility to be feared, though there were times when he ached to hug the boys and throw them up into the air. Knowing which horses they preferred showed his affection, and if they guessed at his feelings from a glance or a light in his eye, that was no more than his own father had done years before. He valued those memories in part for their rarity, and could still recall the time his father had finally grunted approval at his knots and rope work with a heavy load. It was a small thing, but Yesugei thought of the old man whenever he yanked a rope tight, his knee hard into the bales. He watched his boys ride into the bright sunshine, and when they could no longer see him, his expression eased. His father had known the need for hard men in a hard land. Yesugei knew they would have to survive battle, thirst, and hunger if they were to reach manhood. Only one could be Han of the tribe. The others would either bend the knee or leave with just a wanderer's gift of goats and sheep. Yesugei shook his head at the thought, gazing after the dust trail of his son's ponies. The future loomed over them, while they saw only the spring and the green hills. The sun was bright on his face as Temujin galloped. He reveled in the lift in spirit that came from a fast horse straining under him, the wind in his face. Ahead he saw Bekter's gray mare recover from a stumble on a loose stone. His brother reacted with a sharp blow to the side of the mare's head, but they had lost the length, and Temujin whooped as if he were about to ride past. It was not the right moment. He loved to lead, but he also enjoyed pressuring Bekter, because of the way it annoyed him. Bekter was already almost the man he would be, with wide muscular shoulders and immense stamina. His betrothal year with the Olhun Ut people had given him an aura of worldly knowledge he never failed to exploit. It irritated Temujin like a thorn under his skin, especially when his brothers pestered Bekter with questions about their mother's people and their customs. Temujin too wanted to know, but he decided grimly that he would wait to find out on his own, when Yasuge took him. When a young warrior returned from his wife's tribe, he was given the status of a man for the first time. When the girl came into her blood, she would be sent after him with an honor guard to show her value. A ger would be ready for her, and her young husband would wait at its door to take her inside. For the wolves, it was tradition for the young man to challenge his Han's bondsman before he was fully accepted as a warrior. Bekter had been eager, and Temujin remembered watching in awe as Bekter had walked up to the bondsman's fire close to Yasuge's ger. Bekter had nodded to them, and 3 men had stood to see if his time with the Olhun Ut had weakened him. From the shadows Temujin had watched, with Hasar and Kachiyun silent at his side. Bekter had wrestled all 3 of the bondsmen, one after the other, taking terrible punishment without complaint. Eluk had been the last, and the man was like a pony himself, a wall of flat muscle and wide arms. He had thrown Bekter so hard that blood had run from one of his ears. But then, to Temujin's surprise, Eluk had helped Bekter up, and held a cup of hot black arag for him to drink. Bekter had almost choked at the bitter fluid mingling with his own blood, but the warriors had not seemed to mind. Temujin had enjoyed witnessing his older brother beaten almost senseless, but he saw too that the men no longer scorned him around the fires at night. Bekter's courage had won him something intangible but important. As a result, he had become a stone in Temujin's path. As the brothers raced across the plains under a spring sun, there was no finishing line, as there would be at the great gathering of tribes. Even if there had been, it was too soon after winter to really push their mounts. They all knew better than to exhaust the ponies before they had a little summer fat and good green grass in their bellies. This was a race away from chores and responsibilities, and it would leave them with nothing but arguments about who had cheated or should have won. Bekter rode almost upright, so that he seemed peculiarly motionless as the horse galloped under him. It was an illusion, Temujin knew. Bekter's hands on the reins were guiding subtly, and his gray mare was fresh and strong. He would take some beating. Temujin rode as Hasar did, low on the saddle, so that he was practically flat against the horse's neck. The wind seemed to sting a little more, and both boys preferred the position. Temujin sensed Hasar moving up on his right shoulder. He urged the last breath of speed from Whitefoot, and the little pony snorted with something like anger as it galloped. Temujin could see Hasar's pony out of the corner of his eye, and he considered veering slightly as if by accident. Hasar seemed to sense his intention and lost a length as he moved away, leaving Temujin grinning. They knew each other too well to race, he sometimes thought. He could see Bekter glance back, and their eyes met for a second. Temujin raised his eyebrows and showed his teeth. "I am coming," he called. "Try to stop me." Bekter turned his back on him, stiff with dislike. It was something of a rarity to have Bekter come riding with them, but as he was there, Temujin could see he was determined to show the children how a warrior could ride. He would not take a loss easily, which was why Temujin would strain every muscle and sinew to beat him. Hasar had gained on both of them, and before Temujin could move to block him, he had almost drawn level. The 2 boys smiled at each other, confirming that they shared the joy of the day and the speed. The long dark winter was behind, and though it would come back too soon, they would have this time and take pleasure in it. There was no better way to live. The tribe would eat fat mutton, and the herds would birth more sheep and goats for food and trade. The evenings would be spent fletching arrows or braiding horsetails into twine. In song, or listening to stories and the history of the tribes. Yasuge would ride against any young Tartars who raided their herds, and the tribe would move lightly on the plains from river to river. There would be work, but in summer the days were long enough to give hours free to waste, a luxury they never seemed to find in the cold months. What was the point in wandering away to explore when a wild dog might find and bite you in the night? That had happened to Temujin when he was only a little older than Kachiyun, and the fear had stayed with him. It was Hasar who saw that Temujin had fallen, glancing back in case Kachiyun was staging a late rush for the grass crown. Hasar claimed to have the sharpest eyes of the tribe, and he saw that the sprawled speck was not moving, making a decision in an instant. He whistled high-low to Bekter and Temujin, letting them know he was pulling out. Both boys looked back, and then farther to where Temujin lay in a still heap. Temujin and his older brother shared a moment of indecision, neither willing to give the race to the other. Bekter shrugged as if it did not matter, and reined his mare into a wide circle back the way they had come. Temujin matched him exactly, and they galloped as a pair behind the others, the leaders become the led. It was Kachiyun now who rode first amongst them, though Temujin doubted the boy even thought of it. At 8, Kachiyun was closest in age to Temujin, and had spent many long evenings teaching him the names of things in the Gers, demonstrating an unusual patience and kindness. Perhaps as a result, Temujin spoke better than many boys of his age, though he was hopeless with the knots Kachiyun's quick fingers tried to show him. The youngest of Yasuge's sons was clumsy, and if any of them had been asked to guess at the identity of a fallen rider, they would have said Temujin without a moment's hesitation. Temujin jumped from his saddle as he reached the others. Kachiyun was already on the ground with Hasar, lifting the supine Temujin into a sitting position. The little boy's face was very pale and bruised-looking. Kachiyun slapped him gently, wincing as Temujin's head lolled. "Wake up, little man," Kachiyun told his brother. But there was no response. Temujin's shadow fell across them, and Kachiyun deferred to him immediately. "I didn't see him fall," he said, as if his seeing would have helped. Temujin nodded, his deft hands feeling Temujin for broken bones or signs of a wound. There was a lump on the side of his head, hidden by the black hair. Temujin prodded at it. "He's knocked out, but I can't feel a break. Give me a little water for him." He held out a hand, and Hasar pulled a leather bottle from a saddle-cloth, drawing the stopper with his teeth. Temujin dribbled the warm liquid into Temujin's open mouth. "Don't choke him," Bekter advised, reminding them he was still mounted, as if he supervised the others. Temujin didn't trouble to reply. He was filled with dread as to what their mother Helen would say if Temujin died. They could hardly give her such news while her belly was filled with another child. She was weak from sickness, and Temujin thought the shock and grief might kill her. Yet how could they hide it? She doted on Temujin, and her habit of feeding him the sweet yogurt curds was part of the reason for his chubby flesh. Without warning, Temujin choked and spat water. Bekter made an irritable sound with his lips, tired of the children's games. The rest of them beamed at each other. "I dreamed of the eagle," Temujin said. Temujin nodded at him. "That is a good dream," he said. "But you must learn to ride, little man. Our father would be shamed in front of his bondsmen if he heard you had fallen." Another thought struck him, and he frowned. "If he does hear, we may not be allowed to race at the gathering." Even Hasar lost his smile at that, and Kachiyun pursed his mouth in silent worry. Temujin smacked his lips for more water, and Temujin passed him the bottle. "If anyone asks about your lump, tell them we were playing and you hit your head. Understand, Temujin? This is a secret. The sons of Yasuge do not fall." Temujin saw that they were all watching his response, even Bekter, who frightened him. He nodded vigorously, wincing at the pain. "I hit my head," he said dazedly, "and I saw the eagle from the Red Hill." "There are no eagles on the Red Hill," Hasar replied. I was trapping marmots there only 10 days ago. I would have seen a sign." Temujin shrugged, which was unusual in itself. The little boy was a terrible liar, and when challenged he would shout, as if by growing louder they would be forced to believe him. Bekter was in the process of turning his pony away when he looked thoughtfully at the little boy. "When did you see the eagle?" Bekter said. Temujin shrugged. "I saw him yesterday, circling over the red hill. In my dream he was larger than a normal eagle. He had claws as large as—" "You saw a real eagle?" Temujin interrupted. He reached out and held his arm. "A real bird? This early in the season? You saw one?" He wanted to be certain it was not one of Temujin's idiotic stories. They all remembered the time he had come into the Gare one night claiming to have been chased by marmots who rose up on their hind legs and spoke to him. Bekter's expression showed he shared the same memory. "He is dizzy from the fall," he said. Temujin noticed how Bekter had taken a firmer hold on the reins. As slowly as he might approach a wild deer, Temujin rose to his feet, risking a glance to where his own pony cropped busily at the turf. Their father's hawk had died, and he still mourned the loss of the great-hearted bird. Temujin knew Yasuge dreamed of hunting with an eagle, but sightings were rare, and the nests were usually on cliffs sheer enough and high enough to defeat the most determined climber. Temujin saw that Kachiyun had reached his pony and was ready to go. A nest could have an eagle chick for their father to keep. Perhaps Bekter wanted one for himself, but the others knew that Yasuge would be overcome with gratitude to the boy who brought him the han of birds. The eagles ruled the air as the tribes ruled the land, and they lived almost as long as a man. Such a gift would mean they all could ride in the races that year for certain. It would be seen as a good omen that an eagle had come to their father, strengthening his position with the families. Temujin had made it to his feet, touching his head and wincing at the speck of blood that showed on his fingers. He did seem dazed, but they believed what he had said. The race of the morning had been a light-hearted thing. This one would be real. Temujin was the first to move, fast as a dog snapping. He leapt for Whitefoot's back, calling "Cha!" as he landed, and startling the ill-tempered beast into a snorting run. Kachiyun flowed onto his horse with the neatness and balance that marked all his movement. Hasar only an instant behind him, laughing aloud with excitement. Bekter was already lunging forward, his mare's haunches bunching under him as he kicked in and went. In just a few heartbeats, Temujin was left standing alone on the plain, staring bemusedly after the cloud of dust from his brothers. Shaking his head to clear his blurred vision, he took a moment to vomit a milky breakfast onto the grass. He felt a little better after that, and clambered up onto the saddle, heaving his pony's head from its grazing. With a last pull at the grass, the pony snorted, and he too was off, jolting and bouncing behind his brothers. Chapter 2. The sun was high in the sky before the boys reached the Red Hill. After the initial wild gallop, each one of them had settled into a mile-eating trot their sturdy ponies could keep up for hours at a time. Bekter and Temujin rode together at the front in mutual truce, Hasar and Kachiyun just behind. They were all tired by the time they sighted the great rock the tribes called the Red Hill, an immense boulder hundreds of feet high. It was surrounded by a dozen others of lesser size, like a wolf mother with her cubs. The boys had spent many hours climbing there the previous summer and knew the area well. Bekter and Temujin scanned the horizon restlessly, looking for signs of other riders. The wolves claimed no hunting rights to land this far away from the Gares. Like so much else on the plains, the stream water, the milk, the furs, and meat, everything belonged to whoever had the strength to take it, or, better still, the strength to keep it. Hasar and Kachiyun saw no farther than the excitement of finding an eagle chick, but the two older boys were ready to defend themselves or run. Both carried knives, and Bekter had a quiver and a small bow across his back that could be quickly strung. Against boys from another tribe they would acquit themselves well, Temujin thought. Against fully grown warriors they would be in serious danger, and their father's name would not help them. Temujin was again a speck behind the other four, persevering despite the sweat and buzzing flies that seemed to find him delicious. To his miserable eye, his brothers in their neat pairs seemed like a different breed, like hawks to his lark, or wolves to his dog. He wanted them to like him, but they were all so tall and competent. He was even clumsier in their presence than on his own, and he could never seem to speak the way he wanted to, except sometimes to Kachiyun, in the quiet of the evenings. Temujin dug his heels in viciously, but his pony sensed his lack of skill and rarely raised itself even to a trot, never mind a gallop. Kachiyun had said he was too tender-hearted, but Temujin had tried beating the pony mercilessly when he was out of sight of his brothers. It made no difference to the lazy beast. If he had not known his brother's destination, he would have been lost and left behind in the first hour. Their mother had told them never to leave him, but they did it anyway, and he knew complaining to her would earn him cuffs around the ears from all of them. By the time the red hill came into sight, Temujin was feeling thoroughly sorry for himself. Even from a distance he could hear Bekter and Temujin arguing. Temujin sighed, shifting his buttocks where they had begun to ache. He felt in his pockets for more of the sweet milk curds and found the end of an old one. Before the others could see, he stuffed the little white stick into his cheek, hiding his blissful enjoyment from their sharp sight. The four brothers stood by their ponies, staring at Temujin as he ambled closer. "I could carry him faster than that," Temujin said. The ride to the Red Hill had become a race again in the last mile, and they had arrived at full gallop, leaping off and tumbling in the dust. Only then had it occurred to them that someone had to stay with the ponies. They could be hobbled by wrapping reins around their legs, but the boys were far from their tribe, and who knew what thieves were ready to ride in and snatch them away? Bekter had told Kachiyun to stay at the bottom, but the boy was a better climber than the other three and refused. After a few minutes of argument, they had all nominated one of the others, and Hasar and Kachiyun had come to blows, with Hasar sitting on his younger brother's head while he struggled in silent fury. Bekter had cuffed them apart with a curse when Kachiyun went a dark purple. Waiting for Temujin to get there was the only sensible solution, and in truth more than one of them had taken a good look at the sheer face of the Red Hill and had second thoughts about racing his brothers up it. Perhaps more worrying than the bare rock was the complete lack of an eagle sign. It was too much to expect droppings, or even the sight of a circling bird guarding the nest or hunting. In the absence of any proof, they could not help but wonder again if Temujin had been lying, or spinning a wild tale to impress them. Temujin felt his stomach begin to ache. He had missed the morning meal, and with a hard climb ahead he didn't want to risk becoming weak. While the others watched Temujin approach, he picked up a handful of reddish dust and made it into a paste with a dribble of water from the saddle bottle. Whitefoot bared his teeth and whinnied, but did not resist as Temujin tied his reins to a scrub bush and drew his knife. It was the work of a moment to nick a vein in the pony's shoulder and clamp his mouth to it. The blood was hot and thin, and Temujin felt it restore his energy and warm his empty belly like the best black Arak. He counted 6 mouthfuls before he took his lips away and pressed a bloody finger over the wound. The paste of dust and water helped the clotting, and he knew there would be just a small scab by the time he returned. He grinned, showing red teeth to his brothers and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He could feel his strength return now that his stomach was full. He checked the blood was clotting on Whitefoot's shoulder, watching a slow dribble reach down the leg. The pony didn't seem to feel it and resumed cropping the spring grass. Temujin brushed a fly away from the blood trail and patted the animal on its neck. Bekter, too, had dismounted. Seeing Temujin feed himself, the older boy knelt and directed a thin trail of warm milk into his mouth from his mare's teat, smacking his lips in noisy appreciation. Temujin ignored the display, though Hasar and Kachiyun looked up hopefully. They knew from experience that if they asked they would be refused, but if they ignored their thirst, Bekter might condescend to allow a warm mouthful to each boy. "Drink, Hussar," Bekter said, raising his head sharply. Hussar did not wait to be asked twice, and ducked his head like a foal to where Bekter held the dark teat shining with milk. Hussar sucked greedily at the spray, getting some of it over his face and hands. He snorted, choking, and even Bekter smiled before he beckoned Kachiyun over. Kachiyun looked at Temujin, seeing how stiffly he stood. The little boy narrowed his eyes, then shook his head. Bekter shrugged, releasing the teat with just a glance at Temujin before he stretched his back and watched the youngest of their brothers clamber down from his pony. Temujin dismounted with his usual caution. For a boy of only 6 summers it was a long way to the ground, though other children in the tribe would leap from the saddle with all the fearlessness of their older brethren. Temujin could not manage such a simple thing, and all his brothers winced as he landed and staggered. Bekter made a clicking sound in his throat, and Temujin's face darkened under their scrutiny. "This is the place?" Temujin asked. Temujin nodded. "I saw an eagle circling here. The nest is somewhere near the top," he said, squinting upwards. Bekter grimaced. "It was probably a hawk," he muttered, following Temujin's gaze. Temujin flushed even deeper. "It was an eagle, dark brown and larger than any hawk who ever lived." Bekter shrugged at the outburst, choosing the moment to spit a wad of milky phlegm onto the ground. "Maybe. I'll know when I find the nest." Temujin might have replied to the challenge, but Kachiyun had tired of their bickering and strode past them all, pulling at the waistcloth that held his padded dell in place. He let the coat fall, revealing just a bare-armed tunic and linen leggings as he took his first handholds on the rocks. The soft leather of his boots gripped almost as well as his bare feet. The others stripped down as he had, seeing the sense in leaving the heaviest cloth on the ground. Temujin moved 20 paces around the base before he saw another place to begin, spitting on his hands and taking a grip. Hussar grinned in excitement and threw his reins at Temujin, startling the little boy. Bekter found his own place and set his strong hands and feet in clefts, lifting himself up with a small grunt. In a few moments, Temujin was alone again. At first he was miserable, and his neck ached from staring up at the climbing figures. When they were no larger than spiders, his stomach made its presence felt. With a last look at his more energetic brothers, he strolled over to steal a stomachful of milk from Bekter's mare. There were some advantages to being last, he had discovered. After 100 feet, Temujin knew he was high enough for the fall to kill him. He listened over his panting breath for his brothers, but there was no sound or sight of them in any direction. He clung by fingertips and boots, leaning out as far as he could to see a root higher. The air seemed colder, and the sky was achingly clear above his head, without a cloud to spoil the illusion of climbing toward a blue bowl. Small lizards scurried away from his questing fingers, and he almost lost his grip when one was trapped, squirming, under his hand. When his heart had stopped hammering, he brushed its broken body from the ledge where it had been enjoying the sun, watching it twist in the wind as it fell. Far below, Temujin saw Temujin pulling at the teats of Bekter's mare, and hoped he had enough sense to leave some. Bekter would thrash him if he found the milk gone, and the greedy little boy probably deserved it. The sun was hard on the back of his neck, and Temujin felt a line of sweat touch his eyelashes, making him blink against the sting. He shook his head, hanging from just his hands as his feet scrabbled for a new place to rest. Temujin could have killed one of them with his stories of eagles, but it was too late for doubts. Temujin was not even sure he could get back down the sheer slope. At such a height he had to find a place to rest, or he would fall. The blood in his stomach gurgled as he moved, reminding him of its strength and making him belch its bitter smell. Temujin bared his teeth as he pulled himself higher. He could feel a worm of fear in his stomach, and it began to make him angry. He would not be afraid. He was a son of Yesuge, a wolf. He would be a Han one day. He would not be afraid, and he would not fall. He began to murmur the words to himself over and over as he climbed, staying close to the rock as the wind grew in force, tugging at him. It also helped to imagine Bekter's irritation if Temujin reached the top first. A gust made his stomach drop with a sudden feeling that he would be plucked and thrown from the high rock, smashing into the ground by Temujin. He found that his fingers were shaking with each new grip, the first sign of weakness. He took strength from his anger and went on. It was hard to guess how far he had come, but Temujin and the ponies were only specks below, and his arms and legs burned with effort. Temujin came to a ridge where he could stand out of the wind and gasped there, recovering. He could see no way to go farther at first, and craned around a shelf of rock. He would surely not be stuck there while the others found easier routes up. Only Kachiyun was a better climber, and Temujin knew he should take time to rest his aching muscles. He took a deep breath of the warm air, enjoying the view for miles around. He felt as if he could see all the way to the Gers of their tribe, and wondered if Heulin had given birth. Surely many hours had passed since they had arrived at the Red Hill. "Are you stuck?" he heard above him. Temujin swore aloud as he saw Kachiyun's face peering over the ledge. The boy met his gaze with the beginnings of a smile crinkling his eyes. Temujin shuffled along the ledge until he grasped a decent handhold. He had to hope it would lead to another above. With Kachiyun looking on, he controlled his breathing and showed the cold face of the warrior. He had to jump up to reach for a second grip, and for a moment fear overwhelmed him. On the ground it would have been nothing, but on the ground he would have fallen only a little way. With the wind moaning around the crags, Temujin did not dare think of the emptiness at his back. His arms and legs blurred as he shoved himself up by sheer strength and energy. To stop moving was to begin to fall, and Temujin roared as he made it to where Kachiyun was kneeling, calmly watching his progress. "Ha! Huns of the mountain do not get stuck," he told Kachiyun triumphantly. His brother digested this in silence. "The hill breaks apart just above us," he said. "Bekter has taken the south call to the peak." Temujin was impressed at his brother's calm. He watched as Kachiyun walked to the edge of the red boulder he'd climbed in panic, going close enough to have the wind pull at his braided hair. "Bekter does not know where the eagles are, if they are here at all," Temujin told him. Kachiyun shrugged again. "He took the easier path. I don't think an eagle would build a nest where it could be so easily reached." "There's another way, then?" Temujin asked. As he spoke, he scrambled up a shallow slope to get a better view of the summits of the Red Hill. There were two, as Kachiyun had said, and Temujin could see Bekter and Hasar on the one to the south. Even from a distance, both boys could identify the powerful figure of their eldest brother, moving slowly but steadily. The northern peak that loomed above Temujin and Kachiyun was a spike of rock even more daunting than the initial sheer slope they had climbed. Temujin clenched his fists, feeling the heaviness in his arms and calves. "Are you ready?" Kachiyun asked him, nodding toward the northern face. Temujin reached out and caught his serious little brother around the back of the head in a quick clasp. He saw that Kachiyun had lost a fingernail from his right hand. There was a crust of blood running right along his forearm to the sinewy muscles there, but the boy showed no sign of his discomfort. "I am ready," Temujin said. "Why did you wait for me?" Kachiyun grunted softly, taking a fresh hold on the rock. "If you fell, Bekter would be Han one day." "He might be a good one," Temujin said grudgingly. He did not believe it, but he remembered how Bekter had wrestled his father's bondsman. There were aspects of the adult world he did not yet fully understand, and Bekter had at least the attitudes of a warrior. Kachiyun snorted at that. "He rides like a stone, Temujin. Who can follow a man who sits so badly?" Temujin smiled as he and Kachiyun began to climb. It was a fraction easier with two of them working together. More than once, Temujin used his strength to support Kachiyun's foot as the boy swarmed up the face like an agile spider. He climbed as well as he rode, but his young body was showing signs of exhaustion, and Temujin saw he was growing pale as they put another 100 feet behind them. Both boys were panting, and their arms and legs seemed too heavy to move. The sun had crossed the highest point of the sky and begun its trail toward the west. Temujin eyed its position whenever he could find a place to snatch a moment of relief from the strain. They could not be caught on the face in the dark, or both of them would fall. More worrying was the sight of a looming ridge of clouds in the distance. A summer storm would tear them all off the red hill, and he feared for his brothers as Kachiyun slipped and almost took them both to their deaths. "I have you! Find another hold!" Temujin grunted, his breath coming like fire from his open mouth. He could not remember being so tired, and still the summit seemed impossibly far. Kachiyun managed to take his weight off Temujin's arm, looking back for a moment at the bleeding scuff marks his boot had left on Temujin's bare skin. Kachiyun followed his brother's gaze out over the plains, and stiffened as he saw the clouds. The wind was difficult to judge as it gusted around the crags, but both boys had the feeling it was coming straight at them. "Come on, keep moving. If it starts to rain, we're all dead," Temujin growled at him, pushing his brother upwards. Kachiyun nodded, though he closed his eyes for a moment and seemed dazed. It was easy to forget how young he was at times. Temujin felt a fierce, protective pride for the little boy, and vowed not to let him fall. The southern peak was still visible as they climbed, though there was no sign of either Bekter or Hasar. Temujin wondered if they had reached the top and were even then on their way back down with an eagle chick safe under a tunic. Bekter would be insufferable if he brought one of the great birds back to their father's tents, and the thought was enough to lend a little extra energy to Temujin's tired muscles. Neither boy understood at first what the high-pitched sounds meant. They had never heard the cries of young eagles, and the wind was a constant companion with its own sound over the rocks. The clouds had spread to fill the sky, and Temujin was more concerned about finding a place for shelter. The thought of getting down, with every handhold slick with rain, made his heart sink. Even Kachiyun could not do it, he was certain. One of them would fall at least. The threat of dark clouds could not completely hold the attention of the two boys as they dragged themselves up to a cleft stuffed with twigs and feathers. Temujin could smell the scent of rotting meat before he was able to bring his eyes up to the level of the nest. At last he realized that the whistling sound was from a pair of young eagles, watching the climbers with feral interest. The adult birds must have mated early, as the chicks were neither scrawny nor helpless. Both still carried their lighter feathering, with only touches of the golden brown that would carry them soaring over the mountains in search of prey. Their wings were stubby and ugly-looking, though both boys thought they had never seen anything quite so beautiful. The claws seemed too large for the young birds, great yellow toes ending in darker spikes that looked already capable of tearing flesh. Kachiyun had frozen in wonder on the ledge, hanging from his fingertips. One of the birds took his stillness as some sort of challenge and hissed at him, spreading its wings in a show of courage that made Kachiyun beam in pleasure. "They are little Hans," he said, his eyes shining. Temujin nodded, unable to speak. Already he was wondering how to get both birds down alive with a storm on the way. He scanned the horizon at the sudden worrying thought that the adult eagles might be driven home before the clouds. At such a precarious height, an attacking eagle would be more than a match for two boys trying to shepherd fledglings to the ground. Temujin watched as Kachiyun drew himself up into a crouch on the very edge of the nest, seemingly oblivious to the precarious position. Kachiyun reached out a hand, but Temujin snapped a warning. "The clouds are too close for us to get down now," he said. "Leave them in the nest, and we can take them in the morning." As he spoke, a rumble of thunder growled across the plains, and both boys looked toward the source. The sun was still bright over them, but in the distance they could see rain sheeting down in twisting dark threads, the shadow racing toward the red hill. At that height, it was a scene to inspire awe as well as fear. They shared a glance, and Kachiyun nodded, dropping back from the nest edge to the one below. "We'll starve," he said, putting a sore finger in his mouth and sucking at the crust of dried blood. Temujin nodded, resigned. "Better that than falling," he said. "The rain is nearly here, and I want to find a place where I can sleep without dropping off. It will be a miserable night." "Not for me," Kachiyun said softly. "I have looked into the eyes of an eagle." With affection, Temujin cuffed the little boy, helping him traverse the ridge to where they could climb farther up. A cleft between two slopes beckoned. They could wedge themselves in as far as possible and rest at last. "Bekter will be furious," Kachiyun said, enjoying the idea. Temujin helped him up into the cleft and watched him wriggle his way in deeper, disturbing a pair of tiny lizards. One of them ran to the edge and leapt in panic with its legs outstretched, falling for a long time. There was barely room for both boys, but at least they were out of the wind. It would be uncomfortable and frightening after dark, and Temujin knew he would be lucky to sleep at all. "Bekter chose the easy way up," he said, taking Kachiyun's hand and pulling himself in. Chapter 3. The storm battered the red hill for all the hours of darkness, clearing only as dawn came. The sun shone strongly once more from an empty sky, drying the sons of Yesuge as they emerged from their cracks and hiding places. All four had been caught too high to dare a descent. They had spent the night in shivering wet misery, drowsing, then jerking awake with dreams of falling. As the dawn light reached the twin peaks of the red hill, they were yawning and stiff, with dark circles under their eyes. Temujin and Kachiyun had suffered less than the other pair because of what they had found. As soon as there was light enough to see, Temujin began to scramble out of the cleft to collect the first of the young eagles. He almost lost his grip when a dark shape swept in from the west, an adult eagle that seemed as large as he was. The bird was not happy to find two trespassers so close to its young. Temujin knew the females were larger than the males, and he assumed the creature had to be the mother, as it screamed and raged at them. The chicks went unfed as the great bird took off again and again to float on the wind and look into the rock cleft that sheltered the two boys. It was terrifying and wondrous to be so high and stare into the black eyes of the bird, hanging unsupported on outstretched wings. Its claws opened and clutched convulsively, as if it imagined tearing into their flesh. Kachiyun shuddered at the sight, lost in awe and fear that the huge bird would suddenly spear in at them, pulling them out as it might have done with a marmot in its hole. They had no more than Temujin's pitiful little knife to defend themselves against a hunter that could break the back of a dog with a single heavy strike. Temujin watched the brown-gold head turn back and forth in agitation. He guessed the bird could remain there all day, and he did not enjoy the thought of being exposed on the ledge below the nest. One blow from the claw there, and he would be torn loose. He tried to remember anything he had ever heard about the wild birds. Could he shout to frighten the mother away? He considered it, but he did not want to summon Bekter and Hasar up to the lonely peak, not until he had the chicks wrapped in cloth and close to his chest. At his shoulder, Kachiyun clung to the sloping red rock in the cleft. Temujin saw he had prized out a loose stone and was weighing it in his hand. "Can you hit it?" Temujin asked. Kachiyun only shrugged. "Maybe. I'd have to be lucky to knock it down, and this is the only one I could find." Temujin cursed under his breath. The adult eagle had disappeared for a time, but the birds were skilled hunters, and he was not tempted to be lured out of his safe haven. He blew air out of his mouth in frustration. He was starving, with a difficult climb down ahead of him. He and Kachiyun deserved better than to leave empty-handed. He remembered Bekter's bow, far below with Temujin and the ponies, and cursed himself for not having thought to bring it. Not that Bekter would have let him lay a hand on the double-curved weapon. His elder brother was as pompous about that as he was about all the trappings of a warrior. "You take the stone," Kachiyun said. "I'll get back up to the nest, and if she comes you can knock her away." Temujin frowned. It was a reasonable plan. He was an excellent shot, and Kachiyun was the better climber. The only problem was that it would be Kachiyun who had taken the birds, not him. It was a subtle thing, perhaps, but he wanted no other claim on them before his own. "You take the stone. I'll get the chicks," he replied. Kachiyun turned his dark eyes on his older brother, seeming to read his thoughts. He shrugged. "All right. Have you cloth to bind them?" Temujin used his knife to remove strips from the edge of his tunic. The garment was ruined, but the birds were a far greater prize and worth the loss. He wrapped a length around each palm to have them ready, then craned out of the cleft, searching for a moving shadow or a speck circling above. The bird had looked into his eyes and known what he was trying to do, he was certain. He had seen intelligence there, as much as any dog or hawk, perhaps more. He felt his stiff muscles twinge as he climbed out into the sunlight. Once more he could hear thin screeching from the nest, the chicks desperate for food after a night alone. Perhaps they too had suffered without their mother's warm body to protect them from the storm. Temujin worried that he could hear only one call, and that the other might have perished. He glanced behind him in case the adult eagle was soaring in to hammer him against the rock. There was nothing there, and he pulled himself onto the high ledge, dragging up his legs until he crouched as Kachiyun had the previous evening. The nest was deep in a hollow, wide and steep-sided, so that the active young birds could not clamber out and fall before they could fly. As they caught sight of his face, both of the scrawny young eagles scuttled away from him, wagging their featherless wings in panic and cawing for help. Once more he scanned the blue sky and said a quick prayer to the Sky Father to keep him safe. He eased forward, his right knee pressing into the damp thatch and old feathers. Small bones crunched under his weight, and he smelled a nauseating gust from ancient prey. One of the birds cowered from his reaching fingers, but the other tried to bite him with its beak, raking his hand with talons. The needle claws were too small to do more than lightly score his skin, and he ignored the sting as he held the bird up to his face and watched as it writhed. "My father will hunt for 20 years with you," he murmured, freeing a strip from one hand and trussing the bird by wing and leg. The second had almost climbed out of the nest in panic, and Temujin was forced to drag it back by one yellow claw, causing it to wail and struggle. He saw that the young feathers had a tinge of red amidst the gold. "I would call you the red bird if you were mine," he told it, pushing them both down inside his tunic. The bird seemed quieter against his skin, though he could feel claws scrabble at him. He thought his chest would look as if he'd fallen in a thorn bush by the time he was down. Temujin saw the adult eagle coming as a flicker of darkness above his head. It was moving faster than he would have believed possible, and he only had time to raise an arm before he heard Kachiyun yell, and their single stone thumped into the bird's side, knocking it off its strike. It screamed in rage, as real as he'd ever heard from an animal, reminding Temujin that this was a hunter, with a hunter's instincts. He saw the bird try to flap its huge wings, scrabbling at the ledge for balance. Temujin could do nothing but crouch in that confined space and try to protect his face and neck from the lunging claws. He heard it screech in his ear and felt the wings beat against him before the bird fell, calling in anger all the way. Both boys watched the eagle spiral down and down, barely in control of the descent. One wing was still, but the other seemed to twist and flutter in the updraft. Temujin breathed more slowly, feeling his heart begin to slow. He had the bird for his father, and perhaps he would be allowed to train the red bird for himself. Bekter and Hassar had joined Temugay with the ponies by the time Temujin made his slow way down. Kachiyun had stayed with him, aiding wherever he could so that Temujin never had to scramble for a hold or risk his precious cargo. Even so, when he finally stood on the flat ground and looked up to the heights, they seemed impossibly far away, already strange, as if other boys had climbed them. "Did you find the nest?" Hassar asked, seeing their answer in their pride. Kachiyun nodded. "With 2 eagle chicks in it. We fought off the mother and took them both." Temujin let his young brother tell the story. knowing that the others would not understand what it had been like to crouch with the world under his feet and death beating against his shoulders. He had not been afraid, he'd found, though his heart and body had reacted. He had experienced a moment of exhilaration on the Red Hill, and it disturbed him too much to talk of it, at least for the moment. Perhaps he would mention it to Yasuge when the Han was in a mellow mood. Temugei, too, had spent a miserable night, though he had been able to shelter with the ponies and had occasional squirts of warm milk to sustain him. It didn't occur to the other four to thank him for his sighting of the eagle. Temugei hadn't climbed with them. All he had from his brothers was a hard clip from Bekter when he discovered that Temugei had emptied the mare's teats during the night. The little boy howled as they set off, but the others had no sympathy. They were all parched and starving, and even the usually sunny Hussar frowned at him for his greed. They had soon left him behind as they trotted together across the green plain. The boys saw their father's warriors long before they were in sight of the Gers of the tribe. Almost as soon as they were out of the shadow of the Red Hill, they were spotted, the high-pitched horn calls carrying a long way. They did not show their nervousness, though the presence of riders could only mean their absence had been noticed. Unconsciously they rode a little closer together as they recognized Eiluk galloping toward them and saw that he did not smile in greeting. "Your father sent us out to find you," Eiluk said, addressing the words to Bekter. Temujin bristled automatically. "We've spent nights out before," he replied. Eiluk turned his small black eyes on him and ran a hand over his chin. He shook his head. "Not without warning, not in a storm, and not with your mother giving birth," he said, speaking sharply as if to scold a child. Temujin saw Bekter was flushing with shame and refused to let the emotion trouble him. "You have found us, then. If our father is angry, that is between him and us." Eiluk shook his head again, and Temujin saw the flash of spite in his eyes. He had never liked his father's bondsman, though he could not have said why. There was malice in Eiluk's voice as he went on. "Your mother almost lost the child through worrying about the rest of you," he said. His eyes demanded Temujin lower his gaze, but instead the boy felt a slow anger building. Riding with eagles next to his chest gave him courage. He knew his father would forgive them anything once he saw the birds. Temujin raised a hand to stop the others, and even Bekter reined in with him, unable just to ride on. Eiluk, too, was forced to turn his pony back to them, his face dark with irritation. "You will not ride with us, Eiluk. Go back," Temujin said. He saw the warrior stiffen and shook his head deliberately. "Today we ride only with eagles," Temujin said, his face revealing nothing of his inner amusement. His brothers grinned around him, enjoying the secret and the frown that troubled Eiluk's hard features. The man looked to Bekter and saw that he was staring into nothing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Then he snorted. "Your father will beat some humility into your thick skins," he said, his face mottling with anger. Temujin looked calmly at the older man, and even his pony was absolutely still. "No, he will not. One of us will be Han one day, Eiluk. Think of that and go back as I told you. We will come in alone." "Go!" Bekter said suddenly, his voice deeper than any of his brothers. Eiluk looked as if he had been struck. His eyes were hidden as he spun his mount, guiding only with his knees. He did not speak again, but at last he nodded sharply and rode away, leaving them alone and shaking with an odd release of tension. They had not been in danger, Temujin was almost certain. Eiluk was not fool enough to draw steel on Yasuge's sons. At worst he might have thrashed them and made them walk back. Still, it felt as if a battle had been won, and Temujin sensed Bekter's gaze on his neck the whole way to the river and his father's people. They smelled the tang of urine on the wind before they saw the Gers. After a winter spent in the shadow of Deli-un Boldach, the scent had sunk into the soil in a great ring around the families. There was only so far a man was willing to walk in the dark, after all. Still, it was home. Eiluk had dismounted near their father's ger, obviously waiting to see them punished. Temujin enjoyed the skulking man's interest in them and kept his head high. Hasar and Kachiyun took their lead from him, though Temujin was distracted by the smell of cooking mutton, and Bekter assumed his usual sullen expression. Yesuge came out as he heard their ponies whinny a welcome to the others in the herd. He wore his sword on his hip, and a dell robe of blue and gold that reached down to his knees. His boots and trousers were clean and well brushed, and he seemed to stand even taller than usual. His face showed no anger, but they knew he prided himself on the mask that all warriors had to learn. For Yesuge it was no more than the habit of a lifetime to assess his sons as they rode up to him. He took note of the way Temujin protected something at his chest, and the barely controlled excitement in all of them. Even Bekter was struggling not to show pleasure, and Yesuge began to wonder what his boys had brought back. He saw, too, that Eiluk hovered nearby, pretending to brush down his pony. This from a bondsman who let his mare's tail grow thick with mud and thorns. Yesuge knew Eiluk well enough to sense his sour mood was directed at the boys rather than himself. He would have shrugged if he had not adopted a warrior's stillness. As it was, he dismissed Eiluk's concerns from his mind. Hasar and Kachiyun dismounted in such a way that Temujin was hidden for a moment. Yesuge watched closely and saw in a flash that Temujin's tunic was moving. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Still, he would not make it too easy for them. "You have a sister, though the birth was harder for your absence. Your mother was almost blood-lost with fear for you." They did lower their gazes at that. He frowned, tempted to thrash each one of them for their selfishness. "We were at the Red Hill," Kachiyun murmured, quailing under his father's gaze. "Temujin saw an eagle there, and we climbed for the nest." Yesuge's heart soared at the news. There could only be one thing squirming at Temujin's breast, but he hardly dared hope for it. No one in the tribe had caught an eagle for 3 generations or more, not since the wolves had come down from the far west. The birds were more valuable than a dozen fine stallions, not least for the meat they could bring from hunting. "You have the bird," Yesuge said to Temujin, taking a step forward. The boy could not hold back his excitement any longer, and he grinned, standing proudly as he fished around inside his tunic. "Kachiyun and I found 2, he said. His father's cold face broke at this, and he showed his teeth, very white against his dark skin and wispy beard. Gently the 2 birds were brought out and placed in their father's hands, squalling as they came into the light. Temujin felt the loss of their heat next to his skin as soon as they were clear. He looked at the red bird with an owner's eyes, watching every movement. Yesuge could not find words. He saw that Eiluk had come closer to see the chicks, and he held them up, his face alight with interest. He turned to his sons. "Go in and see your mother, all of you. Make your apologies for frightening her, and welcome your new sister." Temujin was through the door of the ger before his father had finished speaking, and they all heard Herlin's cry of pleasure at seeing her youngest son. Kachiyun and Hasar followed, but Temujin and Bekter remained where they were. "One is a little smaller than the other," Temujin said, indicating the birds. He was desperate not to be dismissed. "There is a touch of red to his feathers, and I have been calling him the Red Bird." "It is a good name," Yesuge confirmed. Temujin cleared his throat, suddenly nervous. "I had hoped to keep him, the Red Bird, as there are 2. Yesuge looked blankly at his son. "Hold out your arm," he said. Temujin raised his arm to the shoulder, puzzled. Yesuge held the pair of trussed chicks in the crook of one arm and used the other to press against Temujin's hand, forcing his arm down. "They weigh as much as a dog when they are grown. Could you hold a dog on your wrist? No. This is a great gift, and I thank you for it. But the Red Bird is not for a boy, even a son of mine." Temujin felt tears prickle his eyes as his morning's dreams were trampled. His father seemed oblivious to his anger and despair as he called Eiluk over. To Temujin's eye, Eiluk's smile was sly and unpleasant as he came to stand by them. "You have been my first warrior," Yasuge said to the man. "The red bird is yours." Eiluk's eyes widened with awe. He took the bird reverently, the boys forgotten. "You honor me," he said, bowing his head. Yasuge laughed aloud. "Your service honors me," he replied. "We will hunt with them together. Tonight we will have music for 2 eagles come to the wolves." He turned to Temujin. "You will have to tell old Chagatai all about the climb so that he can write the words for a great song." Temujin did not reply, unable to stand and watch Eiluk holding the red bird any longer. He and Bekter ducked through the low doorway of the ger to see Helin and their new sister, surrounded by their brothers. The boys could hear their father outside, shouting to the men to see what his sons had brought him. There would be a feast that night, and yet somehow they were uncomfortable as they met each other's eyes. Their father's pleasure meant a lot to all of them, but the red bird was Temujin's. That evening the tribe burned the dry dung of sheep and goats, and roasted mutton in the flames and great bubbling pots. The bard, Chagatai, sang of finding 2 eagles on a red hill, his voice an eerie combination of high and low pitch. The young men and women of the tribe cheered the verses, and Yasuge was pressed into showing the birds again and again, while they called piteously for their lost nest. The boys who had climbed the red hill accepted cup after cup of black arag as they sat around the fires in the darkness. Hasar went pale and silent after the second drink, and after the third, Kachiyun gave a low snort and fell slowly backwards, his cup tumbling onto the grass. Temujin stared into the flames, making himself night-blind. He did not hear his father approach, and he would not have cared if he had. The arag had heated his blood with strange colors that he could feel coursing through him. Yasuge sat down by his sons, drawing his powerful legs up into a crouch. He wore a dull robe lined with fur against the night cold, but underneath his chest was bare. The black arag gave him enough heat, and he had always claimed a Han's immunity from the cold. "Do not drink too much, Temujin," he said. "You have shown you are ready to be treated as a man. I will complete my father's duty to you tomorrow, and take you to the Olhun Ut, your mother's people." He saw Temujin look up, and completely missed the significance of the pale golden gaze. "We will see their most beautiful daughters, and find one to warm your bed when her blood comes." He clapped Temujin on the shoulder. "And I will stay with them while Eiluk raises the red bird," Temujin replied, his voice flat and cold. Some of the tone seeped through Yasuge's drunkenness, and he frowned. "You will do as you are told by your father," he said. He struck Temujin hard on the side of his head, perhaps harder than he had meant to. Temujin rocked forward, then came erect once again, staring back at his father. Yasuge had already lost interest, looking away to cheer as Chagatai stirred his old bones in a dance, his arms cutting the air like an eagle's wings. After a time Yasuge saw that Temujin was still watching him. "I will miss the gathering of tribes, the races," Temujin said, as their eyes met, fighting angry tears. Yasuge regarded him, his face unreadable. "The Olhun Ut will travel to the gathering just as we will. You will have Whitefoot. Perhaps they will let you race him against your brothers." "I would rather stay here," Temujin said, ready for another blow. Yasuge didn't seem to hear him. "You will live a year with them," he said, "as Bekter did. It will be hard on you, but there will be many good memories. I need not say that you will take note of their strength, their weapons, their numbers." "We have no quarrel with the Olhun Ut," Temujin said. His father shrugged. "The winter is long," he replied. Chapter 4. Temujin's head throbbed in the weak dawn light as his father and Eiluk loaded the ponies with food and blankets. Helen was moving around outside, her baby daughter suckling inside her coat. She and Yasuge talked in low voices, and after a time he bent down to her, pressing his face into the crook of her neck. It was a rare moment of intimacy that did nothing to dispel Temujin's black mood. That morning he hated Yasuge with all the steady force a 12-year-old boy can muster. In grim silence, Temujin continued to grease his reins and check every last strap and knot on the halter and stirrups. He would not give his father an excuse to criticize him in front of his younger brothers. Not that they were anywhere to be seen. The Ger was very quiet after the drinking the night before. The Golden Eagle chick could be heard calling for food, and it was Helen who ducked through the door to feed it a scrap of bloody flesh. The task would be hers while Yasuge was away, but it hardly distracted her from making sure her husband was content and had all he needed for the trip. The ponies snorted and called to each other, welcoming another day. It was a peaceful scene, and Temujin stood in the middle like a sullen growth, looking for the smallest excuse to lash out. He did not want to find himself some cow-like wife. He wanted to raise stallions and ride with the red bird, known and feared. It felt like a punishment to be sent away. For all he knew that Bekter had gone before and come back. By the time Temujin returned, Bekter's betrothed could well be in a ger with her new husband, and his brother would be a man to the warriors. The problem of Bekter was part of the reason for Temujin's sour mood. It had become his habit to prod the older boy's pride and see to it that he did not become too clearly their father's favorite. In his absence, Temujin knew Bekter would be treated as the heir. After a year had passed, his own right to inherit might be almost forgotten. Yet what else could he do? He knew Yasuge's views on disobedient sons. If he refused to travel, he would be certain of a beating, and if he continued to be stubborn, he could find himself thrown out of the tribe. Yasuge often threatened such a thing when the brothers were too noisy or fought too roughly with each other. He never smiled when he made his threats, and they did not think he was bluffing. Temujin shuddered at the thought. To be a nameless wanderer was a hard fate. No one to watch the herds while you slept, or to help you climb a hill. On his own he would starve, he was almost certain, or more likely be killed raiding a tribe for supplies. His earliest memories were of cheerful shoving and bickering with his brothers in the gers. His people were never alone, and it was difficult even to imagine what that would be like. Temujin shook his head a fraction as he watched his father load the mounts. He knew better than to show anything but the cold face. He listened as Eluk and Yasuge grunted in rhythm, pulling the ropes as tight as they could possibly get. It was not a heavy load for just the two of them. Temujin watched as the men finished, then stepped past Eluk and checked each knot on his own pony one last time. His father's bondsman seemed to stiffen, but Temujin did not care about his hurt feelings. Yasuge had told him often enough that a man must not depend on the skill of lesser men. Even then, Temujin did not dare to check Yasuge's knots. His father's temper was too uncertain. He might find it amusing, or simply knock his son flat for his impudence. Temujin frowned at the thought of the ride ahead, with just his father for company and none of his brothers to break the silences. He shrugged to himself. He would endure it as he had found he could endure any other discomfort. What was this but another trial? He had waited out storms, from both Yasuge and the Sky Father. He had suffered thirst and hunger until he was tempted to bite himself for the taste of his own blood. He had lived through winters where the herds froze to death, and one summer that burned the skin, so that they had all had fat yellow blisters. His father had borne those things without complaint or sign of weakness, demonstrating limitless stamina. It lifted those around him. Even Eluk lost his sour face in Yasuge's presence. Temujin was standing as stiff and pale as a silver birch sapling when Hölin ducked under the pony's neck and embraced her son. He could feel the tiny child at her breast wriggle as he smelled sweet milk and mutton grease. When she released him, the tiny little girl began to squawk, red in the face at the unwanted interruption. Temujin watched Hölin tuck her flat breast back under the questing mouth. He could not look his mother in the eye as she glanced at where Yasuge stood nearby, proud and silent as he stared off into the distance. Helen sighed. "Stop it, Yasuge," she said loudly. Her husband jerked, his head coming around with a flush darkening his cheeks. "What are you—" he began. She interrupted him. "You know exactly what I mean. You haven't a kind word for the boy, and you expect to ride the next 3 days in silence?" Yasuge frowned, but Helen wasn't finished with him. "You took the boy's bird and gave it to that ugly bondsman of yours. Did you expect him to laugh and thank you for it?" Yasuge's pale gaze flickered over Eiluk and his son, gauging the reaction to the speech. "He is too young," he muttered. Helen hissed like a pot on the stove. "He is a boy about to be betrothed. He is young and too proud, just as his stubborn father is. He is so much like you that you cannot even see it." Yasuge ignored this, and Temujin did not know what to say as his mother looked back at him. "He listens, though he pretends not to, Temujin," she murmured. "He is like you in that." She reached up to take his cheek in her strong fingers. "Do not be wary of the families of my people. They are good-hearted, though you must keep your eyes down around the young men. They will test you, but you must not be afraid." Temujin's yellow eyes flashed. "I am not afraid," he said. She waited, and his defiant expression altered subtly. "All right. I am listening as well," he said. She nodded, and from a pocket brought a bag of sweet milk curds, pressing it into his hand. "There is a bottle of black arag in the saddlebag, against the cold. These are for the journey. Grow strong, and be kind to whichever girl is chosen for you." "Kind?" Temujin replied. For the first time since his father had told him he was going, he felt a twinge of nervousness in his stomach. Somewhere there was a stranger who would be his wife and bear his children. He could not imagine what she might look like, or even what he wanted in such a woman. "I hope she is like you," he said thoughtfully. Helen beamed and hugged him with a brief clasp that set his little sister crying indignantly. "You are a good boy, Temujin. You will make her a fine husband," she said. To his astonishment, he saw tears gleaming in her eyes. She rubbed at them even as he felt an answering pang. His defenses were crumbling, and she saw his fear that he would be humiliated in front of Yasuge and Eiluk. Men on their way to be betrothed did not bawl with their mothers. Helen gripped her son briefly around the neck, then turned away, exchanging a last few murmured words with her husband. The Han of the Wolves sighed visibly, nodding in reply as he mounted. Temujin leapt nimbly into his own saddle. "Temujin!" he heard. He smiled as he turned his white-footed pony with a gentle pressure on the reins. His sleepy brothers had roused themselves at last and come out to see him off. Temujin and Hasar clustered around his stirrups, adoration in their faces. Kachiyun winced against the light as he took a moment to inspect the fraying front hoof. They were a noisy, lively group, and Temujin felt the tightness in his chest begin to ease. Bekter came out of the ger, his flat face impassive. Temujin regarded him, seeing a sparkle of triumph in the empty gaze. Bekter, too, had thought how much easier his life would be without Temujin there. It was hard not to worry for the younger ones. But Temujin would not shame them by voicing his concern. The bones had been thrown and the future laid out for all of them. A strong man could bend the sky to suit him, but only for himself, Temujin knew. They were on their own. He raised a hand in final farewell to his mother and urged Whitefoot into a snorting trot at his father's side. He did not think he could bear to look back, so he did not. The sounds of the waking tribe and the whinnying calls of horses faded quickly, and after a short time there was just the thud of hooves and jingling harnesses, and their people were left behind. Yasuge rode in silence as the sun rose ahead of them. Hoyland's people were closer than they had been in 3 years, and it would be a journey of only a few days alone with his son. By the end of it, he would know whether the boy had it in him to rule the tribe. He had known with Bekter after only the first day. His oldest boy was no wild flame, it was true, but the tribe needed a steady hand, and Bekter was growing into a fine man. Yesugei frowned to himself as he rode. Some part of his mind scanned the land around them for a sight of an enemy or an animal. He could never become lost while every hill was sharp in his mind, and every clipped goat ear showed him the local tribes like a pattern stretching over the land. He had enjoyed the ride with Bekter, though he had taken pains not to show it. It was hard to know how a boy became a leader of men, but Yesugei was certain it was not through being spoiled or kept soft. He raised his eyes to the Sky Father at the thought of fat Temujin back in the Gers. If the little boy had not had so many strong brothers, Yesugei would have taken him away from his mother's influence, perhaps to be fostered with another tribe. Perhaps he still would, on his return. Yesugei shifted in the saddle, unable to maintain his usual drifting thoughts while Temujin rode at his side. The boy was too obviously aware of his surroundings, his head jerking at every new sight. Bekter had been a peaceful companion, but something about Temujin's silence chafed on his father. It did not help that the route to the Olhun-Ut took them near the Red Hill, so that Yesugei was forced to consider his son's part in fetching the eagle chicks. He felt Temujin's eyes on him as he looked at the sharp slopes, but the stubborn boy would not give him an opening. Yesugei grunted in exasperation, unsure why his temper was growling on such a fine blue day. "You were lucky to reach the nest at that height," he said. "It was not luck," Temujin replied. Yesugei cursed inwardly. The boy was as prickly as a thorn bush. "You were lucky not to fall, boy, even with Kachiyun helping you." Temujin narrowed his eyes. His father had seemed too drunk to be listening to Chagatai's songs. Had he spoken to Kachiyun? Temujin was not sure how to react, so he said nothing. Yesugei watched him closely, and after a time he shook his head and thought of Helen. He would try again, for her sake, or he might never hear the end of it. "It was a fine climb, I heard. Kachiyun said you were nearly torn off the rock by the eagle coming back to the nest." Temujin softened slightly, shrugging. He was absurdly pleased that his father had shown an interest, though his cold face hid it all. "He forced it down with a stone," he replied, giving measured praise with care. Kachiyun was his favorite brother by far, but he had learned the good sense of hiding likes and dislikes from others, almost an instinct by the end of his 12th year. Yesugei had fallen silent again, but Temujin searched his thoughts for something to break the silence before it could settle and grow firm. "Did your father take you to the Olhun-Ut?" he said. Yesugei snorted, eyeing his son. "I suppose you are old enough now to hear." "No. I found your mother with 2 of her brothers when I was out riding. I saw that she was beautiful and strong." He sighed and smacked his lips, his eyes gazing into the past. "She rode the sweetest little mare, the color of storm water at dawn. Her legs were bare and very brown." Temujin had not heard the story before, and rode a little closer. "You raided her from the Olhun-Ut?" he said. It should not have surprised him, he knew. His father enjoyed hunting and raiding, and his eyes shone when he recalled his battles. If the season was warm and food was plentiful, he sent defeated warriors back to their families on foot, with red welts on their skin from the flats of swords. In the winter, when food was scarce, it was death to be caught. Life was too hard for kindness in the dark months. "I chased her brothers away like a couple of young goats," Yesugei said. "I was hardly old enough to be out on my own, but I waved my sword above my head and I yelled at them." Caught up in the memory, he put his head back and gave out an ululating whoop, ending in laughter. "You should have seen their faces. One of them tried to attack me, but I was the son of a Han, Temujin. Not some little dog to be cowed and sent running. I put an arrow through his hip and ran him off." He sighed to himself. "Those were very good days. I thought I would never feel the cold in my bones back then. I had an idea that I would be given nothing in my life, that everything I had would be taken by my wits and my strength." He looked at his son, and his expression contained a regret Temujin could only guess at. "There was a time, boy, when I would have climbed for the red bird myself." "If I had known, I would have come back and told you," Temujin began, trying to understand this great bear of a man. Yasuge shook his head, chuckling. "Not now. I am too heavy to be dancing around on tiny ledges and cracks. If I tried it now, I think I would crash to earth like a falling star. What is the point in having sons if they cannot grow strong and test their courage? That is one truth I remember from my father when he was sober. Courage cannot be left like bones in a bag. It must be brought out and shown the light again and again, growing stronger each time. If you think it will keep for the times you need it, you are wrong. It is like any other part of your strength. If you ignore it, the bag will be empty when you need it most. No, you were right to climb for the nest, and I was right to give the red bird to Eiluk." There was no hiding the sudden stiffness that came into Temujin's bearing. Yasuge made a purring sound in frustration, deep in his throat like a growl. "He is my first warrior, and deadly, boy, you should believe it. I would rather have Eiluk at my side than any 5 of the tribe, any 10 of the Olhun-ut. His children will not rule the families. His sword will never be as good as mine, do you understand? No, you are only 12. What can you understand of what I say to you?" "You had to give him something," Temujin snapped. "Is that what you mean?" "No, it was not a debt. I honored him with the red bird because he is my first warrior, because he has been my friend since we were boys together, and he has never complained that his family were beneath mine amongst the wolves." Temujin opened his mouth to snap a reply. The red bird would be soiled by Eiluk's dirty hands, with their thick yellow skin. The bird was too fine for the ugly bondsman. He did not speak, and instead he practiced the discipline that gave him the cold face and showed the world nothing. It was his only real defense against his father's searching gaze. Yasuge saw through it and snorted. "Boy, I was showing the cold face when you were the Sky Father's dream," he said. As they made camp that night by a winding stream, Temujin set about the chores that would help sustain them the following day. With the hilt of his knife he broke chunks of hard cheese from a heavy block, passing the pieces into leather bags half filled with water. The wet mixture would sit under their saddles, churned and heated by the pony's skin. By noon he and his father would have a warm drink of soft curds, bitter and refreshing. Once that task was done, Temujin set about finding sheep droppings, pulling them apart in his fingers to see if they were dry enough to burn cleanly and well. He collected a pile of the best ones and drew a stick of flint across an old knife to light strands of them, building the sparks into a tongue of flame and then a fire. Yasuge cut pieces of dried mutton and some wild onions with sheep fat, the delicious smell making their mouths water. Heulen had given them bread that would soon be hard, so they broke the flat loaves and soaked them in the stew. They sat across from each other to eat, sucking the meat juices from their fingers between mouthfuls. Temujin saw his father's gaze fall on the pack that contained the black arag and fetched it for him. He watched patiently as the Han took a deep swig. "Tell me about the Olhun-ut," Temujin said. His father's mouth curled in an unconscious sneer. "They are not strong, though there are many of them, like ants. I sometimes think I could ride in there and kill all day before they brought me down." "They don't have warriors?" Temujin said incredulously. His father was not above making up some outlandish story, but he seemed serious. "Not like Eiluk. You'll see. They use the bow rather than the sword, and they stand far off from their enemy, never coming close unless they have to. Shields would make a mockery of them, though they would kill the ponies easily enough. They are like wasps stinging, but if you ride in amongst them, they scatter like children. That is how I took your mother. I crept up, then I leapt on them." "How will I learn to use a sword, then?" Temujin demanded. He had forgotten his father's reaction to that tone, and barely avoided the hand that came to smack a little humility into him. Yasuge went on as if nothing had happened. "You will have to practice on your own, boy. Bekter had to, I know that. He said they didn't let him touch a bow or one of their knives from the first day to the day he left. Cowards, all of them. Still, their women are very fine." "Why do they trade with you? With daughters for your sons?" Temujin asked, wary of another blow. Yasuge was already arranging his dell for sleep, lying back on the sheep-nibbled grass. "No father wants unwed daughters cluttering the ger. What would they do with them if I did not come with a son every now and then? It is not so uncommon, especially when the tribes meet. They can strengthen their blood with the seed of other tribes." "Does it strengthen us?" Temujin asked. His father snorted without opening his eyes. "The wolves are already strong." Chapter 5. Yasuge's sharp eyes spotted the Olhun Ut scouts at exactly the moment they saw him. The deep notes of their horns carried back to the tribes, rousing the warriors to defend their herds and women. "You will not speak unless they speak to you," Yasuge warned his son. "Show them the cold face, no matter what happens. Understand?" Temujin did not respond, though he swallowed nervously. The days and nights with his father had been a strange time for him. In all his life he could not remember having Yasuge's attention for so long, without his brothers crashing across the Han's field of vision and distracting him. At first Temujin had thought it would be a misery to be stuck together for the journey. They were not friends, and could not be. But there were moments when he caught a glint of something in his father's eyes. In anyone else it might have been pride. In the far distance Temujin saw dust rise from the dry ground as young warriors leapt onto their ponies, calling for weapons. Yasuge's mouth became a thin, hard line, and he sat tall in his saddle, his back straight and unbending. Temujin copied him as best he could, watching the dust cloud grow as dozens of warriors came swarming out toward the lonely pair. "Do not turn, Temujin," Yasuge snapped. "They are boys playing games, and you will shame me if you give honor to them." "I understand," Temujin replied. "But if you sit like a stone, they will know you are aware of them. Would it not be better to talk to me? To laugh?" He felt Yasuge's glare and knew a moment of fear. Those golden eyes had been the last sight of more than a few young tribesmen. Yasuge was preparing himself for enemies, his instincts taking over his muscles and reactions. As Temujin turned to return the stare, he saw his father summon an effort of will and visibly relax himself. The galloping Olhun Ut did not seem so close, and the day had grown a little brighter somehow. "I will look a fool if they sweep us off the ponies in pieces," Yasuge said, forcing a stiff grin that would not have been out of place on a corpse. Temujin laughed at his effort in genuine amusement. "Are you in pain? Try throwing your head back as you do it." His father did as Temujin suggested, and his effort reduced them both to helpless laughter by the time the Olhun Ut riders arrived. Yasuge was red-faced and wiping tears from his eyes as the yelling warriors skidded to a halt, allowing their mounts to block the pair of strangers. The drifting cloud of dust arrived with them, passing through the group on the wind and making them all narrow their eyes. The milling group of warriors fell silent as Temujin and Yasuge mastered themselves and appeared to notice the Olhun Ut for the first time. Temujin kept his face as blank as possible, though he could barely hide his curiosity. Everything was subtly different from what he was used to. The bloodlines of their horses were superb, and the warriors themselves wore light dells of gray with gold thread markings over trousers of dark brown. They were somehow cleaner and neater looking than his own people, and Temujin felt a vague resentment start in him. His gaze fell on one who must surely have been the leader. The other riders deferred to him as he approached, looking to him for orders. The young warrior rode as well as Kachyun, Temujin saw, but he was almost a grown man, with only the lightest of tunics and bare brown arms. He had 2 bows strapped to his saddle, with a good throwing axe. Temujin could see no swords on any of the others, but they too carried the small axes, and he wondered how they would be used against armed men. He suspected that a good sword would reduce their hatchets to kindling in just a stroke or two, unless they threw them. His examination of the Olhun Ut was being returned. One of the men nudged his pony close to Yasuge. A grimy hand stretched out to finger the cloth of his dell. Temujin barely saw his father move, but the man's palm was striped with red before he could lay a finger on Yasuge's belongings. The Olhun Ut rider yelped and pulled back, his pain turning to anger in an instant. "You take a great risk riding here without your bondsman, Han of the Wolves," the young man in a tunic said suddenly. "Have you brought us another of your sons for the Olhun Ut to teach him his manhood?" Yasuge turned to Temujin, and again there was that odd light in his eye. "This is my son, Temujin. Temujin, this is your cousin, Kürke. His father is the man I shot in the hip on the day I met your mother." "And he still limps," Kürke agreed, without smiling. His pony seemed to move without a signal, and he came in range to clasp Yasuge on the shoulder. The older man allowed the action, though there was something about his stillness that suggested he may not have. The other warriors relaxed as Kürke moved away. He had shown he was not afraid of the Han, and Yasuge had accepted that he did not rule where the Olhun Ut pitched their gears. "You must be hungry. The hunters brought in fat spring marmots this morning. Will you eat with us?" "We will," Yasuge answered for both of them. From that moment they were protected by guest rights, and Yasuge lost the stiffness that suggested he'd rather be holding a sword. His dagger had vanished back into his fur-lined robe. In comparison, Temujin's stomach felt as if it had dropped out. He had not fully appreciated how lonely he would feel surrounded by strangers, and even before they reached the outer tents of the Olhun Ut, he was watching his father closely, dreading the moment when he would ride away and leave his son behind. The gears of the Olhun Ut were a different shade of white-gray from those Temujin knew. The horses were held in great corrals outside the gathering of tents, too many for him to count. With cattle, goats, and sheep busy munching grass on every nearby hill, he could see the Olhun Ut were prosperous, and, as Yasuge had said, strong in numbers. Temujin saw little boys the age of his brothers racing along the outskirts of the camp. Each held a small bow, and seemed to be firing directly into the ground, yelling and cursing alternately. It was all strange, and he wished Kachiyun and Hasar were there with him. His cousin Kürke jumped down from his pony, giving the reins to a tiny woman with a face as wrinkled as a leaf. Temujin and Yasuge dismounted at the same time, and their ponies were taken away to be watered and fed. The other riders scattered through the camp, returning to their own gears or gathering in groups to talk. Strangers in the tribe were not common, and Temujin could feel hundreds of eyes on him as Kürke led the two wolves through the midst of his people, striding ahead. Yasuge grunted in displeasure at being forced to walk behind the young man. The Han walked even slower in response, pausing to inspect the decorative knotwork on the gear of a lesser family. With a frown on his face, Kürke was forced to wait for his guests, or arrive at his destination without them. Temujin might have applauded the subtle way his father had turned the little game of status to his advantage. Instead of hurrying along after the younger man, they had made the trip a tour of the Olhun Ut gears. Yasuge even spoke to one or two of the people, but never with a question they might not have answered, only with a compliment or a simple remark. The Olhun Ut stared after the pair of wolves, and Temujin sensed his father was enjoying the tensions as much as a battle. By the time they stopped outside a ger with a bright blue door, Kürke was irritated with them both, though he could not exactly have said why. "Is your father well?" Yasuge said. The younger warrior was forced to pause as he ducked into the ger. "He is as strong as ever," Kürke replied. Yasuge nodded. "Tell him I am here," he said, looking blandly at his nephew by marriage. Kürke colored slightly before disappearing into the darkness within. Though there were eyes and ears all around them, Temujin and Yasuge had been left alone. "Observe the courtesies when we go in," Yasuge murmured. "These are not families you know. They will notice every fault and rejoice in it." "I understand," Temujin replied, barely moving his lips. "How old is my cousin Kirke?" 13 or 14, Yasuge replied. Temujin looked up with interest. "So he is alive only because you shot his father in the hip and not the heart?" Yasuge shrugged. "I did not shoot for the hip. I shot to kill, but I had only an instant to loose the shaft before your mother's other brother threw an axe at me." "Is he here as well?" Temujin asked, looking around. Yasuge chuckled. "Not unless he managed to put his head back on." Temujin fell silent as he considered this. The Olhun-Ut had no reason to love his father, and many to hate him. Yet he sent his sons to them for wives. The certainties he had known among his own people were vanishing, and he felt lost and fearful. Temujin drew on his determination with an effort, composing his features into the cold face. Bekter had withstood his year with the tribe, after all. They would not kill him, and anything else was bearable, he was almost certain. "Why has he not come out?" he murmured to his father. Yasuge grunted, breaking off from staring at some young Olhun-Ut women milking goats. "He makes us wait because he thinks I will be insulted. He made me wait when I came with Bekter 2 years ago. No doubt he will make me wait when I come with Hassar. The man is an idiot, but all dogs bark at a wolf." "Why do you visit him first, then?" Temujin said, dropping his voice even lower. "The blood tie brings me safe amongst them. It galls them to welcome me, but they give your mother honor by doing it. I play my part, and my sons have wives." "Will you see their Han?" Temujin asked. Yasuge shook his head. "If Sansar sees me, he will be forced to offer his tents and women for as long as I am here. He will have gone hunting, as I would if he came to the wolves." "You like him," Temujin said, watching his father's face closely. "The man has honor enough not to pretend he is a friend when he is not. I respect him. If I ever decide to take his herds, I will let him keep a few sheep and a woman or two, perhaps even a bow and a good cloak against the cold." Yasuge smiled at the thought, gazing back at the girls tending their bleating flock. Temujin wondered if they knew the wolf was already amongst them. The inside of the ger was gloomy and thick with the smell of mutton and sweat. As Temujin ducked low to pass under the lintel, it occurred to him for the first time just how vulnerable a man was as he went into another family's home. Perhaps the small doors had another function, apart from keeping out the winter. The ger had carved wooden beds and chairs around the edges, with a small stove in the middle. Temujin felt vaguely disappointed at the ordinary look of the interior, though his sharp eyes noticed a beautiful bow on the far wall, double-curved and layered in horn and sinew. He wondered if he would have the chance to practice his archery with the Olhun-Ut. If they forbade him weapons for the full turn of seasons, he might well lose the skills he had worked so hard to gain. Kirke stood with his head respectfully bowed, but another man rose as Yasuge came to greet him, standing a head shorter than the Han of the wolves. "I have brought another son to you, Enk," Yasuge said formally. "The Olhun-Ut are friends to the wolves, and do us great honor with strong wives." Temujin watched his uncle in fascination. His mother's brother. It was strange to think of her growing up around this very ger, riding a sheep, perhaps, as the babies sometimes did. Enk was a thin spear of a man, his flesh tight on his bones, so that the lines of his shaven skull could be easily seen. Even in the dark ger his skin shone with grease, with just one thick lock of gray hair hanging from his scalp between his eyes. The glance he gave Temujin was not welcoming, though he gripped Yasuge's hand in greeting, and his wife prepared salted tea to refresh them. "Is my sister well?" Enk said as the silence swelled around them. "She has given me a daughter," Yasuge replied. Perhaps you will send an Olhun Ut son to me one day. Enk nodded, though the idea did not seem to please him. Has the girl you found for my elder son come into her blood? Yasuge asked. Enk grimaced over his tea. Her mother says that she hasn't, he replied. She will come when she is ready. He seemed about to speak again and then shut his mouth tight so that the wrinkles around his lips deepened. Temujin perched himself on the edge of a bed, taking note of the fine quality of the blankets. Remembering what his father had said, he took the bowl of tea he was offered in his right hand, his left cupping his right elbow in the traditional style. No one could have faulted his manners in front of the Olhun Ut. They settled themselves and drank the liquid in silence. Temujin began to relax. "Why has your son not greeted me?" Enk asked Yasuge slyly. Temujin stiffened as his father frowned. He put aside the bowl and rose once more. Enk stood with him, and Temujin was pleased to find he was the man's equal in height. "I am honored to meet you, uncle," he said. "I am Temujin, second son to the Han of Wolves. My mother sends you her greetings. Are you well?" "I am, boy," Enk replied, "though I see you have yet to learn the courtesies of our people." Yasuge cleared his throat softly, and Enk closed his mouth over whatever he had been going to add. Temujin did not miss the flash of irritation in the older man's eyes. He had been plunged into an adult world of subtlety and games, and once more he began to dread the moment when his father would leave him behind. "How is your hip?" Yasuge murmured. Enk's thin mouth tightened as he forced a smile. "I never think of it," he replied. Temujin noticed that he moved stiffly as he took his seat once more and felt a private pleasure. He did not have to like these strange people. He understood that this too was a test, like everything else Yasuge set his sons. He would endure. "Is there a wife for him in the Gers?" Yasuge asked. Enk grimaced, draining the dregs of his tea-bowl and holding it out to be refilled. "There is one family who have not been able to find a match for their daughter. They will be pleased to have her eating someone else's meat and milk." Yasuge nodded. "I will see her before I leave you. She must be strong and able to bear children for the wolves. Who knows? One day she could be mother to the tribe." Enk nodded, sipping at the salty liquid as if in deep concentration. Temujin wanted nothing more than to be away from the man's sour smell and his gloomy glare, but he forced himself to remain still and listen to every word. His future hung on the moment, after all. "I will bring her to you," Enk said. But Yasuge shook his head. "Good blood comes from a good line, Enk. I will see her parents before I leave." Reluctantly, Enk nodded. "Very well. I had to take a piss anyway." Temujin rose, standing back as his uncle ducked through the door. He could hear the noisy spatter of liquid begin almost immediately. Yasuge chuckled deep in his throat, but it was not a friendly sound. In silent communication he reached out and gripped Temujin around the back of the neck. Then both of them stepped out into the bright sunshine. The Olhun Ut seemed to be burdened with an insatiable curiosity about their visitors. As Temujin's eyes adjusted to the light, he saw many dozens of them had gathered around Enk's ger, though Yasuge hardly spared them a glance. Enk strode through the crowd, sending 2 yellow dogs skittering out of his way with a kick. Yasuge strolled after him, meeting his son's eyes for a moment. Temujin returned the gaze coolly until Yasuge nodded, reassured in some way. Enk's stiffness was far more visible as they walked behind him, every step revealing his old injury. Sensing their scrutiny, his face became flushed as he led them through the clustered gers and out to the edges of the encampment. The chattering Olhun Ut followed them, unashamed in their interest. A thunder of hooves sounded behind their small party, and Temujin was tempted to look back. He saw his father glance and knew that if there was a threat, the Han would have drawn his sword. Though his fingers twitched at the hilt, Yasuge only smiled. Temujin listened to the hoofbeats getting closer and closer until the ground trembled under their feet. At the last possible moment, Yasuge moved with a jerk, reaching up in a blur to snatch a rider. The horse galloped on wildly, bare of reins or saddle. Freed of its burden, it bucked twice and then settled, dropping its head to nibble at dry grass. Temujin had spun round at his father's movement, seeing the big man lowering a child to the ground as if the weight were nothing. It might have been a girl, but it was not easy to be sure. The hair was cut short, and the face was almost black with dirt. She struggled in Yasuge's arms as he put her down, spitting and wailing. He laughed and turned to Enk with raised eyebrows. "The Olhun Ut grow them wild, I see," Yasuge said. Enk's face was twisted with what may have been amusement. He watched as the grubby little girl ran away screeching. "Let us continue to her father," he said, flashing a glance at Temujin before he limped away. Temujin stared after the running figure, wishing he had taken a better look. "Is she the one?" he said aloud. No one answered him. The horses of the Olhun Ut were out on the ragged edge of the tribe, whinnying and tossing their heads in the excitement of spring. The last of the Gers sat on a piece of dusty ground by the corrals, baked and bare of any ornament. Even the door was unpainted wood, suggesting the owners owned nothing more than their lives and their place in the tribe. Temujin sighed at the thought of spending his year with such a poor family. He had hoped at least to be given a bow for hunting. From the look of the Ger, his wife's family would be hard-pressed even to feed him. Yasuge's face was blank, and Temujin tried hard to copy it in front of Enk. He had already resolved not to like the thin uncle who had given them such a reluctant welcome. It was not difficult. The father of the girl came out to meet them, smiling and bowing. His clothes were black with old grease and dirt, layer upon layer that Temujin suspected would remain on his skin regardless of season. He showed a toothless mouth when he smiled, and Temujin watched as he scratched at a dark spot in his hair, flicking some nameless parasite away with his fingers. It was hard not to be revolted after the clean Ger his mother had kept all his life. The smell of urine was a sharp tang in the air, and Temujin could not even see a latrine pit nearby. He took the man's dark hand when it was offered and went inside to drink yet another bowl of the salty tea, moving to the left after his father and Enk. His spirits sank further at the broken wood beds and lack of paint. There was an old bow on the wall, but it was a poor thing and much mended. The old man woke his wife with a hard slap and set her to boiling a kettle on the stove. He was clearly nervous in the presence of strangers and muttered to himself constantly. Enk could not hide his cheerful mood. He smiled around at the bare felt and wooden lattice, repaired in 100 places. "We are honored to be in your home, Shriya," he said to the woman who bowed her head briefly before pouring the salt tea into shallow bowls for them. Enk's good humor was growing visibly as he addressed her husband. "Bring your daughter, Soloi. The boy's father has said he wants to see her." The wiry little man showed his toothless gums again and went out, pulling his beltless trousers up at every second step. Temujin heard a high voice yelling and the old man's curt reply, but he pretended not to, covering his dismay with the bowl of tea and feeling his bladder grow full. Soloi brought the grubby girl back in, struggling all the way. Under Yasuge's gaze, he struck her 3 times in quick succession, on the face and the legs. Tears sprang into her eyes, though she fought them with the same determination as she had fought her father. "This is Berthe," Enk said slyly. "She will make your son a good and loyal wife, I am certain." "She looks a little old," Yasuge said doubtfully. The girl writhed away from her father's grip and went to sit on the other side of the Ger, as far from them as she could possibly get. Enk shrugged. "She is 14, but there has been no blood, perhaps because she is thin. There have been other suitors, of course, but they want a placid girl instead of one with fire in her. She will make a fine mother for wolves." The girl in question picked up a shoe and threw it at Enk. Temujin was close enough to snatch it out of the air, and she stared malevolently at him. Yasuge crossed the Gare, and something about him made her go still. He was large for his own people, and larger still for the Olhun Ut, who tended toward delicacy. He reached out and touched her gently under the chin, lifting her head. "My son will need a strong wife," he said, looking into her eyes. "I think she will be beautiful when she has grown." The little girl broke her unnatural stillness and tried to slap at his hand, though he was too fast for her. Yasuge smiled, nodding to himself. "I like her. I accept the betrothal." Enk hid his displeasure behind a weak smile. "I am pleased to have found a good match for your son," he said. Yasuge stood and stretched his back, towering over them all. "I will return for him in a year, Enk. Teach him discipline, but remember that one day he will be a man, and he may come back to pay his debts to the Olhun Ut." The threat was not lost on Enk and Soloi, and the former clenched his jaw rather than reply before he had mastered himself. "It is a hard life in the Gares of the Olhun Ut. We will give you back a warrior, as well as a wife for him." "I do not doubt it," Yasuge replied. He bent almost double to exit through the small door, and in sudden panic Temujin realized his father was leaving. It seemed to take forever for the older men to follow, but he forced himself to sit until only the wizened wife was left and he could leave. By the time he stood, blinking against the light, his father's pony had been brought. Yasuge mounted easily, looking down on them all. His steady gaze found Temujin at last, but he said nothing, and after a moment he dug in his heels, trotting away. Temujin stared after his father as he rode, returning to his brothers, his mother, everything he loved. Though he knew he would not, Temujin hoped Yasuge would glance back before he was out of sight. He felt tears threaten, and took a deep breath to hold them back, knowing it would please Enk to see weakness. His uncle watched Yasuge leave, and then he closed one nostril with a finger, blowing the contents of the other onto the dusty ground. "He is an arrogant fool, that one, like all the wolves," he said. Temujin turned quickly, surprising him. Enk sneered. "And his pups are worse than their father. Well, Soloi beats his pups as hard as he beats his daughters and his wife. They all know their place, boy. You'll learn yours while you are here." He gestured to Soloi, and the little man took Temujin's arm in a surprisingly powerful grip. Enk smiled at the boy's expression. Temujin held silent, knowing they were trying to frighten him. After a pause, Enk turned and walked away, his expression sour. Temujin saw that his uncle limped much worse when Yasuge was not there to see it. In the midst of his fear and loneliness, that thought gave him a scrap of comfort. If he had been treated with kindness, he may not have had the strength. As things stood, his simmering dislike was like a draught of mare's blood in his stomach, nourishing him. Yasuge did not look back as he passed the last riders of the Olhun Ut. His heart ached at leaving his precious son in the hands of weaklings like Enk and Soloi. But to have given Temujin even a few words of comfort would have been seen as a triumph for those who looked for such things. When he was riding alone across the plain, and the camp was far behind, he permitted himself a rare smile. Temujin had more than a little fierceness in him, perhaps more than any other of his sons. Where Bekter might have retreated into sullenness, he thought Temujin might surprise those who thought they could freely torment a Han's son. Either way, he would survive the year, and the wolves would be stronger for his experiences and the wife he would bring home. Yasuge remembered the fat herds that roamed around the Gares of his wife's tribe. He had found no true weaknesses in the defenses, but if the winter was hard, he could picture a day when he would ride amongst them once more, with warriors at his side. His mood lightened at the thought of seeing Enk run from his bondsman. There would be no smiles and sly glances from the thin little man then. He dug in his heels to canter across the empty landscape, his imagination filled with pleasant thoughts of fire and screaming. Chapter 6. Temujin came abruptly from sleep when a pair of hands yanked him off his pallet and onto the wooden floor. The gare was filled with that close darkness that prevented him from even seeing his own limbs, and everything was unfamiliar. He could hear Soloi muttering as he moved around, and assumed it was the old man who had woken him. Temujin felt a surge of fresh dislike for Bert, his father. He scrambled up, stifling a cry of pain as he cracked his shin on some unseen obstacle. It was not yet dawn, and the camp of the Olhun Ut was silent all around. He did not want to start the dogs barking. A little cold water would splash away his sleepiness, he thought, yawning. He reached out to where he remembered seeing a bucket the evening before, but his hands closed on nothing. "Awake yet?" Soloi said, somewhere near. Temujin turned toward the sound and clenched his fists in the darkness. He had a bruise along the side of his face from where the old man had struck him the evening before. It had brought shameful tears to his eyes, though he'd seen that Enk had spoken the truth about life in that miserable home. Soloi used his bony hands to enforce every order, whether he was moving a dog out of his path or starting his daughter or wife to some task. The shrewish-looking wife seemed to have learned a sullen silence, but Bertha had felt her father's fists more than a few times on that first evening, just for being too close in the confined space of the gare. Under the dirt and old cloth, Temujin thought she must have been covered in bruises. It had taken 2 sharp blows from Soloi before he too kept his head down. He'd felt her eyes on him then, her gaze scornful. But what else could he have done? Killed the old man? He didn't think he would live long past Soloi's first shout for help, not surrounded by the rest of the tribe. He thought they would take a particular delight in cutting him if he gave them cause. His last waking thought the night before had been the pleasant image of dragging a bloody Soloi behind his pony. But it was just a fantasy born of humiliation. Bekter had survived, he reminded himself, sighing, wondering how the big ox had managed to hold his temper. He heard a creak of hinges as Soloi opened the small door, letting in enough cold starlight for Temujin to edge around the stove and past the sleeping forms of Bertha and her mother. Somewhere nearby were 2 other gares, with Soloi's sons and their grubby wives and children. They had all left the old man years before, leaving only Bertha. Despite his rough ways, Soloi was Han in his own home, and Temujin could only bow his head and try not to earn too many cuffs and blows. He shivered as he stepped outside, crossing his arms in his thick dell so that he was hugging himself. Soloi was emptying his bladder yet again, as he seemed to need to do every hour or so in the night. Temujin had woken more than once as Soloi stumbled past him, and he wondered why he had been pulled from the blankets this time. He felt a deep ache in his stomach from hunger and looked forward to something hot to start the day. With just a little warm tea, he was certain he would be able to stop his hands shaking, but he knew Soloi would only cackle and sneer if he asked for some before the stove was even lit. The herds were dark figures under the starlight as Temujin emptied his own urine into the soil, watching it stream. The nights were still cold in spring, and he saw there was a crust of ice on the ground. With a south-facing door, he had no trouble finding east to look for the dawn. There was no sign of it, and he hoped Soloi did not rise at such an early hour every day. The man may have been toothless, but he was as knotted and wiry as an old stick, and Temujin had the sinking feeling that the day would be long and hard. As he tucked himself in, Temujin felt Soloi's grip on his arm, pushing at him. The old man held a wooden bucket, and as Temujin took it, he picked up another, pressing it into his free hand. "Fill them, and come back quick, boy," he said. Temujin nodded, turning toward the sound of the nearby river. He wished Hassar and Kachiun could have been there. He missed them already, and it was not hard to imagine the peaceful scene as they awoke in the Gare he had known all his life, with Heulen stirring them to begin their chores. The buckets were heavy as he headed back, but he wanted to eat, and he did not doubt Soloi would starve him if he gave him an opportunity. The stove had been lit by the time he returned, and Berta had vanished from her blankets. Soloi's grim little wife, Shreya, was fussing around the stove, nursing the flames with tapers before shutting the door with a clang. She had not spoken a word to him since his arrival. Temujin looked thirstily at the pot of tea, but Soloi came in just as he put the buckets down and guided him back out into the quiet darkness with a two-fingered grip on his biceps. "You'll join the Felters later when the sun's up. Can you shear?" "No, I've never had," Temujin began. Soloi grimaced. "Not much good to me, boy, are you? I can carry my own buckets. When it's light, you can collect sheep turds for the stove. Can you ride herd?" "I've done it," Temujin replied quickly, hoping he would be given his pony to tend the Olhun-Ut sheep and cattle. That would at least take him away from his new family for a while each day. Soloi saw his eagerness, and his toothless smile curled like a wet, grubby fist. "Want to run back to your mother, boy? Is that it? Frightened of a little hard work?" Temujin shook his head. "I can tan leather and braid rope for bridles and saddles. I can carve wood, horn, and bone." He found himself blushing, though he doubted Soloi could see in the starlit darkness. He heard the old man snort. "I don't need a saddle for a horse I don't have, do I? Some of us weren't born into pretty silks and furs." Temujin saw the old man's blow coming and slipped it, turning his head. Soloi wasn't fooled, and thumped at him until he fell sideways into the darker patch where the urine had eaten at the frost. As he scrambled to get up, Soloi kicked his ribs, and Temujin lost his temper. He sprang up fast and stood, wavering, suddenly unsure. The old man seemed determined to humiliate him with every word, and he couldn't understand what he wanted. Soloi made a whistling sound of exasperation and then spat, reaching for him with his gnarled fingers. Temujin edged backwards, completely unable to find a response that would satisfy his tormentor. He ducked and protected himself from a rain of blows, but some of them found their mark. Every instinct told him to strike back, and yet he was not sure Soloi would even feel it. The old man seemed to have grown and become fearsome in the dark, and Temujin could not imagine how to hit him hard enough to stop the attack. "No more!" he cried out. "No more!" Soloi chuckled, holding the edge of Temujin's dell in his unbreakable grip and panting as if he had run a mile in the noon sun. "I've broken ponies better than you, boy. With more spirit, too. You're no better than I thought you were." There was a world of scorn in his voice, and Temujin realized he could see the old man's features. The sun's first light had come into the east, and the tribe was stirring at last. Both of them sensed they were being watched at the same time, and when they turned, Berta was there, staring. Temujin flushed with shame more painful than the actual blows. He felt Soloi's hands fall away under Berta's silent scrutiny, and the old man seemed discomfited somehow. Without another word he pushed past Temujin and disappeared into the fetid darkness of the Gare. Temujin felt an itching drip of blood come from his nostril onto his top lip, and he smeared it with an angry gesture, sick of all of them. The movement seemed to startle Soloi's daughter, and she turned her back on him, running away into the dawn gloom. For a few precious moments he was on his own, and Temujin felt lost and miserable. His new family were little better than animals from what he had seen, and it was only the beginning of the first day. Berta ran through the Gares, dodging obstacles and flying past a barking dog as it tried to chase her. A few swift turns and it was left behind to yap and snarl in impotent fury. She felt alive when she ran, as if nothing in the world could touch her. When she stood still, her father could reach her with his hands, or her mother take a whip of silver birch to her back. She still carried the stripes from knocking over a pail of cool yogurt 2 days before. The breath rushed cleanly in and out of her lungs, and she wished the sun would stay frozen on the distant horizon. If the tribe remained asleep, she could find a little quiet and happiness away from their stares. She knew how they talked of her, and there were times when she wished she could be like the other girls in the tribe. She had even tried it when her mother had cried over her once. One day was enough to become tired of sewing and cooking and learning how to ferment the black arag for the warriors. Where was the excitement in that? She even looked different from the other girls, with a thin frame and nothing more than tiny buds of breasts to spoil the rack of ribs that was her chest. Her mother complained that she did not eat enough to grow, but Berta had heard a different message. She did not want big cow bosoms that would hang down for a man to milk her. She wanted to be fast like a deer and skinny like a wild dog. She snorted as she ran, reveling in the pleasure of feeling the wind. Her father had given her to the wolf puppy without a second thought. The old man was too stupid to ask whether she would have him or not. No, he would not have cared either way. She knew how hard her father could be, and all she could do was run and hide from him, as she had 1,000 times before. There were women in the Olhun Ut who let her spend the night in their gers if old Soloi was raging. Those were dangerous times, though, if their own men had been at the fermented milk. Berta always watched for the slurred voices and sweet breath that meant they would come grasping at her after dark. She had been caught once like that, and it would not happen again. Not while she carried her little knife, at least. She raced past the final gers of the tribe and made a decision to reach the river without being conscious of it. The dawn light revealed the snaking black line of the water, and she felt the speed was still there in her legs. Perhaps she could leap it and never come down, like a heron taking off. She laughed at the thought of running like those ungainly birds, all legs and pumping wings. Then she reached the river bank, and her thighs bunched and released. She flew, and for a moment of glory she looked up into the rising sun and thought she would not have to come down. Her feet caught the far edge of the shadowed river bank, and she tumbled onto grass still stiff with frost, breathless at her own flights of imagination. She envied the birds who could drift so far from the land beneath them. How they must delight in the freedom, she thought, watching the sky for their dark shapes rising into the dawn. Nothing would give her more pleasure than to simply be able to spread wings and leave her mother and father behind like ugly specks on the ground. They would be small beneath her, she was sure, like insects. She would fly all the way to the sun, and the Sky Father would welcome her, until he too raised his hand against her, and she had to fly again. Berta was not too sure about the Sky Father. In her experience, men of any stripe were too similar to the stallions she saw mounting the mares of the Olhun Ut. They were hot enough before and during the act, with their long poles waving around beneath them. Afterward, they cropped the grass as if nothing had happened, and she saw no tenderness there. There was no mystery to the act after living in the same ger as her parents all her life. Her father took no account of his daughter's presence if he decided to pull Shriya to him in the evenings. Lying on the cold ground, Berta blew air through her lips. If they thought the wolf puppy would mount her in the same way, she would leave him with a stump where his manhood had been. She imagined carrying it away with her like a red worm, and him being forced to chase and demand it back. The image was amusing, and she giggled to herself as her breathing calmed at last. The tribe was waking. There was work to be done around the gers and with the herds. Her father would have his hands full with the Han's son, she thought, but she should stay close, in case he still expected her to work on the untanned hides, or lay out the wool for felting. Everyone would be involved until the sheep were all sheared, and her absence would mean another turn with the birch whip if she let the day go. She sat up in the grass and pulled a stalk to chew on. Temujin. She said it again aloud, feeling the way it made her mouth move. It meant a man of iron, which was a good name, if she hadn't seen him flinch under her father's hand. He was younger than her, and a little coward, and this was the one she would marry. This was the boy who would give her strong sons and daughters who could run as she could. Never, she said aloud, looking into the running water. On impulse, she leaned over the surface and stared at the blurry vision of her face. It could have been anyone, she thought. Anyone who cut their own hair with a knife and was as dirty as any herder. She was no beauty, it was true, but if she could run fast enough, none of them could catch her anyway. Under the noon sun, Temujin wiped sweat from his eyes, his stomach rumbling. Berta's mother was as sour and unpleasant as her husband, with eyes as sharp. He dreaded the thought of having a wife so ugly and sullen. For breakfast, Shriya had given him a bowl of salt tea and a curd of cheese as long as his thumb and as hard as a bit of bone. He had put it into his cheek to suck, but it had barely begun to soften by noon. Soloi had been given 3 hot pouches of unleavened bread and spiced mutton, slapping the greasy packages back and forth between his hands to ward off the morning chill. The smell had made Temujin's mouth water. But Shriya had pinched his stomach and told him he could stand to miss a few meals. It was an insult, but what was one more? While Soloi greased leathers and checked the hooves of every Olhun-Ut pony, Temujin had carried great bales of fleeces to where the women of the tribe were laying them out on felting mats of ancient cloth. Each one was heavier than anything he had ever carried before, but he managed to stagger with them across the camp, attracting the stares and excited chatter of small children. His calves and back had begun to burn before the second trip was over, but he was not allowed to stop. By the 10th bale, Soloi had ceased greasing to watch his faltering progress, and Temujin saw some of the men grinning and muttering bets to each other. The Olhun-Ut would bet on anything, it seemed, but he was past caring when he fell at last, his legs limp under him. No one came to help him up, and he thought he'd never been so desperately unhappy as in that moment of silence while the Olhun-Ut watched him rise. There was no pity or humor on a single one of the hard faces, and when he finally stood, he felt their dislike feed his spirit, raising his head. Though the sweat stung his eyes and every panting breath seemed to scorch him, he smiled at them. To his pleasure, some of them even turned away under his gaze, though most narrowed their eyes. He knew someone was approaching from the way the expressions of the others changed. Temujin stood with the bale balanced on a shoulder and both arms up to steady it. He did not enjoy the feeling of vulnerability as he turned to see who had caught the eye of the crowd. As he recognized his cousin, he saw that Köke was enjoying the moment. His fists hung loosely at his side, but it was easy to imagine them thumping into his unprotected stomach. Temujin tried to tense his belly, feeling it quiver in exhaustion. The bale weighed down heavily on him, and his legs were still strangely weak. He showed Köke the cold face as he approached, doing his best to disconcert the boy on his home ground. It didn't work. Köke came first, but there were other boys of the same age behind him, bright-eyed and dangerous-looking. Out of the corner of his eye, Temujin saw the adults nudge each other and laugh. He groaned to himself and wished he had a knife to wipe the arrogance off their faces. Had Bekter suffered in this way? He had never mentioned it. "Pick up that bale, boy," Köke said, grinning. As Temujin opened his mouth to answer, he felt a push that overbalanced the bale, and he almost went with it. He staggered into Köke and was shoved roughly away. He had been in too many fights with his brothers to let that go, and threw a straight punch that rocked Köke's head back. In moments they were rolling on the dusty ground, the fallen bale forgotten. The other boys did not cheer, but one of them rushed in and kicked Temujin in the stomach, winding him. He cried out in anger, but another one kicked him in the back as he struggled away from Köke and tried to rise. Köke was bleeding from his nose, though the blood was hardly more than a trickle, already clotting in the dust. Before Temujin regained his feet, Kökè grappled him again, pressing his head into the earth while two more boys sat on his chest and legs, flattening him with their weight. Temujin was too tired to throw them off after so long carrying the bales. He struggled madly, but the dust filled every breath, and soon he was choking and clawing at them. He had one of the other boys around the throat, and Kökè was punching at his head to make him let go. After that, he lost a little time, and the noise seemed to go away. He did not wake exactly, nor had he slept, but he came back as if he were surfacing from a dream when a bucket was upended over his head. Temujin gasped at the cold water running down him in streams of diluted blood and muddy filth. Soloi held him upright, and Temujin saw that the old man had sent the boys scurrying away at last, still jeering and laughing at their victim. Temujin looked into Soloi's eyes and saw nothing but irritation as the old man clicked his fingers in front of his face to catch his attention. "You must fetch more water now that I've emptied this bucket," he heard Soloi say, as if from far away. "After that you will help beat the fleeces until we eat. If you work hard, you will have meat and hot bread to give you strength." He looked disgusted for a moment. "I think he's still dizzy. He needs a thicker skull, this one, like his brother. That boy had a head like a yak." "I hear you," Temujin said irritably, shaking off the last of his weakness. He snatched the bucket, not troubling to hide his anger. He could not see Kökè or the others, but he vowed to finish the fight they had started. He had endured the work and the scorn of the Olhun Ut, but a public beating was too much. He knew he could not rush blindly at the other boy. He was enough of a child to want to, but enough of a warrior to wait for his moment. It would come. As Yasuge rode between peaks in a vast green valley, he saw the moving specks of riders in the far distance, and set his mouth in a firm line. From so far away he could not tell if the Olhun Ut had sent warriors to shadow him back to his gers, or whether it was a raiding party from a tribe new to the area. His hope that they were herdsmen was quickly dashed as he looked around at the bare hillsides. There were no lost sheep nearby, and he knew with a grim feeling that he was vulnerable if the group turned to chase him. He watched their movement out of the corner of his eye, careful not to show them a tiny white face staring in their direction. He hoped they would not trouble to follow a single horseman, but he snorted to himself as he saw them turn, noting the rise of dust as they kicked their mounts into a gallop. The farthest outriders of his wolves were still 2 days away, and he would be pushed to lose the raiders on such open land. He started his gelding galloping, pleased that it was strong and well rested. Perhaps the following men had tired horses and would be left behind. Yasuge did not glance over his shoulder as he rode. In such a wide valley he could see for 5 or 6 miles and be seen in turn. The chase would be a long one, but without a wealth of luck they would catch him unless he found shelter. His eyes traveled feverishly along the hills, seeing the trees on the high ridges like distant eyelashes. They would not hide him, he thought. He needed a sheltered valley where woods stretched across the bones of the earth, layering it in ancient leaves and gray pine needles. There were many such places, but he had been spotted far from any of them. With irritation growling deep in his chest, he rode on. When he did look back, the riders were closer, and he saw there were 5 of them in the pursuit. Their blood would be up for the chase, he knew. They would be excited and yelling, though their cries were lost far behind him. He showed his teeth in the wind as he rode. If they knew whom they were chasing, they would not be so rash. He touched his hand to the hilt of his sword where it lay across the horse's hindquarters, slapping the skin. The long blade had belonged to his father, and was held by a thong of leather to keep it safe while he rode. His bow was tied securely to his saddle, but he could string it in moments. Under his del, the old shirt of chainmail he had worn in a raid was a comforting weight. If they pressed him, he would butcher the lot of them, he told himself, feeling the twinges of an old excitement. He was the Han of wolves, and he feared no man. They would pay dearly for his skin. Chapter 7. Temujin winced as the raw wool snagged his red fingers for the 100th time. He had seen it done before in the camp of the wolves, but the work was usually left to older boys and young women. It was different with the Olhun Ut, and he could see that he had not been singled out. The smallest children carried buckets full of water to sprinkle on each layer of the woolen fleeces, keeping them constantly moist. Köke and the other boys tied the fleeces onto upright skins on frames and beat them with long, smooth sticks for hours until the sweat ran off them in streams. Temujin had done his part, though the temptation to crack his stick into Köke's grinning face had been almost overwhelming. After the fleeces had been thrashed into softness, the women used the width of their outstretched arms to measure out 1 ald, marking the fleeces with chalk. When they had their width, they stretched them on the felting cloths, smoothing and teasing the snags and loose fibers until they resembled a single white mat. More water helped to weigh the rough felt down in layers, but there was real skill in finding the exact thickness. Temujin had watched his hands redden and grow sore as the day wore on, working with the others while Köke mocked him and had the women giggling at his discomfort. It did not matter, Temujin had discovered. Now that he had decided to wait for his moment, Temujin found he could bear the insults and the sneers. In fact, there was a subtle pleasure in knowing that the time would come when no one else was around, and he would give Köke back a little of what he deserved. Or more than a little, he thought. With his hands smarting and painful scratch lines up to his elbows, it made a pleasant picture in his mind. When the mats were smooth and regular, an Olhun Ut pony was backed up, and the great expanse of white wool rolled onto a long cylinder, worn perfectly smooth with the labor of generations. Temujin would have given a great deal to be the one who dragged it for miles away from those people. Instead, the job went to laughing Köke, and Temujin realized he was popular in the tribe, perhaps because he made the women smile at his antics. There was nothing for Temujin to do but keep his head down and wait for the next break of mare's milk and the pouch of vegetables and mutton. His arms and back ached as if someone had stuck a knife in him and twisted it with every movement. But he endured, standing with the others to heave the next batch of beaten fleeces onto the felting cloth. He was not the only one to suffer, he had noticed. Soloi seemed to supervise the process, though Temujin did not think he owned the sheep himself. When one small boy ran too close and sent dust over the raw fleeces, Soloi grabbed his arm and beat him unmercifully with a stick, ignoring his screaming until it was nothing but whimpering. The fleeces had to be kept clean or the felt would be weak, and Temujin was careful not to make the same mistake. He knelt on the very edge of the matting and allowed no small stone or drift of dust to spoil his patch. Berta had worked across from him for part of the afternoon, and Temujin had used the opportunity to take a good look at the girl his father had accepted for him. She seemed skinny enough to be a collection of bones, with a mop of black hair that hung over her eyes and a cake of snot under her nose. He found it difficult to imagine a less attractive girl, and when she caught him glaring, she cleared her throat to spit before she remembered the clean fleeces and swallowed it. He shook his head in amazement at her, wondering what his father could have seen to like. It was just possible that Yesugei's pride had forced him to accept what he was given, thus shaming small men like Enk and Soloi. Temujin had to face the fact that the girl who would share his ger and give him children was as wild as a plains cat. It seemed to fit his experience of the Olhun Ut so far, he thought miserably. They were not generous. If they were willing to give a girl away, it would be one they wanted rid of, where she would cause trouble for another tribe. Shriya smacked his arms with her felting stick, making him yelp. Of course, the other women all chuckled, and one or two even imitated the sound so that he flushed with fury. "Stop dreaming, Temujin. Berta's mother said, as she had a dozen times before. The work was dull and repetitive, and the women either kept up a stream of chatter or worked almost in a trance, but that was a luxury not allowed to the newcomer. The slightest inattention was punished, and the heat and sun seemed endless. Even the drinking water brought round to the workers was warm and salty and made him gag. He seemed to have been smashing his stick into stinking wool, or removing lice from it, or rolling it, or carrying it, forever. He could hardly believe it was still his first day. Somewhere to the south his father was riding home. Temujin could imagine the dogs leaping around him, and the pleasure of teaching the twin eagles to hunt and return to the ryst. His brothers would be part of the training, he was sure, allowed to hold bits of meat aloft on trembling fingers. Kachiyun would not flinch as the red bird took the lure, he was certain. He envied them the summer they would have. Shriya smacked him again, and he reached up with lightning speed to pull the stick from her hands, laying it gently on the ground by him. She gaped at him for an instant before reaching for it, but he put his knee on its length and shook his head, feeling light-headed as his heart hammered. He saw her eyes flicker to Soloi, who was standing nearby, watching over a new batch of wet fleeces as they were lowered to the ground. Temujin waited for her to screech, and then, to his astonishment, she shrugged, holding out her hand for the stick. It was an awkward moment, but he made a choice and handed it back to her, ready to duck. She hefted it in her hands for a moment, clearly undecided, then simply turned her back and walked away from him. He kept her firmly in his vision for a while longer as his fingers resumed the smoothing and tugging, but she didn't return, and after a while he was lost in the work once more. It was Enk, his uncle, who brought a pot filled with fermented milk to give them the strength to finish. As the sun touched the hills in the west, each of them had a ladleful of the clear liquid known as black arag, which looked like water, but burned. It was hotter than the milky tea in the gers, and Temujin choked on his, coughing. He wiped his mouth and then gasped with pain as the liquid found his broken skin and stung like fire. Kirke was off rolling the felt behind his pony, but Soloi saw his discomfort and laughed until Temujin thought he would have a seizure and die right in front of him. He hoped it would happen, but the old man survived to wring tears from his eyes and wheeze his way back to the pot for another ladleful. It was difficult not to resent the second cup for one who had done practically nothing, but no one else seemed to mind. The light slowly faded, and the last felting mat was rolled into a cylinder and tied behind another horse. Before anyone could object, Berta leapt into the saddle, surprising Soloi as he stood holding the reins. No words passed between them, but the old man's toothless mouth worked as if he had found a bit of gristle that he couldn't reach. After a moment's indecision, he slapped the rump of the pony and sent her out into the gloom to roll the felt into flatness and strength. It would keep the winter chill out of the gers and make heavy rugs and horse blankets. The rough cuts would be used for babies too young to use a latrine pit without falling in. Temujin sat on his heels and stretched his back, closing his eyes against the aches. His right hand had gone numb, which worried him. He used his left to massage the blood into the fingers, but when it came, the pain brought tears to his eyes. He had never worked so hard, he thought, and wondered if it would make him stronger. Soloi came over as he dragged himself to his feet, and Temujin started slightly as he registered the old man's presence. He hated his own nervousness, but there had been too many sudden blows for him not to be wary. The draught of fermented milk made him belch sourly as Soloi took him in the two-fingered grip he was beginning to know well, pointing him back toward the ger. "Eat now, and sleep. Tomorrow you'll cut wood for winter." Temujin was too tired to respond, and followed him in a daze of exhaustion, his limbs and spirit heavy. Yasuge had found a place to camp that seemed safe enough. The valley where he'd sighted the group of riders had come to an end, and he'd galloped straight through a short pass between hills, hoping to find some shelter that would confuse his trail. He knew it would not be hard to track him on the dusty ground, but he could not go on all night and risk breaking his pony's leg in a marmot hole. Instead, he forced the courageous little gelding up a steep slope to the patchy tree line, dismounting to lead with reins and constant encouragement. It was a hard and dangerous climb, and the horse's eyes were white-rimmed with fear when its hooves slipped on the loose mulch. Yasuge had moved fast, wrapping the reins around the bole of a tree and hanging on desperately until the gelding found its footing. Even then, his shoulder and chest muscles ached terribly by the time he reached the top, and the gelding was blowing noisily enough to be heard a mile away. He did not think they would follow him into the trees as the darkness came. All he had to do was stay out of sight, and they could search in vain for a trail that disappeared in the mat of dead pine needles. He would have chuckled at the thought if he had been able to see them, but he could not. His prickling neck told him his pursuers were still somewhere close, looking and listening for some sign of him. He worried that his mount would whinny to their horses and give his position away, but the animal was too tired after the climb and the hard ride. With a little luck, and a night without fire, they would abandon the search and go on their way the following morning. It did not matter if he came back to the Gairs of the Wolves a day late after all. High on the crest of the hill he pulled a pair of stunted bushes together and tied the reins, watching with amusement as the pony eased itself down onto its knees and found that it could not lie flat as the reins grew taut. He left the saddle on its back in case he had to move quickly, loosening the belly rope a couple of notches along the braiding. The gelding snorted at the attention and made itself comfortable as best it could. After a while he saw it close its eyes and doze, its soft muzzle falling open to reveal solid yellow teeth. Yasuge listened for a sign that his pursuers had not given up. It would be hard for them to come close without alerting him on such broken ground. He untied the leather strap that kept his sword in the scabbard, and then drew it in one smooth movement, examining the blade. It was good steel, and enough of a prize on its own to make him a target for thieves. If Eluk had been with him, he would have challenged the men on the plain, but 5 was probably too many for him, unless they were unblooded boys who could be scared with a shout and a few quick cuts. His father's blade was as sharp as ever, which was all to the good. He could not risk them hearing him stroke it with his stone that evening. Instead, he took a few gulps from his leather water bottle with a grimace at its lightness. The gelding would be thirsty come the morning. If the streams nearby had run dry, he would have a hard day, whether the riders saw him or not. He shrugged to himself at the thought. He had lived through worse. Yasuge stretched and yawned, smiling at the sleeping pony as he pulled dried mutton from his saddlebags and chewed on it, grunting in pleasure at the spicy taste. He missed Hoylen and his boys, and wondered what they would be doing at that moment. As he laid himself down and pulled his hands back inside his dell for sleep, he hoped Temujin had the spirit to endure Hoylen's people. It was difficult to know whether the boy had the strength at such a young age. Yasuge would not have been surprised to find that Temujin had run away, though he hoped he would not. It would be a difficult shame to live down, and the story would spread around the tribes in less than a season. Yasuge sent a silent prayer to help his son. Bekter had suffered, he knew. His eldest boy spoke with little liking for the Olhun Ut when Hoylen was not around. It was the only way to speak of them, of course. Yasuge grunted softly to himself and thanked the Sky Father for giving him such a fine crop of sons. A smile touched his lips then as he slipped into sleep. Sons, and now a daughter. He had been blessed with strong seed and a good woman to bear them. He knew of other wives who lost one miserable scrap of red flesh for every one that came alive into the world, but Hoylen's children all survived and grew strong. Grew fat in the case of Temujin, which was still a problem he would have to face. Sleep took him at last then, and his breath came slow and steady. When his eyes snapped open, the first light of dawn was in the east, with a strip of gold on the far hills. He loved this land, and for a moment he gave thanks for having lived to see another day. Then he heard men moving close by, and the breath stilled in his throat. He eased himself away from the frozen ground, pulling his hair from where it had stuck to the frost. He had slept with his sword bare under the dell, and his fingers found the hilt curling around it. He knew he had to rise so that they could not rush him while he was still stiff, but he did not yet know if he had been seen. His eyes slid left and right, and he strained his senses, searching out the source of the noise. There was a chance it was just a herder looking for a lost goat, but he knew that wasn't likely. He heard a horse snort nearby, and then his own gelding woke and whinnied, as he had feared it would. One of his pursuers rode a mare, and she answered the call no more than 50 paces to his right. Yasuge rose like smoke, ignoring the twinge from his knees and back. Without hesitation he took his bow from the saddle and strung it, pulling a long shaft from his quiver and touching it to the string. Only Eluk could fire an arrow farther, and he did not doubt his eye. If they were hostile, he could drop 1 or 2 of them before they could come within a sword's length. He knew to look for the leaders for those first quick strikes, leaving only men weak enough to fall to his blade. Now that they knew his position, there was no more sound from the group, and he waited patiently for them to show themselves. He stood with the sun behind him, and after a moment's thought he unbuttoned his dell and reversed it. His heart was in his mouth as he laid down his sword and bow, but the dark inner cloth would blend with the bushes better than the blue, making him a poor target. He took up his weapons once more and stood as still as the trees and bushes around him. He caught himself humming under his breath and killed the sound. Sleep was just a memory, and the blood flowed quickly in his flesh. Despite the threat, he found he was enjoying the tension. "Hello, the camp!" a voice called from off to his left. Yasuge cursed inwardly, knowing they had circled around. Without a thought, he left the gelding and moved deeper into the trees, heading toward the voice. Whoever they were, they would not kill him easily, he vowed. It crossed his mind that they might not be a threat, but a man would have to be a fool to risk his life, his horse, and his father's sword on a vague hope. On the plains, even a strong man survived only with caution, and he knew he was a valuable prize for a raiding party, whether they realized it or not. A line of sweat prickled down from his hairline as he waited. "I can't see him," another voice came from only a few paces away. Yasuge eased down into a crouch, drawing back on the bow with a creak. "His horse is here, though," a third man said, the voice deeper than the others. They all sounded young to Yasuge's ear, though he wondered at their tracking skill. Even as close as they were, he could not hear them move. With infinite care he turned his head to glance behind him. Through the bushes he could see a man pulling at the knot he had tied with the gelding's reins. Yasuge grimaced in angry silence. He could not let them steal his horse and leave him there. He took a deep breath and rose to his full height, startling the stranger by the gelding. The man's hand jumped for a knife, but then registered the drawn bow and froze. "We're not looking for a fight, old man," the stranger said loudly. Yasuge knew he was alerting his companions, and an answering rustle from his right sent his heart tripping at higher speed. "Step out where I can see you, then, and stop creeping around behind me," Yasuge said, his voice ringing across the clearing. The rustling stopped, and the young man who stood so coolly under his arrow nodded. "Do as he says. I don't want to get stuck before I've had breakfast this morning." "Call out before you move," Yasuge added, "or die, one or the other." There was a long silence, and the young man sighed. "Step out here, all of you," he snapped, his coolness fraying visibly under the arrow point that never wavered from his heart. Yasuge watched with narrowed eyes as the other 4 men came noisily through the brush. 2 of them had bows with arrows notched and ready. They were all armed and wore thickly padded dells, the sort of garment designed to stop an arrow from penetrating too far. Yasuge recognized the stitching and wondered if they, in turn, would know him for who he was. For all the light manner of the one by the gelding, this was a Tartar raiding party, and Yasuge knew hard men when he saw them, out to steal what they could. When they were all in sight, the one who had spoken first nodded to Yasuge. "I did call the camp, old man. Will you grant us guest rights while we eat?" Yasuge wondered whether the rules of courtesy would apply when they were not in danger from his bow, but with two of them bending bows of their own, he nodded and eased the tension on his string. The young men all relaxed visibly, and their leader twitched his shoulders to relieve stiffness. "My name is Ulagan, of the Tartars," the young man said with a smile. "You are from the wolves, unless you stole that dell and sword." "I am," Yasuge replied, then added formally, "You are welcome to share food and milk in my camp." "And your name?" Ulagan said, raising his eyebrows. "Eiluk," Yasuge said without hesitating. "If you make a fire, I can find a cup of black arag to warm your blood." All the men moved slowly as they set about preparing a meal, careful not to startle each other with a sudden movement. It took longer than usual for them all to gather rocks and nurse a flame with flint and steel, but as the sun rose they ate well with the dried meat from Yasuge's saddlebags, and some rare honey that Ulagan brought from a pouch under his dell. The sweetness was wonderful to Yasuge, who had not tasted any since the time the tribe found the wild nest 3 years before. He licked his fingers to get every last drip of the golden fluid, rich with waxy fragments, yet his hands never strayed too far from his sword, and the arrow remained ready on the ground in front of him. There was something uncomfortable in the gaze of Ulagan as he watched him eat, though he smiled whenever Yasuge met his eyes. None of the others spoke as they broke their fast, and the tension remained in every movement. "Are you finished?" Ulagan asked after a time. Yasuge sensed a subtle tautness in them as one of the men moved to one side and dropped his trousers to defecate on the ground. The man did not try to hide himself, and Yasuge had a glimpse of his manhood swinging loose as he strained. "In the wolves, we keep excrement away from the food," Yasuge murmured. Ulagan shrugged. He stood, and Yasuge rose with him rather than be at a disadvantage. He watched in astonishment as Ulagan crossed to the steaming pile and drew his sword. Yasuge's own blade was in his hand before he had made a conscious decision, but he was not attacked. Instead, he watched Ulagan pull his blade through the stinking mass until its metal was slick with it along the whole length. Ulagan wrinkled his nose and raised his head to the man whose efforts had created the pile. "You have diseased bowels, Nassan, have I told you?" "You have," Nassan replied without humor, repeating the action with his own blade. It was then that Yasuge realized this was no chance meeting on the plains. "When did you know me?" he asked softly. Ulagan smiled, though his eyes were cold. "We knew when the Olhun Ut told us you had come to them with a son. We paid their Han well to send a rider to our little camp, but he was not hard to persuade." Ulagan chuckled to himself. "You are not a popular man. There were times when I thought you would never come, but old Sansar was as good as his word." Yasuge's heart sank with the news, and he feared for Temujin. As he contemplated his chances, he tried to keep his enemy talking. He had already decided Ulagan was a fool. There was no point in chatting to a man you were going to kill, but the young warrior seemed to be enjoying his power over him. "Why is my life worth sending you out?" Yasuge asked. Ulagan grinned. "You killed the wrong man, Wolf. You killed the son of a Han who was foolish enough to steal from your herds. His father is not one to forgive easily." Yasuge nodded as if he was listening intently. He saw that the other 3 men intended to poison their blades in the same filth, and without warning he leapt forward and struck, cutting deep into Nassan's neck as he turned to watch them. The Tartar fell with a death cry, and Ulagan roared in anger, lunging straight at Yasuge's chest with his blade. The Tartar was fast, but the blade slid along the chain mail under the dell, cutting a flap from the cloth. Yasuge attacked quickly, needing better odds. The blades rang twice as the three others fanned out around him, and he felt the strength in his shoulders. He would show them what it meant to be a Han of the wolves. Yasuge feinted his own lunge, then stepped back as quickly as he could run forward, 3 sliding steps taking him outside the circle before it could form around him. One of the other men turned to bring a blade down in a great arc, and Yasuge stabbed him under the shoulder into the chest, wrenching his father's blade clear as he fell. He felt a sharp pain in his back then, but another step tore him clear, and a quick slash felled another of the group with half his jaw cut away. Iggulden pressed forward, his face grim at the death of 3 of his brothers in arms. "You should have brought more to bring down a Han," Yasuge taunted him. 5 is an insult to me." He dropped suddenly to one knee to avoid Iggulden's cut. With a savage jerk, Yasuge managed to chop his blade into the younger man's shin. It was not a mortal wound, but blood drenched Iggulden's boot, and the Tartar warrior was suddenly not so confident. As Yasuge came to his feet, he stepped left and then right, keeping the pair off balance. He trained every day with Eluk and his bondsmen, and he knew that movement was the key to killing with swords. Any man could heave a blade around his head, but footwork separated a man from a master. He grinned as Iggulden limped after him, gesturing for him to come closer. The Tartar nodded to the one remaining warrior, and Yasuge watched as he moved to the side to take him. Iggulden timed it well, and Yasuge did not have space to dart away. He buried his sword in the chest of the unnamed man, but it snagged in the ribs, and Iggulden struck with his full weight, punching his blade tip through the mail into Yasuge's stomach. Yasuge's grip was broken on his sword as it fell away. He felt a pang for his sons that was worse than the pain. But he used his right hand to hold Iggulden still against him. With his left, he drew a dagger from his belt. Iggulden saw the movement and struggled, but Yasuge's grip was like iron. He looked down on the young Tartar and spat into his face. "Your people will be torn from the land for this, Tartar. Your gers will burn and your herds will be scattered." With a quick slash, he cut the young man's throat and let him fall away. As he crumpled, the Tartar blade slid out of Yasuge's wound, and he bellowed in pain, falling to his knees. He could feel blood coursing down his thighs, and he used the dagger to cut a great strip from his dell, yanking and cursing the agony, with his eyes closed now that there was no one to see. His gelding pulled nervously at the reins, whinnying in distress. The animal was frightened by the smell of blood, and Yasuge forced himself to speak calmly. If the horse pulled free and bolted, he knew he would not make it back to his people. "It's all right, little one. They have not killed me. Do you remember when Eluk fell on the broken sapling and it went into his back? He lived through it, with enough boiling arrack poured into the wound." He grimaced at that thought, remembering how the usually taciturn Eluk had screamed like a small child. To his relief, his voice seemed to quiet the pony, and it ceased yanking at the knot. "That's it, little one. You stay and carry me home." Dizziness threatened to overwhelm him, but his fingers tugged the cloth around his waist and tied the knots hard and tight. He raised his hands and sniffed at them, wincing at the smell of human filth from Iggulden's blade. That was an evil thing, he thought. They deserved death for that alone. He wanted just to stay on his knees with his back straight. His father's sword was close by his hand, and he took comfort from the touch of cold metal. He felt he might hold himself there for a long time, and watch the sun rise. Part of him knew he could not, if Temujin was to live. He had to reach the wolves and send warriors out for the boy. He had to get back. His body felt heavy and useless, but he summoned his strength yet again. With a cry of distress, he pulled himself to his feet, staggering to the gelding, who watched him with the whites of its eyes showing. Resting his forehead against the pony's flank, he slid the sword into the saddle straps, taking sharp breaths through the pain. His fingers were clumsy as he undid the reins, but he managed, somehow, to get back into the saddle. He knew he could not make the steep slope down, but the other side of the hill was easier, and he dug in his heels, his vision fixed far away, on his home and his family. Chapter 8. As evening came, Becter let his mare graze while he sat on a high ridge, watching for his father's return. His back ached with tiredness after spending the day in the saddle with the herds. It had not been dull, at least. He'd rescued a goat kid that had fallen into a strip of marshy land by the river. With a rope around his waist, he had waded into the black muck to bring out the terrified animal before it drowned. It had struggled wildly, but he had pulled it out by an ear and placed it on the dry bank where it glared at him as if the ordeal were his fault. As he moved his slow gaze over the plain, he scratched idly at a spatter of the black mud on his skin. He enjoyed being away from the chatter and noise of the Gers. When his father was absent, he sensed a subtle difference in the way the other men treated him, especially Eiluk. The man was humble enough when Yesugei was there to demand obedience, but when they were alone, Becter sensed an arrogance in the bondsman that made him uncomfortable. It was nothing he could have mentioned to his father, but he walked carefully around Eiluk and kept his own counsel. He had found the best course was simply to remain silent and match the warriors at work and battle drills. There, at least, he could show his skills, though it helped not to have Temujin's eyes on the back of his neck as he drew his bow. He had felt nothing but relief when Temujin went to the Olhun Ut. In fact, he had taken satisfaction from the hope that his brother would have a little sense beaten into him, a little respect for his elders. Becter remembered with pleasure how Kirke had tried to bait him on his very first day. The younger boy had not been a match for Becter's strength or ferocity, and he had knocked him down and kicked him unconscious. The Olhun Ut had seemed shocked by the violence, as if boys did not fight in their tribe. Becter spat at the memory of their sheep-like faces accusing him. Kirke had not risked taunting him again. It had been a good lesson to give early. Enk had thrashed him, of course, with one of the felting sticks, but Becter had borne the blows without a single sound, and when Enk was panting and tired, he had reached out and snapped the stick in his hands, showing his strength. They had left him alone after that, and Enk had known better than to work him too hard. The Olhun Ut were as weak as Yesugei said they were, though their women were soft as white butter and stirred him as they walked by. He thought his betrothed would surely have come into her blood by now, though the Olhun Ut had not sent her. He remembered riding out onto the plains with her and laying her down by the bank of a stream. She had struggled a little at first when she realized what he was doing, and he had been clumsy. In the end he'd had to force her, though it was no more than he had a right to do. She should not have brushed past him in the Ger if she didn't want something to happen, he told himself, smiling at the memory. Though she had cried a little afterwards, he thought she had a different light in her eye. He felt himself growing stiff as he recalled her nakedness, and wondered again when they would send her. Her father had taken a dislike to him, but the Olhun Ut would not dare refuse Yesugei. They could hardly give her to another man after Becter had spilled his seed in her, he thought. Perhaps she would even be pregnant. He did not think it was possible before the moon's blood began, but he knew there were mysteries there that he did not fully understand. The night was growing too cold to be tormenting himself with fantasies, and he knew better than to be distracted from his watch. The families of the wolves accepted that he would lead them one day, he was almost certain, though in Yesugei's absence they all looked to Eiluk for orders. It was he who had organized the scouts and watchers, but that was only to be expected until Becter took a wife and killed his first man. Until that time he would still be a boy in the eyes of seasoned warriors, as his brothers were boys to him. In the gathering gloom he saw a dark spot moving out on the plain below his position. Becter rose to his feet instantly, pulling his horn free of the folds of his dell. He hesitated as he raised it to his lips, his eyes searching for more of a threat than a single rider. The height he had chosen gave him a view of a great expanse of the grassland, and whoever it was seemed to be alone. Becter frowned to himself, hoping it was not one of his idiot brothers out without telling anyone. It would not help his status in the tribe if he called the warriors from their meal without cause. He chose to wait, watching as the tiny figure came closer. The rider was clearly in no hurry. Becter could see the pony was walking almost aimlessly, as if the man on his back was wandering without a destination. He frowned at that thought. There were men who claimed allegiance to no particular tribe. They drifted between the families of the plains, exchanging a day's work for a meal, or occasionally bringing goods to trade. They were not popular, and there was always the danger that they would steal whatever they could lay their hands on, then disappear. Men without a tribe could not be trusted, Becter knew. He wondered if the rider was one of those. The sun had sunk behind the hills, and the light was fading quickly. Becter realized he should sound his horn before the stranger was lost in darkness. He raised it to his lips and hesitated. Something about the distant figure made him pause. It could not be Yasuge, surely. His father would never ride so poorly. He had almost waited too long when he finally blew the warning note. The sound was long and mournful as it echoed across the hills. Other horns answered him from watchers around the camp, and he tucked it back into his dell satisfied. Now that the warning had been given, he could go down to see who the rider was. He mounted his mare and checked that his knife and bow were within easy reach. In the silence of the evening he could already hear answering shouts and the sound of horses as the warriors came boiling out of the gers. Becter dug in his heels to guide his pony down the slope, wanting to get there before Eiluk and the older men. He felt a sense of ownership for the single rider. He had spotted him, after all. As he reached the flat ground and broke into a gallop, thoughts of the Olhun Ut and his betrothed slipped away from his mind, and his heart began to beat faster. The evening wind was cool, and he hungered to show the other men that he could lead them. The wolves rode hard out of the encampment, Eiluk at their head. In the last moments of light they saw Becter kick his mount into a run and went after him, not yet seeing his reason for raising the alarm. Eiluk sent a dozen riders left and right to skirt the camp, looking for an attack from another direction. It would not do to leave the gers defenseless while they went after a feint or a diversion. Their enemies were devious enough to draw the watchers away and then attack, and the last moments of light were perfect to cause confusion. It felt strange for Eiluk to be riding without Yasuge on his left, but Eiluk found he was enjoying the way the other men looked to him to lead them. He snapped orders, and the Arban formed around him, with Eiluk on the point, racing after Becter. Another blast from a horn came from just ahead, and Eiluk narrowed his eyes, straining to see. He was almost blind in the gloom, and to gallop was to risk his mare and his life. But he kicked his horse on recklessly, knowing Becter would not have blown again unless the attack was real. Eiluk snatched at his bow and placed an arrow on the string by feel, as he had done 1,000 times before. The men around him did the same. Whoever had dared to attack the wolves would be met with a storm of whining shafts before they came much closer. They rode in grim silence, high in the stirrups, balancing perfectly against the rise and fall of their ponies. Eiluk pulled back his lips in the wind, feeling the thrill of the attack. Let them hear the hooves thundering toward them, he thought. Let them fear retribution. In the dark, the riding warriors almost collided with 2 ponies standing alone on the open ground. Eiluk came close to loosing his arrow, but he heard Becter shouting, and with an effort he lowered himself into the saddle and eased his string. The battle blood was still strong in him, and he felt a sudden fury that Yasuge's son had brought them out for nothing. Dropping his bow over the saddle horn, Eiluk leaped lightly to the ground and drew his sword. The darkness was on them, and he did not yet know what was happening. "Eiluk, help me with him," Becter said, his voice high and strained. Eiluk found the boy holding the slumped figure of Yasuge on the ground. Eiluk felt his heart thump painfully as the last traces of battle rage slid away from him, and he knelt by the pair of them. "Is he injured?" Eiluk said, reaching out to his han. He could hardly see anything, but he rubbed his fingers and thumb together and sniffed at them. Yasuge's stomach was tightly bound, but blood had soaked through. "He fell, Eiluk. He fell into my arms," Bekter said, close to panic. "I could not hold him." Eiluk laid a hand on the boy's to steady him, before standing and whistling for the other bondsman to approach. He took a grip on the reins of one dark rider. "Basan, you ride to the Olhun Ut and find the truth of this." "Is it war, then?" the man answered. "Perhaps. Tell them that if you are not allowed to leave freely, we will be riding behind you, and I will see their gers burnt to ashes." The warrior nodded and trotted away, the drumbeat of hooves fading quickly in the night. Yasuge groaned and opened his eyes, feeling a sudden panic at the shadows moving around him. "Eiluk," he whispered. Eiluk crouched at his side. "I am here, my han." They waited for another word, but Yasuge had passed back into unconsciousness. Eiluk grimaced. "We must get him back to have his wound tended. Step away, boy. There's nothing you can do for him here." Bekter stood stunned, unable to comprehend that it was his father lying helpless at his feet. "He fell," he said again, as if dazed. "Is he dying?" Eiluk looked down at the slumped man he had followed all his adult life. As gently as he could, he took Yasuge under the armpits and heaved him onto his shoulder. The han was a powerful man, made even heavier in chain mail. But Eiluk was strong, and he showed no sign of discomfort. "Help me to mount, Bekter. He's not dead yet, and we must get him to warmth. A night out here will finish it." A thought struck him as he draped Yasuge over his saddle, the long limp arms reaching almost to the ground. "Where is his sword?" he asked. "Can you see it?" "No. It must have fallen when he did." Eiluk sighed as he mounted. He had not had a chance to think about what was happening. He could feel the blood warmth of Yasuge against his chest as he leaned forward to speak to the sun. "Mark the spot somehow so you can find it again in the light. He won't thank you for losing his father's blade." Bekter turned without thinking to another one of his father's bondsmen, standing nearby in shock at what he was witnessing. "You will stay, Unnigan. I must return to the Gers with my father. Search in circles as soon as you can see, and bring the blade to me when you find it." "I will do as you say," Unnigan replied in the darkness. Bekter moved to his pony to mount, and did not see Eiluk's expression as he considered the exchange. The world was changing in those moments, and Eiluk did not know what the day would bring for any of them. Hölin wiped tears from her eyes as she faced her husband's bondsmen. The men and women of the wolves had come, hungry for news as soon as word spread of the han's injury. She wished she had something more to tell them, but Yasuge had not woken again, and he lay inside the ger in the cool shadows, his skin burning. Not one of them had stirred from their watch as the day wore on and the sun rose high above their heads. "He still lives," she said. "I have cleaned his wound, but he has not yet woken." Eiluk nodded, and she could not miss how the other warriors looked to him. Kachiyun and Temugay were there with Hassar, standing shocked and pale after seeing their father helpless. Yasuge seemed smaller under the blankets, his weakness frightening his sons more than anything they had ever known. He had been such a force in their lives it did not seem possible that he might never wake. She feared for them all, though she did not mention it aloud. Without Yasuge to protect them, she saw the glint of greed in the eyes of the other men. Eiluk in particular seemed to be hiding a smile when he spoke to her, though his words were deliberately courteous. "I will tell you if he wakes," she told the warriors, ducking back into the ger, away from their cold interest. Her daughter, Temulin, was in the cradle there, crying to be changed. The sound seemed to match the screaming voice inside her that she barely held in check. She could not give way to it, not while her sons needed her. Temugay had come with her into the ger, his small mouth quivering in grief. Hölin gathered him into her arms and shushed his tears, though her own started just as strongly. They wept together at Yesugei's side, and she knew the Han could not hear them. "What will happen if he does not live?" Temugei asked. She might have answered, but the door creaked open, and Eiluk entered. Hölin felt the grip of hot anger to have been seen at such a moment, and she wiped fiercely at her eyes. "I have sent your other sons to the herds for the day to keep their minds off their father," Eiluk said. It may have been her imagination, but again she thought she saw a gleam of satisfaction as he looked at Yesugei's still form, quickly masked. "You have been strong when the tribe needed it, Eiluk," she said. "My husband will thank you himself when he wakes." Eiluk nodded as if he had barely heard, crossing the ger to where Yesugei lay. He reached down to press his hand against the Han's forehead, whistling softly at the heat there. He sniffed at the wound, and she knew he could smell the corruption that tainted the flesh. "I poured boiling spirits into the wound," Hölin said. "I have herbs to ease the fever." She felt she had to speak, just to break the silence. Eiluk seemed to have changed in subtle ways since Yesugei had come back. He walked with a little more of a swagger with the men, and his eyes challenged her whenever she spoke. She felt the need to mention Yesugei every time they talked, as if his name would keep him in the world. The alternative was too frightening to consider, and she did not dare look to the future. Yesugei had to live. "My family has been bound to his from birth," Eiluk said softly. "I have always been loyal." "He knows it, Eiluk. I'm sure he can hear you now, and he knows you are first among his men." "Unless he dies," Eiluk said softly, turning to her. "If he dies, my vows are ended." Hölin looked at him in sick horror. While the words remained unsaid, the world could go on and she could hold back the fear. She dreaded him speaking again for what he might dare to say. "He will survive this, Eiluk," she said. Her voice quavered, betraying her. "The fever will pass, and he will know you remained loyal to him when it mattered most." Something seemed to break through to her husband's bondsman, and he shook himself, the guarded look in his eyes disappearing. "Yes, it is too early still," he said, looking down at Yesugei's pale face and chest. The bandages were stained with dark blood, and he touched them, coming away with a red smear on his fingers. "Still, I have a loyalty to the families. They must be kept strong. I must think of the wolves and the days to come," he said, as if to himself. Hölin could hardly draw breath as the certainties of her life came crashing down. She thought of her sons, and couldn't bear the calculating expression on Eiluk's face. They were innocent, and they would suffer. Eiluk left without another word, as if the courtesies no longer mattered to him. Perhaps they did not. She had seen the naked desire for power in his face, and there was no taking it back. Even if Yesugei sprang, healed from the bed, she did not think things would be the same again, now that Eiluk had woken his heart. She heard Temugei sob, and opened her arms to him once more, taking comfort from his desperate clasp. Her daughter cried in the cot, untended. "What will happen to us?" the little boy sobbed. Hölin shook her head as she cradled him. She did not know. Bekter saw the warrior he had left to look for his father's sword. The man was walking quickly through the gers with his head down in thought. Bekter hailed him, but he did not seem to hear and hurried on. Frowning, Bekter ran after him and took him by the elbow. "Why have you not come to me, Unnegin?" he demanded. "Did you find my father's sword?" He saw Unnegin's eyes flicker over his shoulder, and when he turned, Eiluk was there, watching them. Unnegin could not meet his gaze as he looked back. No, I did not find it. I am sorry," Unnegin said, pulling his sleeve away and walking on. Chapter 9. Under white starlight, Temujin peered through the long grass. It had been simple enough to walk away from Soloy's ger, his urine still streaming behind him. Soloy's wife and daughter slept soundly, and the old man had staggered out to relieve his bladder only a short while before. Temujin knew he had only a little time before they noticed his absence, but he had not dared go near the horse pens. The Olhun Ut guarded their mounts, and even if they hadn't, finding his own white-footed pony in the dark amongst all the others would have been almost impossible. It did not matter. His prey was afoot. The plains were silver as Temujin moved gently through the grass, careful not to kick a stone that might alert the older boy ahead. He did not know where Köke was going. He did not care. When he had seen a figure moving through the gears, he had watched closely, standing completely still. After 7 days among the Olhun Ut, he knew Köke's swagger well. At the moment of the recognition, Temujin had slipped silently after him, his senses heightening for the hunt. He had not planned his revenge for that night, but he knew better than to lose a perfect chance. The world was asleep, and in the pale gloom only 2 figures moved on the sea of grass. Temujin watched the older boy with intense concentration. He loped along on light feet, ready to fall into a crouch if Köke sensed him. In the moonlight he fancied for a while that he was following a ghost, lured out to where the darker spirits would steal the life from him. His father had told stories of tribesmen found frozen to death, their eyes fixed on some distant horror as the winter reached in and stopped their hearts. Temujin shivered at the memory. The night was cold, but he drew warmth from his anger. He had nursed it and sheltered it through the hard days with the tribe, through insults and blows. His hands ached to hold a knife, but he thought he was strong enough to beat Köke with his bare hands. Though his heart thudded, he felt exhilaration and fear together. This was being alive, he told himself as he followed. There was power in being the hunter. Köke did not wander aimlessly. Temujin saw him make for a solid shadow at the foot of a hill. Whatever watchers the Olhun Ut had posted would be looking outward for enemies. They would not see either boy in that deeper dark, though Temujin worried he would lose his prey. He broke into a trot as Köke crossed the black line and seemed to vanish. Temujin's breath came a little faster in his throat, but he moved with care as he had been taught, allowing no more sound than the pad of his soft boots. Just before he crossed the shadow boundary himself, he saw a pile of loose stones by the path, a cairn to the spirits. Without a thought, he stopped and picked up one the size of his fist, hefting it with grim pleasure. Temujin blinked as he passed into complete darkness, squinting for some sign of Köke. It would not do to stumble across him, or worse, some group of Olhun Ut boys out with a skin of stolen black arag. Even more disturbing was the thought that Köke was luring him deliberately to another beating. Temujin shook his head to clear it. His path was set, and he would not turn from it now. He heard low voices ahead and froze, straining to see the source. With the mountain blocking the moon, he was almost blind, and sweat broke out on his skin as each careful step brought him closer. He could hear Köke's low laugh, and then another voice responded, lighter in tone. Temujin smiled to himself. Köke had found himself a girl willing to risk the anger of her parents. Perhaps they would be rutting, and he could catch them unawares. He mastered the desire to stride in and attack, deciding to wait until Köke took the path back to the encampment. Battles could be won with stealth as well as speed and strength, he knew. He could not tell exactly where the couple lay, but they were close enough for him to hear Köke begin to grunt rhythmically. Temujin grinned at the sound, leaning back against a rock and waiting patiently to strike. It did not take long. The moon shadow had moved a hand's breadth, lengthening the dark bar at the foot of the hill as Temujin heard the sounds of talking once more, followed by the girl's low laugh. He wondered which of the young women had come out into the darkness, and found himself imagining the faces of those he had come to know during the felting. 1 or 2 were agile and brown from the sun. He had found them strangely unsettling when they looked at him, though he supposed it was only what all men felt for a pretty woman. It was a shame he couldn't feel it for Bertha, who seemed only irritated in his presence. If she had been long-limbed and supple, he might have found some small pleasure in his father's choice. Temujin heard footsteps and held his breath. Someone was coming along the path, and he pressed himself against the rock, willing them not to sense him. He knew too late that he should have hidden himself in the long grass. If they came together, he would have to attack them both or let them pass. His lungs began to pound, and he could feel his pulse like a great drum in his ears. The breath seemed to expand inside him as his body cried out for air, and the unseen figure came closer. Temujin watched in excruciating discomfort as the walker passed within a few feet of him. He was almost certain it could not be Köke. The steps were too light, and he sensed that the shadow was not large enough to be his enemy. His heart hammered as the girl passed, and he was able to release his breath slowly. For a moment he felt dizzy with the exertion, and then he turned to where he knew Köke would come, stepping out into the path to wait for him. He heard more steps, and let the older boy come close before he spoke, relishing the shock his voice would cause. "Köke?" Temujin whispered. The moving shadow jumped in terror. "Who is it?" Köke hissed, his voice breaking in fear and guilt. Temujin did not let him recover, and swung the fist with the stone. It was a poor blow in the dark, but it made Köke stagger. Temujin felt an impact, perhaps an elbow into his stomach, and then he was punching in a wild fury, released at last. He could not see his enemy, but the blindness gave him power as his fists and feet connected again and again in a flurry until Köke fell and Temujin knelt on his chest. He had lost the stone in the silent struggle and scrabbled for it while he held the dark figure down. Köke tried to call for help, but Temujin hit him twice in the face, then resumed his search for the stone. His fingers found it and curled around. He felt his anger surge as he lifted it, ready to smash the life out of his tormentor. "Temujin!" a voice said out of the darkness. Both boys froze, though Köke moaned at the name. Temujin reacted instinctively, rolling off his enemy and launching himself at the new threat. He thumped into a small body and sent it sprawling with a yelp he recognized. Behind him he heard Köke come to his feet and sprint away, his steps rattling loose stones on the path. Temujin held the arms of the new figure, feeling their wiry thinness. He cursed under his breath. "Bertha?" he whispered, knowing the answer. "What are you doing here?" "I followed you," she said. He thought he could see her eyes shining, catching some dim ray the mountain could not smother. She was panting with fear or exertion, and he wondered how she had been able to remain on his trail without him seeing her. "You let him get away," Temujin said. For a moment he continued to press her down, furious with what she had taken from him. When Köke told the rest of the Olhun Ut what had happened, he would be beaten or even sent home in shame. His future had been changed with a single word. With a curse he let her go and heard her sit up and rub her arms. He could feel her accusing gaze on him, and in response he threw the stone as far as he could, listening as it clicked somewhere in the distance. "Why did you follow me?" he said in a more normal voice. He wanted to hear her speak again. In the darkness he had noticed her voice was warm and low, sweeter without the distracting scrawniness and glaring eyes. "I thought you were escaping," she replied. She stood, and he rose with her, unwilling to lose the closeness, though he could not have explained why. "I would have thought you'd be pleased to see me run," he said. I don't know. You haven't said a kind word to me since you came to the families. Why should I want you to stay?" Temujin blinked. In just a few heartbeats they had said more to each other than in the days before. He did not want it to end. "Why did you stop me? Köke will run back to Enk and your father. When they find we're gone, they'll spread out to find us. It will be hard when they do." "He is a fool, that one. But killing him would have been an evil thing." In the darkness he reached out blindly and found her arm. The touch comforted both of them, and she spoke again to cover her confusion. "Your brother beat him almost to death, Temujin. He held him and kicked him until he cried like a child. He is afraid of you, so he hates you. It would be wrong to hurt him again. It would be like beating a dog after it has loosed its bladder. The spirit is already broken in him." Temujin took a slow breath, letting it shudder out of him. "I did not know," he said, though many things had fallen into place at her words, like bones clicking in his memory. Kirke had been vicious, but when Temujin thought about it, the older boy had a look in his eyes that was always close to fear. For an instant he did not care, and wished he had brought the stone down. But then Bertha reached up and placed her hand against his cheek. "You are strange, Temujin," she said. Before he could respond, she stepped away from him into the darkness. "Wait," he called after her. "We may as well walk back together." "They will beat us both," she said. "Perhaps I will run away instead. Perhaps I will not go back at all." He found he could not bear the thought of Soloi hitting her, and wondered what his father would say if he brought her back early to the gairs of the wolves. "Then come with me. We'll take my horse and ride home." He listened for her answer, but it did not come. "Bertha," he called. He broke into a run, and passed back into the starlight with a pounding heart. He saw her darting figure already far ahead, and increased his pace until he was flying across the grass. A memory came to him of being forced to run up and down hills with a mouthful of water, spitting it out at the end to show he had breathed through his nose in the proper way. He ran easily and without effort, his mind dwelling on the day ahead. He did not know what he could do, but he had found something valuable that night. Whatever happened, he knew he could not let her be hurt again. As he ran, he heard the lookouts sound their horns on the hills all around, calling an alarm to the warriors in the gairs. The encampment was in chaos as Temujin reached it. Dawn was coming, but torches had been lit, spreading a greasy yellow light that revealed running figures. On the outskirts he was challenged twice by nervous men carrying drawn bows. The warriors were already mounted and milled around, raising dust and confusion. To Temujin's eye there seemed no focus to it, no center of authority. If it had been the wolves, he knew his father would be dominating the scene, sending the warriors out to protect the herds from raiders. He saw for the first time what Yesuge had seen. The Olhun Ut had many fine bowmen and hunters, but they were not organized for war. He saw Enk hobbling through the gairs, and Temujin took him by the arm. With an angry sound, Enk shook himself free, then started, reaching out to hold Temujin in turn. "He's here!" Enk shouted. Temujin struck out from instinct, shoving his uncle onto his back to break his grip. He had a glimpse of warriors moving toward him, and before he could run he was held in strong hands and practically carried across the bare ground. He fell limp then, as if he had fainted, hoping that they would relax their hold for a heartbeat and let him struggle free. It was a vain hope, but he could not understand what was happening, and the men who held him were strangers. If he could reach a horse, he had a chance to get away from whatever punishment awaited him. They passed through a pool of torchlight, and Temujin swallowed dryly as he saw that his captors were bondsmen of the Han, grim and dark in boiled leather armor. Their master, Sansar, was a man Temujin had seen only from a distance in his days amongst the families. Despite himself he struggled, and one of the bondsmen cuffed him, making lights flash in his vision. They threw him down without ceremony at the door of the Han's Gair. Before he could enter, one of them searched him with rough efficiency, then propelled him through the opening to land flat on the floor of polished yellow wood, glowing gold in the light of torches. Outside, the whinnying of horses and shouts of the warriors continued, but Temujin rose to his knees into a scene of quiet tension. As well as the Han himself, there were 3 of his bondsmen standing guard with drawn swords. Temujin looked around at the faces of strangers, seeing anger, and, to his surprise, more than a little fear. He might have stayed silent, but his gaze fell on a man he knew, and he cried out in astonishment. "Basan! What has happened?" he said, rising fully. The presence of his father's bondsman sent a clutch of fear into his stomach. No one responded, and Basan looked away in shame. Temujin remembered himself and flushed. He bowed his head to the Han of the Ohun Ut. "My lord Han," he said formally. Sansar was a slight figure, compared with the bulk of Eiluk or Yesuge. He stood with his arms folded behind his back, a sword on his hip. His expression was calm, and Temujin sweated under the scrutiny. At last Sansar spoke, his voice clipped and hard. "Your father would be ashamed if he could see you with your mouth hanging open," he said. "Control yourself, child." Temujin did as he was told, mastering his breathing and straightening his back. He counted to 12 in his head, then raised his eyes once again. "I am ready, my lord." Sansar nodded, his eyes weighing him. "Your father has been grievously wounded, child. He may die." Temujin paled slightly, but his face remained impassive. He sensed a malice in the Han of the Ohun Ut, and was suddenly determined he would show no more weakness in front of him. Sansar said nothing, perhaps hoping for some reaction. When it did not come, he spoke again. "The Ohun Ut share your distress. I will scour the plains for the wanderers who dared to attack a Han. They will suffer greatly." The brisk tone gave the lie to the sentiment. Temujin allowed himself a brief nod, though his mind reeled and he wanted to scream questions at the old snake who could barely hide his pleasure at his distress. Sansar seemed to find Temujin's silence irritating. He glanced at Basan, who sat like a statue on his right. "It seems you will not complete your year with our people, child. This is a dangerous time, when threats are spoken that are better left unsaid. Still, it is right that you return to mourn your father." Temujin clenched his jaw. He could not keep silent any longer. "Is he dying, then?" he asked. Sansar hissed in a breath, but Temujin ignored him, turning to look at his father's bondsman. "You will answer me when I ask, Basan," he said. The bondsman met his gaze then and raised his head a fraction, the tension showing. In the gear of another Han, Temujin was risking both their lives over a breach of custom, even after such news. Basan's eyes showed he knew the danger, but he too was a wolf. "He was badly wounded," Basan answered, his voice steady. "As strong as he is, he made it back to the families alive, but it has been 3 days. I do not know." "It is almost dawn," Temujin replied. He fixed his gaze on the Han of the Ohun Ut, and bowed his head once again. "It is as you say, my lord. I must return to lead my people." Sansar grew very still at that, his eyes gleaming. "You go with my blessing, Temujin. You leave only allies here." "I understand," Temujin replied. "I honor the Ohun Ut. With your permission, I will withdraw and see to my horse. I have a long ride ahead of me." The Han stood and drew Temujin into a formal embrace, startling him. "May the spirits guide your steps," he said. Temujin bowed a last time and ducked out into the darkness, Basan following. When they had gone, the Han of the Ohun Ut turned to his most trusted bondsman, cracking the knuckles of one hand inside the other. "It should have been clean," he snapped. "Instead, the bones are flying, and we don't know where they will fall." He took a skin of arag from a peg and poured a thin line of the raw fluid into the back of his throat, wiping angrily at his mouth. "I should have known the Tartars could not even murder a man without causing chaos. I gave him to them. How could they have let him live? If he had simply disappeared, there would have been no hint of our involvement. If he lives, he will wonder how the Tartars knew to find him. There will be blood before winter. Tell me what I should do." The faces of the men with him were blank and worried as he looked around at them. Sansar sneered. "Get out and quiet the camp. There are no enemies here except the ones we have invited. Pray that the Han of Wolves is already dead." Temujin strode blindly through the Gers, fighting for calm. What he had been told was impossible. His father was a warrior born, and no 2 men amongst the wolves could take him with a sword. He knew he should ask Basan for details, but he dreaded hearing them. As long as he did not speak, it might still be a lie or a mistake. He thought of his mother and his brothers, and then suddenly came to a halt, making Basan stumble. He was not ready to challenge Bekter if the news was true. "Where is your horse?" he asked his father's man. "Tethered on the north side of the camp," Basan replied. "I am sorry to bring you such news. Come with me first. I have something to do before I leave here. Follow my orders." He did not look to see how Basan responded, and perhaps that was why the man nodded and obeyed the young son of Yesugei. Temujin strode through the Olhun Ut as they scurried and recovered from the excitement. The alarms had sounded on Basan's approach, but they had reacted in panic. Temujin sneered to himself, wondering if he would one day lead a war party to these same Gers. Dawn had come at last, and as he reached the outskirts he saw the gnarled figure of Soloi standing at his door with a wood axe in his hands. Temujin did not hesitate, walking up to within reach of the weapon. "Is Berta here?" he said. Soloi narrowed his eyes at the change in manner in the boy, no doubt because of the warrior who stood so grimly at his side. Soloi raised his head stubbornly. "Not yet, boy. I thought she might be with you. Your brother tried the same with the girl they'd given him." Temujin hesitated, losing his momentum. "What?" "He took his girl early, like a couple of goats rutting, didn't he say? If you've done the same, I'll cut your hands off, boy, and don't think I'm worried by your daddy's man either. I've killed better with my hands alone. An axe will do you both." Temujin heard the slide of steel as Basan drew his sword. Before a blow could be struck, Temujin laid a hand on the warrior's arm, stopping him with a touch. "I have not harmed her. She stopped me fighting Kirke, that's all." Soloi frowned. "I told her not to leave the tent, boy. That's what matters." Temujin stepped closer to the old man. "I've learned more tonight than I wanted to know. Whatever the truth of it, I am not my brother. I will return for your daughter when the moon's blood is on her. I will take her for my wife. Until then, you will not lay a hand on her again. You will make an enemy of me if she takes a single bruise from you, old man. You do not want me as an enemy. If you give me cause, the Olhun Ut will suffer." Soloi listened with a sour expression on his face, his mouth working. Temujin waited patiently for him to think it through. "She needs a strong man, boy, to control her." "Remember that," Temujin said. Soloi nodded, watching as the two wolves walked away, the sight of a drawn sword scattering Olhun Ut children before them. Soloi hefted the axe onto his shoulder and hitched up his leggings, sniffing. "I know you're here, girl, creeping around," he said to the empty air. There was no response, but the silence became strained, and he grinned to himself, revealing black gums. "I think you found yourself a good one, if he survives. Mind you, I wouldn't take a wager on those odds." Chapter 10. Temujin heard the horns of the wolves sound as he and Basan rode into view with the setting sun behind them. A dozen warriors galloped in perfect formation to intercept him, a spearhead of seasoned warriors well able to deal with a raiding party. He could not help comparing the instant response with the panic of the Olhun Ut he'd left behind. It was hard to draw his mount back to a walk, but only a fool would risk being killed before he had been recognized. He glanced at Basan, seeing a new tension there, overlaying the exhaustion. Temujin had pushed him hard to cover the distance home in only 2 days. Both of them had gone without sleep, surviving on water and draughts of sour yogurt. Their time together had not begun a friendship, and as they came back into familiar territory, Temujin had sensed a growing distance between them. The warrior had been reluctant to speak, and his manner worried Temujin more than he cared to admit. It occurred to him that the arban of galloping warriors could now be enemies. He had no way of telling, and all he could do was sit tall and straight in the saddle as his father would have wanted, while they came on. When the warriors were within hailing distance, Basan raised his right arm, showing he did not carry a blade. Temujin recognized Eiluk amongst them, and saw instantly how the others deferred to his father's bondsman. It was he who gave the signal to halt, and something about his confidence brought Temujin close to humiliating tears. He had come home, but everything had changed. He refused to weep in front of them all, but his eyes shone. Eiluk laid a claiming hand on Temujin's reins. The others fell in around them, and they began to trot as one, Temujin's mount matching the pace without a command from him. It was a small thing, but Temujin felt like yanking the reins away in childish anger. He did not want to be led back to his father's tribe like a small boy, but his wits seemed to have deserted him. "Your father still lives," Eiluk said. "His wound was poisoned, and he has been delirious for many days." "He is awake, then?" Temujin said, hardly daring to hope. Eiluk shrugged. "At times he cries out and struggles against enemies only he can see. He is a strong man, but he takes no food, and the flesh has melted off him like wax. You should prepare yourself. I do not believe he will live much longer." Temujin bowed his head to his chest, overcome. Eiluk looked away rather than shame him at this moment of weakness. Without warning, Temujin reached out and tugged his reins away from Eiluk's grip. "Who is responsible? Has he named them?" "Not yet, though your mother has asked him whenever he wakes. He does not know her." Eiluk sighed to himself, and Temujin saw his own strain mirrored in the man. The wolves would be stunned and fearful with Yesuge raving and close to death. They would be looking for a strong leader. "What about my brother Bekter?" Temujin said. Eiluk frowned, perhaps guessing the path of Temujin's thoughts. "He has ridden out with the warriors to search the plains." He hesitated then, as if deciding how much he should share with the boy. "You should not hope to find your father's enemies now. Those who survived will have scattered days ago. They will not wait for us to find them." His face was a mask, but Temujin sensed some hidden anger in him. Perhaps he did not like the thought of Bekter's influence on the warriors. The search had to be at least attempted, and Bekter was an obvious choice, but Eiluk would not want new loyalties being forged away from him. Temujin thought he could read his father's bondsman well enough, despite his attempts to hide his private self. A man would have to be a fool not to think of the succession at such a time. Temujin was almost certainly too young, and Bekter was on the edge of manhood. With Eiluk's support, either could rule the wolves. But the alternative was obvious and chilling. Temujin forced a smile as he faced a man who was more of a threat than any of the Olhun Ut he had left behind. "You have loved my father even as I have, Eiluk. What would he want for the wolves if he dies? Would he want you to lead them?" Eiluk stiffened as if he had been struck, turning a murderous expression on the boy who rode at his side. Temujin did not flinch. He felt almost light-headed, but in that moment he did not care if Eiluk killed him. No matter what the future held, he found he could return the gaze without a trace of fear. "I have been loyal all my life," Eiluk said. "But your father's day has come and gone. Our enemies will be watching us for weakness as word spreads. The Tartars will come in the winter to raid our herds, perhaps even the Olhun Ut or the Kerait, just to see if we can still defend what is ours." He took a white-knuckled grip on his reins and turned away from Temujin, unable to go on with the pale yellow eyes watching him. "You know what he would have wanted, Eiluk. You know what you must do." "No. No, I do not know, boy. I do know what you are thinking, and I tell you now, you are too young to lead the families." Temujin swallowed bitterness and pride in a hard knot. "Bekter, then. Do not betray our father, Eiluk. He treated you like a brother all his life. Honor him now by helping his son." To Temujin's astonishment, Eiluk kicked his heels in and rode ahead of the group, his face flushed and furious. Temujin did not dare look at the men around him. He did not want to see their expressions and know his world had crumbled. He did not see the questioning glances they shared, nor their sorrow. The camp of the wolves was still and quiet as Temujin dismounted by his father's ger and took a deep breath. He felt as if he had been away for years. The last time he had stood on that spot, his father had been vital and strong, a certainty in all their lives. It was just not possible to think that world had gone and could not be recalled. He stood stiffly in the open, looking out over the gers of the families. He could have named every man, woman, and child with just a glance at the design of their door. They were his people, and he had always known his place amongst them. Uncertainty was a new emotion for him, as if there were a great hole in his chest. He found he had to summon all his courage just to enter the ger. He might have stood there even longer if he had not seen the people beginning to gather as the sun's rays faded. He could not bear their pity, and with a grimace he ducked through the low door and closed it against their staring faces. The night felt had not yet been placed over the smoke hole above his head, but the ger was stifling with heat, and a smell that made him want to gag. He saw his mother's paleness when she turned to him, and his defenses crumbled as he rushed to her and fell into her embrace. Tears came beyond his control, and she rocked him in silence as he gazed on his father's withered body. Yesugei's flesh shuddered like a horse twitching at flies. His stomach was bound in crusted bandages, stiff as reeds with old fluids. Temujin saw a line of pus and blood move like a worm across the skin and into the blankets. His father's hair had been combed and oiled, but it seemed thin, and there was more gray than he remembered in the wisps that reached down to his cheekbones. Temujin saw the ribs were starkly outlined. The face was sunken and dark in hollows, a death mask for the man he had known. "You should speak to him, Temujin," his mother said. As he raised his head to respond, he saw her eyes were as red as his own. "He has been calling your name, and I did not know if you would come in time." He nodded, wiping a silvery trail of mucus from his nose onto his sleeve as he looked at the one man he had thought would live forever. The fevers had burnt the muscle off his bones, and Temujin could hardly believe it was the same powerful warrior who had ridden so confidently into the camp of the Olhun Ut. He stared for a long time, unable to speak. He hardly noticed his mother wet a cloth in a bucket of cold water and press it into his hand. She guided his fingers to his father's face, and together they wiped the eyes and lips. Temujin breathed shallowly, struggling against revulsion. The smell of sick flesh was appalling, but his mother showed no distaste, and he tried to be strong for her. Yesugei shifted under the touch and opened his eyes, looking directly at them. "It's Temujin, husband. He has come home safe," Iggulden said gently. The eyes remained blank, and Temujin felt fresh tears starting. "I don't want you to die," he said to his father, beginning to sob in spasms. "I don't know what to do." The Han of the wolves took in a sharp breath so that his ribs stood out like a cage. Temujin leaned over him and pressed his hand into his father's. The skin was impossibly hot and dry, but he did not let go. He saw his father's mouth move and dropped his head to hear. "I am home, father," he said. The grip tightened enough to hurt. Temujin brought his other hand over to hold his father's fingers, and for a moment their eyes met, and he thought he saw recognition. "The Tartars," Yesugei whispered. His throat seemed to close on the words, and the pent-up air released in a great sigh that ended in a dry clicking. Temujin waited for the next breath, and when it did not come, he realized the hand he held had fallen limp. He held it even harder in a rush of despair, aching to hear another breath. "Don't leave us here," he begged, but he knew he could not be heard. Iggulden made a choking sound behind him, but he could not tear himself away from the sunken face of the man he adored. Had he told him? He could not remember saying the words, and he had a sudden fear that his father would go to the spirits without knowing how much he had meant to his sons. "Everything I am comes from you," he whispered. "I am your son, and nothing else. Can you hear me?" He felt his mother's hands on his own. "He waited for you, Temujin." "He has gone now," she said. He could not look at her. "Do you think he knew how much I loved him?" he said. She smiled through her tears, and for a moment she looked as pretty as she must have been when she was young. "He knew. He was so proud of you. He used to think his heart would burst with it. He used to look at me whenever you rode, or fought with your brothers, or argued with them. I could see it in his smile then. He did not want to spoil you, but the Sky Father gave him the sons he wanted, and you were his pride, his private joy. He knew." It was too much for Temujin to hear, and he wept unashamedly. "We must tell the families that he is gone at last," Hoyland said. "What then?" Temujin replied, wiping his tears. "Eiluk will not support me to lead the wolves. Will Bekter be Han?" He searched her face for some reassurance, but found only exhaustion and grief returning to cloud her eyes. "I do not know what will happen, Temujin. If your father had survived a few more years it would not matter, but now there is no good time to die, but this." She began to weep, and Temujin found himself drawing her head against his shoulder. He could not have imagined giving her comfort, but it seemed to come naturally, and somehow it strengthened him for whatever was to come. He felt his youth as a weakness, but with his father's spirit close, he knew he had to find the courage to face the families. His gaze flickered around the Ger. "Where is the eagle I brought for him?" His mother shook her head. "I could not care for it. Eiluk took it to another family." Temujin struggled with a rising hatred for the man his father had trusted in all things. He drew away from his mother, and Hoyland rose and looked down at the body of Yasuge. As Temujin watched, she leaned over her husband and kissed him gently on his open mouth. She seemed to shudder at the contact, her whole body quivering. With shaking fingers she closed his eyes, then pulled a blanket over his wound. The air was sluggish with heat and death, but Temujin found the smell no longer troubled him. He breathed deeply, filling his lungs with his father's essence as he too rose to his feet. He splashed water from the bucket onto his face, and then rubbed it away with a scrap of clean cloth. "I will go out and tell them," he said. His mother nodded, her eyes still fixed on a distant past as he walked to the small door and ducked out into the sharp air of the night. The women of the families raised wailing voices to the Sky Father so that he would hear a great man had passed from the plains. The sons of Yasuge gathered to pay their last respects to their father. When dawn came, they would wrap him in a white cloth and take him to a high hill, leaving his naked flesh to be taken into the hawks and vultures that were dear to the spirits. The arms that had taught them to draw a bow, the strong face, all of him would be torn into 1,000 scraps to fly in hosts of birds under the Sky Father's gaze. He would no longer be tied to the earth as they were. As the night wound on, the warriors met in clusters, moving from ger to ger until all the families had spoken. Temujin did not take part in the process, though he wished Bekter were there to see the sky burial and the recitals. As much as he disliked his brother, he knew it would hurt him to have missed the stories and tales told of Yasuge's life. No one slept. As the moon rose, a great fire was built in the center of the encampment, and old Chagatai, the storyteller, waited while they gathered, a skin of black arag ready against the cold. Only the scouting party and the lookouts remained on the hills. Every other, man, woman, and child, came to hear and weep openly, giving Yasuge honor. They all knew that a tear shed into the ground would one day become part of the rivers that quenched the thirst of the herds and the families of all the tribes. There was no shame in weeping for a Han who had kept them safe through hard winters and made the wolves a force on the plains. Temujin sat alone at first, though many came to touch his shoulder and say a few quiet words of respect. Temugay was red-faced from crying, but he came with Kachiyun and sat beside their brother, sharing their grief without words. Hasar too came to hear Chagatai, and he was pale and wan as he embraced Temujin. The last to arrive was Helen, with her daughter Temujin asleep in the folds of her robe. She hugged her boys one after the other, then stared into the flames as if lost. When the tribe were all there, Chagatai cleared his throat and spat into the roaring fire at his back. "I knew the wolf when he was a little boy, and his sons and daughter were only dreams of the Sky Father. He was not always the man who led the families. When he was young, he crept into my father's ger and stole a comb of honey wrapped in cloth. He buried the cloth, but he had a dog in those days, a hound of yellow and black. The animal dug up the cloth and brought it to him while he was in the middle of denying he had even known the honey was there. He did not sit for days afterwards." Chagatai paused as the warriors smiled. "As a man, he led war parties after only 12 summers, raiding the Tartars again and again for ponies and sheep. When Eluk wanted to take a bride, it was Yesugei who raided ponies to give to her father, bringing in 3 red mares and a dozen cattle from a single night. He had the blood of 2 men bright on his sword, but even then there were few who could match him with a blade or a bow. He was a scourge to that tribe, and when he was Han, they learned to fear Yesugei and the men who rode with him." Chagatai took a deep draught of the arag, smacking his lips. "When his father was sky-buried, Yesugei gathered all the warriors and took them out for many days, making them live on just a few handfuls of food and barely enough water to wet the throat. All those who went on that trip came back with fire in their bellies and loyalty to him in their hearts. He gave them their pride, and the wolves grew strong and fat on mutton and milk." Temujin listened while the old man recited his father's victories. Chagatai's memory was still sharp enough to remember what had been said and how many had fallen to his father's sword or bow. Perhaps the numbers were exaggerated. He did not know. The older warriors nodded and smiled at the memories, and as they emptied the skins of arag, they began to call out in appreciation as Chagatai painted the battles for them once more. "That was when old Yeke lost 3 fingers from his right hand," Chagatai continued. "It was Yesugei who found them in the snow and brought them back to him. Yeke saw what he was carrying and said they should be given to the dogs. Yesugei told him it would be better to tie them to a stick. He said he could still use them to scratch himself." Hasar chuckled at that, hanging on every word with his brothers. This was the history of their tribe, the stories of the men and women who made them who they were. Chagatai's manner changed subtly as he lowered the skin once more. "He left strong sons to follow him, and he would have wanted Bekter or Temujin to lead the wolves. I have heard the whispers in the families. I have heard the arguments and the promises, but the blood of Hans runs in them, and if there is honor in the wolves, they should not shame their Han in death. He watches us now." The camp fell silent, though Temujin heard some of the warriors murmuring agreement. He felt 100 eyes on him in the flame-lit darkness. He began to rise, but in the distance they all heard the lookout horns sound mournfully over the hills, and the warriors snapped out of their drunken trance, rising quickly to their feet and shaking themselves to alertness. Eluk appeared on the fringes of the light, gazing malevolently at Chagatai. Temujin saw that the storyteller looked frail and tired now that the spell was broken. A breeze blew his white hair back and forth as he faced Eluk without a sign of fear. As Temujin watched, Eiluk nodded sharply as if something had been decided. The bondsman's horse was brought to him, and he mounted in one swift movement, riding out into the dark without looking back. The horns ceased after only a short time when they realized it was the scouting party returning. Bekter came in at the head of a dozen warriors, riding up to the fire to dismount. Temujin saw that they carried armor and weapons that were different from the ones he knew. In the light of the great fire he saw rotting heads tied to Bekter's saddle by their hair. Temujin shivered suddenly at the sight of the open mouths flopping as if they still cried out. Though the flesh was black and fly-blown, he knew he was looking at the faces of those who had killed his father. Only his mother had also heard Yasuge whisper the name of his enemy in the tent, and neither she nor Temujin had shared the information with any other. It was somehow chilling to hear the Tartars named again by the returning warriors. They held up bows and dells splashed with dried blood, and the families gathered around them in horrified fascination, reaching out to touch the rotting faces of the dead. Bekter strode into the firelight as if the leadership of the tribe were already settled. It would once have been a bitter scene in Temujin's imagination, but after his fears he felt a savage pleasure. Let his brother take the tribe. At first the conversations were noisy, and there were cries of shock at the description of what they had found. 5 bodies lay rotting where they had ambushed the Han of wolves. The gazes that fell on Yasuge's sons were bright with awe, yet they fell silent when Eiluk drew up, leaping lightly down from his saddle to face the brothers. With deliberate resolve, Temujin came to stand at Bekter's shoulder, and Hasar and Kachiyun came with him. They faced Eiluk and waited for him to speak. Perhaps that was their mistake, for Eiluk was a powerful warrior, and next to him they looked like the boys they were. "Your father has gone at last, Bekter," Eiluk said. "It was not an easy passing, but it is at an end." Bekter's hooded eyes regarded his father's bondsman, understanding the challenge and the danger. He raised his head and spoke, sensing he would never be stronger in his position than at that moment. "I will be proud to lead the wolves to war," he said clearly. Some of the warriors cheered him, but Eiluk shook his head slowly, his confidence cowing the few who had shown support. Silence came again, and Temujin found himself holding his breath. "I will be Han," Eiluk said. "It is decided." Bekter reached for his sword, and Eiluk's eyes gleamed in pleasure. It was Temujin who gripped his brother's arm first, though Kachiyun was there almost as quickly. "He will kill you," Temujin said, as Bekter tried to free himself. "Or I will kill him for the oath-breaking filth he is," Bekter snapped in response. Locked in their own struggle, neither of them had time to react as Eiluk drew his sword and used the hilt as a hammer, smashing Bekter off his feet. He and Temujin went down in a tangle of limbs, and Kachiyun threw himself at their father's bondsman, unarmed, trying to stop him using the blade to kill his brothers. Helin cried out in fear behind them, and the sound seemed to break through to Eiluk as he advanced, shaking Kachiyun off with a flick of his arm. He glared at them all, and then sheathed his sword. "In honor to your father, I will not shed blood tonight," he said, though his face was heavy with anger. He raised his head to have his voice carry. "The wolves will ride. I will not stay where the blood of my Han stains the earth. Gather your herds and horses. As the sun reaches noon, we will travel south." He took a step closer to Helin and her sons. "But not with you," he said. "I will not watch my back for your knives. You will stay here and take your father's body to the hills." Helin swayed slightly in the breeze, her face white and pinched. "You will leave us to die?" Eiluk shrugged. "Die or live, you will not be of the wolves. It is done." Chagatai loomed behind Eiluk then, and Temujin saw the old man grip him by the arm. Eiluk raised his sword in reflex, but Chagatai ignored the bare blade so close to his face. "This is an evil thing," Chagatai said angrily. "You dishonor the memory of a great man, left with no one to bring death to his killers. How will his spirit rest? You cannot leave his children alone on the plains. It is as bad as killing them yourself. Get away, old man. A Han must make hard decisions. I will not shed the blood of children or women, but if they starve, my hands are clean." Chaghatay's face grew dark with wordless fury, and he scrabbled at Eiluk's armor, battering at him. His nails scored the flesh of Eiluk's neck, and the reaction was instantaneous. Eiluk drove his blade into the old man's chest and shoved him off it onto his back. Blood came up from Chaghatay's open mouth, and Helen sank to her knees, weeping and rocking while her sons stood stunned. There were other screams at the murder, and some of the warriors came to stand between Eiluk and the family of Yesugei, their hands ready on their swords. Eiluk shook himself and spat at Chaghatai as his blood poured into the parched soil. "You should not have interfered, you old fool," he said, sheathing his sword and walking stiffly away. The warriors helped Helen to her feet, and women came to help her back to the ger. They turned their faces from the crying children, and to Temujin that was as bad as anything else that had happened that night. The families had deserted them, and they were lost. The gers of the wolves left black circles on the hard ground when they were dismantled, littered with scraps of old bone and pieces of broken leather and pottery. The sons of Yesugei watched the process as outsiders, standing miserably with their mother and sister. Eiluk had been ruthless, and Hoylen had needed all the others to hold Bekter back when the bondsmen ordered their ger and everything in it to be packed with the rest. Some of the women had cried out at the cruelty, but many more had kept silent, and Eiluk had ignored them all. The Han's word was law. Temujin shook his head in disbelief as the carts were loaded and the herds urged into place with sticks and blows. He had seen that Eiluk wore Yesugei's sword as he strode about the encampment. Bekter had set his jaw tight as he noticed the blade, his fury evident. Eiluk had smiled to himself as he walked past them, enjoying their impotent glares. Temujin wondered at how Eiluk had kept such ambition hidden inside for so many years. He had sensed it when Yesugei gave him the red bird, but even then he would not have believed it possible to have Eiluk betray them so completely. He shook his head as he heard the eagle chicks crying when their wings were wrapped tight for the journey. He could not take it in. The sight of Chaghatai's sprawled body tugged at his eyes over and over, reminding him of the night before. The old storyteller was going to be left where he had fallen, and that seemed as great a crime as any of the rest to the boys. Though her sons were pale with despair, Helen herself radiated a cold rage that punished anyone foolish enough to meet her eyes. When Eiluk had come to order the Han's ger dismantled, even he had not looked at her, staring instead into a middle distance while the work went on. The great layers of heavy felt had been untied and rolled, and the wooden lattice collapsed into its sections, the knots of dried sinew cut with quick slashes. Everything inside had been taken, from Yesugei's bows to the winter dells with their lining of fur. Bekter had cursed and shouted when he saw they would be left with nothing, but Helen had simply shaken her head at Eiluk's casual cruelty. The dells were beautifully made, and too valuable to be wasted on those who would not survive. Winter would snatch them from life as surely as an arrow when the first snows came. Still, she faced the families with dignity, her face proud and dry of tears. It did not take long. Everything was designed to be moved, and by the time the sun stood above them, the black circles were empty and the carts loaded, with men heaving at the ropes to tie everything down. Helen shivered as the wind blew stronger. There was no shelter now that the gers had gone, and she felt exposed and numb. She knew Yesugei would have drawn his father's sword and taken a dozen heads if he were there to see it. His body lay on the turf, wrapped in cloth. In the night, someone in the families had wound an old piece of linen around Chaghatai's withered frame, hiding his wound. They lay side by side in death, and Helen could not bear to look at either of them. The herdsman shouted as Eiluk blew his horn. using sticks longer than a man to snap the animals into movement. The noise grew as sheep and goats bleated and ran to escape the stinging touch, and the tribe began to move. Helen stood with her sons like a stand of pale birch and watched them go. Temujin was sobbing quietly to himself, and Kachiyun took his hand in case the little boy tried to run after the tribe. The open ground quickly swallowed the cries of the herdsmen and their charges. Helen watched them until they were far away, at last breathing out some small part of her relief. She knew Eiluk was capable of sending a man circling back to make a bloody end to the abandoned family. As soon as the distance was too far for them to be seen, she turned to her sons, gathering them around her. "We need shelter and food, but most of all we need to get away from this place. There will be scavengers coming soon to sift through the ashes of the fires. Not all of them will walk on 4 legs. Bekter." Her sharp tone snapped her son out of his trance as he stared after the distant figures. "I need you now to look after your brothers." "What is the point?" he replied, turning back to watch the plain. "We're all dead." Helen slapped him hard across the face, and he staggered, his eyes blazing. Fresh blood started from where Eiluk had hit him the night before. "Shelter and food, Bekter. Yesugei's sons will not go quietly to their deaths, as Eiluk wants, nor will his wife. I need your strength, Bekter, do you understand?" "What will we do with him?" Temujin said, looking at his father's body. Helen faltered for an instant as she followed his gaze. She clenched her fist and shook with anger. "Was it too much to leave us a single pony?" she said under her breath. She had a vision of tribeless men pulling the sheet from Yesugei's naked body and laughing, but there was no choice. "It's just flesh, Temujin. Your father's spirit is gone from here. Let him see us survive, and he will be satisfied." "We leave him for wild dogs, then?" Temujin asked, horrified. It was Bekter who nodded. "We must. Dogs or birds, it doesn't matter. How far could you and I carry him, Temujin? It's already noon, and we need to get up to a tree line." "The Red Hill," Kachiyun said suddenly. "There is shelter there." Helen shook her head. "It's too far to reach before night falls. To the east there is a cleft that will do until tomorrow. There are woods there. We'd die on the plains, but in woods I'll spit on Eiluk 10 years from now." "I'm hungry," Temujin said, sniveling. Helen looked at her youngest son, and her eyes filled with shining tears. She reached into the folds of her dell and brought out a cloth bag of his favorite sweet curds. Each of them took 1 or 2, as solemnly as if they were swearing an oath. "We will survive this, my sons. We will survive until you are men. And when Eiluk is old, he will wonder if it is you coming for him every time he hears hooves in the darkness." They looked into her face in awe, seeing only fierce determination. It was strong enough to banish some of their own despair, and they all took strength from her. "Now walk," she snapped at them. "Shelter, then food." Chapter 11. A thin drizzle fell as Bekter and Temujin sat huddled together, wet to the bone. Before dark they had reached a wooded cleft in the hills where a stream dribbled through sodden, marshy ground. The narrow crease in the land was host to black-trunked pines and silver birches as pale as bones. The echoing spatter of water was strange and frightening as the boys shivered on a great nest of dark roots. Before the light faded, Helen had set them to lifting fallen saplings, dragging the great broken lengths of rotten wood through the leaves and mud to heave them into the crook of a low tree. Their arms and chests were scratched raw, but she had not let them rest. Even Temujin had carried armfuls of dead needles and piled them over smaller branches, tottering back again and again for more until the crude shelter was finished. It was not large enough for Bekter and Temujin, but Helen had kissed them both in gratitude, and they had stood proudly as she crawled into the space with the baby. Hasar curled up like a shivering dog between her legs, and Temujin crept in after them, sobbing gently to himself. Kachiyun had stood with his older brothers for a while, swaying gently from exhaustion. Temujin had taken him by the arm and pushed him after the others. There was hardly room even for him. Their mother's head had sunk slowly onto her chest as the little girl nursed. Temujin and Bekter had moved away as quietly as they could, looking for anything that would keep the rain off their faces long enough to get to sleep. They did not find it. The mass of roots had seemed a little better than simply lying down in the wet, but unseen lumps and twists made them ache however they lay. When sleep did come, a splash of icy water would strike their faces and bring them back for bleary moments, wondering where they were. The night seemed to last forever. As Temujin woke yet again and moved his cramped legs, he thought about the day. It had been strange to walk away from his father's body. They had all looked back to see the pale speck growing smaller. Helen had seen the wistful glances and been annoyed with them. "You have always had the families around you," she had said. "You have not had to hide from thieves and wanderers before. Now we must hide. Even a single herder can kill us all, and there will be no justice." The hard, new reality had chilled them as much as the rain that began to fall, dampening their spirits still further. Temujin blinked against a drip of water from somewhere above. He was not sure he had slept at all, though he sensed time had passed. His stomach was painfully empty, and he wondered what they would do for food. If Eiluk had even left them a bow, Temujin could have fed them all on fat marmots. Without one, they could starve to death in just a few days. He looked up and saw that the rain clouds had passed, letting the stars shine through to the land beneath. The trees still dripped all around, but he hoped the morning would be warmer. The dampness had soaked every part of him, and his clothes were caked in mud and leaves. He felt the slippery muck on his fingers as he clenched a fist and thought of Eiluk. A pine needle or thorn dug into his palm, but he ignored it, silently cursing the man who had betrayed his family. Deliberately he clenched until his whole body shook and he could see green flashes under his eyelids. "Keep him alive," he whispered to the Sky Father. "Keep him strong and healthy. Keep him alive for me to kill." Bekter grumbled in his sleep next to him, and Temujin closed his eyes again, aching for the hours to slip away until dawn. He wanted the same as the younger ones, to let his mother wrap him in her arms and solve all their problems. Instead, he knew he had to be strong, both for her and for his brothers. One thing was certain. They would survive, and one day he would find and kill Eiluk and take Yesuge's sword from his dead hand. The thought stayed with him as he fell asleep. They were all up as soon as it was light enough to see each other's dirty faces. Heulen's eyes were puffy and bruised-looking with exhaustion, but she gathered her children around her, watching as the single water bottle was passed from hand to hand. Her tiny daughter was fussing and already slippery with fresh excrement. There were no spare cloths, and the infant began a red-faced fit of screaming that showed no sign of lapsing. Heulen could only ignore the cries as the baby refused the teat again and again in its distress. In the end, even their mother's patience was exhausted, and she left her bare breast hanging while the little girl clenched her fists and roared to the sky. "If we are to live, we need to make somewhere dry and organize fishing and hunting," she told them. "Show me what you have with you so that we all can see." She noticed Bekter hesitate and turned on him. "Hold nothing back, Bekter. We could all be dead in a single turn of the moon if we can't hunt and get warm." In the dawn it was easier to find a place where the thick mat of needles was damp rather than soaking. Heulen removed her dell, shivering as she did so. They could all see the dark slick down her side, where their sister's bowels had emptied during the night. The smell wafted over them all, making Hasar put a hand to his face. Heulen ignored him, her mouth a thin line of irritation. Temujin could see she was barely holding her temper as she spread the dell on the ground. Gently she placed her daughter on the cloth, the movement startling the tiny little girl into staring around at her brothers with tear-filled eyes. It hurt to see her shivering. Bekter grimaced and took a knife from his belt, laying it down. Heulen tested the blade with her thumb and nodded. She reached around her own waist to untie a heavy cord of braided horsehair. She had hidden it under her dell on the last night, looking for anything that would help them in their ordeal. Its coils were narrow but strong, and it joined the blades of the brothers as they put them down in a pile. Apart from his own small knife, all Temujin could add was the winding cloth that held his dell to him, though that was long and well woven. He did not doubt Heilin would find some use for it. They all watched in fascination as Heilin brought a tiny bone box from one of the deep pockets in the dell. It contained a small piece of ridged steel and a good flint, and she laid those aside almost with reverence. The dark yellow box was beautifully carved, and she rubbed her thumbs over it in memory while they watched. "Your father gave this to me when we were married," she said. And then she picked up a stone and smashed the box into pieces. Each shard of bone was razor sharp, and she sorted them with care, picking the best and holding them up. "This one for a fish-hook, 2 more for arrowheads. Hussar, you will take the twine and find a good stone to grind the hook. Use a knife to dig for worms and find a sheltered spot. We need your luck today." Hussar gathered his share without a trace of his usual light manner. "I understand," he said, winding the horsehair length around his fist. "Leave me enough to make a snare," she told him as he stood. "We need gut and tendons for a bow." She turned to Bekter and Temujin, handing a sliver of sharp bone to each boy. "You take a knife each, and make me a bow from the birch. You've seen it done enough times." Bekter pressed the point of the bone into his palm, testing it. "If we had horn or horsehide for the string," he began. Heilin grew very still, and her stare silenced him. "A single marmot snare won't keep us alive. I didn't say I wanted a bow that would make your father proud. Just cut something you can kill with. Or perhaps we should simply lie down in the leaves and wait for cold and hunger to take us." Bekter frowned, irritated at the criticism in front of the others. Without looking at Temujin, he snatched up his knife and strode away, his bone shard held tightly in his fist. "I could lash a blade to a stick and make a spear, perhaps for fish," Kachiyun said. Heilin looked gratefully at him and took a deep breath. She picked up the smallest of the knives and passed it into his hands. "Good boy," she said, reaching out to touch his face. "Your father taught you all to hunt. I don't think he would ever have guessed it would matter this much. But whatever you learned, we need." She looked at the pitifully small number of items left on the cloth and sighed. "Temujin, I can light a fire if you find me something dry to burn. Anything." The fat little boy stood up, his mouth quivering. He had not yet begun to recover from the terror of their new situation, nor its hopelessness. The other boys could see Heilin was on the nervous edge of breaking, but Temujin still saw her as a rock and reached out to be embraced. She allowed him a moment in her arms before she eased him away. "Find what you can, Temujin. Your sister can't take another night without a fire." Temujin winced as the little boy broke into sobbing, and when Heilin refused to look at him, ran away under the looming trees. Temujin reached out clumsily to try to give his mother some comfort. He took her shoulder, and to his pleasure she tilted her head so that her face briefly touched his hand. "Make me a killing bow, Temujin. Find Bekter and help him," she said, raising her eyes to his. He swallowed painfully against his hunger and left her there with the baby, the wailing cry echoing amongst the wet trees. Temujin found Bekter by the sound of his blade hacking into a birch sapling. He whistled softly to let his older brother know he was approaching, and received a surly glare for his trouble. Without a word, Temujin held the slender trunk steady for his brother's blade. The knife was a solid piece of edged iron, and it bit deeply. Bekter seemed to be taking his anger out on the wood, and it took courage for Temujin to hold his hand still as blow after blow thumped near his fingers. It did not take long before Temujin was able to press the sapling down and expose the whitish fibers of the young wood. The bow would be near to useless, he thought glumly. It was hard not to think of the beautiful weapons in every ger of the wolves. Boiled strips of sheep horn and ground sinew were glued to birch cores and then left for an entire year in dry darkness. Each bow was a marvel of ingenuity, capable of killing over a distance of more than 100 alds. The bow he and his brother sweated to make would be little more than a child's toy in comparison, and this was the one on which their lives would depend. Temujin snorted in bitter amusement as Bekter closed one eye and finally held up the length of birch, still ragged with its paper bark. He saw Bekter's jaw clench in response and watched in surprise as his brother brought the length of wood back sharply and broke it over another trunk, throwing the splintered birch to the leaves. "This is a waste of time," Bekter said furiously. Temujin eyed the knife he was holding, suddenly aware of how alone they were. "How far can they travel in a day?" Bekter demanded. "You can track. We know the guards as well as our brothers. I could get past them." "To do what?" Temujin asked. "Kill Eiluk?" He saw Bekter's eyes glaze for a moment as he tasted the idea, then shook his head. "No. We'd never get to him, but we could steal a bow. Just a single bow and a few arrows, and we could eat. Aren't you hungry?" Temujin tried not to think about the ache in his stomach. He had known hunger before, but always there was the thought of a hot meal waiting at the end. Here it seemed worse, and his gut felt sore and painful to the touch. He hoped it was not the first sign of the loose bowels that came from disease or poor meat. In such a place any weakness would kill him. He knew as well as his mother that they walked a thin edge between survival and a pile of bones come the winter. "I am starving," he said, "but we'd never get into a ger without the alarm being raised. Even if we did, they'd track us back here, and Eiluk would not let us go a second time. That broken stick is all we have." Both boys looked at the ruined sapling, and Bekter grabbed it in a show of mindless anger, wrenching at the unyielding wood and then throwing it into the undergrowth. "All right, let's start again," he said grimly. "Though we don't have a string, we don't have arrows, and we have no glue. We have as much chance of catching an animal by throwing stones at it." Temujin said nothing, shaken by the outburst. Like all of his father's sons, he was used to someone knowing what to do. Perhaps they had become too used to that certainty. Ever since he had felt his father's hand go limp in his own, he had been lost. There were times when he felt the strength he needed begin to kindle in his chest, but he kept expecting it all to end and his old life to come back. "We'll braid strips of cloth for a string. It will hold long enough to take 2 shots, I should think. We only have 2 arrowheads, after all." Bekter grunted in reply and reached out to another birch sapling, supple and as thick as his thumb. "Hold this steady, then, brother," he said, raising the heavy blade. "I'll make a bow good for 2 chances at the kill. After that fails, we'll eat grass." Kachiyun caught up with Hasar high into the cleft between the hills. The figure of his older brother was so still that he almost missed him as he climbed over rocks, but his gaze was drawn to where the stream had widened into a pool, and he saw his brother on the edge. Hasar had made himself a simple rod with a long birch twig. Kachiyun whistled to let him know he was there, and approached as silently as he could, staring down into the clear water. "I can see them. Nothing larger than a finger so far," Hasar whispered. "They don't seem to want the worms, though." They both stared at the limp scrap of flesh that hung in the water, an arm's length from the bank. Kachiyun frowned to himself, thinking. "We're going to need more than 1 or 2 if we're all to eat tonight," he said. Hasar grunted in response. "If you have an idea, then say it. I can't make them take the hook." Kachiyun was silent for a long time, and both boys would have enjoyed the peace if it had not been for the ache in their bellies. At last Kachiyun stood and began to unwind the orange waistcloth from his dell. It was 3 alds long, stretching as far as 3 men lying head to toe. He might not have thought to use it if Temujin had not added his own to Heilin's pile. Hasar glanced up at him, a smile touching his mouth. "Going for a swim?" he said. Kachiyun shook his head. "A net would be better than a hook. We could get them all then." I thought I might try to dam the stream with the cloth." Hussar pulled his bedraggled worm out of the water, laying the precious hook down. "It might work," he said. "I'll go farther upstream and beat the water with a stick as I come back down. If you can close off the stream with the cloth, you might be able to scoop a few onto the bank." Both boys looked at the freezing water reluctantly. Kachiyun sighed to himself, winding the cloth around his arms. "All right. It's better than waiting," he said, shuddering as he stepped into the pool. The cold made them gasp and wince, but both boys worked quickly to tie the length of cloth across the path of the stream. A tree root made a perfect anchor point on one side, and Kachiyun heaved a rock onto the other as he doubled the cloth and brought it back on itself. There was more than enough, and he forgot his chill for a time when he saw a small fish touch the orange barrier and dart backwards. He saw Hussar cut a strip from the cloth and bind a knife to a stick to make a short stabbing spear. "Pray to the Sky Father for some big ones," Hussar said. "We need to get this right." Kachiyun remained in the water, struggling not to shiver too violently, as his brother walked away and was lost to sight. He did not need to be told. Temujin tried to take the bow from his brother's hands, and Bekter rapped his knuckles with the handle of his knife. "I have it," Bekter said irritably. Temujin watched as the older boy bent the birch to fit the loop of braided string over the other end. He winced in anticipation of the crack that would be the ruin of their third attempt. From the beginning he had resented Bekter's bad-tempered approach to making the weapon, as if the wood and the string were enemies to be crushed into obedience. Whenever Temujin tried to help, he was roughly rebuffed, and only when Bekter failed again and again did he suffer his brother to hold the wood still as they bent it. The second bow had snapped, and their first two strings had lasted just long enough to come under tension before they too gave way. The sun had moved over their heads, and their tempers frayed as failure piled upon failure. The new string was braided from 3 thin strips cut from Temujin's own waistcloth. It was childishly thick and bulky, vibrating visibly as Bekter eased the bow back from its bent position, wincing in anticipation. It did not snap, and both boys breathed a sigh of relief. Bekter touched his thumb to the taut cord, making a deep twanging sound. "Have you finished the arrows?" he said to Temujin. "Just one," Temujin replied, showing him the straight birch twig with a needle of bone set firmly into the wood. It had taken forever to grind the shard into a shape he could bind, leaving a delicate tang that fitted between the split wood. He had held his breath for part of the process, knowing that if he snapped the head there could be no replacement. "Give it to me, then," Bekter said, holding out his hand. Temujin shook his head. "Make your own," he replied, holding it out of reach. "This is mine." He saw rage in Bekter's eyes then, and thought the older boy might use the new bow to strike him. Perhaps the time they had spent on it prevented him from doing so, but Bekter nodded at last. "I should have expected that from you." Bekter made a show of placing the bow out of Temujin's reach, while he found a stone to grind his own arrowhead. Temujin stood stiffly watching, irritated at having to cooperate with a fool. "The Olhun Ut do not speak well of you, Bekter. Did you know that?" he said. Bekter snorted, spitting on the stone and working the bone sliver back and forth. "I don't care what they think of me, my brother," he replied grimly. "If I had become Han, I would have raided them the first winter. I would have shown them the price of their pride." "Be sure to tell our mother that when we go back," Temujin said. "She will be pleased to hear what you were planning." Bekter looked up at Temujin, his small dark eyes murderous. "You are just a child," he said after a time. "You could never have led the wolves." Temujin felt anger flare, though he showed nothing. "We won't know now, will we?" he said. Bekter ignored him, grinding the bone into a neat shape for the shaft. "Instead of just standing there, why don't you do something useful, like finding a marmot burrow?" Temujin did not bother to reply. He turned his back on his brother and walked away. The meal that night was a pitiful affair. Helen had nursed the flame into life, though the damp leaves smoked and spat. Another night in the cold might have killed them, but she was terrified the light would be seen. The cleft in the hills should have hidden their position, but still she made them cluster around the fire, blocking its light with their bodies. They were all weak with hunger, and Temujin was green around the mouth where he had tried wild herbs and vomited. 2 fish were the product of their day's labors, both of them captured more by luck than skill in the river trap. As small as they were, the crisping black fingers of flesh drew the eyes of all the boys. Temujin and Bekter were silently furious with each other after an afternoon of frustration. When Temujin had found a marmot hole, Bekter had refused to hand over the bow, and Temujin had flown at him in a rage, rolling together over and over in the wet. One of the arrows had snapped under them, the sound interrupting their fight. Bekter had tried to snatch at the other, but Temujin had been faster. He had already decided to borrow Kachiyun's knife and make his own bow for the next day. Helen shivered, feeling ill as she held the twigs in the flames, and wondered who would starve amongst her sons. Kachiyun and Hasar deserved at least a taste of the flesh, but she knew her own strength was the most important thing they had. If she began to faint from hunger, or even died, the rest of them would perish. She set her jaw in anger as her gaze fell on the 2 older boys. Both of them bore fresh bruises, and she wanted to take a stick to them for their stupidity. They did not understand that there would be no rescue, no respite. Their lives were in 2 tiny fish on the flames, barely enough for a mouthful. Helen prodded at the black flesh with a nail, trying not to give in to despair. Clear liquid ran down a finger as she squeezed it, and she pressed her mouth to the drip, closing her eyes in something like ecstasy. She ignored her complaining stomach and broke the fish into 2 pieces, handing one each to Kachiyun and Hasar. Kachiyun shook his head. "You first," he said, making tears start in her eyes. Hasar heard him and paused as he raised the fish to his mouth. He could smell the cooked meat, and Helen saw saliva was making his lips wet. "I can last a little longer than you, Kachiyun," she said. "I will eat tomorrow." It was enough for Hasar, who closed his mouth on the scrap and sucked noisily at the bones. Kachiyun's eyes were dark with pain from his hunger, but he shook his head. "You first," he said again. He held out the head of the fish, and Helen took it gently from him. "Do you think I can take food from you, Kachiyun, my darling son?" Her voice hardened. "Eat it, or I will throw it back on the fire." He winced at the thought and took it from her at once. They could all hear the bones breaking as he crunched it into paste in his mouth, savoring every last drop of nourishment. "Now you," Temujin said to his mother. He reached out for the second fish, intending to pass it to her. Bekter slapped his arm away, and Temujin almost went for him again in a sudden rage. "I do not need to eat tonight," Temujin said, controlling his anger. "Neither does Bekter. Share the last one with Temujin." He could not bear the hungry eyes all around the fire, and suddenly stood, preferring not to watch. He swayed slightly, feeling faint. But then Bekter reached out and took the fish, breaking it in 2. He put the larger half in his mouth and held out the rest to his mother, unable to look her in the eye. Helen hid her irritation, sick of the pettiness that hunger had brought to her family. They all sensed death was close, and it was hard to remain strong. She forgave Bekter, but the last piece of fish went to Temujin, who sucked busily at it, looking round for more. Temujin spat on the ground, deliberately catching the edge of Bekter's dell with the clot of phlegm. Before his older brother could rise to his feet, Temujin had vanished into the darkness. The damp air cooled quickly without the sun, and they prepared themselves for another freezing night. Chapter 12. Temujin held himself very still as he sighted along the line of the shaft. Although the marmots had all scattered at his arrival, they were stupid creatures, and it was never long before they returned. With a decent bow and feathered arrows, he would have been confident in taking a fat buck home for his family. The closest warren to the cleft in the hills was still dangerously exposed. Temujin would have preferred a few small bushes for cover, but instead he had to sit perfectly still and wait for the timid animals to risk coming back. He kept a watch on the hills around him at the same time, in case a wanderer came over a crest. Hyalan had fed them with her warnings until they were all fearful of shadows, and watched the horizon whenever they left the shelter of the cleft. The wind blew into Temujin's face so that his scent would not alarm his prey, but he had to hold the bow half-drawn as the slightest movement sent them all diving back into their burrows like brown streaks across the ground. His arms were quivering with fatigue, and always there was the little voice in his head telling them that he needed to make the kill this time, spoiling his calm. After 4 days surviving on tiny scraps and a handful of wild onions, Yesugei's sons and wife were starving to death. Hyalan had lost her energy and sat listless as her daughter pawed at her and screamed. Only the baby had fed well for the first 3 days, but then Hyalan's milk had begun to fail, and their mother's sobbing had been pitiful to the boys. Kachiyun and Hasar had climbed far up the cleft, scouting the land and looking for any animal that might have strayed away from a herd and gone wild. Kachiyun had made himself a small bow and 3 arrows with tips hard and black from the fire. Temujin wished them luck, but he knew he had a better chance of saving them if he could only make a good strike. He could almost taste the hot meat of the marmot as it sat up 20 paces away. It was a shot a child could have made if the arrows had been flighted. As it was, Temujin was forced to wait while the agony built in his arms. He dared not speak aloud, but in his mind he called to the nervous creatures, willing them to wander a little farther away from safety, a little closer to him. He blinked stinging sweat from his eyes as the marmot looked around, sensing there was a predator nearby. Temujin watched as the animal froze, knowing the next movement would be a vanishing scuttle as the alarm went up. He eased his breath and loosed the shaft, sick with the expectation of seeing it wasted. It hit the marmot in the neck. The strike had been without any real force, remaining stuck as the animal struggled in a frenzy, pawing at it. Temujin dropped the bow and leapt to his feet, running toward his kill before it could recover and disappear underground. He saw the lighter belly fur and the legs jerking maniacally as he ran, desperate not to lose his chance. He fell on the marmot, gripping it frantically. It went berserk, and in his weakened state he almost lost it as it writhed in his grip. The arrow fell away and blood spattered on the dry ground. Temujin found there were tears of relief in his eyes as he pulled the neck out and twisted it. The marmot still kicked and jerked against his leg as he stood panting, but they would eat. He waited for dizziness to pass, feeling the weight of the animal he'd caught. It was fat and healthy, and he knew his mother would have some hot meat and blood that night. The tendons would be ground into a paste and layered with fish glue onto his bow for strength. His next shot would be at a longer range, the kill more certain. He placed his hands on his knees and laughed weakly at his own relief. It was such a small thing, but it meant so much he could hardly take it in. Behind his back he heard a voice he knew. "What did you get?" Bekter said, walking across the grass toward his brother. He carried his own bow on his shoulder, and he did not have the pinched and starving look of the others. It had been Kachiyun who first voiced the suspicion that Bekter was not bringing his kills back to the family. He accepted his share readily enough, but in the 4 days since they had come to that place, he had brought nothing of his own to the fire. Temujin stood straight, uncomfortable with the way Bekter's eyes drifted over the prey he had taken. "A marmot," he said, holding it up. Bekter leaned closer to see, and then snatched at it. Temujin jerked backwards, and the limp corpse fell sprawling into the dust. Both boys grabbed for it, kicking and punching wildly at each other. Temujin was too weak to do more than hold Bekter back before he was thrown off and left looking up at the blue sky, his chest heaving. "I will take this one back to our mother. You would only have stolen it and eaten it yourself," Bekter said, smiling down at Temujin. It was galling to have Kachiyun's own suspicion thrown in his face, and Temujin tried to struggle up. Bekter held him down with a foot, and he could not fight him. His strength seemed to have vanished. "Catch yourself another, Temujin. Don't come back until you do." Bekter laughed then, and snatched up the limp marmot, jogging away down the hillside to where the greenery became dark and thick. Temujin watched him go, so angry he thought his heart would burst. It fluttered in his chest, and he wondered with a pang of terror if hunger could have weakened it. He could not die while Aluk ruled the wolves, or while Bekter had not been punished. By the time he sat up, he had mastered himself once more. The foolish marmots had returned while he lay there, though they scattered as soon as he rose. Grimly he returned to his arrow, and notched it into the braided string, settling back into the stillness of the hunter. His muscles ached, and his legs threatened to cramp under the strain, but his heart slowed to beat with force and need. There was only one marmot to feed the family that night. Helen revived as Bekter brought it to her, and made a larger fire to heat stones. Though her hands shook, she nicked the belly neatly and scooped out the guts and organs, filling the space with pebbles hot enough to crack. She kept her dell wrapped around her hands, but twice she winced as the heat stung her fingers. The meat was seared from the inside, and then the bloated skin rolled on the embers, charring it to crisp deliciousness. The heart, too, was roasted in the ashes until it sizzled. Nothing would be wasted. The smell alone seemed to put a little color in Helen's cheeks, and she hugged Bekter, her relief turning to tears she did not seem to feel. Temujin said nothing of what had happened. She needed them to work together, and it would have been cruelty to accuse his smiling brother when she was so weak. Bekter basked in the attention, his gleaming gaze falling on Temujin at regular intervals. Temujin stared darkly back when his mother was not looking. Kachiyun noticed as the evening faded to night, and he jogged his brother with an elbow. "What's wrong?" the little boy whispered as they settled down to eat. Temujin shook his head, unwilling to share his hatred. He could hardly think of anything else except the steaming scraps of meat pressed into his hands by Bekter, who chose the portions like a Han feeding his men. Temujin saw he kept the shoulder, the best piece, for himself. None of them had ever tasted anything as fine as that meat. The family became a little happier, a little more hopeful as it warmed them. One shot with the bow had brought about the changes, though Kachiyun had added another 3 small fish and a few crickets to the fire. It was a feast that ached and burned inside them as the younger boys forced the morsels down too quickly and had to drink water against the heat. Temujin might have forgiven the theft if his brothers had not been so generous in their praise. Bekter accepted it as his due, his small eyes filled with an inner amusement only Temujin understood. There was no rain that night, and the boys slept in the second of the rough shelters they had constructed. A tiny part of their hunger laid to rest. It was still there, hurting, but they could hold it back once more and show the cold face to discomfort as they retreated from a ragged edge where no control was possible. Temujin did not sleep. He rose on silent feet and padded out into the darkness, looking up at the moon and shivering. The summer would not last much longer, he realized as he walked. The winter was coming, and it would kill them as surely as a knife in the chest. The marmots slept in their burrows in the cold months, far underground where they could not be reached. The birds flew south and could not be trapped. Winter was hard enough for families in warm gers, surrounded by cattle and horses. It would be murder for the family of Yesuge. As he stood and emptied his bladder onto the ground, he could not help thinking of the Olhun Ut, and the night he had crept out after Köke. He had been a child then, with nothing better to do than settle scores with other boys. He ached for the innocence of that night, and wished Berta were there to hold. He snorted at himself at that thought, knowing Berta was warm and well-fed while his bones were showing. Temujin sensed a presence behind him and spun, dropping low and ready to lunge or run. "You must have good ears, brother," Kachiyun's voice came. "I am like a silent breeze at night." Temujin smiled at his brother, relaxing. "Why are you awake?" Kachiyun shrugged. "Hungry. I'd stopped feeling it all day yesterday. Then Bekter brings in a handful of marmot meat, and my stomach has woken up again." Temujin spat on the ground. "My marmot. I killed it. He was just the one who took it from me." Kachiyun's face was difficult to read in the moonlight, but Temujin could see he was troubled. "I guessed it. I don't think the others noticed." He fell silent, a tiny grim figure standing in the dark. Temujin saw he had a bulge in his tunic, and he prodded it with a finger. "What's that?" Temujin asked, curious. Kachiyun looked nervously back toward the camp before he pulled something out and held it for Temujin to see. It was another marmot carcass. Temujin took it, felt the bones in his hand, already angry. They were split exactly as a hungry man would break them to get at tiny scraps of marrow. Bekter hadn't risked the fire. The bones were raw, no more than a day old. "I found it over where Bekter has been hunting," Kachiyun said, his voice troubled. Temujin turned the fragile little bones over in his hands, running his fingers along the skull. Bekter had left the skin on there, though the eyes were gone. He had killed it on a day when there was nothing else to eat in the camp for any of them. Temujin knelt and searched for any small scrap of flesh. There was a smell of rot on the bones, but it would not have spoiled too much in a single day. Kachiyun knelt with him, and they sucked each of the broken bones again, teasing out even a whisper of flavor. It did not take long. "What will you do?" Kachiyun asked when they were done. Temujin made up his mind and felt no regrets. "Have you ever seen a tick on a horse, Kachiyun?" "Of course," his brother replied. They had both seen the fat parasites as large as the last joint on their thumbs. When they were pulled free, they left a trail of blood that took an age to clot. "A tick is a dangerous thing when a horse is weak," Temujin said softly. "Do you know what you must do when you find one?" "Kill it," Kachiyun whispered. When Bekter left the camp the following dawn, Temujin and Kachiyun slipped out after him. They knew where he preferred to hunt, and let him get far ahead where he would not sense he was being watched. Kachiyun shot worried glances at Temujin as they crept along between the trees. Temujin saw the fear and wondered that he felt none of it himself. His hunger was a constant pain in his gut, and twice he had to stop and strain greenish liquid from his bowels, wiping himself with wet leaves. He felt lightheaded and weak, but the starvation had burnt any sense of pity out of him. He thought he might have a light fever, but he forced himself on, though his heart bumped and fluttered weakly. This was what it was to be a wolf, he realized. No fear or regret, just a single drive to rid themselves of an enemy. It was not hard to track Bekter on the muddy ground. He had not tried to conceal his path, and the only danger was that they would stumble across him when he had settled to watch for prey. Temujin and Kachiyun padded silently behind, every sense straining. When they saw a pair of larks in a tree ahead, Kachiyun touched his brother lightly on the arm in warning, and they walked a circle around the spot rather than have the birds cry an alarm. Kachiyun stopped, and Temujin turned to him, wincing at the way his brother's skull was perfectly visible beneath the stretched skin. It hurt to see it, and Temujin assumed he too looked as close to death. If he shut his eyes, it seemed to rob him of balance, so that he swayed and had to fight dizziness. It required an effort of will to take a long, slow breath and lower his heart's frantic pounding. Kachiyun raised an arm to point, and Temujin stared ahead, freezing as he saw that Bekter had taken position 100 paces farther on, overlooking the stream. It was hard not to be frightened of the figure kneeling like a statue in the bushes. They had all felt the force of Bekter's fists and his weight on them in childish games. Temujin watched Bekter, wondering how to get close enough to take a shot. There was no doubt in his mind. His vision seemed bright and slightly blurred, and his thoughts were cold, slow-moving things, but his path was set. Kachiyun and Temujin jerked as Bekter loosed an arrow into the water from where he hid. Both boys stepped back into cover as they heard a flurry of wings and panic and saw 3 ducks take off wildly, calling their warnings too late. Bekter jumped up and waded into the stream. He was lost to sight then behind the tree, but when he came back to the bank they saw he held the limp body of a red duck. Temujin peered through a tangle of branches and thorns. "We'll wait here," he murmured. "Find a spot on the other side of this path. We'll take him on his way back." Kachiyun swallowed a lump in his throat, trying not to show his nervousness. He did not like the new coldness he saw in Temujin, and he regretted showing him the marmot bones the night before. In the light of day his hands shook at the thought of what they were intending to do, but when Temujin looked at him, he did not meet his stare. The smaller boy waited until Bekter's back was turned, and darted across the path, his bow ready. Temujin narrowed his eyes as he watched Bekter retrieve the arrow and shove the duck into his tunic. He felt a pang of disappointment as Bekter stretched aching muscles and then strode away in the wrong direction, farther up the cleft. Temujin raised a flat palm to where Kachiyun was hidden, though he could not see him. He thought of Bekter devouring the fat duck somewhere private, and he wanted to kill him right then. If he had been strong, with good milk and meat in his belly, he might have gone after him. But as weak as he was, only an ambush stood a chance of succeeding. Temujin eased his legs before they could begin to cramp. His gut sent a spasm of pain through him that made him close his eyes and curl up against it until it passed. He dared not drop his trousers while he waited in case Bekter's sharp nose smelled it. Yasuge had raised them all to be aware, and Temujin did not want to lose his advantage. He shut out the discomfort and settled down to wait. The worst moment was when a wood pigeon came to alight on a tree not far away from where the 2 boys crouched, hidden in the damp undergrowth. Temujin watched it in agony, knowing he could make the shot easily at just a few paces. The bird seemed unaware of them, and his hunger made him cramp again and again as he tried to ignore it. For all he knew, Bekter was coming back already, and every bird nearby would rise out of the trees and give away their position if Temujin shot the pigeon. Still he could not look away, and when it flew, he followed its flight as far as he could, hearing the clapping of its wings long after it had gone. Bekter came back when the sun had crossed above the cleft and the shadows were lengthening. Temujin heard his footsteps and dragged himself out of a near trance. He was surprised to find so much time had passed, and wondered if he had even been asleep. His body was failing, and the stream water could not fill the aching pain in his stomach. Temujin knocked his arrow and waited, shaking his head against dizziness and to clear his vision. He tried to tell himself that Bekter would kill him if he missed, to make his body come alive and serve just a little longer. It was hard, and he rubbed angrily at his eyes to sharpen them. He could hear Bekter's closeness, and then the moment had come. He stepped out into the path only a few paces from Bekter. Temujin drew the bow, and Bekter gaped at him. There was an instant where Bekter scrabbled for the knife on his belt, and then Temujin loosed, seeing the bone point punch into his brother's chest. At the same moment Kachiyun fired from behind and to one side, rocking Bekter forward with a second blow. Bekter staggered and roared in rage. He drew his knife and advanced a step, then another, before his legs went and he fell. Both arrows had struck him cleanly, and Temujin could hear the great bubbling hiss of a punctured lung. There was no pity in him. In a daze he stepped forward, dropping the bow and taking Bekter's knife from his fingers. He looked across at Kachiyun's horrified face, then grimaced, reaching down and shoving the blade into Bekter's neck, releasing his blood and his life. "It is done," Temujin said, looking down at the staring eyes as they glazed over. He could not feel his own weight as he patted Bekter's dell and tunic, searching for the duck. It was not there, and Temujin kicked the body and staggered away from it, so dizzy he thought he would faint. He pressed his forehead against the cool wetness of a birch tree and waited for his pulse to ease its throbbing flutter. He heard Kachiyun approach, his steps soft on the leaves as they skirted their brother's body. Temujin opened his eyes. "We had better hope Hasar brought something back to eat," he said. When Kachiyun did not respond, Temujin took Bekter's weapons, pulling the drawn bow up around his shoulder. "If the others see Bekter's knife, they will know," Kachiyun said, his voice sick with misery. Temujin reached out and held his neck, steadying himself as much as his brother. He could hear the panic in Kachiyun and felt the first echo of it himself. He had not thought about what would happen after his enemy was dead. There would be no revenge for Bekter, no chance to win back their father's gears and herds. He would rot where he lay. The reality of it was only beginning to sink in, and Temujin could hardly believe he had actually done it. The strange mood before the shot was gone, and in its place he had only weakness and hunger. "I will tell them," Temujin said. He felt his gaze drawn down to Bekter's body once more, as if pulled by an unseen weight. "I will tell them he was letting us all starve. There is no place here for softness. I will tell them that." They walked down into the cleft once more, each taking comfort from the other's presence. Chapter 13. Höllen sensed something was wrong the moment she sighted the two boys returning to the camp. Hasar and Temugay sat with her, and little Temujin lay on a scrap of cloth near the fire's warmth. Höllen rose slowly from kneeling, her thin face already showing fear. As Temujin came closer, she saw he carried Bekter's bow, and she stiffened, taking in the detail. Neither Temujin nor Kachiyun could meet her eyes, and her voice was just a whisper when it came at last. "Where is your brother?" she said. Kachiyun stared at the ground, unable to reply. She took a step forward as Temujin raised his head and swallowed visibly. "He was taking food, keeping it for himself," he began. Höllen let out a cry of fury and slapped him hard enough to knock his head to one side. "Where is your brother?" she demanded shrilly. "Where is my son?" Temujin's nose was bleeding in a red stream over his mouth, so that he was forced to spit. He bared red teeth at his mother and the pain. "He is dead," he snapped. Before he could go on, Höllen slapped him again, over and over, until all he could do was curl up and stagger backwards. She went with him, flailing in a misery she could not bear. "You killed him?" she wailed. "What are you?" Temujin tried to hold her hands, but she was too strong for him, and blows rained down on his face and shoulders, wherever she could reach. "Stop hitting him, please," Temugay called after them. But Höllen could not hear him. There was a roaring in her ears and a rage in her that threatened to tear her apart. She backed Temujin up against a tree and grabbed him by the shoulders, shaking his thin frame with such violence that his head lolled weakly. "Would you kill him as well?" Kachiyun cried, trying to pull her away. She tore her del from his grasp and took Temujin by his long hair, wrenching his head back so that he had to look her in the eye. "You were born with a clot of blood in your hand, with death. I told your father you were a curse on us, but he was blind." She could not see through her tears, and he felt her hands tighten like claws on his scalp. "He was keeping food from all of us, letting us starve," Temujin cried. "Letting you starve." He began to weep under the onslaught, more alone than he had ever been. Höllen looked at him as if he were diseased. "You have stolen a son from me, my own boy," she replied. As she focused on him, she raised a hand over his face, and he saw her broken nails shiver above his eyes. It was a moment that lasted a long time as he stared up in terror, waiting for her to tear at him. The strength in her arms faded as suddenly as it had come, and she collapsed in a limp pile, senseless. Temujin found himself standing alone and shivering in reaction. His stomach cramped, forcing him to retch, though there was nothing but sour yellow liquid. As he stepped away from his mother, he saw his brothers were staring at him, and he shouted wildly at them. "He was eating fat marmots while we starved to death. It was right to kill him. How long do you think we would have lived with him taking our share on top of his own catch? I saw him take a duck today, but is it here to give us strength? No, it is in his belly." Hoelin stirred on the ground behind him, and Temujin jumped, wary of another attack from her. His eyes filled with fresh tears as he looked at the mother he adored. He could have spared her the knowledge if he had thought about it, perhaps inventing a story of a fall to explain Bekter's death. No, he told himself, it had not been wrong. Bekter had been the tick on the hide, taking more than his share and giving nothing back while they died around him. His mother would see that in time. Hoelin opened bloodshot eyes and scrabbled to her knees, moaning in weary grief. She did not have the strength to come to her feet again, and it took Temujin and Hasar to help her up. Temujin rubbed the bloody smear on his skin and faced her sullenly. He wanted to run away rather than have her look at him again, but he forced himself to stand. "He would have killed us," he said. Hoelin turned an empty gaze on him, and he shivered. "Say his name," she said. "Say the name of my firstborn son." Temujin winced, suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness. His bloody nose felt hot and huge on his face, and he could see dark flashes in his vision. All he wanted was to collapse and sleep, but he remained there, staring up at his mother. "Say his name," she said again, anger replacing the dullness in her eyes. "Bekter," Temujin replied, spitting the word, "who stole food when we are dying." "I should have killed you when I saw the midwife open your hand," Hoelin said in a light tone more frightening than her anger. "I should have known then what you were." Temujin felt he was being torn inside, unable to stop her hurting him. He wanted to run to her and have her arms wrap him against the cold, to do anything but see the awful vacant misery that he had caused. "Get away from me, boy," his mother said softly. "If I see you sleeping, I will kill you for what you've done here, for what you have taken from me." You did not soothe him when his teeth came in. You were not there to draw out his fevers with herbs and rock him through the worst. You did not exist when Yasuge and I loved the little boy, when we were young, and he was all we had. Temujin listened, dull with shock. Perhaps his mother had not understood the man Bekter had become. The baby she had rocked had grown into a cruel thief, and Temujin could not find the words to tell her. Even as they formed in his mouth, he bit down on them, knowing they would be useless or worse, that they would rouse her again to attacking him. He shook his head. "I am sorry," he said, though as he spoke he knew that he was sorry for the pain he had caused, not the killing. "Take yourself away from here, Temujin," Hoelin whispered. "I can't bear to look at you." He sobbed then and turned to run past his brothers, each breath hoarse in his throat and the taste of his own blood in his mouth. They did not see him after that for 5 days. Though Kachiyun watched for his brother, the only sign of him was in the prey he brought back and left at the edge of their small camp. 2 pigeons were there the first day, still warm, with blood running from their beaks. Hoelin did not refuse the gift, though she would not speak about what had happened to any of them. They ate the meat in miserable silence, Kachiyun and Hasar sharing glances, while Temujin sniffled and wailed whenever Hoelin left him alone. Bekter's death might have been a relief for the younger boys if it had come while they were safe in the gairs of the wolves. They would have mourned him and taken his body for sky burial, taking comfort from the ritual. In the cleft in the hills, it was just another reminder that death walked with them. It had been an adventure for a while in the beginning, until starvation stretched their skin over their bones. As things stood, they lived like wild animals and tried not to fear the coming winter. Hassar had lost his laughter in the cleft in the hills. He had begun to brood after Temujin went away, and it was he who cuffed Temugay for troubling their mother too often. In Bekter's absence they were all finding new roles, and it was Hassar who led the hunt each morning with Kachiyun, his face grim. They had found a better pool farther up the cleft, though they had to pass where Bekter had been killed to reach it. Kachiyun had searched the ground and seen where Temujin had dragged the body away and covered it with branches. Their brother's flesh attracted scavengers, and when Kachiyun found a lean dead dog at the camp's edge on the second evening, he had to force himself to swallow every vital mouthful. He could not escape the vision of Temujin killing the animal as it worried at Bekter's body. But Kachiyun needed the food, and the dog was the best meal they had found since coming to that place. On the evening of the 5th day, Temujin strode back into the camp. His family froze at his step, the younger ones watching Hölin for her reaction. She watched him come and saw that he held a young kid goat in his arms, still alive. Her son looked stronger, she realized. His skin darkened by days spent on the hills in the wind and sun. It was confusing to feel such a wave of relief that he was all right, and at the same time undimmed hatred for what he had done. She could not find forgiveness in her. Temujin took his find by the ear and prodded it into the circle of his family. "There are 2 herders a few miles to the west of here," he said. "They are alone." "Did they see you?" Hölin said suddenly, surprising them all. Temujin looked at her, and his steady gaze became uncertain. "No. I took this one when they rode behind a hill. It might be missed, I do not know. It was too good a chance to ignore." He shifted his weight from one foot to the other as he waited for his mother to say something else. He did not know what he would do if she sent him away again. "They will look for it and find your tracks," Hölin said. "You may have brought them here after you." Temujin sighed. He did not have the strength for another argument. Before his mother could protest, he sat down cross-legged by the fire and drew his knife. "We have to eat to live. If they find us, we will kill them." He saw his mother's face become cold again, and he waited for the storm that would surely follow. He had run for miles that day, and every muscle in his thin body was aching. He could not bear another night on his own, and perhaps that fear showed in his face. Kachiyun spoke to break the awful tension. "One of us should scout around the camp tonight in case they come," he said. Temujin nodded without looking at him, his gaze fixed on his mother. "We need each other," he said. "If I was wrong to kill my brother, it does not change that." The kid goat bleated and tried to make a dash for a gap between Hölin and Temugay. Hölin reached out and gripped it around the neck, and Temujin saw she was crying in the firelight. "What should I say to you, Temujin?" she murmured. The kid was warm, and she buried her face in its coat as it cried out and struggled. "You have torn my heart out, and perhaps I do not care about whatever is left." "You care about the others, though. We need you to live through the winter, or we're all finished," Temujin said. He straightened his back as he spoke, and his yellow eyes seemed to shine in the light of the flames. Hölin nodded to herself, humming a song from her childhood as she fondled the ears of the little goat. She had seen 2 of her brothers die from a plague that left them swollen and black, abandoned on the plains by her father's tribe. She had heard warriors scream from wounds that could not be healed, their agonies going on for days until the life was dragged out of them at last. Some had even asked for the mercy of a blade opening their throat and been granted it. She had walked with death all her life, and perhaps she could even lose a son and survive it, as a mother of wolves. She did not know if she could love the man who killed him, though she ached to gather him in and press away his sorrow. She did not, instead reaching for her knife. She had made birch-bark bowls for the camp while her sons were hunting, and she tossed one to Hassar and Kachiyun. Temugay scrambled forward to take another, and then there were only 2 of the crude containers left, and Hölin turned sad eyes on her last son. "Take a bowl, Temujin," she said after a time. "The blood will give you strength." He lowered his head on hearing the words, knowing that he would be allowed to stay. He found his hands were shaking as he took his bowl and held it out with the others. Iggulden sighed and took a firmer grip on the goat before jamming in the blade and cutting the veins in its neck. Blood poured over her hands, and the boys jostled each other to catch it before it was wasted. The goat continued to struggle as they filled the bowls and drank the hot liquid, smacking their lips and feeling it reach into their bones, easing the aches. When the flow was just a trickle, Iggulden held the limp animal in one hand and patiently filled her own bowl to brimming before she drank. The goat still pawed at the air, but it was dying or already dead, and its eyes were huge and dark. "We will cook the meat tomorrow night, when I am sure the fire will not bring the herdsmen looking for their lost goat," she told them. "If they come here, they must not leave to tell where we are. Do you understand?" The boys licked their bloody mouths as they nodded solemnly. Iggulden took a deep breath, crushing her grief somewhere deep where she still mourned Yasuge and everything they had lost. It had to be locked away where it could not destroy her, but somewhere she was crying, on and on. "Will they come to kill us?" Temujin asked in his high voice, looking nervously at the stolen goat. Iggulden shook her head, pulling him toward her to give and take a little comfort. "We are wolves, little one. We do not die easily." As she spoke, her eyes were on Temujin, and he shivered at her cold ferocity. With his face pressed against the frozen white grass, Temujin stared down at the two herdsmen. They slept on their backs, wrapped in padded dells with their arms drawn into the sleeves. His brothers lay on their bellies at his side, the frost seeping into their bones. The night was perfectly still. The huddled gathering of sleeping animals and men were oblivious to those who watched and hungered. Temujin strained his eyes in the gloom. All three boys carried bows and knives, and there was no lightness in their expressions as they watched and judged their chances. Any movement would have the goats bleating in panic, and the two men would jerk to wakefulness in an instant. "We can't get any closer," Hasar whispered. Temujin frowned as he considered the problem, trying to ignore the ache in his flesh from lying on frozen ground. The herdsmen would be hard men, well able to survive on their own. They would have bows close by, and they would be used to leaping up and killing a wolf as it tried to steal a lamb. It would make no difference if the prey was three boys, especially at night. Temujin swallowed past a hard knot in his throat, glaring down at the peaceful scene. He might have agreed with his brother and crept back to the cleft in the hills if it had not been for the scrawny pony the men had hobbled nearby. It slept standing up, with its head almost touching the ground. Temujin yearned to have it, to ride again. It would mean he could hunt much farther away than before, dragging even large prey behind him. If it was a mare, it might have milk, and his tongue tasted the sourness in memory. The men would have any number of useful things on their person, and he could not bear to simply let them go no matter what the risk. Winter was coming. He could feel it in the air, and the stabbing needles of frost forming on his exposed skin. Without mutton fat to protect them, how long would they last? "Can you see the dogs?" Temujin murmured. No one replied. The animals would be lying with their tails tucked in against the cold, impossible to spot. He hated the thought of them leaping at him in the dark, but there was no choice. The herdsman had to die for his family to survive. He took a deep breath and checked that his bowstring was dry and strong. "I have the best bow. I will walk to them and kill the first man to rise. You come behind and shoot at the dogs when they go for me. Understood?" In the moonlight he could see how nervous his brothers were. "The dogs first, then whoever I leave standing," Temujin said, wanting to be certain. As they nodded, he rose silently to his feet and padded toward the sleeping men, coming from downwind so his scent would not alarm the flock. The cold seemed to have numbed the inhabitants of the tiny camp. Temujin came closer and closer to them, hearing his own breath harshly in his ears. He kept his bow ready as he ran. For one who had been trained to loose shafts from a galloping horse, it would not be hard, he hoped. At 30 paces, something moved on the edge of the sleeping men, a dark shape that leapt up and howled. On the other side, another dog lunged toward him, growling and barking as it closed. Temujin cried out in fear, desperately trying to keep his focus on the herdsman. They came out of sleep with a jerk, scrambling to their feet just as Temujin drew and loosed his first shaft. In the dark he had not dared to try for a throat shot, and his arrow punched through the dell into the man's chest, dropping him back to one knee. Temujin heard him calling out in pain to his companion, and saw the second roll away, coming up with a strung bow. The sheep and goats bleated in panic, running madly into the darkness, so that some of them came past Temujin and the brothers, veering wildly as they saw the predators amongst them. Temujin raced to beat the herdsman to the shot. His second shaft was in his waistband, and he tugged at it, cursing as the head snagged. The herdsman fitted his own shaft with the smooth confidence of a warrior, and Temujin knew a moment of despair. He could not free his own, and the sound of snarling on his left made him panic. He turned as one of the dogs leapt at his throat, falling backwards as the herdsman's arrow hummed over his head. Temujin cried out in fear as the dog's teeth closed on his arm, and then Hasar's shaft hammered through its neck, and the snarling savagery was cut off. Temujin had dropped his bow, and he saw the herdsman was calmly fitting a new shaft to his string. Worse, the one who had been downed was staggering back to his feet. He too had found a bow, and Temujin considered running. He knew it had to be finished there, or the men would follow and take them one by one under the moonlight. He yanked at his arrow, and it came free. He pressed it to the string with shaking hands. Where was the other dog? Kachiyun's arrow took the standing herdsman high under his chin. For a moment he stood there with his bow drawn, and Temujin thought he would still fire before death took him. He had heard of warriors so trained that they could sheathe their sword even after they had been killed. But as he watched, the herdsman collapsed. The one Temujin had wounded was scrabbling with his own bow, crying out in pain as he tried to draw it. Temujin's shaft had torn his chest muscles, and he could not bend the weapon far enough to take a shot. Temujin felt his heart settle, knowing the battle was won. Hasar and Kachiyun came to his shoulder, and all three of them watched the man as his fingers slipped off the bow again and again. "The second dog?" Temujin murmured. Kachiyun could not draw his eyes away from the struggling man, now praying to himself as he faced his attackers. "I killed it." Temujin clapped his brother on the back in thanks. "Then let's finish this." The herdsman saw the tallest of the attackers take an arrow from one of the others and draw. He gave up his struggle then, and let his bow fall, drawing a knife from his dell and looking up at the stars and moon. His voice fell still, and Temujin's shot took him in the paleness of his throat. Even then he stood for a moment, swaying, before he crashed to the earth. The three brothers moved carefully toward the bodies, watching for any sign of life. Temujin sent Hasar after the pony, which had managed to jerk away from the smell of blood despite the reins around its legs. He turned to Kachiyun and took him by the back of the neck, pulling him forward so that their foreheads touched. "We will survive the winter," Temujin said, smiling. Kachiyun caught his mood, and together they whooped a victory cry over the empty plains. Perhaps it was foolish, but though they had killed, they were boys still. Chapter 14. Eiluk sat and stared into the flames, thinking of the past. In the 4 years since he had left the shadow of Deli-un-Boldach and the lands around the Red Hill, the wolves had prospered, growing in numbers and wealth. There were still those in the tribe who hated him for abandoning the sons of Yesuge, but there had been no sign of an evil fate. The very first spring of the following year had seen more lambs born than anyone could remember, and a dozen squalling infants had come into the Gers. Not a single one had been lost in birth, and those who looked for signs were satisfied. Eiluk grunted to himself, enjoying how his vision dimmed and blurred after the second skin of black Arag. The years had been good, and he had 3 new sons of his own to run around the camp and learn the bow and the sword. He had put on weight, though it was more a thickening than an excess of fat. His teeth and eyes were still strong, and his name was feared among the tribes. He knew he should have been content. The wolves had ranged far to the south in those years, until they reached a land so infested with flies and wet air that they sweated all day and their skins grew foul with creeping rashes and sores. Eiluk had longed for the cool, dry winds of the northern hills, but even as he had turned the wolves back on their old paths, he'd wondered what had become of the family of Yasuge. Part of him still wished he had sent a bondsman back to make a cleaner end to it, though not from guilt, but from a nagging sense of unfinished work. He snorted, tilting back the skin and finding it empty. With an idle gesture he signaled for another, and a young woman brought it to his hand. Eiluk looked appreciatively at her as she knelt before him with her head bowed. He could not remember her name through the blurriness of the Arag, but she was slim and long-legged, like one of the spring colts. He felt desire stir, and he reached out to touch her face, raising it so she had to look at him. With deliberate slowness he took her hand and pressed it into his lap, letting her feel his interest. She looked nervous, but he had never minded that, and a Han could not be refused. He would pay her father with one of the new ponies if she pleased him. "Go to my ger and wait for me," he said, slurring, watching as she crept away from him. Fine legs, he noticed, and considered going after her. The urge faded quickly, and he went back to staring at the flames. He still remembered how the sons of Yasuge had dared to stare at him as he left them behind. If it had been that morning, he would have cut them down himself. 4 years before, he had barely placed his hands on the reins of the tribe and did not know how much they would stand from him. Yasuge had taught him that much at least. The tribes would bear a great deal from those who led them, but there was always a point to watch for, a line not to cross. Surely the first winter had taken those skinny children and their mother. It was a strange thing to be moving back into an area with so many memories. The camp for that night was a temporary one, a place to let the horses grow fat again on good grass. In a month or so they would be moving back to the lands around the Red Hill. Eiluk had heard the Olhun Ut too had returned to the area, and he had brought the wolves north with more than a few half-formed dreams of conquest. The Arag heated his blood and made him itch for a fight, or the woman waiting in his ger. Eiluk drew in a deep breath, reveling in the frozen air. He had lusted after cold on the humid nights in the south, when his skin was red with bites and strange parasites that had to be cut out with a knife tip. The air in the north felt cleaner, and already the coughing sickness had dwindled among the tribe. 1 old man and 2 children had died and been left on the hills for the hawks, but the wolves were light-hearted as they traveled back to lands they knew. "Tolui!" Eiluk called, though the idea was only part-formed. He glanced to one side where his bondsman rose from a crouch to stand by his shoulder. Eiluk watched the massive figure as he bowed, and felt the same sense of satisfaction as when he looked over their swelling herds. The wolves had done well in the last great gathering of tribes, winning 2 of the short races, and only losing the longest by a single length. His archers had been honored, and 2 of his bondsmen had wrestled their way to the final rounds of the competition. Tolui had reached the 5th bout and was given the title of Falcon, before being beaten by a man of the Naimans. Eiluk had made him a bondsman as a reward, and with a year or 2 more to grow his strength, he would wager on Tolui to beat all comers. The powerful young man was fiercely loyal, and it was no coincidence that Eiluk called on one who had been raised up by his own hand. "You were just a boy when we last rode in the north," Eiluk said. Tolui nodded, his dark eyes without expression. "You were there on the day we left the old Han's children and his wife." "I saw it, but there was no place for them," Tolui replied, his voice deep and sure. Eiluk smiled. "That is it. There was no place for them any longer. We have grown rich since we came south, The Sky Father has blessed us all." Tolui did not respond, and Eiluk let the silence grow as he considered what he wanted done. It was nothing more than ghosts and old wounds, but he still dreamed of Helen and woke, sweating. Sometimes she would be writhing naked under him, and then he would see her bones jutting through the flesh. It was nothing, but the lands around the old mountain brought the past back from ashes. "Take 2 men you can trust," Eiluk said. Tolui grew tauter as he loomed over his Han, eager to please him. "Where will you send us?" he said, waiting for an answer while Eiluk filled his mouth with the arag and swallowed. "Return to the old hunting grounds," he said at last. "See if they still live, any of them." "Should I kill them?" Tolui asked. There was nothing but simple curiosity in his voice, and Eiluk rubbed his swollen stomach while he thought. At his side was the sword that had once belonged to Yasuge. It would be fitting to end his line with a few swift cuts from that blade. "If they have survived, they will be living like animals. Do what you want with them." He paused for a time, remembering the defiance of Bekter and Temujin as he watched the flames. "If you find the oldest boys, drag them here to me. I'll show them what the wolves have become under a strong Han before we give them to the birds and spirits." Tolui bowed his heavy head and murmured, "Your will," before turning away to gather his companions for the ride. Eiluk watched him go in the firelight, seeing how he walked with firm, certain steps. The tribe had forgotten the children of Yasuge. Sometimes he thought he was the only one who remembered. Tolui rode out from the camp with Basan and Unagan. Both of his companions were approaching 30 years of age, but they were not men born to lead as he was. Tolui reveled in his strength, and though he had seen only 18 winters, he knew they feared his temper. For the powerful young bondsman, it was something he kept only barely under rein, enjoying the nervous glances he earned from older men. He saw how they moved with care in the coldest months, and how they favored their knees. Tolui could come from sleep and leap up ready to work or fight, proud of his youth. Only Eiluk had never shown the slightest hesitation, and when Tolui had challenged him to wrestle, the Han had thrown him so hard he had broken 2 fingers and a rib. Tolui took a perverse pride in following the only man who could match his strength, and there was no one more loyal among the wolves. For the first 3 days they rode without speaking. The older warriors kept a wary distance from Eiluk's favorite, knowing how quickly his mood could change. They scouted the land right up to the Red Hill, noting how the grass had grown thick and sweet for the herds Eiluk would drive before the tribe. It was good land, and no other tribe had claimed it for this season. Only a few distant herders spoiled the illusion of being alone on the vast plains. On the 12th day they sighted a solitary ger next to a river and galloped up to it. Tolui called "Nohoi hor" to have the wanderer herdsmen hold their dogs, then jumped down onto the springy turf, striding to the low door and ducking inside. Basan and Unagan exchanged glances before following him in, their faces set hard and cold. Both men had known each other since they were boys, before even Yasuge had ruled the wolves. It galled them to have the arrogant young Tolui leading them, but they had both grasped the chance to see what had become of those they had left behind. Tolui accepted the bowl of milky salt tea in his huge hands, slurping it noisily as he sat on an ancient bed. The other men joined him after bowing their heads to the herdsman and his wife, who were watching the strangers in frank terror from the other side of their home. "You have nothing to fear," Basan said to them as he accepted his tea, earning himself a scornful glance from Tolui. The young bondsman cared nothing for those who were not wolves. "We are looking for a woman with 5 sons and a daughter," Tolui said, his deep voice too loud in the small ger. The herdsman's wife looked up nervously, and Basan and Unagan felt a sudden quickening of their pulses. Tolui, too, had noticed the response. "You know them," he said, leaning forward. The herdsman pressed himself backwards, clearly intimidated by the bulk of this strange warrior. He shook his head. "We have heard of them, "But we do not know where they are," he said. Tolui held the man's gaze, his body utterly still. His mouth opened slightly, showing white teeth. A threat had come into the ger, and they could all feel it. Before anything else could be said, a young boy came running through the door, skidding to a stop when he saw the strangers in his parents' home. "I saw the horses," he said, looking around with wide, dark eyes. Tolui chuckled, and before anyone else could move, he reached out and pulled the child onto his knee, turning him upside down and swinging him. The little boy giggled, but Tolui's face was cold, and the herdsman and his wife stiffened in fear. "We need to find them," Tolui said over the boy's laughter. He held him without apparent effort, with his arms outstretched, flipping the child over so that he stood upright on Tolui's knees. "Again," the boy said breathlessly. Tolui saw the mother begin to rise and her husband grip her arm. "You know them," Tolui said with certainty. "Tell us, and we will go." Once more he swung their son upside down, ignoring the delighted cries. Tolui tilted his head to watch their reaction. The mother's face crumpled. "There is a woman with boys. A day's ride to the north in a small camp. Just 2 gers and a few ponies. They are peaceful people," she said, almost in a whisper. Tolui nodded, enjoying the power he had over her while her son chuckled oblivious in his arms. When they could not bear it any longer, he set the boy on the floor and pushed him toward his parents. The mother embraced her son, squeezing her eyes shut as she held him. "If you are lying, I will come back," Tolui said. The danger was clear in his dark eyes and the hands that could so easily have broken their son. The herdsman would not meet his gaze, staring at his feet until Tolui and his companions had left. As they mounted outside, Tolui noticed a heavy-set dog come ambling out from behind the ger. The animal was too old to hunt and stared at the strangers with whitish eyes that suggested he was almost blind. Tolui bared his teeth at the dog, and it responded with a low growl deep in its throat. He chuckled then, stringing his bow in swift, sure movements. Basan watched, frowning, as Tolui sent a shaft through the dog's throat. The animal spasmed, making coughing sounds as they dug in their heels and rode away. Tolui seemed to be in a fine humor when they cooked a meal for themselves that night. The dried mutton was not too old, and the cheese was slightly rancid, sparkling on the tongue as they chewed and swallowed. "What are the Han's orders for when we find them?" Basan asked. Tolui glanced over at the older man, frowning as if the question were an intrusion. He enjoyed cowing other warriors with his glares, backed always by a strength that could knock a pony to its knees with a single blow. He did not answer until Basan had looked away from him, and another little struggle had been won. "Whatever I choose, Basan," he said, savoring the idea. "Though the Han wants the older boys dragged back, I will tie them to the tails of our mounts and make them run." "Perhaps these are not the ones we are looking for," Iggulden reminded the young warrior. "They have gers and ponies, after all." "We'll see. If they are, we'll bring the mounts back with us as well," Tolui said, smiling at the thought. Eiluk had not imagined there could be spoils, but no one would dispute Tolui's right to take the possessions of the family of Yesuge. Their fate had been shown on the day the tribe left them. They were outside the laws of hospitality, mere wanderers with no Han to protect them. Tolui belched to himself as he pulled his hands inside his dell for sleep. It had been a good day. A man could hardly ask for more. Temujin wiped sweat from his eyes as he tied the last cross-piece of wood together to make a small corral for their sheep and goats to give birth. The small herd had grown, with only a few mouths to feed, and 2 years before the brothers had gone amongst the wanderers to trade wool and meat for felt. They had bartered for enough to make 2 small gers, and the sight of them never failed to raise Temujin's spirits. Hassar and Kachiyun were practicing their archery nearby, with a target made from thick layers of felt wrapped in cloth. Temujin stood and stretched stiff muscles, leaning on the fence to watch them and thinking back to the first months when death and the winter stalked every step. It had been hard on them all, but their mother's promise had been good. they had survived. Without Bekter, the brothers had grown a bond of trust and strength between them as they worked every hour of daylight. It had hardened them all, and when they were not working with the herd or preparing goods for trade, they spent every moment honing their skills with weapons. Temujin touched the knife at his belt, kept sharp enough to slice through leather. In his ger there was a bow the equal of anything his father had owned, a beautiful weapon with an inner curve of shining horn. It was like pressing a knife edge to the fingers to draw its string back, and Temujin had spent months hardening his hands to bear the weight. It had not yet killed a man, but he knew it would send a shaft straight and true if he needed it. A cool breeze came across the green plains, and he closed his eyes, enjoying the way it dried his sweat. He could hear his mother in the ger with Temugay and little Temujin singing to both her youngest children. He smiled at the sound, forgetting for a time the struggle of their lives. He did not often find peace, even in fragments. Though they traded with single herdsmen and their families, it had come as a surprise to find there was another society beneath the great tribes grazing across the land. Some of them had been banished for crimes of violence or lust. Others had been born without the protection of a Han. They were a wary people, and Temujin had dealt with them only to survive. To one born in a Han's ger, they were still tribeless men and women, beneath contempt. Temujin did not enjoy being one of their number, and his brothers shared the same frustration. As they grew into men, they could not help but remember the way their lives should have run. A single day had stolen all their futures, and Temujin despaired when he thought of scratching a life with a few goats and sheep until he was old and weak. That was what Eiluk had taken from them. Not just their birthright, but the tribe, the great family that protected each other and made life bearable. Temujin could not forgive those hard years. He heard Kachiyun shout with pleasure and opened his eyes to see a shaft in the very center of the target. Temujin straightened and strolled over to his brothers, his gaze automatically scanning the land around them as he had 1,000 times before. They could never be safe, and they lived with the fear that they would see Eiluk riding back with 12 grim men at any moment. That sense of foreboding was a constant in their lives, though it had dulled with time. Temujin had seen that it was possible to live beneath the notice of the great tribes, as other wanderer families did. Yet it could all be taken from them by a single raiding party out for sport. At any moment they could be hunted like animals, and their gers torn apart or stolen. "Did you see the shot, Temujin?" Kachiyun said. Temujin shook his head. "I was looking the other way, my brother, but it is a fine bow." Like the one in his ger, the double-curved length had been dried for a year before the boiled strips of sheep horn were glued and overlapped onto the frame. The fish glue had made the gers stink for weeks afterwards, but the wood had become iron-hard with its new layers, and they were proud of what they had made. "Take a shot," Kachiyun said, holding the bow out to his brother. Temujin smiled at him, seeing again the way his shoulders had filled and the new height that seemed to come in bursts. Yesugei's sons were all tall, though Temujin had grown beyond the others, matching his father's height in his 17th year. He took a firm grip on the shaft of the bow and notched an arrow with a bone head, drawing it back on the calloused pads of his fingers. He emptied his lungs, and at the moment when he might have taken a breath, he released the arrow and watched it plunge home beside Kachiyun's. "It is a fine bow," he said, running a hand along the yellow length of horn. His expression was somber as he faced them, and Kachiyun was the first to notice, always sensitive to his brother's thoughts. "What is it?" Kachiyun asked. "I heard from old Horgus that the Olhun Ut have come back to the north," Temujin said, looking out over the horizon. Kachiyun nodded, understanding immediately. He and Temujin had shared a special bond since the day they had killed Bekter. At first the family had struggled simply to live through the winter and then the next, but by the third they had enough felt for the gers, and Temujin had traded a bow and wool for another pony to match the tired old mare they had taken from the herdsman in the first days. The new spring of the 4th year had brought restlessness on the wind for all of them, though it affected Temujin particularly. They had weapons and meat, and camped close enough to woods to hide from a force they could not handle. Their mother had lost her gauntness, and though she still dreamed of Bekter and the past, the spring had woken something of the future in her sons. In his own dreams Temujin still thought of Berta, though the Olhun Ut had vanished from the plains with no way of following them. Even if he had found them, they would have scorned a ragged wanderer. He did not have a sword, nor the means to barter for one. But the boys rode for miles around their little camp, and they talked to the wanderers and listened for news. The Olhun Ut had been sighted in the first days of spring, and Temujin had been restless ever since. "Will you fetch Berta to this place?" Kachiyun asked, looking around at the camp. Temujin followed his gaze, and he swallowed back bitterness at the sight of their rough gears and bleating sheep. When he had seen Berta last, it had been with the unspoken promise that she would marry him and be the wife of a Han. He had known his worth then. "Perhaps she has already been given to another," Temujin said sourly. "She will be what, 18? Her father was not a man to leave her waiting for so long." Hassar snorted. "She was promised to you. If she has married another, you could challenge him." Temujin glanced at his brother, seeing again the lack of understanding that meant he at least could never have ruled the wolves. Hassar had none of the inner fire of Kachiyun, the instant grasp of plans and strategies. Yet Temujin remembered the night when they had killed the herdsman. Hassar had fought at his side. He had something of his father in him after all, though he could never grasp the subtleties Yesuge had loved. If their father had lived, Hassar would have been taken to the Olhun Ut himself the following year. His life had also been thrown from its course by Eluk's treachery. Temujin nodded reluctantly. "If I had a new dell, I could ride to them and see what has become of her," he said. "At least I would know for certain." "We'll all need women," Hassar agreed cheerfully. "I have been feeling the urge myself, and I don't want to die without having one under me." "The goats would miss your love, though," Kachiyun said. Hassar tried to cuff him, but his brother swayed away from the blow. "Perhaps I could take you to the Olhun Ut myself," Temujin said to Hassar, looking him up and down. "Am I not the Han of this family now? You are a fine-looking lad, after all." It was true, though he meant it as a joke. Hassar had grown into lean strength and was dark and wiry under a mop of uncut hair that reached right down to his shoulders. They did not trouble to braid their hair any more, and when they could be bothered to take a knife to it, it was just to hack off enough to clear their vision for hunting. 10 of the ewes are carrying," Temujin said. "If we kept the lambs, we could sell a few goats and 2 of the older rams. It would get us a new stitched dell and maybe some better reins. Old Horgus was fussing with a set while I talked to him. I think he wanted me to make an offer." Hassar tried to hide his interest, but the cold face of the warrior had been lost between them for too long. They had no need to guard themselves the way Yesuge had taught, and they were out of practice. As poor as they were, the decision was Temujin's alone, and the other brothers had long accepted his right to lead them. It raised his spirits to be Han even of some ragged ponies and a couple of gears. "I will see the old man and bargain with him," Temujin said. "We will ride together, but I cannot leave you there, Hassar. We need your bow arm too much. If there is a girl come into her blood, I will talk to them for you." Hassar's face fell, and Kachiyun clapped him on the arm in sympathy. "What can we offer, though?" Hassar said. "They will know we have nothing." Temujin felt his excitement ebb and spat on the ground. "We could raid the Tartars," Kachiyun said suddenly. "If we ride into their lands, we could take whatever we find." "And have them hunt us," Hassar responded irritably. He did not see the light that had come into Temujin's eyes. "Our father's death has never been settled," he said. Kachiyun sensed his mood and clenched a fist as Temujin went on. "We are strong enough, and we can strike before they know we are even there. Why not? The Olhun Ut would welcome us if we come with cattle and horses, and no one will care if they bear Tartar brands." He took his 2 brothers by their shoulders and gripped them. The three of us could take back just a little of what they owe us, for everything we have lost because of them." Hasar and Katyun were beginning to believe he could see, but it was Katyun who frowned suddenly. "We cannot leave our mother unprotected with the young ones," he said. Temujin thought quickly. "We will take her to old Horguz and his family. He has a wife and young boys. She will be as safe there as anywhere. I'll promise him a fifth of whatever we bring back with us, and he'll do it. I know he will." As he spoke, he saw Katyun glance toward the horizon. Temujin stiffened when he saw what had attracted his brother's eye. "Riders!" Katyun yelled to their mother. They all turned as she appeared in the door of the closest ger. "How many?" she said. She walked out to them and strained to see the strangers in the distance, but her eyes were not as good as her son's. "3 alone," Katyun said with certainty. "Do we run?" "You have prepared for this, Temujin," Höllen said softly. "The choice is yours." Temujin felt them all look to him, though he did not break his gaze away from the dark specks on the plain. He was still lifted by the words he had spoken with his brothers, and he wanted to spit into the wind and challenge the newcomers. The family of Yesugei would not be cowed, not after they had come so far. He took a deep breath and let his thoughts settle. The men could be an advance party for many more, or 3 raiders come to burn, rape, and kill. He clenched his fists, but then made the decision. "Get into the woods, all of you," he said furiously. "Take the bows and anything you can carry. If they come to steal from us, we'll gut them, I swear it." His family moved quickly. Höllen disappearing inside the ger and emerging with Temujin on her hip and Temugei trotting at her side. Her youngest son had lost his puppy fat in the hard years, but he still looked fearfully behind him as they made for the woods, stumbling along beside his mother. Temujin joined Hasar and Katyun as they retrieved their shafts and bows, yanking bags onto their shoulders and running to the tree line. They could hear the riders shout behind them as they saw them run, but they would be safe. Temujin swallowed bitterness in his throat as he passed into the trees and paused, panting, looking back. Whoever they were, he hated them for making him run, when he had sworn no one would do it again. Chapter 15. The 3 warriors rode cautiously into the tiny camp, noting the wisp of smoke that still came from one of the gers. They could hear the bleating of goats and sheep, but otherwise the morning was strangely still, and they could all feel the pressure of unseen eyes. The small gers and the rickety corral lay by a stream at the bottom of a wooded hill. Tolui had seen the running figures disappear into the trees, and he was careful to dismount so that his pony's bulk hid him from an ambush or a stray shot. Under their dells, Basan and Önigan wore leather armor like his own, a layer that would protect their chests and give them an edge even against a direct attack. Tolui kept his hands low behind his horse's neck as he signaled to the others. One of them had to check the gers before they moved on, or risk being shot at from behind. It was Basan who nodded, leading his mare into the shadow of the ger and using her to block the sight of him ducking inside. Tolui and Önigan waited while he searched, their eyes scanning the tree line. Both men could see heavy banks of thorn bush tied with twine amongst the trunks, forcing any pursuit to come on foot. The ground had been prepared by someone who had expected a raid, and they had chosen well. To reach the trees, the bondsmen would have to cross 30 paces of open ground, and if the sons of Yesugei were waiting with bows, it would be a hard, bloody business. Tolui frowned to himself as he considered their situation. He no longer doubted the running figures were the sons they had left behind. The few wanderer families who scavenged on the plains would not have prepared for a battle as these had. He strung his bow by feel, never taking his eyes off the dark undergrowth that could be hiding an army. He knew he could ride away to return with enough men to hunt them down, but Eluk would not have seen the rolls of thorns, and he would think Tolui had lost his nerve. He would not have his Han believe that of him, and he began to prepare himself for a fight. His breathing changed from long, slow inhalations to the sipping breath that raised his heartbeat and charged him with strength, while Basan entered the second gear and came out shaking his head. Tolui clenched his fist, then spread 3 fingers in a sharp jab. Basan and Unagan nodded to show they had understood. They prepared their own bows and waited for his lead. Tolui felt strong, and in his leather armor he knew only the most powerful arrow shot could hurt him. He raised his fist, and the 3 men broke into a run together, splitting apart as they reached the open ground. Tolui panted as he ran, watching for the slightest movement. To one side he caught a flicker and threw himself into a wrestler's roll, coming up fast as something hummed over his head. The other 2 men jinked as they closed the gap, but Tolui had seen by then that there was no way through the first line of trees. Every single gap had been closed by the great rolls of tied thorns. The sons of Yesuge must have pulled the last one behind them, and Tolui found himself hesitating while his heart pounded at being so exposed. Before he could make a decision, an arrow punched into his chest, staggering him. The pain was colossal, but he ignored it, trusting in the armor to have prevented it from sinking in too far. They had good bows, he realized. The 3 wolves came to a stop in the worst possible position, facing the rolls of thorns. Yet, as archers, each of them could take a bird on the wing. The situation was not as disastrous as Tolui had feared. For their enemies to shoot, they had to show themselves, if only for an instant. If they did, one of the 3 bondsmen would send a shaft back in the flick of an eye, too fast to dodge. The sons of Yesuge must have realized the weakness in their tactic, as silence grew and spread through the trees. The birds had all flown at the sudden rush of the warriors, and the only sound was the panting of men in fear of their lives, slowly coming under control. Tolui took 2 slow paces to his right, crossing one leg over the other in perfect balance as Basan and Unagan spread out to his left. Every sense was heightened as they watched, ready to kill or be killed. It was too easy to imagine an arrow tearing into their flesh, but Tolui found he was enjoying the sense of danger. He kept his head high, then, on impulse, called out to the hidden enemy. "My name is Tolui of the Wolves," he said, his voice loud in the clearing. "Bondsman to Eiluk, who was once bondsman to Yesuge." He took a deep breath. "There is no need to fight. If you grant us guest rights, we will go back to the Gers, and I will tell you my messages." He waited for a response, though he did not really expect them to give themselves away so easily. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Basan shift his weight slightly, betraying discomfort. "We cannot stand here all day," Basan murmured. Their eyes moved ceaselessly as Tolui hissed back, "You would let them run us off?" Only Basan's lips moved to respond. "Now we know they are alive, we should take the news back to the Han. Perhaps he will have fresh orders." Tolui turned his head a fraction to answer, and it was that movement that almost killed him. He saw a boy rise and pull smoothly back on an arrow. For Tolui, the world roared in his ears as he released his own shaft at the exact moment he was sent stumbling by another blow to his chest, just below the throat. The shot had been rushed, he realized over the pain. He heard Unagan shoot into the bushes, and Tolui roared in anger as he rose, setting another arrow to the string. Basan fired blindly when he saw something move. They heard no cry of pain, and Tolui glanced to his left to see Unagan on the ground, a shaft through his throat from front to back. The whites of his eyes were showing, and his tongue was hanging limply from his mouth. Tolui cursed, swinging his bent bow back and forth in a fury. "You have asked for a hard death, and I will give it to you," he shouted. For an instant he thought of running for the ponies, but his pride and fury kept him there, desperate to punish those who dared to attack him. His dell bristled with arrows, and he snapped off 2 shafts with quick jerks of his hands when they interfered with his movement. "I think I hit one of them," Basan said. Once more the silence returned with the threat of another exchange. "We should go back for the horses," Basan continued. "We can go around the thorns and come at them where it is clear." Tolui showed his teeth in fury. The arrowheads had cut him, and his chest throbbed with pain. He barked each word like an order. "Hold your ground," he said, scanning the trees. "Kill anything that moves." Temujin crouched behind the barrier of thorns he had prepared months before. It had been his arrow that took Iggulden in the throat, and that gave him a savage satisfaction. He remembered how Iggulden had passed his father's sword to Eiluk. Temujin had dreamed many times of taking his revenge. Even a small part of it was like the sweetness of wild honey to him. He and his brothers had planned for just such an attack, though it had still been a shock to see bondsmen of the wolves standing in their rough camp. Temujin had prepared a killing ground for raiders who would not have been as deadly as the men Eiluk had chosen for his best warriors. Temujin's chest felt tight with pride that they had downed one of them, though it was mingled with awe. These were his father's own warriors, the fastest and best. It felt a little like a sin to kill one of them, even Iggulden. It would not stop Temujin trying to kill the others. He remembered Tolui as a young boy with challenging eyes, not fool enough to interfere with the sons of Yesuge, but even then one of the strongest of the children in the wolf encampment. From the glimpse Temujin had taken along the shaft of an arrow, Tolui had grown in strength and arrogance. He had prospered under Eiluk. Temujin squinted through a tiny gap in the thorns, watching Tolui and Basan as they stood. Basan looked unhappy, and Temujin recalled how he had been sent to the Olhun Ut to bring him home. Had Tolui known that when he had chosen him? Probably not. The world had been different then, and Tolui was just another grubby little brawler always in trouble. Now he wore the armor and del of a bondsman to a Han, and Temujin wanted to damage his pride. Temujin kept himself completely still as he considered what to do. As slowly as he could, he turned his head to look over to where Kachyun had taken position. At any moment he expected the movement to attract Basan's sharp gaze and an arrow to plunge through the thorns at him. Sweat trickled down his forehead. When Temujin caught sight of his brother, he blinked in distress. Kachyun was looking back at him, waiting silently to be noticed. The younger boy's eyes were wide in pain and shock, and Temujin could see the shaft that had struck him right through his thigh. Kachyun had remembered the cold face on this morning where death had come for them. He sat like a statue, his features pinched and white as he looked back at his brother and dared not gesture. Despite his control, the feathers of the shaft quivered slightly, and with his senses heightened to the point of dizziness, Temujin could hear the faint movement of the leaves. Tolui would see, Temujin thought, and he would fire another shaft that would kill. It was not impossible that one of Eiluk's men would smell the blood on the breeze. Temujin held Kachyun's gaze for a long time, each watching the other in mute desperation. They could not escape. Hasar was hidden from Temujin's sight, but he too was in trouble, whether he knew it or not. Temujin turned his head back with infinite slowness until Tolui and Basan could be seen. They too were waiting, though Tolui was clearly furious, and as Temujin watched, he snapped two of the arrows that stuck in his chest. The young man's rage would have cheered Temujin if the shot that wounded Kachyun had not spoiled all their plans. The standoff could not last forever, Temujin realized. There was a chance that Tolui would retreat, to return with more men. If he did that, he and Hasar would have enough time to take Kachyun to safety. Temujin gritted his teeth, struggling with the decision. He did not think Tolui would tuck his tail between his legs and run for the ponies. Not after losing Iggulden. The man's pride would not allow it. If he ordered Basan forward, Hasar and Temujin would have to risk another shot, though finding the throat of an armored man was almost impossible when he kept his head down and ran. Temujin knew he had to move before Tolui could reach the same conclusion, and perhaps walk clear and come at them from another route. The boys had blocked the approaches to the woods around the camp, but there were places where a single warrior could force his way through. Temujin cursed his luck. It had been only moments since the exchange of arrows, but time seemed to have distorted as his mind raced. He knew what he had to do, but he was afraid. He closed his eyes for a moment and summoned the will. Ahan made hard decisions, and he knew his father would already have moved. Basan and Tolui had to be drawn away before they could find Kachiyun and finish him. Temujin began to crawl backwards, still keeping an eye on the intruders whenever he caught a glimpse. They were talking, he could see, though he could not hear the words. When he had covered 10 or 20 alls, he used a birch to hide his movement as he rose to his feet and drew another arrow from the quiver on his back. He could no longer see either man, and would have to shoot from memory. He sent up a prayer to the Sky Father to grant him a few moments of confusion. Then he pulled back the bow and sent the shaft through to where Tolui had been standing. Tolui heard the arrow in the fraction of time it took to break through the leaves coming from nowhere. His own shaft was released before the other reached him, tearing a long scratch down his forearm before spinning uselessly away. He yelled in pain and surprise, and then he saw a figure running through the trees, and he knocked and loosed another in the hope of a lucky shot. It was lost in the thick brush of the hill, and Tolui's anger overrode his caution. "Get after him," he shouted to Basan, who was already moving. They ran together to the east of the barriers, trying to keep the running figure in sight while they looked for a way into the trees. When they found a gap, Tolui plunged through without hesitation, though Basan stayed back to watch in case the attack was a feint. Tolui climbed steadily, and Basan ran to catch him in his rush up the hill. They could see that the young man carried a bow, and both of them felt the excitement of the hunt. They were well-fed and strong, and both were confident as they rushed past whipping branches and leapt over a tiny stream. The figure did not pause to look back, though they saw he took a path through the densest brush. Tolui began to pant, and Basan was red-faced with the climb, but they readied their swords and went on, ignoring the discomfort. Kachiyun looked up when Hasar's shadow fell across his face. His fingers scrambled for his knife before he saw who it was and relaxed. "Temujin has won us a little time," he said to his brother. Hasar peered through the trees to where they could both see the men running higher and higher up the hill. The birch and pine reached only halfway up, and they knew Temujin would be exposed until he could make it into the valley on the other side, where another wood lay. They did not know if he could escape the pursuers, but both brothers were shaken and relieved that Eluk's bondsman had left them. "What now?" Hasar asked, almost to himself. Kachiyun tried to concentrate through the pain that seemed like something eating the flesh of his leg. Weakness came and went in waves as he struggled to remain conscious. "Now we remove this arrow," he said, wincing at the thought. They had all seen it done when the men returned from challenging raiders. The wound in his leg was clean enough, and the blood flow had slowed to a trickle. Nonetheless, Hasar collected a thick pouch of leaves for Kachiyun to bite on. He pressed the filthy mat into his brother's mouth, and then took hold of the arrow shaft, snapping it cleanly and drawing it through as Kachiyun's eyes widened, showing the whites. Despite himself, a low groan came through his lips, and Hasar pressed his hand over Kachiyun's mouth to muffle the sound, choking him until the pieces of arrow lay on the ground. With quick, neat movements, Hasar cut strips from his waistcloth and bound the leg. "Lean on my shoulder," he said, heaving Kachiyun to his feet. His younger brother was clearly dazed and light-headed as he spat out the wet leaves, but Hasar still looked to him for what they would do next. "They will come back," Kachiyun said when he had recovered himself. "Bring the others here. If we're quick, we can take all the ponies and make for the second camp." Hasar stayed with him long enough to put him in the saddle of Tolui's pony. He steadied Kachiyun with a hand on his shoulder, pressing the reins into his fingers before racing off to where their mother was hidden with the other children. Temujin had prepared the bolt-hole, and Hasar gave thanks for his brother's foresight as he ran. The appearance of Eluk's warriors had haunted all their dreams at some point in the years alone. It helped that Temujin had gone over and over the plans, though part of Hasar was sick at the thought of returning to the same dark cleft in the hills where they had spent their first few nights. Temujin had insisted on placing a tiny ger there, but they had not dreamed it would be needed so soon. they would be alone once again, and hunted. As he ran, he prayed Temujin would escape his pursuers. When he made it back, he would know what to do. The thought that Temujin might not survive was too terrible for Hasar to contemplate. Temujin ran until his legs were weak and his head swung with every step. At first he had the strength and speed to leap and duck whatever crossed his path, but when his spit turned to bitter paste in his mouth and his energy faded, he could only blunder on, his skin whipped by 1,000 branches and thorns. The worst part had been crossing the top of the hill, as bare as a river stone. Tolui and Basan had launched shafts after him, and Temujin had been forced almost to a walk to watch the arrows coming and jerk his tired body out of the way. They had gained on him across that vast empty space. But then he had found himself staggering among ancient trees again, and had gone on, his vision blurring and every breath feeling as if it burned his throat. He lost his bow when it snagged on a whip of briars, caught so firmly that he barely yanked at it before letting it go. He cursed himself for that as he ran, knowing he should have removed the string or even cut it, anything but lose a weapon that gave him some chance of fighting them off when they ran him down. His small knife would not help him against Tolui. He couldn't outrun the bondsman. The best he could do was search for a place to go to ground. As he staggered on through the brush, he looked for somewhere to hide. The fear was thick in his throat, and he could not clear it. A glance backwards showed him a jolting vision of the two men coming steadily through the trees. They had unstrung their bows, and he knew despair. He had not planned on being pursued for miles, and it was pointless wishing he had prepared a cache of weapons or a deadfall of the kind used to trap wolves in the winter. His panting turned into a murmur, then a full sound, as every breath was a cry from his body to stop. He did not know how far he had come. The sun still hung in the sky above his head, and he could only go on and go on until his heart burst or an arrow found his back. A narrow stream crossed his path, and his foot slipped on a wet stone, sending him tumbling in a great spray of icy water. The impact broke his trance, and he was scrambling up and running with a little more control in just a few heartbeats. He listened as he ran then, counting his steps until he heard Tolui and Basan splashing through the same water. 53 paces behind, easily close enough to drop him like a deer if he gave them a single clean shot. He raised his head and summoned his endurance to take him farther. His body was finished, but he remembered Yasuge telling him a man's will could carry him long after the weak flesh had given up. A sudden hollow sent him out of their sight, and he dodged through a stand of ancient birch. The briars were as high as a man there, and he plunged into them without thinking, scrabbling madly against the scratching thorns to shove himself farther and farther into their gloomy protection. He was desperate and close to panic, but when the daylight had receded, he curled into a ball and held as still as he could. His lungs screamed for air as he forced himself not to move. The discomfort swelled, and fresh sweat broke out on his skin. He felt his face flush and his hands tremble, but he clamped every muscle of his mouth and cheeks tight as he blew a thin stream of air in and out, all he dared allow himself. He heard Tolui and Basan crash past, calling to each other. They would not go far before they returned to search for him, he was certain. Though he wanted nothing more than to press his eyes shut and collapse, he used the precious time to wriggle farther into the dark core. Thorns scored him, but he could not cry out, and simply pressed against them until they snapped off in his skin. Such little hurts did not matter compared with being caught. He forced himself to stop his mindless crawling. For a little time he had thought of nothing but darkness and safety, like a hunted animal. The part of him that was his father's son knew the shivering leaves would give him away if he could not cease all movement. That inner self watched his scrabbling with cold disdain, trying to regain control. In the end it was the sound of Tolui's voice that made him freeze and close his eyes in something like relief. There was nothing more he could do. "He's hiding," Tolui said clearly, frighteningly close. Both men must have doubled back as soon as they lost sight of him. Temujin's chest cramped, and he pressed his hand into his sticky mouth to bite down against the pain. He concentrated on an image of his father in the Ger and saw again the life that slipped out of him. "We know you can hear us, Temujin," Tolui called, panting. He too had suffered over the miles, but the bondsmen were as hard and fit as a man could be, and they were recovering quickly. Temujin lay with his cheek pressed against ancient leaves, smelling the musty richness of old rot that had never seen the light of day. He knew he could escape them in the dark, but that would not be for many hours, and he could not think of any other way to improve his chances. He hated the men who were searching for him, hated them with a heat he thought they would surely sense. "Where is your brother, Bekter?" Tolui called again. "You and he are the only ones we want. Do you understand?" In a different tone, Temujin heard Tolui murmur under his breath to Basan, "He will have gone to ground somewhere around here. Search it all and call out if you see him." The hard voice had regained some of its confidence, and Temujin prayed to the Sky Father to strike the man down, to burn him, or tear him apart with a bolt of lightning as he had once seen a tree destroyed. The Sky Father remained silent, if he heard him at all, but the rage kindled in Temujin's breast again with visions of bloody vengeance. Temujin's searing breath had eased a fraction, but his heart still pounded, and he could barely keep himself from moving or panting aloud. He heard footsteps nearby, crunching through the thorns and leaves. There was a patch of light through to the outside, and Temujin fixed his gaze on it, watching shadows move. To his horror, he saw a booted foot cross the light, and then it was blotted out completely as a face peered in, the eyes widening as they saw him looking back, his teeth bared like a wild dog. For a long, long moment he and Basan stared at each other. Then the bondsman vanished. "I can't see him," Basan called, moving away. Temujin felt tears gather, and over the roar of blood in his ears he could suddenly feel all the aches and wounds his poor battered body had taken in the chase. He remembered Basan had been loyal to Yesuge, and the relief was shattering. He heard Tolui's voice calling in the distance, and for a long time he was alone with just the whisper of his breath. The sun sank toward distant hills unseen, and darkness came early deep in the hill of briars. Temujin could hear the two men calling to each other, but the sounds seemed far away. Eventually exhaustion stole his awareness in a sudden blow, and he slept. He woke to see a flicker of yellow flame moving across his field of vision. He could not at first understand what it was, or why he lay cramped and curled in brambles so dense he could barely move. It was frightening to be wedged in darkness and thorns, and he did not know how to get out without worming back the way he had come. Through the gloom he watched the torch burn trails on his vision, and once he saw Tolui's face in its golden light. The bondsman still searched for him, and now he looked grim and tired. No doubt the two men were hungry and stiff, just as Temujin was himself. "I will tear the skin off you if you don't show yourself," Tolui shouted suddenly. "If you make me search all night, I'll beat you bloody." Temujin closed his eyes and tried to stretch his muscles whenever the flame moved away. Tolui would not see the brambles quiver in the darkness, and Temujin began to prepare himself to run again. He eased his legs from where they were pressed against his chest, almost groaning with relief. Everything was cold and cramped, and he thought his aches had woken him, rather than Tolui's shouting. He used his hands to rub knots of muscle in his thighs, loosening them. His first rush had to be fast to carry him away from them. All he needed was a little start, and the darkness would hide him from their sight. He knew the family would have made it to the cleft in the hills, and if he pushed himself, he thought he could reach them before dawn. Tolui and Basan would never be able to track him over the dry grassland, and they would have to go back for more men. Temujin vowed silently that they would never catch him again. He would take his family far away from Eluk's wolves and start another life where they would be safe. He was ready to move when the light from the torch fell across his patch of ground, and he froze. He could see Tolui's face, and the bondsman seemed to be looking straight at him. Temujin did not move, even when Eluk's bondsman began pulling at the edges of the briars. The light from the torch cast shifting shadows, and Temujin's heart pounded in fear once again. He dared not turn to look, though he heard the flame crackle in the thorns around his legs. Tolui must have pushed the torch deep into the patch to cast light on his suspicions. Temujin felt a hand scrabble at his ankle, and though he burst into life and kicked at it, the grip was like iron. He reached for the knife in his belt and yanked it free as he was dragged along the ground, coming out into the open with a cry of fear and anger. Tolui had thrown down the torch to grasp him, and Temujin could barely see the man who grabbed hold of his dell and raised a fist. One huge hand crushed the wrist holding his knife, and Temujin writhed helplessly. He hardly saw the blow coming before he was knocked into a darker world. When he awoke again, it was to the sight of a fire, and the two men warming themselves around it. They had lashed him to a birch sapling, cold and chill at his back. There was blood on his mouth, and Temujin licked at it, using his tongue to ease his lips apart from the gummy muck. His arms were high behind his back, and he barely troubled to test the knots. No bondsman of the wolves would have left a loose cord he could have reached with his fingers. In a few heartbeats Temujin knew he could not escape, and he watched Tolui through dull eyes, yearning for the bondsman's death with all the ferocity of his imagination. If there had been any god to listen, Tolui would have gone up in flames. He did not know what to make of Basan. The man sat to one side, his face turned toward the fire. They had brought no food with them, and it was clear that they preferred to spend the night in the woods rather than drag him back to their ponies in the dark. Temujin felt a trickle of blood going down his throat, and he gave a choking cough, causing both men to look round. Tolui's bullish features lit up with pleasure at seeing him awake. He rose immediately, while behind him Basan shook his head and looked away. "I told you I would find you," Tolui said cheerfully. Temujin looked at the young man he remembered as a boy with arms and legs too large for him. He spat a fleck of blood on the ground and saw Tolui's face darken. A knife appeared from nowhere in the bondsman's fist, and Temujin saw Basan rise from the fire behind him. "My Han wants you alive," Tolui said. "But I can put out an eye, perhaps, in return for the chase. What do you think of that? Or cut your tongue in two, like a snake." He made a gesture as if to grab at Temujin's jaw, and then laughed, enjoying himself. "It's strange to think of the days when your father was Han, isn't it?" Tolui went on, waving the knife close to Temujin's eyes. "I used to watch you and Bekter when you were young, to see if there was something special about you, some part of you that made you better than me." He smiled and shook his head. "I was very young. You can't see what makes one man a Han and another one a slave. It's in here." He tapped himself in his chest, his eyes gleaming. Temujin raised his eyebrows, sick of the man's posturing. Tolui's odor of rancid mutton fat was strong, and as Temujin breathed its sourness he had a vision of an eagle beating its wings into his face. He felt detached, and suddenly there was no fear. "Not in there, Tolui. Not in you," he said slowly, raising his gaze to stare back at the massive man who threatened him. "You are just a stupid yak, fit for lifting logs." Tolui brought his hand across Temujin's face in a sharp blow that knocked his head to one side. The second was worse, and he saw blood on the palm. He had seen hatred and vicious triumph in Tolui's eyes, and he did not know if he would stop, until Basan spoke at Tolui's shoulder, surprising him with his closeness. "Let him be," Basan said softly. "There is no honor in beating a tired man." Tolui snorted, shrugging. "Then he must answer my questions," he snapped, turning to face his companion. Basan did not speak again, and Temujin's heart sank. There would be no more help from him. "Where is Bekter?" Tolui demanded. "I owe that one a real beating." His eyes seemed distant as he mentioned Bekter's name, and Temujin wondered what had gone on between them. "He is dead," he said. "Kachiyun and I killed him." "Truly?" It was Basan who spoke, forgetting Tolui for a moment. Temujin played on the tension between them by replying directly to Basan. "It was a hard winter, and he stole food, Basan. I made a Han's choice." Basan might have responded, but Tolui stepped closer, resting his huge hands on Temujin's shoulders. "But how do I know you are telling me the truth, little man? He could be creeping up on us even now, and where would we be then?" Temujin knew it was hopeless. All he could do was try and ready himself for the beating. He set himself in the cold face. "Be careful in your life, Tolui. I want you fit and strong for when I come for you." Tolui gaped at this, unsure whether to laugh or lash out. In the end, he chose to thump a blow into Temujin's gut, and then hammered at him, chuckling at his own strength and the damage he could do. Chapter 16. Tolui had beaten him again when he found the ponies gone. The young bondsman had been almost comically furious at the sheer nerve of Temujin's brothers, and one unwary smile from his captive had been enough for him to take out his anger in a fit of frustration. Basan had intervened, but the exhaustion and blows had taken their toll, and Temujin lost hours of the dawn as he drifted in and out of consciousness. The day was warm and gentle as Tolui burned the gers Temujin and his brothers had built. Ropes of black smoke reached up to the sky behind them, and Temujin had glanced back just once to fix it in his mind, to remember one more thing to repay. He stumbled behind his captors as they began their long walk, jerked on with a rope around his wrists. At first, Tolui told Basan that they would take new ponies from the wanderers they had come across before. Yet when they reached that place after a hard day, there was nothing waiting for them but a scorched circle of black grass to mark where the ger had once been. Temujin hid his smile that time, but he knew old Horguz would have spread the word among the wanderer families and taken his own far away from these hard warriors of the wolves. They may not have been a tribe, but trade and loneliness bound together those who were weak. Temujin knew word of the return of the wolves would spread fast and far. Eluk's decision to come back to the lands around the Red Hill was like dropping a stone in a pool. All the tribes for 100 days' ride would hear and wonder if the wolves would be a threat or an ally. Those like old Horguz, who scraped by without the protection of the great families, would be even more wary of the ripples and new order. Small dogs slunk away when wolves roamed. For the first time Temujin saw the world from the other side. He might have hated the tribes for the way they strode on the plains, but instead he dreamed that his tread would one day send other men running. He was his father's son, and it was hard to see himself as one of the tribeless wanderers. Wherever Temujin was, the rightful line of wolves continued in him. To give that up would have been to dishonor his father and their own struggle for survival. Through all of it, Temujin had known one simple truth. One day he would be Han. With nothing more than a little river water to ease his thirst and no hope of rescue, he could almost chuckle at the idea. First, he had to escape the fate Tolui and Eluk intended for him. He daydreamed as he trotted on his length of rope. He had considered coming forward and dropping a loop around Tolui's throat, but the powerful young man was always aware of him, and even if the right moment came, Temujin doubted he had the strength to crush the bondsman's massive neck. Tolui was uncharacteristically silent on the march. It had occurred to him that he was returning with only one of the Han's children, and not even the eldest, that the valuable ponies had been stolen, and that Iggulden lay dead behind him. If it had not been for their single captive, the raid would have been a complete disaster. Tolui watched the prisoner constantly, worried he would somehow vanish and leave him with nothing but his shame to bring back. When night came, Tolui found himself jerking from restless sleep to check the ropes at regular intervals. Whenever he did, he found Temujin awake and watching him with hidden amusement. He too had considered their return, and was pleased that his younger brothers had at least denied Tolui the chance to strut new honors in front of Eiluk. To come in on foot would be a great humiliation for the proud bondsman, and if he hadn't been so battered and miserable, Temujin might have enjoyed Tolui's sullen withdrawal. Without supplies from the saddle pouches, they were all growing weak. On the second day, Basan stayed to guard Temujin, while Tolui took his bow and headed up to a tree line on a high ridge. It was the chance for which Temujin had been waiting, and Basan saw his eagerness before he could even open his mouth. "I will not let you go, Temujin, no. You cannot ask me," he said. Temujin's chest deflated as if the hope had been let out of him with his breath. "You did not tell him where I was hiding," Temujin muttered. Basan flushed and looked away. "I should have done. I gave you one chance, out of honor for your father's memory, and Tolui found you anyway. If it hadn't been dark, he might have realized what I had done." "Not him. He is an idiot," Temujin said. Basan smiled. Tolui was a rising young man in the gears of the wolves, and his temper was becoming legendary. It had been a long time since Basan had heard anyone dare to insult him aloud, even when he wasn't in hearing. Seeing Temujin stand strong before him was a reminder that there was a world outside the wolves. When Basan spoke again, it was with bitterness. "They say the wolves are strong, Temujin, and we are, in men like Tolui. Eiluk has raised new faces as his bondsmen, men of no honor. He makes us kneel to him, and if someone makes him laugh or has brought back a deer, say, or raided a family, Eiluk throws a skin of black arag at him like a dog who has done well." As he spoke, he stared up at the hills, remembering a different time. "Your father never made us kneel," he said softly. "When he was alive, I would have given my life for him without thinking, but he never made me feel less than a man." It was a long speech from the taciturn tribesman, and Temujin listened, knowing the importance of having Basan as an ally. He had no other in the wolves, not any longer. He could have asked for help again, but Basan had not spoken lightly. His sense of honor meant he could not let Temujin run now that they had caught him. Temujin accepted it, though the open plains called to him, and he ached to get away from whatever ugly death Eiluk intended. He knew better than to expect mercy a second time, now that Eiluk was secure in his position. When he spoke, he chose his words carefully, needing Basan to remember, to hear more than the pleading of a prisoner. "My father was born to rule, Basan. He walked lightly with men he trusted. Eiluk is not so certain of himself. He cannot be. I do not excuse what he has done, but I understand him and why he has brought men like Tolui to stand at his shoulder. Their weakness makes them vicious, and sometimes men like that can be deadly warriors." He saw Basan was relaxing as he spoke, considering difficult ideas almost as if one of them were not the captive of the other. "Perhaps that is what Eiluk saw in Tolui," Temujin mused. "I have not seen Tolui on a raid, but it may be he smothers his fear in wild acts of courage." Temujin would not have said it if he believed it. The Tolui he had known as a boy had been a blusterer, more likely to run wailing if he hurt himself. Temujin hid his pleasure behind the cold face when Basan looked troubled, considering some memory in the light of Temujin's words. "Your father would not have had him as a bondsman," Basan said, shaking his head. It was the greatest honor of my life to be chosen by Yasuge. It meant more then than having the strength and the armor to attack weak families and raid their herds. It meant— He shook himself, retreating from his memories. Temujin wanted him to go further down that path, but he dared not press him for more. They stood in silence for a long time. Then Basan sighed. "With your father I could be proud," he muttered, almost to himself. "We were vengeance and death to those who attacked us, but never to the families, never to wolves. Eiluk has us strut around the gears in our armor, and we do not work the wool into felt or break new ponies. He lets us grow fat and soft with gifts. The young ones know nothing different, but I have been lean and strong and certain, Temujin. I remember what it was to ride with Yasuge against the Tartars." "You do him honor still," Temujin whispered, touched by the man's memories of his father. In response, he saw Basan's face become calm, and knew there would be no more from him that day. Tolui returned triumphant with 2 marmots tied to his belt. He and Basan cooked them with hot stones sealed inside the skin, and Temujin's mouth was wet with saliva as he smelled the meat on the breeze. Tolui allowed Basan to throw one of the carcasses where Temujin could reach it, and he tore at the scraps with deliberate care, needing to remain strong. Tolui seemed to take pleasure in jerking the rope whenever he reached to put food into his mouth. As they started off again, Temujin struggled against weariness and the pain and soreness in his wrists. He did not complain, knowing it would give Tolui satisfaction to see any weakness. He knew the bondsman would kill him rather than let him escape, and Temujin could see no opportunity to get away from the men who held him prisoner. The thought of seeing Eiluk again was a gnawing fear in his empty belly. And then, as evening came, Tolui came to a sudden halt, his eyes fixed on something in the distance. Temujin squinted through the setting sun and despaired. Old Horguz had not gone far after all. Temujin recognized his piebald pony and the cart it pulled, piled high with the family's meager possessions. Their small herd of goats and sheep went before them, the bleating carrying far on the breeze. Perhaps Horguz had not understood the danger. It hurt Temujin to imagine the old man had stayed in the area to see what had become of the family he had befriended. Horguz was not a fool. He did not approach the walking bondsman, though they could all see the paleness of his face as he turned to watch them. Temujin urged him silently to ride away as far and fast as he could go. Temujin could do nothing but watch in sick anticipation as Tolui handed the rope to Basan and eased his bow from his shoulders, hiding it from view as he readied the string in his hands. He walked quickly toward the old man and his family, and Temujin could not bear it any longer. With a jerk that spun Basan around, he raised his hands and waved furiously at the old man, desperate for him to get away. Horguz hesitated visibly, turning in the saddle and staring back at the lone figure advancing toward him. He saw Temujin's frantic gesture, but it was too late. Tolui had reached his range and strung his bow with a foot on the shaft, raising the weapon whole in just a few heartbeats. Before Horguz could do more than shout a warning to his wife and children, Tolui had drawn and loosed. It was not a hard shot for a man who could fire at full gallop. Temujin moaned as he saw Horguz dig in his heels and knew the tired pony would not be fast enough. The bondsmen and their prisoner followed the path of the arrow. Tolui had sent another rising after it, which seemed to hang darkly in the air as the human figures moved too slowly, too late. Temujin cried out as the shaft took old Horguz in the back, making his pony rear in panic. Even at such a distance, Temujin could see the figure of his friend jerk, his arms waving weakly. The second arrow fell almost on the same track as the first, landing point first in the wooden saddle as Horguz slid to the ground, a heap of dark clothing on the green plain. Temujin winced as he heard the thump of the second strike, an instant after he had seen it land. Tolui roared his triumph and broke into a hunter's trot, his bow held ready as he closed on the panicking family as a wolf will pad toward a herd of goats. Horguz's wife cut the pony loose from the cart and put her 2 sons on the saddle after wrenching out the upright shaft. She might have smacked the little animal into a run, but Tolui was already shouting a warning. As he raised his bow once again, the fight went out of her, and she slumped, defeated. Temujin watched in despair as Tolui walked closer still, casually fitting another arrow to his string. "No!" Temujin shouted, but Tolui was enjoying himself. His first arrow took the woman in the chest, and then he picked off the screaming children. The force of the impacts plucked them from the pony, leaving them sprawled on the dusty ground. "What harm had they done to him, Basan? Tell me that," Temujin demanded. Basan looked at him in mild surprise, his eyes dark and questioning. "They are not our people. Would you leave them to starve?" Temujin dragged his eyes from the sight of Tolui kicking one of the children's bodies out of the way to mount the pony. A part of him felt the crime in what he had witnessed, but he did not have the words to explain. There was no tie of blood or marriage with old Horguz and his family. They had not been wolves. "He kills like a coward," he said, still searching for the idea. "Does he face armed men with so much pleasure?" He saw Basan frown and knew his point had struck home. It was true that the family of old Horguz would not have survived the season. Temujin knew Yesuge might even have given the same order, but with regret and an understanding that it would be a sort of mercy in a hard land. Temujin sneered as the bondsman rode back to them. Tolui was a little man despite his frame and his great strength. He had taken their lives to satisfy his own frustration, and he was beaming as he returned to those who had watched him. Temujin hated him then, but he made his vows in the privacy of his own thoughts, and he did not speak to Basan again. Tolui and Basan took turns to ride the piebald mare, while Temujin staggered and fell behind them. The bodies were left for scavengers once Tolui had recovered his arrows from their flesh. The little cart caught the bondsman's interest long enough to look through it, but there was little more than dried meat and ragged clothes. Wanderers like Horguz did not have hidden treasures. Tolui cut the throat of a kid goat and drank the blood with obvious enjoyment before tying the body behind the saddle and driving the others along with them. They would have more than enough fresh meat to reach the gears of the wolves. Temujin had looked at the still pale faces of Horguz and his family as he passed them. They had made him welcome and shared salt tea and meat when he was hungry. He felt stunned and weak from the emotions of the day. But as he left them behind, he knew in a moment of revelation that they had been his tribe, his family. Not by blood, but by friendship, and a wider bond of survival in a hard time. He accepted their revenge as his own. Iggulden took Temujin by the shoulders and shook him. He had grown like spring grass in the years since they had left the wolves, and there was no sign of his puppyish fat any longer. Yet he was not strong where it mattered. He helped his brothers work, but did only what he was told to do, and more often than not he would wander away and spend a day swimming in a stream or climbing a hill for the view. Iggulden could have dealt with simple laziness as long as she had a switch to beat him. Temujin was an unhappy little boy, though, and he still dreamed of going home to the wolves and everything they had lost. He needed time away from his family, and if it was denied him he would grow nervous and sullen until Iggulden lost patience and sent him out to let clean air blow his thoughts like cobwebs. Temujin was crying as the evening came, sobbing to himself in the tiny ger until Iggulden lost patience with him. "What are we going to do?" he sobbed, wiping at a shining trail of mucus almost as wide as his nose. Iggulden suppressed her irritation and smoothed down his hair with her hard hands. If he was too soft, It was no more than Yasuge had warned her would happen. Perhaps she had indulged him. "He will be all right, Temuge. Your brother would never be easily caught." She tried to keep her voice cheerful, though she had already begun to consider their future. Temuge could weep, but Helen had to plan and be clever, or she might lose them all. Her other sons were stunned and miserable at this blow to their lives. With Temujin they had begun to know a little hope. To lose him was a return to the absolute despair of the first days alone, and the dark cleft in the hills brought it all back, like a stone hanging on their spirits. Outside the gare, Helen heard one of the ponies whicker softly to itself. She considered the sound as she made decisions that seemed to tear the heart from her chest. At last, when Temuge was sniffing in a corner and staring at nothing, she spoke to them all. "If Temujin has not come back to us by tomorrow night, we will have to leave this place." She had all their attention then, even little Temujin, who ceased playing with her colored bones and stared wide-eyed at her mother. "We have no choice now that the wolves are coming back to the Red Hill. Eiluk will scout the area for 100 miles, and he will find our little hideaway here. That will be the end of us." It was Kachun who replied, choosing his words carefully. "If we leave, Temujin will not be able to find us again, but you know that," he said. "I could stay and wait for him if you take the ponies. Just tell me a direction, and I will follow when he comes." "And if he does not come?" Hasar said. Kachun frowned at him. "I will wait as long as I can. If the wolves come looking in the cleft, I will hide myself or travel by night after you. If we just leave, he might as well be dead. We will not find each other again." Smiling, Helen clasped Kachun by his shoulder, forcing herself to ignore her despair. Though she smiled, her eyes glittered uncomfortably. "You are a good brother and a fine son," she said. "Your father would be proud of you." She leaned forward, her intensity disturbing. "But do not risk your life if you see him caught, you understand? Temujin was born with blood in his hand. Perhaps this is his fate." Her face crumpled without warning. "I cannot lose all my sons, one by one." The memory of Bekter brought a spasm of sudden weeping, shocking them all. Kachun reached out and wrapped his arms around his mother's shoulders, and in the corner Temuge began to sob on his own once more. Chapter 17. Eiluk sat in a gare twice the size of any other in the camp, on a throne of wood and polished leather. Yasuge had disdained such symbols of power, but Eiluk took comfort from being raised above his bondsmen. Let them remember who was Han. He listened to the crackle of torches and the far-off voices of the tribe. He was drunk again, or close to it, so that his hand blurred as he passed it in front of his eyes. He considered calling for enough Arag to smash him into sleep, but instead he sat in sullen silence, staring at the floor. His bondsmen knew better than to try to raise the spirits of their Han when he was brooding on better days. His eagle perched on a wooden tree at his right hand. The hooded bird was a brooding presence that could be as still as bronze for the longest time, then suddenly jerk at a sound, tilting her head as if she could see through the thick leather. The red tinge to her feathers had remained, shimmering when her wings caught the light of torches. Eiluk was proud of her size and power. He had watched her strike a kid goat and struggle into the air with the limp flesh dangling. He had not allowed her more than a single scrap of flesh for the kill, of course, but it had been a glorious moment. He had given Yasuge's eagle to another family, binding them in gratitude for a Han's gift. He longed to show the pair to Temujin or Bekter, and almost wished them alive just to experience their anger one more time. He remembered the day he had been given the red bird by Yasuge's own hand. Against his will, sudden tears came to his eyes, and he swore aloud and cursed the Arag for bringing on his melancholy. He had been younger then, and for the young everything is better, cleaner, and finer than for those who have let themselves grow thick-bodied and drunk every evening. Yet he was still strong, he knew it, strong enough to break anyone who dared to test him. Eiluk looked blearily around him for Tolui, forgetting for a moment that he had not returned. The wolves had traveled slowly, drifting farther north since Tolui had left with Basan and Onigen. It should have been a simple enough matter to determine whether Yesugei's children still lived, or at least to find their bones. Eiluk thought back to his first winter as Han and shuddered. It had been bitter even on the trip south. For those in the north it would have been cruelly hard, on the young and the old alike. Hölin and her children would not have lasted long, he was almost certain. Yet it nagged at him. What could have delayed Tolui and the other men? The young wrestler was a useful man to have close, Eiluk knew. His loyalty was unquestioning in comparison with some of the older men. Eiluk knew there were those who still denied his right to lead the tribe, fools who could not accept the new order. He made sure they were watched, and when the time came they would find men like Tolui outside their gers one dawn. He would take their heads himself, as a Han should. It was never far from his thoughts that he had won the tribe with strength, and only strength could hold it. Disloyalty could grow unchecked until they found the courage to challenge him. Had he not felt the seeds of it long before Yesugei was killed? In his most secret heart he had. When the warning horn sounded, Eiluk lurched to his feet, taking his sword from where it lay propped against the arm of his chair. The red bird screeched, but he ignored it, shaking his head to clear it of fumes as he strode out into the cold air. He could already feel the rush of blood and excitement he relished. He hoped for raiders, or Tolui's return with the children of the old Han. One or the other would bring blood to his sword, and he never found sleep so sweet and dreamless as when he had killed a man. His horse was brought for him, and he mounted carefully rather than stumble. He could feel the Arag in him, but it just made him stronger. He turned bleary red eyes on his bondsmen as they gathered, and then dug in his heels, sending his stallion careering out to meet the threat. Eiluk whooped into the cold wind as the riders formed around him in perfect formation. They were wolves, and they were to be feared. He never felt as alive as at that moment, when disloyalties were forgotten and a single enemy had to be faced. That was what he craved, rather than the petty problems and feuds of the families. What did he care about those? His sword and bow were ready for their defense, and that was all he had to give them. They could grow and increase their numbers just as the goats did in their care. Nothing else mattered as long as the warriors rode and he led them. At full gallop, Eiluk lowered his sword over the stallion's ears and called, "Cha!" for more speed, feeling the Arag burn out of him. He wished there could be an enemy host coming against them, a battle to test his courage and make him feel again the intoxication of walking close to death. Instead, he saw only two figures on the plain, riding dark brown ponies too heavily laden to be a threat. The disappointment was bitter in his throat, but he quelled it, forcing the cold face. The wolves would take whatever the two men owned, leaving them with their lives unless they chose to fight. Eiluk hoped they would as he drew close, his men riding around and taking positions. With drunken care, Eiluk dismounted and walked to face the strangers. To his surprise, he saw that they were both armed, though they were not fool enough to draw their swords. It was rare to see long blades in the hands of wanderers. The skill to fold and beat steel was highly sought after amongst the tribes, and a good sword would be a valuable possession. Yet the pair did not look prosperous. Their clothes may once have been good quality, but were filthy with ancient dust and dirt. Through the vagueness of the black Arag in his blood, Eiluk's interest was aroused. As he strode closer, he watched the men carefully, remembering Yesugei's lessons on judging his enemies. One was old enough to be father to the second, and he looked strong despite his gray hair, braided and oiled into a queue down his back. Eiluk felt a prickling sense of danger in the way he was standing, and ignored the younger one, knowing by instinct to watch the elder for a first move. He could not have explained his decision, but it had saved his life more than once. Despite being surrounded by mounted warriors, neither man bowed his head. Eiluk frowned at them, wondering at their strangeness and their confidence. Before he could speak, the older of the two men seemed to start, his sharp eyes picking out the leaping wolf on Eiluk's armor. He murmured something to his companion, and both relaxed visibly. "My name is Arslan," the older said clearly, "and this is my son Gelne. We are pledged to the wolves, and we have found you at last." When Eiluk did not reply, the man looked around him at the faces of the bondsmen. "Where is the one called Yesuge? I have honored my vow. I have found you at last." Eiluk glowered at the strangers as they sat in the warmth of his ger. Two of his bondsmen stood outside the door in the cold, ready to come at his call. Inside, only Eiluk was armed. Despite that, he felt a constant tension in their presence, for no reason he could bring clearly to his thoughts. Perhaps it was the utter lack of fear in both of them. Arslan had shown no surprise or awe at the great ger Eiluk had constructed. He had handed over his own sword without a backwards glance. When Arslan's gaze drifted over the weapons on the walls, Eiluk was almost sure he had seen a faint sneer appear on his face, gone as quickly as it came. Only the red bird had held his attention, and to Eiluk's irritation Arslan had made a clicking sound in the back of his throat and run a hand down the red-gold feathering of her chest. She had not reacted, and Eiluk felt his own simmering anger increase. "Yesuge was killed by Tartars almost 5 years ago," Eiluk said, when they had settled themselves and drunk their bowls of tea. "Who are you to come to us now?" The younger man opened his mouth to answer, but Arslan touched him lightly on the arm, and he subsided. "It would have been earlier if you had stayed in the north. My son and I have ridden more than 1,000 days to find you and honor the vow I made to your father." "He was not my father," Eiluk snapped. "I was first among his bondsmen." He saw the two men exchange glances. "It was no idle rumor, then, that you abandoned Yesuge's sons and wife on the plain?" Arslan asked softly. Eiluk found himself becoming defensive under the man's quiet scrutiny. "I am Han of the Wolves," he replied. "I have ruled them for 4 years, and they are stronger than they have ever been. If you are pledged to the wolves, you are pledged to me." Once again he saw Arslan and his son glance at each other, and Eiluk grew angry. "Look at me when I am talking to you," he ordered. Obediently, Arslan faced the man on the throne of wood and leather, saying nothing. "How did you come by long blades like the ones you carried?" Eiluk asked. "It is my craft to make them, my lord," Arslan said softly. "I was once the armorer for the Naimans." "You were banished?" Eiluk asked immediately. He wished he had not drunk as much before they came. His thoughts felt sluggish, and he still sensed danger from the older man, for all his calm speech. There was an economy of movement about him, a suggestion of hardness that Eiluk recognized. The man may have been a swordsmith, but he was a warrior also. His son was as lean as a rope, but whatever it was that made a man dangerous was not there in him, and Eiluk could dismiss him from his thoughts. "I left the Han after he took my wife for his own," Arslan replied. Eiluk started suddenly, remembering a story he had heard years before. "I have heard of this," he began, straining his memory. "You are the one who challenged the Han of the Naimans? You are the oath-breaker?" Arslan sighed, remembering old pain. "It was a long time ago, and I was younger, but yes. The Han was a cruel man, and though he accepted my challenge, he returned first to his ger. We fought, and I killed him. But when I went to claim my wife, I found he had cut her throat. It is a tired story, and I have not thought of it for many years." Arslan's eyes were dark with grief, but Eiluk did not believe him. "I heard of it even in the south, where the air is hot and wet. If you are the same man, you are said to be very skilled with the blade. Is it true?" Arslan shrugged. Stories always exaggerate. "Perhaps I was once. My son is better than I am now. Yet I have my bellows, and I can build a forge. I have my skills, and I can still make weapons of war. I met Yasuge when he was hunting with his hawk. He saw the value for his families and offered to break tradition, to bring us back into a tribe." He paused for a moment, looking back over the years. "I was alone and despairing when he found me. My wife had been taken by another, and I did not want to live. He offered me sanctuary with the wolves if I could bring her out with my son. He was a great man, I think." "I am greater," Eiluk replied, irritated to have Yasuge praised in his own ger. "If you have the skills you claim, the wolves will still welcome you with honor." For a long time Arslan did not respond or look away. Eiluk could feel the tension grow in the ger, and he had to force himself not to let his fingers drop to his sword hilt. He saw the red bird look up in her hood as if she too felt the strained air between them. "I pledged myself to Yasuge and his heirs," Arslan said. Eiluk snorted. "Am I not Han here? The wolves are mine, and you have offered yourself to the wolves. I accept you both, and I will offer you a ger, sheep, salt, and safety." Once again the silence stretched and became uncomfortable, until Eiluk wanted to curse. Then Arslan nodded, bowing his head. "You do us a great honor," he replied. Eiluk smiled. "Then it is settled. You have come at a time when I will need good weapons. Your son will be one of my bondsmen, if he is as quick with a sword as you say. We will ride to war with blades from your forge. Believe me when I say it is time for the wolves to rise." In the musty darkness of a new ger, Jelma turned to his father, keeping his voice low. "Are we staying here, then?" His father shook his head unseen in the gloom. Aware of the possibility of listening ears, he pitched his voice at barely more than a breath. "We are not. This man who calls himself Han is just a yapping dog with blood on his hands. Can you see me serving another like the Han of the Naimans? Yasuge was a man of honor, a man I could follow without regret. He came across me when I was picking wild onions with just a little knife. He could have stolen everything I had, yet he did not." "You would have killed him if he had tried," Jelma said, smiling in the darkness. He had seen his father fight and knew that even unarmed he was more than a match for most swordsmen. "I might have surprised him," Arslan replied without pride. But he did not know that. He was hunting alone, and I sensed he did not want company, but he treated me with honor. He shared meat and salt with me. Arslan sighed, remembering. I liked him. I am sorry to hear he is gone from the plains. This Eiluk is weak where he, Yasuge, was strong. I will not have my beautiful swords in his hands." "I knew it," Jelma said. "You did not give him your oath, and I guessed. He did not even hear the words you used. The man is a fool, but you know he will not let us go." "No, he will not," Arslan said. "I should have listened to the rumors about the new Han. I should not have brought you into danger." Jelma snorted. "Where else would I go, father? My place is at your side." He thought for a moment. "Shall I challenge him?" "No," Arslan said in a harsh whisper. "A man who could leave children on the plains to freeze with their mother. He would have you taken and beheaded without even drawing his own blade. We have made a mistake coming here, but now all we can do is watch for a time to leave. I will build my forge with new bricks of clay, and that will take time. I will send you out for wood and herbs, anything to get you away from the camp. Learn the names of the guards and have them become used to you foraging for materials. You can find a place to store what we need, and when the time is right, I will bring the ponies out." "He will send guards with us," Jelma answered. Arslan chuckled. Let him. I have not met a man I cannot kill. We will be gone from here by the end of summer, and the forge I will leave them will be useless for anything except scrap iron." Jelma sighed for a moment. It had been a long time since he had seen the inside of a ger, and part of him did not relish the thought of returning to hard nights and the bitterness of the winters. "There are some pretty women here," he said. His father sat up as he heard the longing in his son's voice. He did not reply for some time. "I have not given thought to it, my son. Perhaps I am being foolish. I will not marry again, but if you want to remain and make a place amongst these people, I will stay with you. I cannot drag you behind me for the rest of my life." Jelma reached out in the dark to find his father's arm. "I go where you go, you know that. Your vow binds me as much as it does you." Arslan snorted. "A vow to the dead binds no one. If Yesugei had lived, or if his children survived, I would go to them with a clear heart. As it is, there is no life for us but here or on the plains with the real wolves. Do not answer me tonight. Sleep. We will talk again in the morning." Eiluk rose at dawn, his head hammering with pain and slick sweat foul on his skin. He had called for more arag after Arslan and Jelma had gone to the ger, and at most he had slept for a hand's breadth of the stars moving in the sky. He felt terrible, but as he came out of his ger and surveyed the camp, he was startled to see Arslan and his son already awake. The two newcomers were exercising together, their swords drawn as they stretched and moved in what looked like a dance to Eiluk's sleepy eyes. Already a few of the bondsmen had gathered around them, some of them laughing and making crude comments. The two men ignored the others as if they did not exist, and, for those with an eye to see, the balance and agility they practiced revealed a very high level of skill. Arslan was bare-chested, and his skin was a patchwork of scarring. Even Eiluk was impressed at the markings, from the white lattice of old cuts on his arms to knots of burns and arrowheads on his shoulders and chest. The man had fought, and as he spun in the air, Eiluk saw only a few wounds in the paler skin of his back. The pair were impressive, Eiluk admitted reluctantly. Arslan shone with sweat, though was not breathing heavily. Eiluk watched, glowering, trying to recall the conversation of the previous night. He noticed that the bondsman had fallen silent, and he snorted to himself as father and son finished the routine. He did not trust them. As he stood and scratched himself, he saw two of his bondsmen engage Arslan in conversation, clearly asking questions about the exercises they had seen. Eiluk wondered if the newcomers could be spies, or even assassins. The older man in particular had the look of a killer, and Eiluk knew he would have to force a little obedience or have his authority questioned in his own camp. Despite his misgivings, their arrival was a blessing from the Skyfather, at a time when he planned a campaign against the Olhun Ut. The wolves were growing, and he felt the spring tide in his gut and blood calling him to war. He would need good swords for every young warrior of the families, and perhaps Arslan was the man to produce them. The armorer they had was an old drunk, and only his valuable craft prevented him from being left out in the snow each winter. Eiluk smiled to himself at the thought that Arslan would make chain mail and blades for the wolves to grow in strength. When Eiluk dreamed, it was always of death. The oldest woman had cast the bones in his ger and prophesied a great bloodletting under his banners. Perhaps Arslan was a messenger from the spirits, as the legends told. Eiluk stretched, feeling his strength as his bones cracked and his muscles tightened deliciously. He had woken his ambition after the death of Yesugei. There was no telling where it would take him. It was 4 days after the arrival of Arslan and his son that Tolui and Basan returned to the gers of the wolves, dragging a battered figure behind them. Eiluk rode out with the others, and he yelled hoarsely when he saw his men had returned with a live captive. He wanted it to be Bekter, but somehow it was sweeter still to see Temujin staring back at him through swollen eyes. The journey had been hard on Temujin, but he stood as straight and tall as he could as Eiluk dismounted. He had been dreading the moment ever since they had caught him, and now that it had come, exhaustion and pain made him numb. "Am I granted guest rights, then?" he said. Eiluk snorted and backhanded a blow across his face that tumbled him to the ground. "Welcome home, Temujin," Eiluk said, showing strong white teeth. "I have waited a long time to see you with your belly on the ground." As he spoke, he raised his leg and pressed Temujin face down into the dust. Little by little he increased the pressure, and there was a light in his eye that made the other warriors silent. It was Basan who broke the silence. "My lord, Unigin is dead. The others escaped." Eiluk seemed to drag himself back from far away to answer, releasing the silent figure under his boot. "They all survived?" he said, surprised. Basan shook his head. "Bekter is dead. I understand the others still live. We found their camp and burned it." Eiluk did not care that Unigin had fallen. The man had been one of the old bondsmen. None of them could truly see Eiluk as Han, he knew. As the years passed, he was slowly leavening their numbers with younger men hungry for blood and conquest. "You have done well," he said, addressing Tolui, and seeing how he swelled his chest with pride. "You may have the pick of my own horses and a dozen skins of Arag. Get yourself drunk. You have earned a Han's praise." Tolui was pleased and bowed as low as he could. "You honor me, my lord," he said, stealing a sideways look at Temujin. "I would enjoy seeing him humbled." "Very well, Tolui. You shall be there. The spirits need blood to feed their hunger. He shall be the stain on the ground that sends us on to victory and greatness. We have a swordsmith come to us. The son of a Han will be our sacrifice. The Sky Father will bring us sweet women and 1,000 tribes under our feet. I can feel it in my blood." Temujin struggled to his knees. His body was raw and aching from the journey, and his wrists felt as if they were on fire. He spat on the ground and thought of his father as he looked around him. "I have known sheep shit with more honor than you," he told Eiluk slowly. He tried not to wince as one of the bondsmen approached and used the hilt of his sword to batter him unconscious. It took 3 blows before he fell, his eyes still open on the dusty ground. Temujin woke again with warm water spattering his clothes and face. He gasped and struggled to his feet, crying out in pain as he found one of his fingers had been broken, and his right eye was too clotted with blood to open. He hoped they had not blinded him. But part of him was past caring. It was so dark he could not understand where he was. Above his head he could see bars blocking the distant starlight, and he shivered. He was in a frozen hole, the wooden lattice too far above for him to jump. He pressed his good hand to the walls and found the earth was slick with wetness. His feet were submerged in water, and above him he heard low chuckles. To his horror, a soft grunt was followed by another rain of stinking liquid. The bondsmen were urinating into the hole and laughing as they did so. Temujin covered his head with his hands and fought against a black despair. He knew he could end his life in that filthy hole, perhaps with rocks dropped in to break his legs and arms. There was no justice in the world, but he had known that ever since the death of his father. The spirits took no part in the lives of men once they had been born. A man either endured what the world sent his way or was crushed. The men grunted as they lifted a heavy stone onto the crisscross of branches. When they had gone, Temujin tried to pray for a little while. To his surprise, it gave him strength, and he crouched against the frozen muddy walls until dawn, unable to do more than drift in and out of sleep. It was a small comfort that his bowels had nothing in them. He felt as if he had always been hungry and sore. There had been a life once where he was happy, and could ride to the Red Hill with his brothers? He held on to the thought like a light in the darkness, but it would not stay with him. Before dawn he heard footsteps approach, and a dark figure leaned out over the lattice, blocking more of the stars. Temujin winced in anticipation of another emptying bladder, but instead the dark figure spoke. "Who are you?" came a low voice. Temujin did not look up, but he felt his pride rekindle, and he replied, "I am the eldest surviving son of Yasuge, who was Han to the wolves." For an instant he saw flashing lights at the edges of his vision, and he thought he might pass out. He remembered old words his father had used, and he spoke them recklessly. "I am the land and the bones of the hills," he said fiercely. "I am the winter. When I am dead I will come for you all in the coldest nights." He stared up defiantly, determined not to show his misery. The shadow did not move, but after a time it murmured a few words and then vanished, letting the light of the stars shine down into the pit. Temujin hugged his knees and waited for the dawn. "Who are you to tell me not to despair?" he murmured. Chapter 18. Temujin watched the sun pass overhead, its fire damped by heavy cloud, so that he was able to gaze on the orange disk with only a little discomfort. The thin warmth was welcome each morning after the frozen night. When he drifted back to consciousness, his first act was to pull his feet free of the slurry of ice and mud, then stamp and pump his limbs until his blood began moving again. He had used one corner of the little pit for his wastes, but it was still practically underfoot, and by the third day the air was thick and nauseating. Flies buzzed down through the lattice overhead, and he spent time batting gently at them, keeping them alive as long as possible for sport. They had thrown bread and mutton down to him, laughing at his attempts to catch the pouches before they fell into the slop. His stomach had squeezed painfully the first time he had eaten one from the ground, but it was that or starve, and he forced it down with nothing more than a shrug. Every day he marked the moving shadows cast by the sun with small stones in the mud, anything to dull the passage of time and his own misery. He did not understand why Eiluk had left him in the pit rather than give him a quick death. In the hours alone Temujin fantasized about Eiluk being overcome with shame, or finding himself unable to hurt a son of Yasuge. Perhaps he had even been struck down by a curse or a disfiguring disease. It amused Temujin to imagine it, but in reality Eiluk was probably just away hunting or planning something vicious. He had long ago found the real world much less satisfying than his own imagination. When the rock was removed and the lattice thrown aside, it was almost with a sense of relief that he realized death was coming at last. Temujin raised his arms and allowed himself to be dragged out. He had heard the voices of the families as they gathered and guessed something of the sort was coming. It did not help that one of the men pulling him out took a grip on his broken finger, leaving him gasping as the bone grated. Temujin fell to his knees as they let go. He could see more than 100 faces around him, and as his eyes cleared he began to recognize people he had once known. Some of them jeered, and the smallest children threw sharp-edged stones at him. Others looked troubled, the strain forcing them into the cold face. He prepared himself for death, an ending. The years since the abandonment had been a gift, despite their hardship. He had known joy and sorrow, and he vowed to give up his spirit with dignity intact. His father and his blood demanded it, no matter what the cost. Eiluk sat in his great chair, brought into the sun for the occasion. Temujin glanced at him before looking away, preferring to watch the faces of the families. In spite of everything he had suffered, it was strangely comforting to see them all again. Ignoring Eiluk, Temujin nodded and smiled at some of the ones he had known well. They did not dare return his gestures, but he saw their eyes soften slightly. "I would have brought him here in honor," Eiluk bellowed suddenly to the crowd. He lowered his great head and wagged it seriously back and forth. "But I found him living like an animal, without the graces of men. Yet even a rat can bite. and when he killed my bondsman, I had this tribeless wanderer dragged back for justice. Shall we give it to him? Shall we show him the wolves have not grown soft?" Temujin watched the families as Eiluk's bondsmen cheered mindlessly. Some of them yelled agreement, but many more stood in silence and watched the dirty young man who stared back with his yellow eyes. Slowly, Temujin rose to his feet. He stank of his own filth, and he was covered in fly bites and sores, but he stood unbending and waited for the blade to come. Eiluk drew the sword with a wolf's head carved into the bone hilt. "The spirits have abandoned his family, my wolves. Look at his state now and believe it. Where is the luck of Yesuge?" It was a mistake to mention the old Han's name. Many heads bowed automatically at its sound, and Eiluk flushed in anger. It was suddenly not enough to take Temujin's head, and he sheathed the blade. "Tie him to a pony," he said. "Drag him bloody and then leave him in the pit. Perhaps I will kill him tomorrow." As he watched, Tolui backed up a brown gelding and tied a long rope to the saddle. The crowd parted excitedly, craning to see this strange sport. As his wrists were fastened to the rope, Temujin turned his pale gaze on Eiluk for a few moments, then spat on the ground. Eiluk grinned hugely. Tolui turned round in the saddle, his expression a mixture of smugness and malice. "How fast can you run?" he said. "Let's find out," Temujin said, licking cracked lips. He could feel sweat break out in his armpits. He had been able to summon courage to stand before a blade. The thought of being torn behind a galloping horse was more than he could bear. He tried to brace himself, but Tolui dug his heels into the pony's flanks and yelled wildly. The rope snapped tight, and Temujin was jerked into a run, his weak legs already stumbling. Tolui rode recklessly, enjoying himself. It did not take long for Temujin to fall. When Tolui finally returned to the encampment, Temujin was a dead weight on the rope. It was difficult to see a patch of skin that was not scraped, raw, and bloody. His clothes had been reduced to dusty rags that fluttered in the breeze as Tolui cut the rope at last. Temujin did not feel it as he slumped to the ground. His hands were almost black as his mouth hung open, red spittle drooling from where he had bitten his tongue. He saw Basan standing at the door of his family ger, his face pale and strained as Temujin stared at him. Eiluk strode out to greet Tolui, casting an amused glance at the torn figure he had once considered important. He was glad he had not ended it too quickly. He felt lighter in step for the decision, as if a weight had been lifted. In fact, he was in the best of spirits, and mock wrestled with Tolui for a moment, before the bondsman returned Temujin to the hole in the ground and dropped the lattice back into place. Temujin sat in the icy filth, barely conscious of his surroundings. He had found a tooth in the muck at the bottom, large enough to have come from the jaw of a man. He did not know how long he had been sitting staring at it. Perhaps he had slept. He couldn't be certain. Pain and despair had exhausted his senses to the point where he could not be sure if he dreamed or was awake. He ached in every bone, and his face was so fat with bruising that he could see only through a slit around one eye. The other was still crusted with thick blood, and he dared not pick at it. He did not want to move at all, in fact, with the threat of pain from endless scrapes and cuts. He had never felt so battered in his life, and it was all he could do not to cry out or weep. He kept his silence, finding a strength of will he had not known he possessed until that moment. It was made hard in a furnace of hatred, and he relished the core of him that would not bend, nurturing it as he found he could endure and live. "Where is my father? Where is my tribe?" he murmured, screwing his face up against the grief. He had ached to be returned to the wolves, but they cared nothing for him. It was no small thing to cast off the last threads of his childhood, the shared history that bound him to them. He remembered the simple kindness of old Horgus and his family, when he and his brothers were alone. For a time he could not measure, he stood slumped against the walls of earth, thoughts moving slowly like ice on a river. Something grated above his head, and he jerked in fear, coming awake as if he had been dreaming. Some part of him had been aware of a moving shadow on the floor of the pit. He looked blearily upwards, and saw to his dull astonishment that the lattice had vanished. The stars shone down without restriction, and he could only stare, unable to understand what was happening. If he had not been wounded, he might have tried to climb, but he could barely move. It was excruciating to see a chance to escape and not be able to take it. He had done his best to spread the damage as much as possible, but his right leg felt as if it had been shredded. It still seeped blood sluggishly into the muck around him, and he could no more jump than fly out of the hole like a bird. He found himself chuckling almost hysterically at the thought that his unknown savior had left, expecting him to make his own way out. In the morning the fool would find him still in the pit, and Eiluk would not leave him unguarded again. Something came slithering down the wall, and Temujin jerked away, thinking it was a snake. His mind was playing tricks as he felt the rough fibers of a braided rope and the beginnings of hope. Above him he saw the shadow block the stars, and he strained to keep his voice low. "I can't climb out," he said. "Tie yourself on," came the voice from the night before. "But help me as I pull." With clumsy fingers Temujin tied it round his waist, wondering again who would risk Eiluk's wrath. He did not doubt that if they were discovered, his rescuer would join him in the pit and suffer the same fate. As the rope bit into his back, Temujin's legs scrabbled uselessly at the earth walls. He found he could dig his hands in as he climbed, though the effort was like setting his skin on fire. He felt a scream bubbling along inside him until involuntary tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. Still he made no sound until at last he lay on the frozen ground in a silent encampment. "Get away as far as you can," his rescuer said. "Use the mud of the river banks to hide your scent. If you survive, I will come to you and take you farther away." In the starlight Temujin could see he was gray-haired and had powerful shoulders, but to his surprise he did not know the man. Before he could respond, the stranger pressed a bag into his hand, and Temujin's mouth watered at the odor of onions and mutton. The bag was warm, and he gripped it as if it were his last hope. "Who are you to save me?" he whispered. Part of him was yelling that it didn't matter, that he had to run, but he couldn't bear not knowing. "I was pledged to your father, Yasuge," Arslan replied. "Now go, and I will follow you in the confusion of the search." Temujin hesitated. Could Eiluk have staged it all to find the location of his brothers? He could not risk telling a stranger of the cleft in the hills. "When you leave," Temujin said, "ride 5 days north, sunrise to sunset. Find a high hill to watch for me. I will come if I can, and lead you to my family. You have my thanks forever, nameless one." Arslan smiled at the courage of the younger man. In many ways he reminded the swordsmith of his son Jelma, though there was a fire in this one that would be hard to extinguish. He had not intended to give his name, in case the young warrior was captured and forced to reveal it. Under Temujin's gaze he nodded, making a decision. "My name is Arslan. I travel with my son Jelma. If you live, we will meet again," he said, taking Temujin's arm in a brief clasp that almost made him cry out in sudden pain. Arslan replaced the lattice and stone, then walked away, moving like a cat in the frozen starlight. Temujin could do no more than shuffle as he took a different direction, concentrating on staying alive and going as far as he could before the hunt began. In the blue-gray light of dawn, 2 young boys dared each other to go to the edge of the pit and stare down at the captive. When they finally found the courage to peer over the edge, there was no one there looking back, and they ran for their parents, calling in alarm. When Eiluk came from his ger, his face was tight with excitement. The powerful red bird gripped the leather sleeve around his right forearm, her dark beak open far enough to show a sliver of dark tongue. 2 hunting dogs leapt around him, sensing his mood and barking madly. "Go out in 3s!" Eiluk shouted to his warriors as they gathered. "I will take the western point, and whoever brings him back will have a new dell and 2 knives with horn handles from my hand. Tolui, you are with me. Mount up, my brothers. Today we hunt." He watched as the bondsmen and the lesser warriors formed their groups, checking equipment and supplies before leaping into the saddles of their ponies. Eiluk was pleased to see their mood was light, and he congratulated himself on the decision to bring Temujin back to the camp. Perhaps seeing him beaten and dragged bloody was a final proof that the Sky Father loved the new Han of the Wolves. There had been no lightning strike to punish Eiluk, after all. Even the oldest of the crones should be satisfied with what he had achieved. It crossed his mind to wonder how Temujin had escaped the pit, but that was a problem for his return. The young man could not have gone far with his injuries. When they brought him in, Eiluk would ask him how he had climbed the slick walls or who had helped him. He frowned at that thought. Perhaps there were traitors among the families. If there were, he would root them out. He wound his reins around his fist and mounted, enjoying the feeling of strength in his legs. The red bird spread her wings to balance as he settled himself. Eiluk grinned tightly, feeling his heart begin to beat faster. It usually took a little time for him to come fully awake, but the prospect of hunting a wounded man had fired his blood, and he was ready to gallop. The red bird sensed it in him and ducked her head, tugging at the hood with a long claw. Eiluk pulled away the leather restraint, and the eagle flew from his forearm, lunging upwards with a screech. He watched her beat the air for height, his arm rising without her weight until it was almost a greeting or a farewell. On such a morning, he could feel the land. Eiluk glanced around the camp and nodded to Tolui. "Come, let's see how far he has managed to run." Tolui grinned at his lord and master, digging in his heels and sending his mount surging forward. The hunting dogs broke off their howling to run alongside, hungry for a kill. The air was cold, but the warriors wore padded dells, and the sun was on the rise. Temujin lay very still and watched a fly crawl across the mud in front of his face. He had slathered himself in river clay to mask his scent, but he did not know whether it would work or not. He had gone as far as he could in the dark, though by the end he was limping and sobbing with every step. It was strange how much weakness he could show when he was on his own. He did not mind the sting of his tears on his raw skin when there was no one else to witness it. Every step was an agony, and yet he had pushed himself on, remembering Hoyland's words on the first nights in the cleft in the hills. There would be no rescue, no end to their suffering, unless they made it themselves. He kept going, relying on the dark to hide his movement from the watchers on the hills. By the time dawn had come, he had been hobbling like a wounded animal, almost doubled over with pain and weakness. He had collapsed at last by the bank of a stream, lying panting there with his head turned to the pale sky that heralded the sunrise. They would discover his escape by first light, he realized. How far had he come? He watched the first gold spark touch the dark horizon, instantly too harsh on his eyes. He began digging his swollen hands into the clay, crying out as his broken finger jarred yet again. He was mindless for a time, and there was relief in that. The mud worked loose in a paste he could squeeze between his fingers as he smeared it over his skin and clothes. It was cool, but it itched appallingly as it dried. He found himself staring at his broken finger, seeing the swollen joint and the purple skin beneath the mud. He jerked from a daze, then, suddenly afraid that time was slipping away in his exhaustion. His body was at the very end of its endurance, and all he wanted to do was give up and pass out. At the heart of him, at the deepest part, there was still a spark that wanted to live, but it had been smothered in the muddy, dumb thing that wallowed on the bank and could barely turn its face to feel the sun move in the sky. In the distance he heard dogs baying, and he surfaced from the cold and the exhaustion. He had eaten Arslan's ration of food long before, and he was starving again. The dogs sounded close, and he feared suddenly that the stinking river mud would be no protection at all. He heaved himself along the slope of the bank, hidden by the grasses on the edge as he moved in spasms, flopping and weak. The howling dogs were even closer, and his heart beat in fluttery panic, terrified at the thought of them tearing at him, ripping his flesh from his bones. He could not yet hear the hoofs of the riders, but he knew he had not made it far enough. With a groan at the icy sting, he pulled himself into the water, heading out to the deepest point and a thick bed of reeds. The part of him that could still think forced him to ignore the first patch. If they saw where he had been lying, they would search all around it. The river numbed the worst of his pain, and though it was still shallow, he used the current to push himself downstream on his hands and knees, scrabbling in the soft mud. He felt live things move between his fingers, but the cold had reduced him to a core of sensation that had no link to the world. They would see the cloud of muck he had disturbed. It was surely hopeless, but he did not stop, searching for deeper water. The river wound around a corner, under ancient overhanging trees. On the other side was a bank of blue ice that had survived the winter in constant shadow. The rushing water had eaten a shelf beneath it, and though he feared the biting cold, he made for it without hesitation. He wondered vaguely how long he could survive in the freezing water. He forced his way in under the ridge of ice and knelt in the mud with just his eyes and nose above the surface. They would have to enter the water to see him, but he did not doubt the hunters would send dogs up and down the stream. The cold had numbed every part of him, and he thought he was probably dying. He jammed his jaw shut against chattering teeth, and for a little while he forgot what was happening and simply waited like a fish, frozen and blank of thought. He could see his breath as mist on the surface of the clear water as the cloud of muck settled around him. He heard the excited yelping of dogs nearby, but his thoughts moved too slowly to feel fear. Was that a shout? He thought it was. Perhaps they had found the trail he had made across the clay. Perhaps they had recognized it as the mark a man would make if he dragged himself on his belly like a beast. He did not care any longer. The cold seemed to have reached inside him and clutched at his heart, slowing it with a terrible force. He could feel each beat as a burst of warmth in his chest, but it was growing weaker with every passing moment. The yelping of the dogs grew quieter after a time, though he remained where he was. In the end, it was not a conscious decision that made him move, more the impulse of flesh that did not want to die. He almost drowned as a wave of weakness struck, and he struggled to keep his head above the water. Slowly he pushed himself out into the deeper water, sitting in it with limbs so heavy he could barely move them. He pushed himself to the far bank, and lay on the dark clay again, scoring its perfect smoothness as he pulled himself up under the overhanging grass, and passed out at last. When he woke it was still light, but there was no sound near him but the river itself, rushing past with snowmelt from the mountains. Pain had woken him as the blood moved in his limbs, weeping into the water from his torn skin. He flopped one arm over and dragged himself a little farther from the water, almost sobbing at the pain of his awakening flesh. He managed to raise himself enough to peer through the trees, and saw no one close. Eiluk would not give up, Temujin was certain. If the first hunt failed, he would send the entire tribe out to search for him, covering the land for a day's ride around the camp. They knew he could not have gone farther, and they would certainly find him eventually. He lay staring up at the sky, and realized there was only one place to go. As the sun set, Temujin staggered to his feet, shivering so powerfully it felt as if he would shake himself apart. When his legs failed him, he crawled for a time across the grass. The torches of the camp could be seen from far away, and he realized he had not come such a great distance in his weakened state. Most of the hunters had probably taken a wider path to search for him. He waited until the last rays of the sun had gone, and the land was dark again and cold. His body seemed to be willing to bear him onward for a little longer, and he had long ceased to wonder at how far he could push his broken, damaged limbs. The river had unstuck his swollen eye, and he found with relief that he could see out of it a little, though everything was blurred and it watered constantly like tears. He dreaded the dogs of the camp, though he hoped the river mud would keep his scent down. The thought of one of those vicious animals running out to savage him was a constant fear, but he had no other choice. If he stopped his hobbling crawl, he would be found in the second sweep of hunters in the morning. He went on, and when he looked back he was surprised to see how far he had come. He knew the ger he wanted, and thanked the Sky Father that it was close to the edge of the quiet camp. He lay on his belly for a long time, at the edges, watching for the slightest movement. Eiluk had placed his sentries looking outward, but they would have needed the sight of an owl to see the muddy figure creeping forward on the dark earth. After an age, Temujin reached out to touch the felt wall of a ger, feeling its dry coarseness with something like ecstasy. Every sense was heightened, and though his pain had returned, he felt alive and light-headed. He thought of trying to gain an entry under the wall, but it would have been pegged down, and he did not want someone to shout in fear or think he was a wolf. He grinned to himself at the thought. He made a very ragged wolf, stealing down from the hills for warmth and milk. Clouds hid the stars, and in the darkness he reached the little door to the ger and pushed it open, closing it behind him, and standing panting in the deeper dark within. "Who is it?" he heard a woman ask. To his left he heard a rustle of blankets and another deeper voice. "Who is there?" Basan said. He would be reaching for a knife, Temujin knew. "Temujin," he whispered. Silence greeted his name, and he waited, knowing his life hung in the balance. He heard the strike of flint on steel, the flash lighting their faces for an instant. Basan's wife and children were all awake, and Temujin could only stare dully at them while Basan lit an oil lamp and shuttered the flame down to barely more than a glowing cinder. "You cannot stay here," Basan's wife said. Temujin saw the fear in her face, but he turned in mute appeal to his father's bondsman and waited. Basan shook his head, appalled at the shambling figure that stood hunched in his home. "They are looking for you," Basan said. "Hide me, then, for a day, until the search is over," Temujin replied. "I claim guest rights." He did not hear an answer, and he slumped suddenly, the last of his strength vanishing. He slid to his knees, and his head lolled forward. "We cannot send him away," he heard Basan tell his wife. "Not to be killed." "He will kill us all," she said, her voice rising in volume. Blearily, Temujin watched Basan cross the ger to her, holding her face in both his hands. "Make him tea and find something to eat," he told her. "I will do this for his father." She did not respond, though she moved to the kettle and began stoking the little iron stove, her face hard. Temujin felt himself lifted in Basan's strong arms, and then darkness overwhelmed him. Eiluk did not think to search the gers of the families. His initial good humor faded visibly as the second day passed, and then the third, with no sign of the fugitive. At the end of the fourth day, Basan returned to Temujin to report that Arslan and his son had also vanished. They had ridden north that morning with one of the bondsmen, but none of them had returned by sunset, and Eiluk was beside himself with rage. He had sent men to the ger he had given the swordsmith, and found that his most valuable tools had vanished along with him. No one was expecting the bondsman to come back, and the wailing of his family could be heard long into the night. The mood of the wolves had soured, and Eiluk had knocked the man unconscious for questioning his decision to send them out again. Temujin could barely remember the first 2 days. A fever had set in, perhaps from the stinking air of the pit. The freezing river had cleaned his skin and may have saved him. Basan's wife had tended his wounds with stern efficiency, bathing away the worst of the remaining filth, and dabbing at the blood and pus with a cloth dipped in boiled arag. He had groaned at her touch, and had a memory of her hand over his mouth to stifle the sound. Basan had left them to join the other men each morning, after stern warnings to his two sons not to say a word to anyone. They watched Temujin with owlish curiosity, frightened by the stranger who said nothing and bore such awful wounds. They were old enough to understand that their father's life depended on their silence. Eiluk had taken to drinking more and more heavily as his search parties returned empty-handed day after day. By the end of a week, he gave a drunken order for the families to continue farther north, leaving the pit and their bad luck behind them. That night he retired to his ger with two of the youngest girls in the tribe, and their families had dared not complain. Basan took a late watch from midnight until dawn, seeing a chance to spirit Temujin out of the camp at last. The families were unhappy and nervous, and he knew there would be eyes watching and listening whenever he moved. Though it was fraught with danger, Temujin would be discovered when the gers were dismantled, so it was that night or nothing. It was hard to do anything in the tight-knit society of the tribe without it being noticed. Basan waited as close to midnight as he could, leaving the top felt off the ger and peering up at the stars as they crept across the bowl of the sky above. As a result, they were all shivering by the time he judged the tribe was as quiet and still as it was going to get. Those who were still awake would not remark on a trusted bondsman going out to take his watch, though Basan had agonized over giving Temujin one of his ponies. He had 11 and loved them all as his children. In the end he had chosen a small black mare and brought her to the door of his ger, tying on saddlebags with enough food to keep Temujin alive for the trip. Temujin stood in the deepest shadow and struggled to find words to express his gratitude. He had nothing to give even the children, and he felt ashamed for the burden and fear he had brought into their home. Basan's wife had not warmed to him, though Basan's oldest son seemed to have lost his nervousness and replaced it with awe when he heard who the stranger was in their home. The little boy had visibly summoned his courage when Basan told them it would be that night, and approached Temujin with all the self-consciousness of his 12 years. To Temujin's surprise, the boy had gone down on one knee and reached out for his hand, pressing it down on the top of his head, where Temujin could feel his scalp lock of hair against the bristly skin. Temujin found his throat tight with emotion at the boy's simple gesture. "Your father is a brave man," he murmured. "Be sure to follow his steps." "I will, my Han," the boy replied. Temujin stared at him, and Basan's mother hissed in a breath. At the door, Basan heard the exchange and shook his head, troubled. Before Temujin could reply, the bondsman crossed the ger to his son and lifted him to his feet. "You cannot give an oath to this man, little one. When the time comes, you will pledge your sword and your life to Eiluk, as I have." He could not meet Temujin's eyes as he spoke, but the little boy's resistance fled in his father's strong grip. He ducked away and scurried to his mother's embrace, watching them both from under the crook of her arm. Temujin cleared his throat. "My father's spirit watches us," he murmured, seeing his frozen breath like a plume of mist. "You do him honor in saving me." "Walk with me now," Basan said, embarrassed. "Do not speak to anyone, and they will think you are another of the guards on the hills." He held open the door, and Temujin ducked through it, wincing at the pain from his scabs. He wore a clean tunic and leggings under a padded winter dell that belonged to Basan. Beneath the thick layers, the worst of his wounds were heavily bandaged. He was far from healed, but he yearned to be placed in a saddle. He would find his tribe among the wanderers of the plains, and the wolves would not catch him again. Basan walked deliberately, slowly through the encampment, trusting in the dark to hide the identity of his companion if anyone was fool enough to brave the cold. There was a chance someone might notice that he returned without his mare, but he had no choice. It did not take long to leave the gers behind, and no one challenged them. The two men walked together in silence, leading the pony by the reins until the camp of the wolves was far behind. It was late, and Basan would have to work up a sweat to reach his post without causing comment. When they were hidden in the shadow of a hill, he pressed the reins into Temujin's hands. "I have wrapped my second bow and placed it here," he said, patting a bundle tied to the saddle. "There is a little food, but I have left you 2 arrows with it, for when you need to hunt. Lead her on foot until you are far away, or the watchers will hear your hoofs. Stay in the shadow of the hills as long as you can." Temujin nodded, reaching out to clasp the bondsman by his arm. The man had been his captor with Tolui, and then saved his life and risked his own family to do it. He did not understand him, but he was grateful. "Watch for me on the horizon, Basan," he said. "I have scores to settle with the wolves." Basan looked at him, seeing again the determination that reminded him chillingly of Yesuge when he was young. "That is your father talking," he said, shivering suddenly. Temujin returned his gaze for a long moment, then clapped him on the shoulder. "When you see me again, I promise your family will be safe," he said, then clicked in his throat to start the mare walking once more. Basan watched him go before he realized he was late and began to run. By the time Temujin passed out of the hill shadow, only Basan would be there to see him go, and his horn would remain silent. Chapter 19. Kachiyun sat alone on a gentle slope, breaking his fast with a little hard bread and the last of the spiced mutton. He and Hassar had managed to recapture most of the herd Tolui had scattered, and Heulen had slaughtered and smoked enough to keep him for many days of his lonely watch for his brother. The supply had dwindled despite his attempts to eat sparingly, and he knew he would have to hunt marmots and birds the following day if he was not to starve. As he munched the dry meat, he found himself missing his family, and wondered if they still lived. He knew as well as anyone that a family of wanderers was vulnerable on the plains, even if they moved by night. As the brothers had once ambushed a pair of herdsmen, so his family could be attacked for the little flock or the ponies they rode. He did not doubt Hassar would give a good account of himself, but against 2 or 3 warriors out to raid, there could be only one outcome. Kachiyun sighed to himself, sick of the way the world had turned its face against them all. When Temujin had been there, they had dared to hope for something more than lives spent in fear of every stranger. Somehow his brother's presence made him stand a little taller, and remember how it had once been when Yesuge was alive. Kachiyun feared for them all, and his imagination threw up unwanted bloody images as the days passed. It was hard being alone. Kachiyun had felt the strangeness of his position as Heulen led her last 3 children away to the west. He had stood watch for many nights as a little boy, though always with an older warrior to see he did not fall asleep. Even those long hours had not prepared him for the dreadful loneliness of the empty plains. He knew there was a chance that he would never see his family again, his mother or Temujin. The sea of grass was vast beyond imagining, and if they were dead, he might not even find their bones. After the first few days, he had found it comforting to talk aloud to himself as he scanned the distant hills, just to hear a voice. The place he had chosen was high up in the cleft, near where he and Temujin had killed Bekter so long ago. He still shuddered as he passed that spot each dawn on his way up to the watching post. He told himself that Bekter's spirit would not stay there, but his knowledge of the rituals was hazy. Kachiyun remembered old Chagatai referring to more than one soul. One would ride the winds far above, but wasn't a part of it bound to the earth? He didn't mind taking the path in the light of the morning sun, but when he left it too late and it was growing dark as he came back, it was easy to imagine Bekter standing there in the shadow of the trees, white and deadly. Kachiyun shuddered at the thought. His memories of Bekter seemed to have become frozen in that single moment when he had released the shaft to punch into his back. What had gone before was just mist, a different life. He remembered his terror that Bekter would somehow pluck out the shaft and turn on him in fury. The world had changed when Bekter fell onto the damp leaves, and Kachyun sometimes wondered if he was still paying for that day. Temujin had said the spirits gave you just enough wit and strength to live, and then took no further interest. But part of Kachyun feared there was a price to pay for every savage act. He had been a child, but he could have refused to follow Temujin. He chuckled to himself at the idea. None of the brothers could refuse Temujin. He had more of his father about him than Kachyun had realized in the first days. It had become more and more evident as Kachyun saw Temujin bargain and trade with wanderer families like old Horguz and his wife. Despite his age, he was never taken lightly, and if he had been killed, Kachyun would honor him by trying to follow the same path. He would find his mother and build a safe place somewhere with clean water and good grazing. Perhaps they would find a small tribe willing to take on a family. Helen could marry again, and they would be warm and safe. It was a dream, and though he knew it, he spent many hours in the fantasy, imagining something that was more than a little like his childhood around the gairs of the wolves, with horses to race in the sun. He had not spent every day thinking of the future then, and he missed the certainty of his old life, the solid path before his feet. On the high hill with the wind blowing his hair, he missed it all, and grieved again for Temujin. The wound in Kachyun's thigh was still sore, but Hyolen had stitched the red holes closed, and Kachyun scratched idly at them as he sat and listened to the breeze. Temujin had not escaped his pursuers, Kachyun was certain. He remembered Tolui as a spiteful bully, much given to pinches and sneers when no one else was looking. The thought of Temujin in his power made Kachyun twist his hands together in the sleeves of his dell. The family of Yesuge had been given a hard life, and no one could say they had not struggled. There had been times, like the morning of Tolui's arrival, when he had really begun to hope for a normal life. Now it had all been taken from them, and though he waited, he no longer believed he would see Temujin return to the cleft in the hills. If the Sky Father was just, he would bring suffering to Eiluk and his bondsmen. But that too was just a dream. There was no justice in the world, and evil men prospered. Kachyun struggled not to despair as he wrapped his dell around him. But there were times when he hated as ferociously as Temujin did. There should be justice. There should be revenge. He finished the last of the meat, digging his fingers into the seams of the cloth bag in search of some final morsel. He was tired and stiff from sitting for so long, but the coldness was more than just the wind. Somewhere to the west, Hyolen might be riding into danger, and he was not there to kill for her and die with her. Only stubbornness kept him at his post as the days fled. Temujin saw two men in the far distance, high on a hill. His heart soared that it might be Arslan and his son, though he made sure his bow was strung and ready. If they were raiders, he vowed he would have their hearts on a slow fire. His injuries would not prevent him from firing Basan's bow, and he was in no mood to be playing games after everything he had suffered. Though it rubbed his bloody scabs away, he had ridden for 5 days, sunrise to sunset, as he had instructed Arslan to do. The cleft in the hills was many miles away from that desolate place, but by then he knew he could trust men who had deserted Eiluk. The new Han of the Wolves was not cunning enough to plan so far ahead, though Yesuge might once have been. Temujin shaded his eyes against the setting sun to watch the two men guide their ponies down a steep hill, leaning back in the saddles to balance. He grunted to himself as he saw one of them dismount and walk alone toward him, raising his hands. The meaning was clear, and Temujin raised his bow in response. It could only be Arslan. Temujin trotted forward, still keeping his bow ready. The man may have saved him from the pit, but it would be a long time before Temujin trusted anyone again. He stopped and let Arslan cross the final paces between them, seeing the man's sure step on the springy grass. He walked as Yesugei had walked, and the memory brought a sudden pain that never reached Temujin's face. "I knew you would escape them," Arslan said, smiling gently as he came close. "I did not expect you for many more days, though I see you have found yourself a fine mare." "She was a present from a man who remembered my father," Temujin said stiffly. "But tell me, what do you think will happen here?" Arslan blinked and chuckled. "I think you will wave to my son to join us, and we will sit and share our food. As the camp is ours, I grant you guest rights." Temujin cleared his throat. He owed the man a huge debt and was uncomfortable with the burden of it. "Why did you help me?" he asked. Arslan looked up, seeing the barely fading bruises and the hunched way the young man sat in the saddle. Yesugei would have been proud of such a son, he thought. "I swore my oath to your father, Temujin. You are his eldest surviving son." Temujin's eyes glinted as he thought of Bekter. Would this man have come to aid his older brother? Temujin could only marvel at the turns of fate. "You do not know me," he said. Arslan became very still. "I do not. I thought about standing by while you rotted in that pit, but I am not a man who stands by. Even if I had not met your father, I would have pulled you out." Temujin flushed. "I am grateful that you did," he said, looking away at the hills. "We will not talk of it," Arslan said. "It is behind. For now I will say you do not know me, but you will learn my word is iron." Temujin snapped a glance at the man, looking for mockery. Instead he found only stern control. "Your father used to say that, yes," Arslan went on. "It drew me to him, and I believed it. If you are half the man he was, my son and I will take oath to you and bind ourselves in honor to your line." Temujin stared back at the man, sensing the quiet strength in him. He carried no weapons, but the mare had taken 3 steps away from Arslan while they talked, aware like her rider of a predator under rigid control. He wondered if Arslan thought there was a host of warriors waiting for Temujin's return. The thought occurred to him that a man who weighed himself by his word might remain bound even when he discovered there was nothing but a few scrawny brothers hiding in the hills. The temptation was there, but Temujin ignored it, unable to play false with one who had saved his life. "I have no tribe, nor wealth, nor anything but my own family in hiding," Temujin said. "I have nothing to offer you or your son. If you choose to ride on, I will make my own way back to them and still bless you for your help." "You said you were the land and the bones of the hills," Arslan said softly. "I believe you were speaking with the words of your father. I will follow you." "Call your son to me, then," Temujin said, suddenly exasperated. He did not want to begin to hope, but he had been changed in his captivity. He could no longer be satisfied with mere survival. He looked down at Arslan, and he imagined a trail of fire and blood across the tribes that would end in the gers of the wolves. He had seen it in the darkest days in the pit. While the flies had buzzed around him, his imagination had been in flames. As Jelma approached, Temujin dismounted and hobbled to the 2 men. "If you will call me Han, your will is no longer yours," he said, remembering his father speaking the same words. "Kneel to me." Both Jelma and his father went down on one knee, and Temujin pressed his damaged hands on their heads. "I ask you for salt, milk, horses, gers, and blood." "They are yours, my Han," both men said together. "Then you are kin, and we are of one tribe," Temujin said, surprising them. "I call you brothers, and we are one people." Both Arslan and Jelma raised their heads, struck by his tone and everything it meant. The wind picked up, rushing down from the mountains. Temujin turned his head in the direction of where his family would be hiding. He knew he could find his tribe among men scorned by all the others, among the wanderers and the herdsmen, men like old Horguz and his family, killed by Tolui. They were few, but they were hardened in fire. They had been cast out, and many would hunger, as he did, for a tribe and for a chance to strike back at a world that had abandoned them. "It is begun here," Temujin whispered. "I have had enough of hiding. Let them hide from me." When Kachiyun saw the three men riding south, he did not know who they were. He took careful note of their path and slipped back into the cleft in the hills with his bow and quiver ready. He knew the lie of the land better than anyone, and he raced down the inner slopes, leaping over fallen trees and old wood until he was panting. He took his position close to where they would pass, well hidden in the undergrowth. There was murder in his heart as he prepared himself. If Tolui and Basan had returned with their captive, Kachiyun would risk 2 long shots and trust his skill. He had trained for it, and neither Hasar nor Temujin were his master with the bow. He waited in silence for the clop of hooves, ready to kill. When they came into sight, Kachiyun's heart pounded with excitement as he recognized his brother. Just seeing Temujin alive lifted his spirits from where they had sunk in the days alone. He pressed his lips tight, and only then realized he had been murmuring his brother's name aloud. He had been too long on his own, he admitted to himself, as he sighted down the arrow at the older of the pair riding with Temujin. Kachiyun hesitated, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the 3 men. Temujin sat tall in the saddle, and there was no sign of ropes or a rein tied to the other men. Would they trust a captive not to gallop away at the slightest chance for freedom? Something was wrong, and he adjusted his grip on the drawn bow, the powerful muscles of his shoulders beginning to quiver. He would not let them pass. He could not. But if he fired a shot in warning, he would have lost his chance to kill them swiftly. Both men were armed with bows, though he saw they were unstrung. They did not ride like men in hostile territory. Kachiyun saw they carried long swords like the one Yesuge had worn on his hip. Nothing about them made sense, and while he hesitated, they had drawn level with his position in the trees. He risked it all. "Temujin!" Kachiyun roared, rising from his crouch and pulling the bowstring back to his ear. Temujin saw the figure out of the corner of his eye. "Hold! Hold, Kachiyun!" he shouted, raising his arms and waving. Kachiyun saw the 2 strangers vanish from sight in the instant of his warning as fast as cats. Both dropped on the far side of their ponies, using the animals to shield them from attack. Kachiyun breathed in relief as Temujin nodded to him, leaning over to dismount with a terrible awkwardness. Kachiyun's heart thumped at the sight. The wolves had hurt his brother, but he was here and he was safe. Temujin limped visibly as they ran together, and Kachiyun embraced him, overcome. It would be all right. "I did not know if they were friends or enemies," Kachiyun said breathlessly. Temujin nodded, steadying him with a clasp around the back of his neck. "Bondsmen, brother," Temujin said. "Arslan and Jelma, who brought me out of my captivity. They have come to us from our father's spirit." Kachiyun turned to the 2 men as they approached. "Then you are always welcome in my camp," he said. "I have a couple of ducks to feed you if you are hungry. I want to hear the tale." Temujin nodded, and Kachiyun realized he had not smiled since he had first caught sight of him. His brother had changed in his time away, grown darker somehow under the weight of his experiences. "We'll stay the night here," Temujin confirmed. "But where is my mother and the others?" "They have ridden west. I stayed alone in case you could make it back. I was almost ready to leave. I had lost hope of seeing you again." Temujin snorted. "Never lose faith in me, little brother. My word is iron, and I will always come home." To his astonishment, Kachiyun found there were tears in his eyes. He blinked them away, embarrassed in front of the strangers. He had been too long alone and had lost his cold face completely. He struggled to bring his soaring emotions back under control. "Come, I will make a fire and cook the meat," he said. Temujin nodded. "As you say. We have ground to cover at first light. I want to catch up with our mother." The three men followed Kachiyun back to his camp, a damp place barely worthy of the name, with a litter of old bones around a small fire pit. Kachiyun set about starting a flame, his hands clumsy as he knelt over old ashes. "There is a wanderer family half a day's ride to the west," he said as he worked with the flint and steel. 3 men and 2 women. They came past here yesterday evening." He saw Temujin look up with interest and misunderstood the light in his eye. "We can avoid them if we take a line directly south before cutting through the Black Hills," he said, grunting in satisfaction as the flame licked up around his tinder. Temujin stared at the little fire. "I do not want to avoid them, brother. They may not know it, but they are my blood as much as you are yourself." Kachiyun paused and sat back on his haunches. "I do not understand," he said, seeing Arslan and Jelma exchange glances. "What do we want with wanderers?" "They are the great tribe," Temujin replied, almost to himself. His voice was so quiet that Kachiyun had to strain to hear. "I will give them a family again. I will bring them in, and I will make them hard, and I will send them against those who killed our father. I will write the name of Yesuge in Tartar blood, and when we are strong I will come back from the north and scatter the wolves in the snow." Kachiyun shivered suddenly. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he thought he heard the click of old bones on the wind. Chapter 20. Hassar waited in the deep snow, his face numb despite the covering of mutton fat. He could not help feeling a little sorry for himself. His brothers seemed to have forgotten, but this was his 16th birthday. On impulse he stretched out his tongue and tried to catch a few of the cold flakes. He had been there a long time, and he was weary and bored. He wondered idly if he would find himself a woman in the Tartar camp as he stared at it over 100 paces of white ground. The wind was bitter, and the clouds scudded by at great speed overhead, driven like pale goats before a storm. Hassar liked the image of the words and repeated them to himself. He would have to remember to tell Hölin when they came back from the raid. Hassar considered sipping his arag to keep himself warm, but he remembered Arslan's words and resisted. The swordsmith had given him only a cupful of the precious fluid in a second leather bottle. "I do not want you drunk," Arslan had said sternly. "If the Tartars reach you, we'll need a steady hand and a clear eye." Hassar liked the father and son Temujin had brought back, particularly the older man. At times Arslan reminded him of his father. A distant movement distracted Hassar from his wandering thoughts. It was difficult to stay focused on the task at hand when he thought he was slowly freezing. He decided to drink the arag rather than be too cold to act. He moved slowly so as not to disturb the layer of snow that had built up on his dell and blanket. It stung his gums, but he gulped it quickly, feeling the warmth spread in his lower chest and up into his lungs. It helped against the cold, and now there was definitely activity in the Tartar camp. Hassar lay just to the west of them, invisible under his covering of snow. He could see running figures, and when the wind dropped, he could hear shouting. He nodded to himself. Temujin had attacked. Now they would know if it really was only a small group of Tartars or the ambush Arslan had warned about. The Tartars had offered a blood price for the small group of raiders who had come north into their lands. If anything, it helped Temujin to recruit warriors from the wanderer families, taking their wives and children into his protection and treating them with honor. The Tartars were helping Temujin to build himself a tribe out in the icy wastes. Hassar heard the flat smack of arrows being released. From such a distance he could not tell if they were from Tartar bows, but it did not matter. Temujin had told him to lie at that point with a white blanket over him, and that is what he would do. He could hear dogs barking, and he hoped someone shot them before they could threaten Temujin. His brother still feared the animals, and it would not be right for him to show weakness in front of new men, some of them still wary and untrusting. Hasar smiled to himself. Temujin preferred to take warriors with wives and children. They could not betray him with their loved ones back at the camp under Hyland's care. The threat had never been spoken, and perhaps it was only Hasar who thought of it. His brother was clever enough, though, he knew. Cleverer than all of them. Hasar narrowed his eyes, his pulse doubling in a jerk as two figures came racing out of the camp. He recognized Temujin and Jelma, and saw that they were sprinting with bows and shafts ready. Behind them came 6 Tartars in their furs and decorated cloth, baying and showing yellow teeth in the pursuit. Hasar did not hesitate. His brother and Jelma belted past without looking down at him. He waited another heartbeat for the Tartar warriors to close, then rose up from the snow like a vengeful demon, drawing back to his right ear as he moved. 2 arrows killed 2 men, sending them onto their faces in the snow. The rest skidded to a stop in panic and confusion. They could have fallen on Hasar then, tearing him apart, but Temujin and Jelma had not deserted him. As soon as they heard his bow, each man had turned and gone down onto one knee, punching arrows into the snow ready for their snatching hands. They hammered the remaining Tartars, and Hasar had time for one last shot, sending it perfectly through the pale throat of the man closest to his position. The Tartar warrior pulled at the shaft and almost had it out before he fell still. Hasar shuddered as the man died. The Tartars wore dells much like his own people, but the men of the north were white-skinned and strange, and they seemed to feel no pain. Still, they died as easily as goats and sheep. Temujin and Jelma recovered the arrows from the bodies, cutting them out with quick chops of their knives. It was bloody work, and Temujin's face was spattered as he handed Hasar 6 shafts, wet and red down their full length. Without a word he clapped Hasar on the shoulder, and he and Jelma dog-trotted back into the Tartar camp, running almost crouched with their bows low to the ground. Hasar's racing heart began to slow, and he arranged the bloody arrows neatly in case he had to kill again. With great care he wrapped a piece of oiled cloth over his bowstring to keep it strong and dry, then settled himself back in position. He wished he had brought a little more of the arag, as the cold seeped into his bones, and the falling snow began to drift over him once more. "No ambush, Arslan!" Temujin called across the Tartar camp. The swordsmith shrugged and nodded. It did not mean it could not come. It meant this time it had not. He had argued against them raiding so often into Tartar lands. It made a trap too easy to set if Temujin pecked at every single opportunity they gave him. Arslan watched the young Han stride among the gairs of dead men. The wailing of women had started, and Temujin was grinning at the sound. It signified victory for all of them, and Arslan had never known a man as remorseless as the son of Yesugei. Arslan looked up into the softly falling flakes, feeling them alight in his hair and on his eyelashes. He had lived for 40 winters, and fathered 2 sons dead and 1 alive. If he had been alone, he knew he would have lived the last years of his life away from the tribes, perhaps high in the mountains where only the hardiest could survive. With Jelma, he could think only as a father. He knew a young man needed others of his own age, and a chance to find himself a wife and children of his own. Arslan felt the cold bite through the padded dell he had taken from the body of a dead Tartar. He had not expected to find himself holding a tiger by the tail. It worried him to see the way Jelma hero-worshipped Temujin, despite him being barely 18 years old. Arslan thought sourly that in his youth a Han was a man tempered by many seasons and battles. Yet he could not fault the sons of Yesugei for their courage, and Temujin had not lost a man in his raids. Arslan sighed to himself, wondering if the luck could last. "You'll freeze to death standing still, swordsmith," came a voice behind him. Arslan turned to see the still figure of Kachiyun. Temujin's brother maintained a quiet intensity that gave nothing away. He could certainly move silently, Arslan admitted to himself. He had seen him shoot, and Arslan no longer doubted the boy could have taken them from cover when they rode back to the cleft in the hills. The whole family had something, and Arslan thought they were heading for fame or an early death. Either way, Jelma would be with them, he realized. "I don't feel the cold," Arslan lied, forcing a smile. Kachiyun had not warmed to him the way Hasar had, but the natural reserve was slowly thawing. Arslan had seen the same coldness in many of the newcomers to Temujin's camp. They came because Temujin accepted them, but old habits were hard to break for men who had lived so long away from a tribe. The winters were too cruel to trust easily and live. Arslan knew enough to see that Temujin chose his companions on the raids very carefully indeed. Some needed constant reassurance, and Temujin let Hasar handle those, with his rough ways and humor. Others would not give up their simmering doubts until they had seen Temujin risk his life at their shoulder. For raid after raid, they saw that he was so completely without fear that he would walk up to drawn swords and know he would not be alone. So far they had gone with him. Arslan hoped it would last, for all their sakes. "Will he raid again?" Arslan asked suddenly. "The Tartars will not stand for this much longer." Kachiyun shrugged. "We'll scout the camps first, but they are dull and slow in winter. Temujin says we can go on like this for months more." "But you know better than that, surely," Arslan said. "They will draw us in with a fat target and men hidden in every ger. Wouldn't you? Sooner or later we are going to walk into a trap." To his astonishment, Kachiyun grinned at him. "They are just Tartars. We can take as many as they want to send against us, I think." "It could be thousands if you provoke them all winter," Arslan said. "The moment the thaw comes, they could send an army." "I hope so," Kachiyun said. "Temujin thinks it is the only way to get the tribes to band together. He says we need an enemy and a threat to the land. I believe him." Kachiyun patted Arslan on the shoulder as if in consolation before strolling away in the snow. The swordsmith allowed the touch out of sheer astonishment. He didn't have a tiger by the tail after all. He had it by the ears, with his head in its mouth. A figure came padding by him, and he heard the only voice he loved. "Father, you'll freeze out here," Jelma said, coming to a halt. Arslan sighed. "I've heard the opinion, yes. I am not as old as you all seem to think." He watched his son as he spoke, seeing the bounce in his step. Jelma was drunk on the victory, his eyes shining. As Arslan's heart swelled for his son, he saw the young man could hardly stand still. Somewhere nearby, Temujin would be holding his war council once again, planning the next assault on the tribe who had killed his father. Each one was more daring and more difficult than the last, and the nights were often wild with drinking and captured women away from the main camp. In the morning it would be different, and Arslan could not begrudge his son the company of his new friends. At least Temujin respected his skill with a bow and sword. Arslan had given his son that much. "Did you take a wound?" Arslan asked. Jelma smiled, showing small white teeth. "Not a scratch. I killed 3 Tartars with a bow and 1 with the blade, using the high pull stroke you taught me." He mimed it automatically, and Arslan nodded in approval. "It is a good one if the opponent is unbalanced," he replied, hoping his son could see the pride he felt. He could not express it. "I remember teaching it to you," Arslan continued lamely. He wished he had more words, but a distance had somehow sprung up between them, and he did not know how to breach it. Jelma stepped forward and reached out to grip his father by the arm. Arslan wondered if he had taken the habit of physical contact from Temujin. For one of the swordsmith's generation it was an intrusion, and he always had to master the urge to slap it away. Not from his son, though. He loved him too much to care. "Do you want me to stay with you?" Jelma asked. Arslan had to snort with barely suppressed laughter, tinged with sadness. They were so arrogant it pained him, these young men. But with the wanderer families, they had grown themselves into a band of raiders who did not question their leader's authority. Arslan had watched the chains of trust develop between them, and when his spirits were low, he wondered if he would have to see his son killed before him. "I will walk the perimeter of the camp, and make sure there are no more surprises to spoil my sleep tonight," Arslan said. "Go." He forced a smile at the end, and Jelma chuckled, his excitement bubbling back to the surface. He ran off between the white gears to where Arslan could hear the sound of revelry. The Tartars had been far from their main tribe, he thought to himself. For all he knew, they had been looking for the very force that had crushed them mercilessly. The news would filter its way back to the local Hans, and they would respond, whether Temujin understood it or not. They could not afford to ignore the raids. In the east, the great cities of the Jin would have their spies out, looking always for weaknesses in their enemies. As he walked around the camp, he found 2 other men doing the same thing, and adjusted his view of Temujin yet again. The young warrior listened, Arslan had to admit, though he didn't like to ask for help. It was worth remembering. As he crunched his way through the deepening snow, Arslan heard soft sobbing coming from a thicket of trees near the outskirts of the Tartar gers. He drew his sword in utter silence at the sound, standing like a statue until the blade was completely clear. It could have been a trap, though he didn't think so. The women of the camp would have either stayed in the gers or hidden at the edges. On a summer night, they might have been able to wait out the raiders before making their way back to their own people, but not in the winter snow. He hadn't reached 40 years of age without sensible caution, so Arslan had his sword still drawn when he looked on the face of a young woman half his age. With a pleased grin, he sheathed the blade and held out a hand to pull her to her feet. When she only stared at him, he chuckled low in his throat. "You'll need someone to warm you in your blankets tonight, girl. You'd be better off with me than one of the younger ones, I should think. Men of my age have less energy for a start." To his immense pleasure, the young woman giggled. Arslan guessed she wasn't kin of the dead men, though he reminded himself to keep his knives well hidden if he intended to sleep. He'd heard of more than one man killed by a sweetly smiling capture. She took his hand, and he pulled her up and onto his shoulder, patting her bottom as he strode back through the camp. He was humming to himself by the time he found a ger with a stove and a warm bed to shut out the softly falling snow. Temujin clenched a fist in pleasure as he heard the tallies of the dead. The Tartar bodies would not talk, but there were too many to be a hunting trip, especially in the heart of winter. Kachiun thought they had probably been a raiding party much like their own. "We'll keep the ponies and drive them back with us," Temujin told his companions. The Arag was being passed around, and the general mood was jubilant. In a little while they would be drunk and singing, perhaps lusting after a woman, though without hope in that bear camp. Temujin had been disappointed to find that most of the women were the sort of hardy crones men might take into the wilderness to cook and sew, rather than as playful objects of lust. He had yet to find a wife for Hasar or Kachiun, and as their Han, he needed as many loyal families around him as possible. The old women had been questioned about their menfolk, but of course they claimed to know nothing. Temujin watched one particularly wizened example as she stirred a pot of mutton stew in the ger he had chosen as his own. Perhaps he should have someone else taste it, he thought, smiling at the idea. "Do you have everything you need, old mother?" he said. The woman looked back at him and spat carefully on the floor. Temujin laughed out loud. It was one of the great truths of life that no matter how furious a man became, he could still be cowed by a show of force. No one, however, could cow an angry woman. Perhaps he should have the food tasted first at that. He looked around at the others, pleased with them all. "Unless the snow covered a few," he said, "we have a count of 27 dead, including the old lady Kachiun shot." "She was coming at me with a knife," Kachiun replied, nettled. "If you'd seen her, you'd have taken the shot as well." "Thank the spirits you weren't hurt, then," Temujin replied with a straight face. Kachiyun rolled his eyes as some of the other men chuckled. Jelma was there with a fresh covering of snow on his shoulders, as well as 3 brothers who had come in only the month before. They were so green you could smell the moss on them, but Temujin had chosen them to stand by his side in the first chaotic moments of the fight in the snow. Kachiyun exchanged glances with Temujin after looking in their direction. The small nod from his older brother was enough for him to embrace them all as his own blood. The acceptance wasn't feigned, now that they had proved themselves, and the 3 beamed around at the others, thoroughly enjoying their first victory in this company. The Arag was hot on the stove, and each of them gulped as much as he could to keep the cold out before the stew gave strength back to tired limbs. They had all earned the meal, and the mood was light. Temujin addressed the oldest of them, a small, quick man with very dark skin and unkempt hair. He had once been with the Huirai, but a dispute with the Han's son had meant he had to ride away with his brothers before blood was shed. Temujin had welcomed them all. "Batu, it's time to bring my brother Hasar in from the cold, I think. There will be no more surprises this night." As Batu rose, Temujin turned to Jelma. "I imagine your father is out checking the camp?" Jelma nodded, reassured by Temujin's smile. "I would expect no less," Temujin said. "He is a thorough man. He may be the best of us all." Jelma nodded slowly, pleased. Temujin signaled to the old Tartar woman to serve him the stew. She clearly considered refusing him, but thought better of it and gave him a large portion of the steaming mix. "Thank you, old mother," Temujin said, ladling it into his mouth. "This is good. I do not think I have ever tasted anything better than another man's food eaten in his own ger. If I had his beautiful wife and daughters to entertain me, I would have it all." His companions chuckled as they received their own hot food and laid into it, eating like wild animals. Some of them had lost almost all traces of civilization in their years away from a tribe, but Temujin valued that ferocity. These were not men who would think to question his orders. If he told them to kill, they killed until they were red to the elbows, regardless of who stood in their way. As he took his family north, he had found them scattered on the land. The most brutal had been alone, and 1 or 2 of those were too much like mad dogs to be trusted. Those he had taken out away from the gers, killing them quickly with the first blade Arslan had forged for him. As he ate, Temujin thought of the months since coming back to his family. He could not have dreamed then of the hunger he saw in the men around him, the need to be accepted once again. Yet it had not always gone smoothly. There had been one family who joined him only to steal away in the middle of the night with all they could carry. Temujin and Kachiyun had tracked them down and carried the pieces back to his camp for the others to see before they left them for wild animals. There was no return to their previous lives, not after they had joined him. Given whom he had decided to take in, Temujin knew he could not show weakness, or they would have torn him apart. Hasar came in with Batu, blowing and rubbing his hands together. He shook himself deliberately close to Temujin and Kachiyun, scattering snow over them. They cursed and ducked against the soft pats of snow that spattered in all directions. "You forgot about me again, didn't you?" Hasar demanded. Temujin shook his head. "I did not. You were my secret in case there was a last attack when we were all settled." Hasar glared at his brothers, then turned away to get his bowl of stew. As he did so, Temujin leaned close to Kachiyun and whispered, "I forgot he was out there," loudly enough for them all to hear. "I knew it!" Hasar roared. "I was practically frozen to death, but all the time I kept telling myself, Temujin wouldn't have abandoned you, Hasar. He will be back any moment to call you into the warm." The others watched bemused as Hasar reached into his trousers and rummaged around. "I think a ball has actually frozen," he said mournfully. "Is that possible? There's nothing but a lump of ice down there." Temujin laughed at the wounded tone until he was in danger of spilling the rest of his own stew. "You did well, my brother. I would not have sent a man I couldn't trust to that spot. And wasn't it a good thing you were there?" He told the others about the rush of Tartar warriors that Hasar and Jelma had put down. As the Arag warmed their blood, they responded with stories of their own, though some told them humorously and others were dark and bleak in tone, bringing a touch of winter into the warm Ger. Little by little they shared each other's experiences. Little Batu had not had the sort of archery training that had marked the childhood of Yesugei's sons, but he was lightning fast with a knife, and claimed no arrow could hit him if he saw it fired. Jelma was the equal of his father with a sword or bow, and so coldly competent that Temujin was in the habit of making him second in command. Jelma could be depended upon, and Temujin thanked the spirits for the father and son and everyone who had come after them. There were times when he dreamed of being back in that stinking pit, waiting to be killed. Sometimes he was whole, his body perfect. Other times it was roped with scars or still raw and bleeding. It was there that he had found the strange thought that still burned inside him. There was only one tribe on the plains. Whether they called themselves wolves or Olhun Ut or even tribeless wanderers, they spoke the same language, and they were bound in blood. Still, he knew it would be easier to sling a rope around a winter mist than to bring the tribes together after 1,000 years of warfare. He had made a beginning, but it was no more than that. "So, what next, when we've finished counting our new horses and gers here?" Kachiyun asked his brother, interrupting his thoughts. The rest of them paused in their eating to hear the answer. "I think Jelma can handle the next raid," Temujin said. Arslan's son looked up from his meal with his mouth open. "I want you to be a hammer," Temujin told him. "Do not risk my people, but if you can find a small group, I want it crushed in my father's memory. They are not our people. They are not Mongols as we are. Let the Tartars fear us as we grow." "You have something else in mind?" Kachiyun asked with a smile. He knew his brother. Temujin nodded. "It is time to return to the Olhun Ut and claim my wife. You need a good woman. Hasar says he needs a bad one. We all need children to carry on the line. They will not scorn us when we ride amongst them now." "I will be gone for some months, Jelma," Temujin said, staring at Arslan's son. His yellow eyes were unblinking, and Jelma could not meet them for long. "I will bring back more men to help us here, now that I know where to find them. While I am gone, it will be your task to make the Tartars bleed and fear the spring." Jelma reached out, and they gripped each other's forearms to seal the agreement. "I will be a terror to them," Jelma said. In the darkness, Temujin stood swaying outside the ger Arslan had chosen and listened to the sounds within, amused that the swordsmith had finally found someone to take the edge off his tension. Temujin had never known a man as tightly bound as the swordsmith, nor one he would rather have stood with in battle, unless it was his own father. Perhaps because Arslan was from that generation, Temujin found he could respect him without bristling or proving himself with every word and gesture. He hesitated before interrupting the man at his coupling, but now that the decision was made, he intended to ride south in the morning, and he wanted to know Arslan would be with him. It was no small thing to ask. Anyone could see how Arslan watched his son whenever the arrows were flying. Forcing him to leave Jelma alone in the cold north would be a test of his loyalty, but Temujin did not think Arslan would fail it. His word was iron, after all. He raised a hand to knock on the small door, then thought better of it. Let the swordsmith have his moment of peace and pleasure. In the morning they would ride back into the south. Temujin could feel bitterness stir in him at the thought of the plains of his childhood, swirling like oil on water. The land remembered. Chapter 21. Temujin and Arslan trotted across the sea of grass. To Arslan's surprise, he had found he was comfortable with the silence between them. They talked at night around the fire, and practiced with swords until they had built a fine sweat. The blade Temujin carried was beautifully balanced and cut with a blood channel that allowed it to slide free from a wound without snagging. Arslan had made it for him and instructed him in maintaining its edge and oiling the steel against rust. The muscles of Temujin's right arm stood out in ridges as he became completely familiar with the weight, and with Arslan as his tutor his skill improved daily. The days riding were spent, if not in thought, then in the peaceful absence of it. To Arslan it was just as he had traveled with his son Jelma, and he found it restful. He watched as Temujin rode a little ahead, or scouted up a hill to see the best route south. The young raider had a quiet assurance about him, a confidence that could be read in every movement. Arslan considered the twists of fate that had led him to rescue Temujin from the wolves. They called him Han in their little camp, though there were barely 20 men to follow him, and only a handful of women and children. Still, Temujin walked with pride amongst them, and they fought and won raid after raid. There were times when Arslan wondered what he had unleashed. It was no easy task to find the Olhun Ut. They had moved camp many times since Temujin had ridden away from them with Basan, the news of his father's injury still fresh. It took 2 moons just to reach the lands around the Red Hill, and still Temujin did not know where to find them. It was even possible that they had begun another drift to the south as they had years before, putting them beyond reach. Arslan saw the tension grow in his young companion as they questioned each wanderer and herdsman they met, searching for any word of them. It was no easy task for Temujin to approach strangers with Arslan at his side. Even when he strapped his bow to his saddle and rode up with his hands in the air, they were met with drawn arrows and the frightened eyes of children. Temujin dismounted to speak to the tribalists as he found them, though more than one galloped away as soon as he and Arslan were spotted. Some he directed north, promising them a welcome in his name. He did not know if they believed him. It was a frustrating business, but a fearless old woman finally nodded at the name and sent them east. Temujin found no peace for his spirit in riding lands he had known as a child. He also asked for news of the wolves, to avoid them. Aluk was still somewhere in the area, and it would not do for Temujin to come across a hunting party unprepared. There would be a reckoning between them, he knew, but not until he had gathered enough warriors to tear through the gears of the wolves like a summer storm. When they sighted the vast camp of the Olhun Ut after another month of riding, Temujin reined in, overcome with memory. He could see the dust of outriders as they came out, buzzing like wasps around the edges of the tribe. "Keep your hand away from your sword when they come," he murmured to Arslan. The swordsmith suppressed a grimace at the unnecessary advice, sitting like a stone. Temujin's pony tried to munch a patch of brown grass, and he slapped it on the neck, keeping the reins tight. He remembered his father as clearly as if he were there with him, and he kept a tight hold on his emotion, showing a cold face of which Yesuge would have approved. Arslan felt the change in the younger man, seeing the tension in his shoulders and the way he sat his horse. A man's past was always full of pain, he thought, deliberately relaxing as he waited for the yelling warriors to finish their display of bravery. "What if they refused to give her up?" Arslan asked. Temujin turned his yellow eyes on the swordsmith, and Arslan felt a strange emotion under that cold stare. Who was the boy to disturb him in such a way? "I will not leave without her," Temujin said. "I will not be turned away without a death." Arslan nodded, troubled. He could still remember being 18, but the recklessness of those years was long behind him. He had grown in skill since his youth, and he had yet to meet a man who could beat him with a sword or a bow, though he assumed such a man existed. What he could not do was follow Temujin into his coldness, to the sheer indifference to death that was only possible for the very young. He had a son, after all. Arslan showed nothing of his internal struggle, but by the time the Olhun Ut warriors were on them, he had emptied his mind and was perfectly still. The riders screamed and whooped as they galloped close with bows drawn and arrows fitted to the strings. The display was meant to impress, but neither Arslan nor Temujin paid it any heed. Arslan saw one of the riders check and yank on the reins as he caught sight of Temujin's face. The sharp movement almost brought his pony to its knees, and the warrior's face grew tight with astonishment. "It's you," the rider said. Temujin nodded. "I have come for my wife, Köke. I told you I would." Arslan watched as the Olhun Ut warrior hawked his throat clear of phlegm and spat on the ground. Pressure from his heels brought his gelding close enough for him to reach out. Temujin looked on impassively as Köke raised his arm as if to strike him, his face working in pale rage. Arslan moved, kicking his pony into range. His sword licked out so that its razor tip sat snugly under Köke's throat, resting there. The other warriors roared in anger, milling around them. They bent their bows ready to fire, and Arslan ignored them as if they were not there. He waited until Köke's eyes flickered toward him, seeing the sick fear there. "You do not touch the Han," Arslan said softly. He used his peripheral vision to watch the other men, seeing how one bow bent farther than the others. Death was close enough to feel on the breeze, and the day seemed to grow still. "Speak carefully, Köke," Temujin said, smiling. "If your men shoot, you will be dead before we are." Arslan saw that Temujin had noted the bending bow and wondered again at his calm. Köke was like a statue, though his gelding shifted nervously. He took a tighter grip on the reins rather than have his throat cut by a sudden jerk of his mount. "If you kill me, you will be cut to pieces," he said in a whisper. Temujin grinned at him. "That is true," he replied, offering no further help. Though he smiled, he felt a cold lump of anger surface deep inside. He had no patience for the ritual humiliation of strangers, not from these people. "Remove the sword," Köke said. To his credit, his voice was calm, but Temujin could see sweat appear on his forehead despite the wind. Coming close to death would do that for a man, he thought. He wondered why he felt no fear himself, but there was not a trace of it in him. A vague memory of wings beating his face came back to him, and he had a sense of being detached from the moment, untouched by danger. Perhaps his father's spirit watched him still, he thought. "Welcome me to your camp," Temujin said. Köke's gaze jumped back from Arslan to the young man he had known from so long before. He was in an impossible situation, Temujin knew. Either he had to back down and be humiliated, or he would die. Temujin waited, uncaring. He glanced around him at the other men, spending a long moment looking at the warrior who had drawn an arrow back to his ear. The man was ready to loose, and Temujin raised his chin in a small jerk, showing he knew. "You are welcome in the camp," Köke whispered. "Louder," Temujin said. "You are welcome," Köke said again, through gritted teeth. "Excellent," Temujin replied. He turned in the saddle to the man who still waited with a drawn bow. "If you loose that arrow, I will pull it out and shove it down your throat," he told him. The man blinked, and Temujin stared until the needle-sharp point was lowered almost sheepishly. He heard Köke's gasp behind him as Arslan removed the blade, and he took a deep breath, finding to his surprise that he was enjoying himself. "Ride in with us, then, Köke," he said, clapping his cousin on the back. "I have come for my wife." There was no question of entering the camp without visiting the Han of the Olhun Ut. With a pang of memory, Temujin remembered Yesugei's games of status with Sansar, as one Han to another. He kept his head high, but he felt no shame as Köke led him to Sansar's ger in the center of the camp. Despite his successes against the Tartars, he was not Sansar's equal as his father had been. At best, he was a war leader, a raider barely approaching the level where he could be received. If he had lacked even that status, Temujin knew that only his father's memory would have granted him an audience, and perhaps not even then. He and Arslan dismounted and allowed their ponies to be taken away, their bows with them. Köke had grown into a man in the years since they had last met, and Temujin was interested to see how the Han's bondsman accepted his cousin's right to enter the Ger after just a few murmured words. Köke had come up in the world, Temujin realized. He wondered what service he had performed for the Han of the Olhun Ut. When Köke did not return, Temujin was struck by a memory, and chuckled suddenly, startling Arslan from his silent tension. "They always make me wait, these people," Temujin said. "But I have patience, do I not, Arslan? I bear their insults with great humility." His eyes glittered with something other than amusement, and Arslan only bowed his head. The cool control he had seen in Temujin was under strain in that camp. Though he showed no sign of it, Arslan considered there was a chance of them both being killed through a rash word. "You honor your father with your restraint," he said softly, "knowing it is not from weakness but from strength." Temujin glanced sharply at him, but the words seemed to settle his nerves. Arslan kept his face clear of any relief. For all his ability, Temujin was only 18. Wryly, Arslan admitted that Temujin had chosen his companion well for the trip south. They had ridden into terrible danger, and Temujin was as prickly as any other young man with his new status and pride. Arslan readied himself to be the calming force Temujin had known he needed when his judgment was clear. Köke returned after an age, stiff disdain in every movement. "My lord Sansar will see you," he said. "But you will give up your weapons." Temujin opened his mouth to object, but Arslan untied his scabbard with a flick of his fingers and slapped the hilt of his sword onto Köke's open hand. "Guard the blade well, boy," Arslan told him. "You will not see another of that quality in your lifetime." Köke could not resist feeling the balance of the sword, but Temujin spoiled his attempt by pressing the second of Arslan's blades into his arms so that he had to take it or drop them both. Temujin's hand felt empty as he let it go, and his gaze remained fixed on the weapons as Köke stepped back. It was Arslan who faced one of the Han's bondsmen at the door, opening his arms wide and inviting a search. There was nothing passive in the way he stood there, and Temujin was reminded of the deadly stillness of a snake about to strike. The guard sensed it too, and patted down every inch of the swordsmith, including the cuffs of his dell and his ankles. Temujin could do no less, and he endured the search without expression, though inwardly he began to simmer. He could not like these people, for all he dreamed of forming a great tribe of tribes across the land. When he did, the Olhun Ut would not be part of it until they had been bled clean. When the bondsmen were satisfied, they ducked into the Ger, and in an instant Temujin was back on the night he had learned of his father's injury. The polished wooden floor was the same, and Sansar himself seemed unmarked by the passage of years. The Han of the Olhun Ut remained seated as they approached, his dark eyes watching them with a hint of jaded amusement. "I am honored to be in your presence, Lord," Temujin said clearly. Sansar smiled, his skin crinkling like parchment. "I had not thought to see you here again, Temujin. Your father's passing was a loss for all our people, all the tribes." "There is a high price still to pay for those who betrayed him," Temujin replied. He sensed a subtle tension in the air then as Sansar leaned forward in his great chair as if expecting something more. When the silence had become painful, Sansar smiled. "I have heard of your attacks in the north," the Han said, his voice sibilant in the gloom. "You are making a name for yourself. I think your father would be proud of you." Temujin lowered his gaze, unsure how to respond. "But you have not come to me to boast of little battles against a few raiders, I am sure," Sansar went on. His voice held a malice that set Temujin on edge, but he replied with calm. "I have come for what I was promised," he said, looking Sansar squarely in the eye. Sansar pretended to be confused for a moment. "The girl? But you came to us then as the son of a Han, one who might well inherit the wolves. That story has been told and ended." "Not all of it," Temujin replied, watching as Sansar blinked slowly, his inner amusement sparkling in his gaze. The man was enjoying himself, and Temujin wondered if he would be allowed to leave alive. There were 2 bondsmen in the ger with their Han, both armed with swords. Köke stood to one side with his head bowed. In a glance Temujin saw that the swords he held could be snatched from his grip. His cousin was still a fool. Temujin forced himself to relax. He had not come to die in that ger. He had seen Arslan kill with blows from his hands, and he thought they might survive the first strikes of the bondsman. Once the warriors gathered in his defense, it would be the end. Temujin dismissed the idea. Sansar was not worth his life, not then or ever. "Is the word of the Olhun Ut not good, then?" he said softly. Sansar drew in a long breath, letting it hiss over his teeth. His bondsmen shifted, allowing their hands to touch the hilts of their swords. "Only the young can be so careless with their lives," Sansar said, "as to risk insulting me in my own home." His gaze dropped to Köke and sharpened at the sight of the twin swords. "What can a mere raider offer me for one of the Olhun Ut women?" he said. He did not see Arslan close his eyes for a moment, struggling with indignation. The sword he carried had been with him for more than a decade, the best he had ever made. They had nothing else to offer. For an instant he wondered if Temujin had guessed there would be a price and chosen not to warn him. Temujin did not reply at first. The bondsman at Sansar's side watched him as a man might watch a dangerous dog, waiting for it to bare its fangs and be killed. Temujin took a deep breath. There was no choice, and he did not look at Arslan for approval. "I offer you a perfect blade made by a man without equal in all the tribes," he said. "Not as a price, but as a gift of honor to my mother's people." Sansar bowed his head graciously, gesturing at Köke to approach him. Temujin's cousin covered his smile and held out the 2 swords. "It seems I have a choice of blades, Temujin," Sansar said, smiling. Temujin watched in frustration as Sansar fingered the carved hilts, rubbing the balls of his thumbs over bone and brass. Even in the gloom of the ger they were beautiful, and Temujin could not help but remember his father's sword, the first that had been taken from him. In the silence he recalled the promise to his brothers and spoke again before Sansar could reply. "As well as the woman I was promised, I need 2 more to be wives for my kin." Sansar shrugged, then drew Arslan's blade and held it up to his eye to look along its length. "If you will make me a gift of both blades, I will find your offer acceptable, Temujin. We have too many girls in the gers. You may take Soloy's daughter if she will have you. She has been a thorn in our side for long enough, and no man can say the Olhun Ut do not honor their promises." "And 2 more, young and strong," Temujin said, pressing. Sansar looked at him for a long time, lowering the swords to his lap. At last he nodded grudgingly. "In memory of your father, Temujin, I will give you 2 daughters of the Olhun Ut. They will strengthen your line." Temujin would have liked to reach out and grab the Han by his skinny throat. He bowed his head, and Sansar smiled. The Han's bony hands still fondled the weapons, and his gaze became distant as he seemed almost to have forgotten the men who stood in front of him. With an idle gesture he signaled the pair to be removed from his presence. The bondsman ushered them out into the cold air, and Temujin took a deep draught of it, his heart hammering in his chest. Arslan's face was tight with anger, and Temujin reached out to touch him lightly on the wrist. The swordsmith seemed to jump at the contact, and Temujin remained still, sensing the inner force of the man as it coiled and uncoiled within him. "It was a greater gift than you know," Arslan said. Temujin shook his head, seeing Köke come out behind them, his arms empty. "A sword is just a sword," he replied. Arslan turned a cold expression on him, but Temujin did not flinch. "You will make a better one, for both of us." He turned to Köke then, who was watching the exchange with fascination. "Take me to her, cousin." Though the Olhun Ut had traveled far in the years since he had last stood in their camp, it seemed the status of Soloi and his family had remained the same. Köke led Temujin and Arslan to the very edge of the Gers, to the same patched and mended home that he remembered. He had spent just a few short days there, but they were still fresh in his mind, and it was with an effort that Temujin shook off his past. He had been little more than a child. As a man, he wondered if Berta would welcome his return. Surely Sansar would have said if she had been married in his absence. Temujin thought grimly that the Han of the Olhun Ut might very well enjoy gaining 2 fine swords for nothing. As Köke approached, they saw Soloi duck out from the little door, stretching his back and hitching up a belt of string. The old man saw them coming and shaded his eyes against the morning sun to watch. The years had left more of a mark on Soloi than on the Han. He was skinnier than Temujin remembered, and his shoulders sagged under an ancient grubby dell. When they were close, Temujin could see a web of blue veins on his knotted hands, and the old man seemed to start as if he had only just recognized them. No doubt his eyes were failing, though there was still a hint of strength in those legs, like an old root that would stand right up to the moment it broke. "Thought you were dead," Soloi said, wiping his nose on the back of his hand. Temujin shook his head. "Not yet. I said I would come back." Soloi began to wheeze, and it took a moment or two before Temujin realized he was laughing. The sound ended in a choking, and he watched as Soloi hawked and spat a lump of ugly-looking brown phlegm onto the ground. Köke cleared his own throat irritably. "The Han has given us permission, Soloi," Köke said. "Fetch your daughter." Soloi sneered at him. "I didn't see him here when my seams split last winter. I didn't see old Sansar out in the wind with me then, with a patch and some thread. Now I think of it, I don't see him here now. So keep your tongue still while we talk." Köke flushed, his eyes darting to Temujin and Arslan. "Fetch the other girls, Köke, for my brothers," Temujin said. "I've paid a high price, so make sure they're strong and pretty." Köke struggled with his temper, irritated at being dismissed. Neither Temujin nor Arslan looked at him as he strode away. "How is your wife?" Temujin asked when his cousin had gone. Soloi shrugged. "Dead 2 winters back. She just lay down in the snow and went. Berta is all I have now to look after me." Temujin felt his heart thump at the mention of her name. Until that moment he had not known for certain she was even alive. He had a flash of understanding for the old man's loneliness, but there was no help for it, nor for all the blows and hard words he had used with his children. It was too late to have regrets, though that seemed to be the way of the elderly. "Where—" Temujin began. Before he could go on, the door of the ger swung open and a woman stepped out onto the cold ground. As she straightened, Temujin saw Berta had grown tall, almost as tall as he was himself. She stood at her father's side and met his gaze with frank curiosity, finally dipping her head in greeting. Her gesture broke the spell, and he saw she was dressed to travel, with a dell lined with fur and her black hair tied back. "You were a long time coming," she said to Temujin. He remembered her voice, and his chest grew tight with memory. She was no longer the bony child he had known. Her face was strong, with dark eyes that seemed to look right into him. He could tell nothing else about her under the thick dell, but she stood well, and her skin was unmarked by disease. Her hair gleamed as she bent and kissed her father on the cheek. "The black colt has a hoof that needs lancing," she said. "I would have done it today." Soloi nodded miserably, but they did not embrace. Berta picked up a cloth bag from inside the door and slung it over her shoulder. Temujin was mesmerized by her, and hardly heard Köke returning with their ponies. Two young girls walked at his side, both red-faced and weeping. Temujin only glanced at them when one coughed and held a dirty cloth to her mouth. "This one is sick," he said to Köke. His cousin shrugged insolently, and Temujin's hand dropped to where his blade should have been. Köke saw the fingers close on air and grinned. "She is the one Sansar told me to fetch for you, with her sister," he replied. Temujin set his mouth in a hard line and reached out to take the girl by her chin, raising her face to him. Her skin was very pale, he realized, his heart sinking. It was typical of Sansar to seek a bargain even after the terms had been sealed. "How long have you been ill, little one?" Temujin asked her. "Since spring, Lord," she answered, clearly terrified of him. "It comes and goes, but I am strong." Temujin let his gaze fall on Köke and held it until his cousin lost his smile. Perhaps he was remembering the beating he'd had at Temujin's hands on a night long before. Temujin sighed. She would be lucky to survive the trip back to his camp in the north. If she died, one of his brothers would have to find a wife among the Tartar women they captured. Arslan took the reins, and Temujin mounted, looking down at Berta. The wooden saddle did not have room for two, so he held out an arm, and she scrambled up to sit across his lap, clutching her bag to her. Arslan did the same with the girl who coughed. Her sister would have to walk behind them. Temujin realized he should have brought other ponies, but it was too late for regrets. He nodded to Soloi, knowing they would not meet again. "Your word is good, old man," he said. "Look after her," Soloi replied, though his gaze did not leave his daughter. Without replying, Temujin turned with Arslan, and they made their way back through the camp, the girl of the Olhun Ut trotting behind. Chapter 22. Arslan had the good sense to leave them alone that first night. The swordsmith was still brooding about the loss of his blades, and preferred to take a bow and hunt while Temujin came to know the woman of the Olhun Ut. The sister who had walked was footsore and weary by the time they stopped that evening. Temujin learned that her name was Elouine, and that she was used to tending to her sister Mahda when she was weak from her sickness. Temujin left the pair of them with the ponies after they had eaten, but he could still hear Mahda's barking cough come at intervals. They had the horse blankets to protect them against the cold, though neither sister seemed particularly hardy. If Mahda lived long enough to reach the north, Temujin thought his mother might be able to find herbs for her, but it was a slim hope. Berta hardly spoke as Temujin unrolled a blanket on the ground by the crackling fire. He was used to sleeping with nothing but his dell to protect him from the frost, but it did not seem right to ask her to do the same. He did not know the life she was used to, nor how Soloi had treated her after Temujin had gone. He had not grown up around sisters and was uncomfortable with her in a way he did not fully understand. He had wanted to talk and listen to her as they rode, but she'd sat straight-backed and stiff, rocking with emotion and staring at the horizon. He had missed the chance to open a conversation naturally, and now there seemed to be a strain between them that he could not ease. When Arslan returned from his hunt, he played the part of a manservant with his usual efficiency. He butchered a marmot he had caught, roasting the strips of flesh until they were brown and delicious. After that he took himself off somewhere nearby, lost in the gathering gloom. Temujin waited for some sign of Arslan's acceptance of his trade for a wife, but there was nothing but grim silence from the older man. As the stars turned around their northern point, Temujin began to fidget, unable to make himself comfortable. He had seen the smoothness of Berta's tanned skin as she washed her face and arms in a stream cold enough to make her teeth chatter. They were good teeth, he had noticed, strong and white. For a while he considered complimenting her on them, but it seemed a little like admiring a new pony, and the words wouldn't come. He could not pretend he didn't want her under a blanket with him, but the years apart sat between them like a wall. If she had asked, he would have told her everything he had done since the last time they met. But she did not, and he didn't know how to begin. As he lay there under the stars, he hoped she would hear the way he puffed air out in great sighs. But if she did, she made no sign she was even awake. He might have been alone in the world, and that was exactly how he felt. He imagined staying awake until dawn so that she would see his tiredness and feel sorry for ignoring him. It was an interesting idea, but he couldn't keep the sense of injured nobility for very long. "Are you awake?" he said suddenly, without thinking. He saw her sit up under the stars. "How could I sleep with you huffing and blowing to yourself like that?" she replied. He recalled the last time he had heard that voice in the dark, and the touch of her hand on his cheek. The idea was exciting, and he felt his body grow hot under his dell, despite the frozen air. "I had an idea we would spend the first night under a blanket together," he said. Despite his best intentions, it came out as an irritable complaint, and he heard her snort before she replied. "Who could resist such sweet words?" she replied. He waited hopefully, but her continuing silence was enough of an answer. Apparently she could. He sighed, catching himself in the sound, as he heard her giggle, quickly stifled in the blanket. In the darkness he smiled, suddenly amused. "I have thought about you many times in the years away," he said. He saw her shape move then, and guessed she had turned to him. He lay on his side facing her, and scratched his nose where the damp grass tickled his skin. "How many times?" she murmured. He thought for a moment. 11, he said. 12, including tonight. "You did not think of me," she told him. "What do you remember of who I was?" "I remember you had a pleasant voice, and a lump of snot underneath your nose," he said, with such a ring of casual truth that it reduced her to stunned silence. "I waited for you to come and take me away from my father for a long time," she said at last. "There were evenings when I dreamed of you riding up, full grown as a Han of the wolves." Temujin tensed in the darkness. Was that what it was? Had his new status made him less in her eyes? He raised himself on an elbow to reply, but she went on, unaware of his fast-changing moods. "I turned down 3 young men of the Olhun Ut," she said. "The last when my mother was ill and not likely to survive the winter. The women laughed at the girl who pined for a wolf, and still I walked proudly amongst them." "You knew I would come," Temujin said, with a touch of smugness. She snorted. "I thought you were dead. But I did not want to be married off to some horse boy of the Gers to bear his children. They laughed at my pride, but it was all I had." He stared into the gloom, trying to understand the struggle she had faced, perhaps as great in its way as his own. If he had learned anything in his life, it was that there are some who thrive on loneliness and take strength from it. They were vital, dangerous people, and they cherished whatever kept them apart. Bertha was one of those, it seemed. He was himself. He thought of his mother for a moment. She had told him to be kind. "The first time I came to the Olhun Ut, you were given to me. Accepted by my father," he said softly. "The second time I came of my own will to find you." "You wanted to put your seed in me," she said tightly. He wished he could see her face in the darkness. "I did," he said. "I want your spirit in my sons and daughters, the best of the Olhun Ut, the best of the wolves." He heard a rustle and felt the warmth of her as she crept close and pulled her blanket over them both. "Tell me I am beautiful," she whispered in his ear, exciting him. "You are," he replied, his voice becoming hoarse. He moved his hands on her in the blackness, opening her dell and feeling the smoothness of her belly. "Your teeth are very white." He heard her chuckle into his ear at that. But her own hands moved on him, and he had no more words, nor needed them. The following day was strangely vivid as Temujin rode with Berta. His senses seemed heightened and almost painful. Every time their flesh touched, he thought of the night before and the nights to come, thrilled by the experiences and the closeness. They did not make good progress, though Arslan took the reins and let both sisters ride together for most of the afternoon. They stopped to hunt, and between the two bows they had enough meat to roast each night. Mahda's cough seemed to be growing worse away from the shelter of the Olhun Utgers, and her sister could be heard sobbing whenever she tended her. Arslan spoke kindly to them both, but as the first month ended, Mahda had to be tied into the saddle so that she would not fall from weakness. Though they did not speak of it, none of them expected her to live much longer. The green of the land was fading as they rode north, and one morning Temujin woke to see snow falling. He was wrapped in blankets with Berta, and they had slept heavily, worn out by the cold and the endless plains. Seeing the snow brought a little ice back to Temujin's spirit, marking the end of a happy time, perhaps happier than he had ever known. He knew he was returning to hardship and fighting, to leading his brothers into a war with the Tartars. Berta sensed the new distance in him and retreated from it, so that they spent hours each day in weary silence, where before they had chattered like birds. It was Arslan who saw the wanderers first in the distance, his voice snapping Temujin out of his reverie. 3 men had gathered a small herd in the lee of a hill and pitched a grubby ger there against the winter cold. Ever since Sansar had taken their swords, Temujin had feared such a meeting. With Berta in his arms, he swore softly to himself. In the distance the strangers mounted quickly, kicking their ponies into a gallop. Perhaps their intentions were peaceful, but the sight of 3 young women would excite them to violence. Temujin drew rein and lowered Berta to the ground. He removed his bow from its wrapping and fitted his best remaining string, pulling away the cap of his quiver. Arslan was ready, he saw. The swordsmith had cut the rope holding Mahda in the saddle, leaving her to sit on the frozen ground with her sister. As he mounted in her place, he and Temujin exchanged a glance. "Do we wait?" Arslan called. Temujin watched the galloping warriors and wished he had a sword. 3 poor wanderers would not own a long blade between them, and it would have been enough to make the outcome certain. As it was, he and Arslan could be left for the birds in just a few bloody moments. It was less of a risk to attack. "No," he shouted back over the wind. "We killed him." He heard the sisters moaning in fear behind as he kicked in his heels and readied his bow. Despite himself, there was an exhilaration in riding with only his knees, perfectly balanced, to send death from his bow. The distance between them seemed long as they raced along the plain. Then suddenly they were close, and the wind was roaring in their ears. Temujin listened to the sound of his pony's hooves striking the ground, feeling the rhythm. There was a point in the galloping stride where all 4 hooves left the ground for just a heartbeat. Yasuge had taught him to loose on that instant, so that his aim was always perfect. The men they faced had not suffered through years of such training. They misjudged the distance in their excitement, and the first shafts whined overhead before Temujin and Arslan reached them. The hooves thundered, and again there was that moment of freedom when the ponies flew. Temujin and Arslan loosed together, the shafts vanishing away. The warrior Arslan had marked fell hard from the saddle, punched off it by an arrow through his chest. His mount whinnied wildly, kicking out and bucking. Temujin's strike was as clean, and the second man spun free to thump unmoving onto the frozen ground. Temujin saw the third release his arrow as they passed by each other at full speed, aimed right at Temujin's chest. He threw himself sideways. The shaft passed above him, but he had fallen too far and could not pull himself up. He cried out in anger as his foot slipped from the stirrup, and he found himself clinging almost under the pony's heaving neck at full gallop. The ground sped by underneath him as he yanked cruelly on the reins, his full weight pulling the bit free of his pony's mouth so that he dropped another foot. For a few moments he was dragged along the icy earth. Then, with a huge effort of will, he opened his hand on the reins and fell. trying desperately to roll out of the way of the crushing hooves. The pony raced on without him, the sound dwindling to the silence of snow. Temujin lay on his back, listening to his own shuddering breath and gathering his wits. Everything ached, and his hands were shaking. He blinked groggily as he sat up, looking back to see what had become of Arslan. The swordsmith had put his second shaft into the chest of the warrior's pony, sending him tumbling over the ground. As Temujin watched, the stranger staggered to his feet, obviously dazed. Arslan drew a knife from his dell and walked unhurriedly to finish the killing. Temujin tried to shout, but as he took a breath his chest stabbed at him, and he realized he had broken a rib in the fall. With an effort he stood and filled his lungs. "Hold, Arslan!" he called, wincing at the sharpness. The swordsmith heard and stood still, watching the man he had brought down. Temujin pressed a hand into his ribs, hunching over the pain as he walked back. The wanderer watched him come with resignation. His companions lay in heaps, their ponies cropping at the ground with their reins tangled and loose. His own mount lay dying on the frost. As Temujin came closer, he saw the wanderer walk to the kicking animal and plunge a knife into its throat. The flailing legs grew limp, and blood came out in a red flood, steaming. The stranger was short and powerfully muscled, Temujin saw, with very dark reddish skin and eyes set back under a heavy brow. He was bundled in many layers against the cold and wore a square hat that came to a point. With a sigh, he stepped away from his dead pony and beckoned to Arslan with his bloody knife. "Come and kill me, then," he said. "See what I have for you." Arslan did not respond, though he turned to Temujin. "What do you see happening here?" Temujin shouted to the man, closing the distance between them. He took his hand away from his side as he spoke and tried to straighten, though every breath sent a jolt of pain through him. The man looked at him as if he were insane. "I expect to be killed, as you killed my friends," he said, "unless you are going to give me a pony and one of your women." Temujin chuckled, gazing over to where Berta sat with Eluine and Mahda. He thought he could hear the coughing even from far away. "That can wait until after we have eaten," he said. "I grant you guest rights." The man's face creased in amazement. "Guest rights?" "Why not? It's your horse we'll be eating." When they rode out the following morning, the sisters were mounted on the ponies, and they had another warrior for the raids against the Tartars. The newcomer did not trust Temujin at all, but with luck his doubt and confusion would last long enough to reach the camp in the snows. If it did not, he would be given a quick death. The wind tore viciously at them, snow stinging as it was hurled into their eyes and against any exposed skin. Eluine sat on her knees in the snow, wailing at the side of her sister's body. Mahda had not had an easy death. The constant cold had worsened the thickness in her lungs. For the previous moon, every morning had begun with Eluine thumping at her back and chest, until great red clots of blood and phlegm were torn loose enough for her to spit. When she was too weak, Eluine had used her fingers to clear her sister's mouth and throat, while Mahda watched in terror and choked, desperate for another sip of the frozen air. Her skin had grown wax-like, and on the last day they could hear her straining, as if she breathed through a whistling reed. Temujin had marveled at her endurance, and more than once considered giving her a quick end with a knife across her throat. Arslan had pressed him to do it, but Mahda shook her head wearily every time he offered, right to the end. They had been traveling for almost 3 months away from the Olhun Ut, when she slumped in the saddle, leaning to the side against the ropes, so that Eluine could not pull her upright. Arslan had lowered her down then, and Eluine had begun to sob, the sound almost lost in the face of the howling wind. "We must go on," Berta told Eluine, laying a hand on her shoulder. "Your sister is gone from here now." Eluine nodded, red-eyed and silent. She arranged her sister's body with the hands crossed on her chest. The snow would cover her, perhaps before the wild animals found another meal in their own struggle to survive. Still weeping, Eloine allowed Arslan to lift her into the saddle. She looked back at the tiny figure for a long time before distance hid her from sight. Temujin saw Arslan had given her a spare shirt that she wore under her dell. They were all cold, despite the layers and the furs. Exhaustion was close, but Temujin knew his camp could not be far away. The pole star had risen as they traveled north, and he judged that they had come into Tartar lands. At least the snow hid them from their enemies, as well as it hid them from his brothers and Jelma. As they rested the ponies and trudged through the snow on frozen feet, Berta walked with Temujin, their arms entwined in each other's wide sleeves, so that at least one part of them felt warm. "You will have to find a shaman to marry us," Berta said, without looking at him. They walked with their heads bowed against the wind, and snow crusted on their eyebrows like winter demons. He grunted assent, and she felt his grip tighten briefly on her arm. "My blood has not come this month," she said. He nodded vaguely, putting one foot in front of the other. The horses were skeletal without good grass, and they too would be falling soon. Surely it was time to ride them again for a few hours. His legs ached, and his broken ribs still pained him with every jerk of the reins. He drew up short in the snow and turned to her. "You are pregnant?" he said incredulously. Berta leaned forward and rubbed her nose against his. "Perhaps. There has been so little food, and sometimes the blood doesn't come because of that. I think I am, though." She saw him surface from his walking trance, and a smile come to his eyes. "It will be a strong son to have had his beginnings on such a journey," he said. The wind roared in a great gust as he spoke, so that they had to turn away. They could not see the sun, but the day was fading, and he shouted to Arslan to look for shelter. As Arslan began to scout around them for somewhere out of the wind, Temujin caught a glimpse of movement through the sheets of snow. He felt a prickle of danger at his neck and gave a low whistle for Arslan to come back. The wanderer looked quizzically at him and drew his knife in silence, staring into the snow. The three of them waited in tense silence for Arslan to return while the snow whipped and flailed around them. They were almost blind in its midst, but again Temujin thought he saw the shape of a mounted man, a shadow. Berta asked him a question, but he did not hear it as he shook ice from the wrappings around his bow and attached the horsehide string to one end. With a grunt of effort he realized the string had grown damp despite the oilcloth. He managed to fit the loop over the knocked end, but it creaked ominously, and he thought it could easily snap on the first pull. Where was Arslan? He could hear the rumble of horses galloping nearby, the sound echoing in the whiteness until he could not be sure which way they were coming. With an arrow on the string he spun, listening. They were closer. He heard the wanderer give a hiss of breath through his teeth, readying himself for an attack. Temujin noted how the man held his ground, and he gave thanks that there was one more with courage to stand at his side. Temujin raised the creaking bow. He saw dark shapes and heard shouting voices, and for a heartbeat he imagined the Tartars coming for his head. "Here!" he heard a voice. "They are here!" Temujin almost dropped the bow in relief as he recognized Kachiyun, and knew he was back amongst his people. He stood numbly as Kachiyun leapt from his saddle into the snow and thumped into him, embracing his brother. "It has been a good winter, Temujin," Kachiyun said, hammering him excitedly on the back with his gloved hand. "Come and see." Chapter 23. Temujin and the others mounted for the last mile, though their ponies were dropping in exhaustion. The camp they came to was set against the dark face of an ancient landslip, sheltered from the worst of the wind by an overhang above and the hill at their back. 24 gers clustered there like lichen, with wild dogs and tethered ponies in every available spot out of the wind. Despite aching for rest and hot food, Temujin could not help glancing around at the bustling place hidden away in the snow. He could see Jelma kept the camp on a war footing. Warriors on their way to a long watch strode by with their heads down against the wind, There were far more men than women and children, Temujin noticed, seeing the camp with the fresh eyes of a stranger. That was a blessing when they were ready to ride and fight at a moment's notice, but it could not go on forever. Men followed their leaders to war, but they wanted a home to return to, with a woman's touch in the dark and children round the feet like puppies. Those who had known hunger and fear as wanderers might be satisfied with the fledgling tribe in the snow, though even then they were as wary of each other as wild dogs. Temujin repressed his impatience. The wanderers would learn to see a brother where once had stood an enemy. They would learn the Sky Father knew only one people and saw no tribes. It would come in time, he promised himself. As he walked through the camp, he became more alert, shrugging off his weariness as the details caught his interest. He saw watchers high on the cliff above his head, bundled against the wind. He did not envy them, and he thought they would see little in the constant snow. Still, it showed Jelma's thoroughness, and Temujin was pleased. The camp had a sense of urgency in every movement, rather than the usual winter lethargy that affected the tribes. He felt the suppressed excitement as soon as he was amongst them. There were new faces there, men and women who looked at him as if he were a stranger. He imagined they saw his ragged group as another wanderer family brought into the fold. Temujin looked at Berta to see how she was taking her first sight of his little tribe in the north. She, too, was pale with tiredness, but she rode close to his side, and her sharp eyes took it all in. He could not tell if she approved. They passed a ger where Arslan had built a brick forge months before, and Temujin saw the glow from its flame, a tongue of light on the snow. There were men and women in there for the warmth, and he heard laughter as he trotted by. He turned to the swordsmith to see if he had noticed, but Arslan was oblivious. His gaze searched ceaselessly among the tribe, looking for his son. Jelma came out to meet them as soon as he heard Kachiun shout. Hassar, too, came skidding from a different ger, beaming in delight at the sight of the small party who had been gone half a year. As they dismounted, grinning boys ran to take their ponies without having to be summoned. Temujin cuffed at one, making him duck. He was pleased with Jelma's stewardship of the tribe. They had not grown fat and slow in his absence. Arslan's pride in his son was obvious, and Temujin saw Jelma nod to his father. To Temujin's surprise, Jelma went down on one knee and reached out for Temujin's hand. "No, Jelma, stand up," Temujin said, half irritably. "I want to get out of the wind." Jelma remained where he was, though he raised his head. "Let the new men see, my Lord Han. They do not know you yet." Temujin understood, and his appreciation of Jelma went up a degree. Some of the wanderer families would have known Jelma as the closest thing to a Han for the months Temujin had been away. It was important to show them the true leader had returned. He did not argue again, and allowed Jelma to place his hand on his head before lifting him up and embracing him. "Did you find a shaman amongst these new arrivals?" Temujin asked. Jelma winced at the question as he rose. "There is one, though he stole the supply of arag and bargains his ration for more whenever he can." "Keep him sober for a few days, then," Temujin said. "As long as he can dedicate my marriage to the Sky Father and Earth Mother, I'll keep him drunk for a month afterwards." He looked around him once more, seeing how many faces had stopped in the snow and wind to watch the scene. As he caught the eyes of those he knew, they bowed their heads in acknowledgment. Jelma's gaze fell on Berta and Eluine, and he bowed low at the waist. "We are honored to have you with us, daughters of the Olhun Ut," he said. Berta did not know what to make of the confident stranger. She dipped her head jerkily in return, flushing as she looked away. Nothing in her life had prepared her to be treated with respect, and for a moment she had to blink back tears. Released from the formalities of his welcome, Jelma was finally free to take his father's arm and embrace him. "I have bled the Tartars," he told Arslan, struggling not to seem too proud. His father chuckled and slapped his son on the back. Perhaps in time he too would become comfortable with the easy manner Temujin encouraged amongst his men. "I am home," Temujin said, under his breath, and unheard by the others. It was little more than a raiding camp on frozen ground, with barely enough food or shelter for any of them. But there was no question. He had brought Berta home. "Take me to my mother, Jelma," he said, shivering in the wind. "She will be hungry for news of the Olhun Ut." He caught a glimpse of Berta's nervousness at his words and sought to reassure her. "She will welcome you, Berta, as if you were her own daughter." As Jelma began to lead the way, Temujin saw the raider he had taken under his wing standing uncomfortably on the outskirts of their little group. His mind swam with 100 things to remember, but he could not leave the man standing amongst strangers. "Kachiyun, this is Barach, a fine warrior. He needs work with the bow, and he has never used a sword. He is brave and strong, however. See what you can make of him." He frowned to himself as he spoke, remembering yet another debt. "Make sure that Arslan is given everything he needs to forge new swords. Have men sent out to dig for ore." Kachiyun nodded. "There is a seam in this hill. We have the gray stones piled ready for him. Jelma wouldn't let anyone touch it until his father returned." Temujin saw that Arslan and his son were both listening. "That was right," he said immediately. "Arslan will make 2 swords as great as any we have ever seen. Is that not so?" Arslan was still reeling from the pleasure of seeing his son alive and strong, a leader of men. He bowed his head. "I will make them," he said. "Now, by the Sky Father, let us get out of this wind," Temujin said. "I thought it would be spring by now." Hasar shrugged. "We think this is the spring, as far north as we are. I am enjoying the milder weather myself." Temujin looked around at Hasar, Kachiyun, Jelma, and Arslan. They were fine warriors, and his heart soared at the thought of what they might accomplish together. He was home. Hoylen had a Ger to herself, with a young girl from the wanderer families to help her. She was in the process of rubbing clean mutton fat into her skin when she heard the commotion. Her servant went out into the snow for news, returning red-faced and gasping from the cold. "Your son is in the camp, mistress." Hoylen let the pot of grease fall from her hands and wiped them on an old cloth. She made a clicking sound in her throat to hurry the girl along as she held out her arms and shrugged herself into the dell. The strength of her emotions surprised her, but her heart had leapt at the news. Temujin had survived again. Though she could not forget what he had done in the darkest times, he was still her son. Love was a strange and twisted thing for any mother, beyond all reason. By the time she heard his voice outside, Hoylen had composed herself, taking little Temujin on her lap and combing her hair to calm her shaking hands. The girl seemed to sense her mother's strange mood and looked around wide-eyed when the door opened. Temujin brought the winter in with him in a gust of snow and bitter air that made Hoylen shiver and Temujin cry out with happiness at the older brother she had not seen for such a long time. Hoylen watched as Temujin embraced his sister, complimenting her on her beautiful hair, as he always did. The girl chattered while Hoylen drank in every detail of the young man who inspired such mixed feelings in her. Whether he knew it or not, he was very much the son Yasuge would have wanted. In her darkest moments, she knew Yasuge would have approved the death of Bekter when they were close to starving. Her sons had inherited their father's ruthlessness, or perhaps had it hammered into them by the lives they had led. "It is good to see you, my son," Hoylen said formally. Temujin only smiled, turning aside to bring in a tall young woman and another behind her. Hoylen's eyes widened as she took in the delicate features of her own people. It brought a pang of homesickness, surprising after so many years. She rose and took the two younger women by their hands, bringing them into the warmth. Temujin came to join them, snuggling in between and demanding to know who they were. "More wood on the fire there," Hoylen told her girl. "You must both be freezing. Which of you is Berta?" "I am, mother," Berta responded shyly. "Of the Olhun Ut." "I knew that from your face and the markings on your dell," Hoylen said as she turned to the other. "And you, daughter, what is your name?" Eluine was still stunned with grief, but she did her best to reply. Hoylen sensed her misery and embraced her on an impulse. She brought them both to where they could sit, calling for bowls of hot tea to warm them. Temujin was kept quiet with a bag of sweet yogurt curds and sat in the corner, digging deeply into it. Temujin watched as the women of the Olhun Ut talked together, and was pleased to see Berta begin to smile at his mother's recollections. Hoylen understood their fears amongst the strangeness. She had felt the same way herself once. While they thawed, she questioned them endlessly, her voice slipping into an old accent Temujin recognized from the Olhun Ut. It was strange to hear it from his mother, and he was reminded again of the life she had led before Yasuge or her children. "Is Sansar still the Han? What of my nephew Kirke and his father Enk?" Berta answered Hoylen easily, responding to her motherly ways without embarrassment. Temujin looked on with pride, as if he were responsible. His mother seemed to have forgotten him, so he seated himself and nodded to the servant girl for a bowl of tea, accepting it gratefully, and closing his eyes in pleasure as its warmth worked through him. Eluine, too, began to join the conversation, and he allowed himself to relax at last and close his eyes. "This cannot go on much longer, this storm," he heard his mother saying. "The thaw has already begun, and the hill passes have begun to clear." "I don't think I've ever been so cold," Berta replied, rubbing her hands together. The women seemed to like each other, and Temujin settled back gratefully. "I brought Eluine to be a wife to Hasar or Kachiyun. Her sister died on the trip," he said, opening his eyes a fraction. Both women looked at him. Then the conversation began again as if he had not spoken. He snorted softly to himself. No man could be a Han to his mother. The warmth made him drowsy, and with their soft voices in his ears, he dropped off to sleep. Kachiyun and Hasar sat in a neighboring ger, chewing on hot mutton that had been simmering in broth for the best part of a day. With the cold, it was necessary to keep a stew on the fire the whole time, so that there was always a bowl to warm them before they went out again. There had been little chance to relax while Temujin was away. The brothers tolerated Jelma's orders with good nature, knowing it was what Temujin would have wanted. In private, though, they dropped all masks and pretenses, talking long into the night. "I liked the look of that Elohim," Hasar said. Kachiyun rose to the bait immediately, as his brother had known he would. "Your girl died, Hasar. Elohim was promised to me, and you know it." "I don't know anything like it, little brother. The eldest gets his tea and stew first, have you noticed? It is the same with wives." Kachiyun snorted, half in amusement. He had seen Elohim first, when he rode out to answer the scout's call. He had hardly noticed her then, bundled up against the cold, but he felt it gave him some sort of finder's rights. It was certainly a stronger claim than Hasar's, who had just stumbled out of a ger and met her. "Temujin will decide," he said. Hasar nodded, beaming. "I am glad we will not argue. I am the eldest, after all." "I said he will decide, not choose you," Kachiyun replied sourly. "She was pretty, I thought, with long legs. What could you see of her legs? She looked like a yak in all those layers." Hasar looked off into the distance. "She was tall, Kachiyun. Didn't you notice? Unless you think her feet don't reach to the ground, there must be long legs in there somewhere. Strong legs to wrap around a man, if you know what I mean." "Temujin could marry her to Jelma," Kachiyun replied, more to sting his brother than because he believed it. Hasar shook his head. "Blood comes first," he said. "Temujin knows that better than anyone." "If you took a moment to listen to him, you'd hear he claims a blood tie to every man and woman in camp, regardless of tribe or family," Kachiyun said. "By the spirits, Hasar, you think more of your stomach and loins than of what he's trying to do here." The two brothers stared balefully at each other. "If you mean I don't follow him around like a lost dog, then you're right," Hasar said. "Between you and Jelma, he has his own adoring little pack these days." "You are an idiot," Kachiyun told him, slowly and deliberately. Hasar flushed. He knew he lacked the keen intelligence of Temujin and perhaps even Kachiyun, but the world would freeze solid before he would admit it. "Perhaps you should go and lie at the door of our mother's ger in the snow," he said. "You could press your nose up against it or something." Both of them had killed men, with Temujin and with Jelma. Yet when they came together, it was with the roaring energy of two boys, all elbows and red-faced struggle. Neither one reached for their knives, and Hasar quickly had Kachiyun's head locked under his arm and was shaking him. "Say you are his dog," Hasar said, breathing heavily with the exertion. "Quickly, I'm on watch next." "I saw Elohim first, and she's mine," Kachiyun said as he choked. Hasar squeezed even tighter. "Say you would prefer her to bed your handsome older brother," he demanded. Kachiyun struggled violently, and they fell together against the bed, breaking Hasar's grip. Both of them lay panting, watching each other warily. "I don't care if I am his dog," Kachiyun said. "Neither does Jelma." He took a deep breath in case his brother launched himself at him again. "Neither do you." Hasar shrugged. "I like killing Tartars, but if they keep sending old women out with their raiders, I don't know what I'm going to do. Even Arslan managed to find himself a pretty young thing before he left." "Is she still refusing you?" Kachiyun asked. Hasar frowned. "She said Arslan would kill me if I touched her, and I think she could be right. There's one I don't want to cross." Arslan stood in the ger he had constructed around his forge, letting the warmth seep into his bones. His precious tools had been oiled and wrapped against rust, and he found nothing to complain about as he faced Jelma. "You have done well here, my son. I saw how the other men looked to you. Perhaps it was the Sky Father who guided us to the wolves." Jelma shrugged. "That is in the past. I have found a purpose here, Father, a place. I am concerned with the future now, if this winter ever comes to an end. I've never seen one like it." "In all your many years," Arslan replied, smiling. Jelma seemed to have grown in confidence away from him, and he did not know quite how to take the strong young warrior who faced him so calmly. Perhaps he had needed the absence of his father to become a man. It was a sobering thought, and Arslan did not want to be sober. "Can you find me a skin or two of Arag while we talk?" he said. "I want to hear about the raids." Jelma reached inside his ger and produced the fat skin of the potent liquid. "I have arranged for hot stew to be brought to us," he said. "It's thin, but we still have a little meat, dried and salted." Both men stood against the forge, relaxing in the heat. Arslan untied his del to let the warmth get through. "I saw your swords had gone," Jelma said. Arslan grunted irritably. "They were the price for the women Temujin brought back." "I'm sorry," Jelma said. "You will make others just as fine, or better." Arslan frowned. "Each one is a month of solid work, and that doesn't include the time digging ore or making the ingots of iron. How many more do I have left in me, do you think? I won't live forever. How many times can I get just the right steel and work it without flaws?" He spat on the forge and watched it bubble gently, not yet hot enough to skitter away. "I thought you would inherit the blade I carried." "Perhaps I will yet, if we grow strong enough to take it from the Olhun Ut," Jelma replied. His father turned away from the forge and stared at him. "Is that what you think? That this small group of raiders will sweep across the land in the spring?" Jelma met his gaze stubbornly, but did not reply. Arslan snorted. "I brought you up to have more sense than that. Think tactically, Jelma, as I taught you. We have, 30 warriors at most? How many have been trained from their earliest years as you were, as Temujin and his brothers were?" "None of them, but—" Jelma began. His father brought his hand down in a chopping gesture, his anger growing. "The smallest tribes can field 60 to 80 men of good quality, Jelma. Men who can take a bird on the wing with their bows. Men with good swords and knowledge enough to form horns in the attack, or to retreat in good order. I would not trust this camp to stage an attack on a fifth of the Olhun Ut warriors. Do not be deceived. This frozen little place will need the Sky Father's blessing to survive a single season after the thaw. The Tartars will come howling, looking for revenge for whatever petty damage they have suffered in the winter." Jelma set his jaw tight at that and glared at his father. "We have taken horses, weapons, food, even swords." Once again his father silenced him. "Blades I could bend in my hands. I know the quality of Tartar weapons, boy." "Stop it!" Jelma suddenly roared at his father. "You know nothing of what we have done. You haven't even given me the chance to tell you before you are away with your warnings and prophecies of doom. Yes, we may be destroyed in the spring. I have done what I could to build them and train them while you were away. How many men have you taken on to work the forge and learn your skill? I have not heard of a single one." Arslan opened his mouth, but Jelma had worked himself into a fury, and there was no stopping him. "Would you have me give up and lie in the snow? This is the path I have chosen. I have found a man to follow, and I gave my oath. My word is iron, Father, as you told me it must be. Did you mean that it was strong only while the odds were on your side? No! You've taught me too well if you expect me to give up on these people. I have a place, I told you, no matter how it comes out." He paused, taking deep breaths from the force of his emotion. "I have made the Tartars fear us just as I said I would. I hoped you would be proud of me, and instead you blow like a windy old man with your fears." Arslan did not mean to strike him. His son was standing too close, and when he moved his hands, Arslan reacted from instinct, snapping out an iron-hard fist to crack against his son's jaw. Jelma fell, dazed, his shoulder striking the edge of the forge. Arslan watched, appalled, as Jelma took a moment and rose with icy calm. His son rubbed at his jaw, and his face was very pale. "Do not do that again," Jelma said softly, his eyes hard. "It was a mistake, my son," Arslan replied. "It was worry and weariness, nothing more." He looked as if he felt the pain himself. Jelma nodded. He had suffered worse in their practice bouts together, but there was still anger running through him, and it was hard to shake it off. "Train men to make swords," Jelma said, making it an order. "We will need every last one of them, and as you say, you will not live forever. None of us do." He rubbed his jaw again, wincing as it clicked. "I have found something of worth here," he said, trying hard to make his father understand. "The tribes fight amongst themselves and waste their strength. Here we have shown a man can begin again, and it does not matter whether he was once a Naiman or a wolf." Arslan saw a strange light in his son's eyes and was worried by it. "He gives them food in their bellies, and for a little while they forget old feuds and hatreds. That is what I am seeing here," he snapped at his son. "The tribes have fought for 1,000 years. You think one man can cut through all that history, that hatred?" "What is the alternative?" Temujin said from the door. Both men spun to face him, and he glanced at the dark bruise on Jelma's jaw, understanding it in an instant. He looked exhausted as he came to stand by the forge. "I could not sleep with 3 women and my sister chattering like birds, so I came here." Neither son nor father replied, and Temujin went on, closing his eyes as the warmth reached him. "I do not ask for blind followers, Arslan," he said. "You are right to question our purpose here. You see a ragged group with barely enough food to get through to the thaw. Perhaps we could find ourselves a valley somewhere and raise herds and children while the tribes continue to roam and butcher each other. You won't tell me you care how many strangers die in those battles," Arslan said with certainty. Temujin fixed his yellow eyes on the swordsmith, seeming to fill the small space of the ger. "We feed the soil with our blood, our endless feuding," he said after a time. "We always have. But that does not mean we always should. I have shown that a tribe can come from the Huirai, the wolves, the Wayela, the Naimans. We are one people, Arslan. When we are strong enough, I will make them come to me, or I will break them one at a time. I tell you, we are one people. We are Mongols, Arslan. We are the Silver People, and one Han can lead us all." "You are drunk or dreaming," Arslan replied, ignoring his son's discomfort. "What makes you think they would ever accept you?" "I am the land," Temujin replied, "and the land sees no difference in the families of our people." He looked from one to the other. "I do not ask for your loyalty. You gave me that with your oath, and it binds you until death. It may be that we will all be killed in the attempt, but you are not the men I think you are, if that will stop you." He chuckled to himself for a moment, knuckling his eyes against the weariness made worse by the warmth. "I climbed for an eagle chick once. I could have stayed on the ground, but the prize was worth the risk. It turned out that there were 2 of them, so I was luckier than I had hoped to be." His chuckle seemed bitter, though he did not explain. He clapped father and son on the shoulder. "Now stop this bickering and climb with me," he said. He paused for a moment to see how they took his words, then went back out into the cold snow to find somewhere to sleep.